Chapter 1 Desperate Times. Director Wang. My mother's health is deteriorating and she needs immediate surgery, and I'd like to get a little advance on my fee for helping you write your paper. Under the lights, Lin Lang reddened and looked expectantly at the middle-aged man in front of him. This man was the chief of surgery at Tianhai Hospital, named Wang Sen, and Lin Lang is an intern surgeon at this hospital, which happens to be under Wang Sen's supervision. For the past year, Lin Lang has been a ghostwriter for Wang Sen's thesis. Lin Lang knew it was wrong, but that internship paycheck alone wasn't enough to give his mother consistent treatment. So he willingly ghostwrote for Wang Sen this year to earn some money. But in reality, the stipend and investment Wang Sen received through these papers far exceeded the fee he gave to Lin Lang. This time, his mother's body could not carry on, so Lin Lang lowered his voice and hoped that the chief physician, who had already made a lot of money, would advance a little bit of the cost so that his mother could have the operation in time. But Wang Sen snorted coldly. Advance? I've paid for every paper you've written. We're hand to hand. There's no credit. It's none of my business if your mother wants to be cured. A bolt from the blue hit Lin Lang's heart hard. Director Wang, I know this request is a bit excessive, but I'm just advancing, sort of borrowing from you, and when my mother's surgery is complete, I'll help you write a few more papers. I swear. Wang Sen sneered. Young man, oaths have long been worthless. You have good ability, and I have the intention to cultivate you, but you have to take care of your own business. By the way, your internship is coming up, and as soon as you turn regular, your salary will go up a ton. It's time for you to put some thought into what to turn around. Lin Lang was eager. I just want $100,000 for my mother's surgery. $100,000 off is not a small amount. This way, I'll show you the way again. Lin Lang was delighted in his heart. What bright path. Wang Sen narrowed his eyes slightly and glanced at Lin Lang. Don't you have a girlfriend? Seems to be called Chen Xian, and also in our hospital? Lin Lang was confused. Yeah, she's also an intern doctor right here. What's wrong, Director Wang? Wang Sen revealed a touch of greed. This clear path is actually very simple. I'll lend you $100,000 if you let Chen Xian come and stay with me for 3 days. As usual, hands off. No credit. At that moment, Lin Lang was on fire. His eyes filled with anger. Director Wang, what are you talking about? How could I possibly make such a deal with you? Wang Sen sneered and spoke bluntly. Lin Lang, women are like clothes. You are a man. You should know which is more important? Lin Lang was completely enraged. What are you babbling about? Wang Sen's face suddenly changed. Lin Lang, watch how you speak. I'm paying attention to you. Finally, the bloodthirsty Lin Lang couldn't endure such an insult and directly rushed to Wang Sen. He threw a punch that made Wang Sen fall out of his seat. Looking at Wang Sen, whose cheeks were red and swollen, Lin Lang drank in a cold voice. Wang Sen, I'm warning you, don't hit on my girlfriend. If you dare to mess around, I'll take the initiative to break the news, so you won't have a good time either. I have a record of every paper I've ever written for you. Lin Lang laughed indignantly. If he offends Wang Sen, his transfer will most likely be yellow. But the $100,000 for his mother's surgery, he had to find a way to borrow. He made a lot of phone calls, but none of his relatives or friends were willing to lend him money. In the evening, he dragged his tired body back to the front of the rental house. He had just pulled out his keys when he heard an argument coming from inside the house. Xian, you can't leave. Lang Er is so good to you. How can you break up with him? And who is this man? I don't break up and stay here with you guys to drink the northwest wind. Don't you say I'm realistic. I don't care for love without bread. I know that I have dragged you all down, but you guys are still young and have a lot of time ahead of you. Besides, the heirloom of the Lin family is given to you. Stop it. It's just a broken necklace. Give it back. Xiao Tian is good to me. He can give me the life I want. Let's get together. Xiao Tian? Qin Xiao Tian? The son of the director of Tianhai Hospital? Previously, Lin Lang had also offended Director Wang to protect this girlfriend and lost the opportunity to turn the tables. Now, she's just given herself a huge cuckold and running to break up? He burst into a rage and immediately opened the gate. At this point, Xian, don't you go. You old undead. Dare to touch my woman? Are you letting go or not? If you don't let go, don't blame me for being rude. The tall and powerful Qin Xiaotian pulled away from Lin Lang's mother Tangling and pushed her. Tangling staggered a few steps and slammed straight into the wall. A shocking bright red color appeared on her forehead at once. Lin Lang was furious and immediately rushed over and picked up his mother. Tangling said weakly as her eyes fell into tears. Wave child. Mom is sorry for you. Is mom useless? Lin Lang forced himself to hold back the shocking anger in his heart. Mom, stop talking. You take a rest first. The mother grabbed Lin Lang's hand. Don't blame Xian. Before the words fell, Tangling's eyes rolled over and she actually fainted. Lin Lang was so shocked and angry that he hurriedly called the emergency number and slowly stood up. He looked coldly at Qin Xiaotian and Chen Xian. his eyes filled with anger. What are you looking at? This old miscreant has been pulling Xian and forbidding her to leave. I've only pushed her away. She didn't stand still herself and hit the wall. Oh, and on humanitarian grounds, I can pay you some medical expenses. After saying that, Qin Xiaotian sneered and took out a stack of banknotes and waved them in front of Lin Lang's eyes. Lin Lang couldn't hold back any longer and raised his fist, wanting to punch Qin Xiaotian. But Qin Xiaotian had a stocky body and had practiced taekwondo for a few years, so his hands were naturally much stronger than Lin Lang. He sneered, and after easily dodging Lin Lang's punch, he threw a side kick that sent Lin Lang flying. Lin Lang fell heavily onto the wooden bed, and for a moment, his qi and blood churned with pain. Qin Xiaotian added fuel to the fire. Waste is waste, the old one is waste, and the young one is even more waste. Kid, this is your last warning. When you see me and Xian in the future, hide far away. Otherwise, once I see you, I'll beat you up. Oh, we won't be able to see each other again. You're about to be transferred, right? Don't worry, there's no room for you at Skyhaven Hospital. Besides, there's no place for you in any hospital in the entire Tianhai. After saying that, Qin Xiaotian threw the banknotes in his hand towards the sky, and those money spilled out and floated down from the air. He laughed out loud and led Xian away. Lin Lang was so furious that a mouthful of fresh red sprayed out, right onto the black necklace on the bed. In an instant, he too fainted. Chapter 2 Qi. In a coma, I am the ancestor of the Lin family, who inquired about medicine and left his legacy in this necklace after he ascended in the white sun. Healers are kind-hearted, and I hope that after you have received this inheritance, you will be able to hang a pot and help others more often. However, there are many people in the world who are evil in their hearts, and when they meet such youngsters, they must be allowed to fly into the dust so as not to plague the earth. This is the Lin family's ancestral motto. Remember it. As soon as the words left his mouth, Lin Lang felt a complicated and difficult to understand Gong method appear in his mind. Its name was the True Chapter of Fate Source. The True Chapter of Life Source is divided into 9 chapters. At the moment, Lin Lang could only see the first chapter, and the first chapter mainly records a miraculous medical art, whose name is Qi Looking. The art of Qigong refers to the practice of practicing Qi eyes and then seeing the meridian condensation points of the human body through the Qi eyes. Subsequently, acupuncture is applied to clear the meridians and eliminate foreign bodies, and the disease can be treated. Immediately afterward, Lin Lang only felt a wave of Qi energy that traveled all over his body, causing him to uncontrollably let out a groan of comfort. He slowly opened his eyes. In front of her, a nurse with an excellent figure was recording the numbers on the instrument with her back to herself. Except that the nurse was, what? Smoking? Lin Lang fixed his mind and immediately realized why this phenomenon had occurred. It turned out that the inheritance left behind by his ancestor also contained a trace of spiritual power, allowing him to open up the 8 meridians and automatically comprehend the Qi eye. Gas eyes can look at gas. Once the human body has a meridian condensation point, it will emit all kinds of Qi. A white gas was rising from this nurse's body, which meant that there was a meridian clotting point in her body. Moreover, the color of this white gas is very light, indicating that the disease she is suffering from is not an intractable and stubborn disease. Collections. Following the method taught by the True Chapter of Destiny Source, Lin Lang tried a few times and was already able to open or close his Qi eyes with ease and comfort. At that moment, the nurse suddenly turned around and said in surprise, "You're awake? Great. I'll get the doctor." Wait a moment. Lin Lang called out to the nurse. How long have I been unconscious? Where is this place? You've been in a coma for over 10 hours now, and this is Tianhai Hospital. The doctor checked you out and said there's nothing physically wrong with you, but you just can't wake up. Lin Lang froze for a moment, not expecting to be sent to Tianhai Hospital after passing out. Where is my mother? Oh, you mean the woman who fainted with you? She's also unconscious, but not in good condition and is in the ICU. You'd better hurry up and get the paperwork paid for. She's sick and can't afford to put it off any longer. Lin Lang instantly got up and rushed out. Soon, he arrived in front of the ICU room. At the doorway, Wang Xin was chatting with a shapely and pretty black woman. Ms. Yi, you're just in time. I just happen to have a patient here that corroborates that paper I published on organ vessel thrombosis. Practice can prove that my theory is correct. Then Ms. Yi's investment should not be in doubt, right? It's just that, well, this patient's family hasn't come over to pay yet, so I can't do the surgery right away and demonstrate it to you. The woman in black said with an expressionless face. Can't your hospital save lives first? I heard the woman has been unconscious for over 10 hours. If we delay any longer, will it delay her condition? Cause the worst to happen? Wang Xin said with a confident face. Ms. Yi, hospitals are not welfare organizations, and I've already done my best by arranging for this woman to go to the ICU. It's at least a couple $1,000s for a day's lie-in here. You're not unaware of that, are you? If this patient's relatives do give up on her, then I can't operate on her. We do have rules. The woman in black knitted her eyebrows and was about to speak when a figure had quickly swept in front of Wang Sen. Before the two of them could react, the figure had already raised its huge fist and blasted Wang Sen's cheek. My mom's been in a coma for 10 hours and you're here talking about rules and refusing to operate on her? If anything happens to my mom, I want you dead. This was the second time Wang Sen had taken a punch from Lin Lang. He covered his face viciously. Lin Lang, I'm going to sue you for intentional assault. Also, you've been terminated. In other words, you have nothing to do with our hospital. Lin Lang coldly grunted. Whatever. After that, he rushed straight into the ICU. His heart raced as he activated his gas eyes and looked to his mother. In an instant, in Lin Lang's line of sight, as many as 5 pillars of qi appeared on Tang Ling's body. Moreover, each column of qi was no longer in the form of white smoke, but was black as ink. This is the phase of the 5 failures of the lesser celestial beings. This shows that Tang Ling is already very sick. A few more moments of delay would have killed him. Lin Lang looked around and found some silver needles and sterilized them with alcohol before starting to apply acupuncture to his mother. At this time, the woman in black and Wang Sen also entered the hospital room with quick steps. Lin Lang, what are you doing? Stop your behavior immediately. Lin Lang ignored him, and instead concentrated on applying acupuncture to his mother. The small celestial 5 failure phase is equivalent to crossing 1 foot into the ghost gate, and Tang Ling was originally a patient with blood clots in the blood vessels of her organs. In the past, she had saved money to pay for her own education, delaying the best time for treatment, and this disease had been delayed until now, before it became so serious. Coupled with that beast Qin Xiaotian's forceful push, it directly triggered the symptoms. It is a miracle that Tang Ling is still alive today. At this time, Wang Sen but coldly drank. Brat, you're committing a public offense. The security guards will be here soon. I'll sue you for sure. At this time, Lin Lang thought of something and said without turning his head, Woman, are you concerned about that thrombosis paper of Wang Sen's? The woman surnamed Ji was first stunned. Then she nodded her head. This paper opens up a new pathway for treating patients with blood clots. If the paper proves effective in practice, our company is ready to invest a lot of money in the production of this new device for the treatment of blood clots. Lin Lang secretly said decisively so. He then said in a deep voice, You don't need to look for this trash to talk about cooperation, because I ghostwrote all his papers for the year. The black-clothed woman's eyes glazed over, extremely surprised, and as soon as Wang Sen saw this, he immediately drank. You bastard boy, how dare you slander me at will. MS. Yi, don't believe his bull ********. He is one of the interns in our hospital who could not be converted because of his medical ethics and skills. Security will be here soon and they'll clean this crap out of the hospital. Lin Lang had prepared for this and casually threw a USB flash drive to the woman in black. Here's the second half of the thrombosis paper. You brought your PDA, right? When I ghostwrote for him earlier, I left the second half on purpose. Read it and you'll believe me. Chapter 3. Are you okay with this? Soon, several hospital security guards rushed in. As soon as Wang Sen saw that his savior had arrived, he immediately pretended to say, This kid is beating people at random in the hospital and sticking needles in patients indiscriminately. Call the police immediately. You guys control him first. The security guards were uncertain and were about to make a move, but the woman in black took a step forward and stopped a few people. Wait a moment first. My name is Yi Shuhan. I'm the head of Yi Group's pharmaceutical company. This gentleman is my partner, and he's not here to cause trouble, much less commit any crimes. The guards froze in place, a little confused. The Yi family is one of the 4 great mansions of Tianhai. This Yi Shuhan is also a celebrity in the Tianhai business world, often on the cover of magazines. It was only through her self-reporting that these security guards, who felt familiar with her face, were able to match up the cover girl with this real person, the first daughter of the Yi family. They don't dare to offend, and Wang Sen obviously didn't expect Yi Shuhan to suddenly turn against him. Miss Yi, how did you believe this kid's bull **********? Yi Shuhan handed the palm-top computer he was carrying to Wang Sen's eyes. I have skimmed through the papers written by Mr. Lin. If you can prove that the paper was not written by him, then I can be a witness that you were beaten by him, and I'll testify that he was messing with the hospital. After hearing this, Wang Sen was dumbfounded. Although he had some medical skills, he wasn't at all familiar with the new type of treatment that Lin Lang had mentioned in his thrombosis paper. Let him drill for a year and a half. Maybe he can write the second half of the paper, but now, definitely not. Looking at Wang Sen's expression, Yi Shuhan was already aware of it. At this time, Lin Lang also utilized the 9 needles of soul return recorded in the true chapter of Destiny Origin, unblocking all the meridian condensation points on his mother's body. On the medical equipment, normal vital sign numbers were also present. Yi Shuhan and Wang Sen, among others, were dumbfounded by the sight. Lin Lang exhaled a breath of air. looking at his mother who slowly woke up. The big stone hanging in his heart finally landed. Yi Shuhan couldn't help but press her inner doubts and couldn't help but ask, Mr. Lin, you just used his acupuncture? Lin Lang nodded. Yes, acupuncture, as in fake acupuncture. Yi Shuhan's mind was racing and she was about to speak, but Tang Ling had already woken up. Wave? Where am I? Am I in the netherworld? Lin Lang gently returned. Mom, you're cured and won't be going to the netherworld. Let's go home first. Being able to save his mother in time, Lin Lang was also extremely excited. It was so close that he would have been left with a lifetime of regret. He coldly glared at Wang Sen, frightening the guy into hurriedly standing behind the security guard. You delayed the surgery and almost made it impossible to save my mom. I'll settle this score with you later. No, I'm going to count it with you now. Lin Lang remembered the ancestral training. Those who are evil in their hearts should be left in the dust. And as he had already mastered the art of looking into the air, the way to make Wang Sen go up in smoke was obvious. Immediately, he let out a cold smile and opened his chi eyes. In an instant, he saw a green-colored chi emerge from Wang Sen's body. Red, orange, yellow, green, blue, purple, white and black. When the human body appears to have a meridian condensation point, 9 colors of chi will appear. Each color, too, corresponds to a disease of one nature. This greenish aura indicated that Wang Sen had a gender disease, which made Lin Lang sigh. It is true that many actions will lead to death. Subsequently, a plan had been drawn up in his mind. With a sneer, he passed through a few confused security guards and gave a heavy punch towards Wang Sen's abdomen. This punch not only made Wang Sen bend over in pain, it also hit the chi high point on his abdomen. When the chi high point was damaged, it would be able to stimulate Wang Sen's condition according to the true chapter of Life Source. This was exactly the result Lin Lang wanted. As of this moment, Wang Sen's condition will be fully exploded in the next few days. The sickness of both sexes is enough to ruin his reputation. And Wang Sen was indeed scared by Lin Lang. He cowered in the corner and watched Lin Lang help his mother out, not daring to utter a single breath. Just then, however, a large group of paramedics gathered around. Qin Xiu, the president of Tianhai Hospital, walked in the forefront. Behind him, there were Qin Xiaotian and Chen Xian who had a sinister smile on their faces. Earlier, Lin Lang and his mother were both in a coma, and Qin Xiaotian was surprised when he saw the two of them being sent to Tianhai Hospital. Thinking that something had really happened to Tang Ling, he had quietly checked on her illness. It turned out that Tang Ling was originally a thrombosis patient and was immediately relieved. He even took the time to treat the wound on Tang Ling's forehead, just in case. Now that the rumor of Lin Lang causing havoc in the hospital has spread, he immediately notified his father and brought his men here to catch him in the act. In that case, the entire Heavenly Sea would have no place for Lin Lang. What other way out is there for a disgraced intern doctor but to leave Tiankai in anonymity? At this point, Dean Qinqiu saw Yi Shuhan. He was surprised that this business elite of the Yi family would appear here, and Wang Sen, who had taken a few punches from Lin Lang, immediately rushed out, as if he had grabbed a life-saving straw, and was wicked. Dean, Lin Lang assaulted me for no reason, also administering unauthorized acupuncture to patients, attempting to tarnish the reputation of our hospital. You must arrest him, don't let him go. Before the dean could speak, Yi Shuhan was already smiling blandly. Dean Qin, hello. First of all, let me make a note. Director Wang may have been shocked and his spirit is a bit abnormal. You'd better send him to a psychiatric clinic. Also, this Mr. Lin is my partner. I heard that he couldn't become a doctor in your place? Qinqiu nodded with a confused face. Well, Lin Lang's performance during his internship was so poor that we weren't going to formally hire him. As for the matter of him hitting people, I don't think Director Wang will be bloodthirsty, right? After hearing these words, the eye-smart Yi Shuhan immediately understood Lin Lang's situation. Looks like the kid's offended a lot of people around here. The dean and director are trying to put him to death. However, seeing as this kid is eager to save his mother and has real talent, then he is still happy to step in and give him a hand. After making up her mind, Yi Shuhan smiled blandly. Dean Qin, I was right here just now and saw everything. Director Wang was careless himself and fell. Am I right, Director Wang? Wang Sen's face was white and his eyes showed horror. He opened his mouth as a million thoughts flashed through his mind. Eventually, he nodded in acquiescence. Immediately after, Yi Shuhan said to Qin Xiu again, I can't imagine that the hallowed Tianhai Hospital even had a time when it went off the rails. The crowd of medics looked at her in surprise and uncertainty. Yi Shuhan looked back at Lin Lang with a smile and said with a straight face, since this Mr. Lin can't fit into your eyes, then my Yi family will not be polite. From now on, I'm officially hiring Lin Lang as a doctor in the Yi family hospital. Dean Qin, are you okay with that? Chapter 4 Taking the shortest of hands. Qin Xiu and the others were at a loss. Qin Xiaotian was even more hateful. not understanding why this beautiful president would look at Lin Lang in a different way. According to his plan, Lin Lang being kicked out of Tianhai Hospital was the nail in the coffin. Moreover, it was impossible for him to mix in Tianhai in the future, unless he's not a doctor anymore. But at this moment, Yi Shuhan actually threw out an olive branch to him, completely breaking his plan. It even made some of the surrounding doctors now look envious. One must know that the private hospital opened by the Yi family had specifications and grades that were quite a bit higher than the Tianhai Hospital. Doctors who work in it are treated at least several times better than in regular hospitals. This is where every doctor fantasizes about working. It's a workplace where countless doctors are constantly hitting the wall but trying to get in. Lin Lang was just an intern doctor. What virtue and ability could he get Yi Shuhan's favor? A lot of people are not fazed. Even Qinxiu asked suspiciously after a brief silence. Ms. Yi, Lin Lang is really just an intern doctor in our hospital. Also, he failed his internship. Are you sure you want to hire him? Yi Shuhan maintained that charming smile. Yes, I'm sure. Moreover, he will directly become an official employee of the Yi family hospital. There will be no probationary period. Well, if Dean Qin has nothing else, I'll take Lin Lang to leave first. Qin Xiu was flabbergasted and nodded in extreme embarrassment. Under the envious gazes of the other doctors, Lin Lang was also very curious as he followed behind Yi Shuhan and left the hospital. However, as he passed by Qin Xiaotian and Chen Xian, Lin Lang said expressionlessly, "We're not done here. Don't think your old man can cover you for the rest of your life." Qin Xiaotian wanted to make a few sarcastic remarks, but there were so many people here that he could only swallow that breath. However, Chen Xian looked at the back of Lin Lang, who had taken a step into the sky, and exuded a complicated look. Did you bet wrong? No, he just became a doctor in a private hospital. Qin Xiaotian is the son of the director of Tianhai Hospital. You can't go wrong if you follow Qin Xiaotian. Hospital entrance. Yi Shuhan drove an orange-colored sports car and stopped in front of Lin Lang. Do you want to get in the car and talk? After all, I just did you a favor? Lin Lang thought that if it wasn't for Yi Shuhan, he might have been falsely accused by Qin Xiaotian and the others. So he said to his mother at that moment, "Mom, this Miss Yi just helped me. I'll talk to her first. Wait for me." Tangling had only just walked away from the ghost gate, and had just seen the image of her son being surrounded by a group of doctors in the hospital, so she nodded her head. Well, the kindness of a drop of water should be repaid with a spring of water. You talked to Ms. Yi first. After all, you just lost your job, and they gave you a job. Afterward, Lin Lang got into Yi Shuhan's car. He wasn't polite and got straight to the point. My mom taught me, since I was a kid, to eat people's mouths and take people's hands. You just helped me in plain sight, and I do appreciate it. But you also have an agenda, don't you? Yi Shuhan looked at Lin Lang with great surprise. Very enlightened young man. Not bad, not bad. It's just a relief to talk to smart people. Yes, I do have another intention. I've just seen the tactics you used to treat your aunt. That kind of acupuncture? I've never heard of it. I've never seen it. Moreover, Auntie is a patient with blood clots in the blood vessels of her organs, which, as a rule, require surgery to cure. But I see that my aunt is in a healthier state than those patients who have had surgery and are not yet recovering. So, I'd like to ask you to treat a friend of mine in the same way. Your friend? Yi Shuhan laughed. Well, to be precise, it's a good girlfriend of mine. It's just that her temperament is different from ordinary people, so when the time comes, whatever her reaction, you just heal first. Lin Lang did not hesitate and promised, no problem, but I want to send my mother back now, and the cure will have to wait. Yi Shuhan nodded, opened her purse, took out a stack of bills from it, and placed it in the hands of a confused Lin Lang. Don't get me wrong, this is an advance on your paycheck from me. Although I, Yi Shuhan, am not a man, I am a man of my word. When I say I'll hire you, but I ugly say in front. Yi Family Hospital is also very competitive. Every month's appraisal, if you come in last place for 2 months in a row, then you'll be fired by us. We are a private hospital and don't have as many strictures as a public hospital. The final elimination system is something we agree is a good way to motivate us. Lin Lang had no opinion, put the money in his pocket, left his phone number with Yi Shuhan, and left with his mother. That night, Yi Shuhan then hurriedly received Lin Lang and headed to the outskirts of Tianhai City. What's the hurry? Lin Lang couldn't help but ask. Yi Shuhan sighed. Hey, my best friend fainted again. When she woke up, she refused to go to the hospital. All her parents could do was ask me to rush over there with a reliable doctor. You must be careful what you say when you meet my girlfriend later. Can I take the liberty of asking? Who is this BFF of yours? You'll see when we get there. Before long, the sports car drove out of the busy city center and came to a small manor house on the outskirts. The manor did not cover a large area, but inside, the birds and flowers were a sanctuary for health. After getting out of the car, Yi Shuhan took Lin Lang and ran all the way into a mansion in the manor under the guidance of a butler. At this moment, a bunch of people gathered at the entrance of a room, looking anxious, and as soon as they saw Yi Shuhan, a middle-aged man also hurriedly leaned over. Shuhan, you're finally here. Uncle Shun, is Daryl in there? The doctor I brought is here. He's great. The crowd looked at Lin Lang in unison, but after realizing that Lin Lang was just a young man whose name was unknown, the middle-aged man frowned and couldn't help but ask, Shuhan, Uncle has always been relieved when you do things, but why did you get a young doctor to come over this time? Daryl's illness. It's not like you don't know. Before Yi Shuhan could make a comment, an old man had already opened the door to the room and walked out. He carefully covered the door to his room and addressed the crowd. Ms. Shin's condition is very serious. She must be sent to a regular hospital immediately for surgery. She is a traumatic thrombophiliac, with clots from previous wounds that have worsened and spread. If you don't have timely surgery, I'm afraid my life is not guaranteed. The middle-aged man was in a hurry. Quickly take the lady to the hospital. Thus, Shin's family started to get busy, immediately leaving Yi Shuhan and Lin Lang hanging out to dry. Lin Lang couldn't help but feel a little embarrassed as he watched the scene. Ms. Yi, it seems like we came at a bad time? Yi Shuhan was anxious and pulled the middle-aged man, saying, Uncle Shun, I've seen Dr. Lin save people with excellent results, and it took very little time. You let him try. Chapter 5 You're in the family. Shin Xingfeng was the head of the Shin family. The Shin family was also one of the 4 great families of Tianhai. To be able to become the head of the 4 great families, Shin Xingfeng's ability could not be questioned. However, the person Yi Shuhan had highly recommended, he couldn't look at him at all. Shuhan, don't say anything, just send it to your hospital and let those chief doctors prepare for the operation. I have pampered this child so much that I have allowed her to be capricious and live to drag her condition to this point. Uncle Shun, believe me for once, I saw Dr. Lin with my own eyes. Yi Shuhan still wanted to recommend Lin Lang, but Shin Xingfeng said decisively, there is no need for words, do as I say. Just then, Lin Lang curiously glanced at the room whose door was hidden. In a flash, he saw a red gas. According to the true chapter of Destiny Source, the red color of Qi, the main trauma, this $1,000 lady is indeed, as that old doctor said, supposed to be a patient of traumatic thrombosis. But, this red Qi of hers is already almost fiery red. This means that she is so sick that she can't even be delayed from being sent to the middle of the hospital. Saving people is like putting out a fire. Lin Lang, in the spirit of a healer's heart, could not think carefully enough and sneaked into Shun Ruwashi's room. Afterwards, Lin Lang took out the silver needles he had prepared beforehand and finished sterilizing them. He was about to perform the needle technique when Shun Ruwashi's eyes widened in surprise. Who are you? What are you going to do? Are you trying to get me killed? Lin Lang explained slightly. I'm here to save you. Your family. They are preparing to send you to the hospital for surgery, but this life of yours won't last until you get to the hospital. Actually, you should have gone to the hospital a long time ago, but for some reason you didn't. But there's no harm in it. You're lucky you ran into me. I owe Yi Shuhan a heavenly favor, and I'm returning it to her now. Shun Ruwashi looked wary. Do you know who I am? I don't care who you are. In my eyes you're just a patient. Shun Ruwashi was first startled, then revealed a bitter smile. No one's dared to talk to me like that in years. You're quite funny. Are you really the one Shuhan hired to cure me? Yes. You can heal me? Shouldn't be a problem. You say should in front of me? You dare to make a move to cure me without full certainty? Lin Lang took another glance at Shun Ruwashi's gas. If you keep on talking nonsense with me, you'll ascend to heaven without me having to make a move later on. Ha, you do have an interesting youngster. You're probably not as old as me. Okay, cut the crap. Do you want me to heal? You know why I don't want to go to the hospital? You have less than 10 minutes. That's also enough. To tell you the truth, I didn't want to go to the hospital because my wound was on my chest. I don't want another man to see my private parts. Lin Lang's eyes glared. That's the only reason? That's why you haven't gone to the hospital for treatment? And what else? My body. I can only show it to my man. But right now, I don't even have a boyfriend. Ha, are you sickly, or are you just sickly? What do you care about that when you're already halfway to the ghost gate? When I was first injured, it was a female doctor who treated my wounds. But my father said that if he wanted to do the surgery, he would only be comfortable with it being done by accomplished male doctors. But I don't want a male doctor to operate on me. Aha! Lin Lang nodded and immediately began to pack up the silver needles. Shun Ruwashi looked at him with a surprised face. You don't want to cure me? Lin Lang didn't have the heart to say, I'm sorry, my medical skills aren't very good. To heal you, you have to take off your clothes, including your underwear. Otherwise, I can't unclog your meridians and get rid of your blood clots. And you insist on not letting other men see your body. Sorry, there's really nothing I can do about it. In fact, Lin Lang wanted to cure this sickly woman from the bottom of his heart. Even if he didn't receive the inheritance from the Lin family's ancestor, he would cure every patient he saw as far as his ability allowed. Healer. This is his innate good qualities. But the female patient in front of me was just too sickly. Lin Lang knew that she was the eldest lady of the Shin family, and he was also clear about the reason why Yi Shuhan had told him 1,000 times before. But it was really not good for him to do much if the patient did not cooperate. Saving a life is better than building a 7-level pagoda, but only if the person is willing to let you save it. At this point, Shin Ruwashi suddenly laughed. You're really too funny. Tell you what, I'll let you cure it. But then, I can't go against my principles. So, when I think about it, there's only one way. Lin Lang looked at her suspiciously. What way? Shin Ruwashi smiled wryly. You join the family. Lin Lang's eyes bulged with shock. Are you kidding me? No, I'm serious. I think I am the Shin family's daughter. Sooner or later I have to marry. Instead of being treated as a victim of a political union, she marries her savior. Besides, I can see that you're not a bad person. Lin Lang cried and laughed. Which I can you see that I'm not a bad person? Both of them look out. Lin Lang shook his head and took out the silver needle again. That's just it. I'm going to save you whether you want to or not. After all, I can't watch you leave before my eyes. After saying that, Lin Lang pressed on the back of Shin Ruwashi's head according to the pointing technique recorded in the true chapter of Life Source. In an instant, Shin Ruwashi's eyes rolled over and she fainted. Immediately afterward, Lin Lang removed all of Shin Ruwashi's clothes and saw the white scene, as well as the 10-centimeter long scar on his chest. How could this young lady be so badly injured? Although curious, Lin Lang knew he couldn't waste any more time. He immediately opened his chi eyes and saw the meridian condensation points on Shin Ruwashi's body. This meridian condensation point was right in front of Shin Ruwashi's chest. He held his breath and began to perform the 9 needles of soul return. A moment later, he removed the 9 silver needles, and the 9 tiny wounds immediately oozed out tiny blood-red impurities. Phew! He exhaled a breath of air and wiped a handful of sweat from his forehead. At this point, the door to the room was suddenly opened, and the person outside the door, just in time to see Lin Lang's movement of collecting the needles and standing up, and in front of his eyes was a Shin family's eldest lady who was not wearing upper body clothing. Lin Lang, what are you doing? Are you out of your mind? Lin Lang looked at the doorway and saw Yi Shuhan with an angry face. I'm treating a mess. Shin, it's done. The Shin family members outside the door heard the commotion and all surged over, and Yi Shuhan hurriedly came to the unconscious Shin Ruwashi and blocked the clothes in front of her chest. You cured Daryl? But why is she in a coma again? What did you do to him? Chapter 6. Don't you dare take it out on me. Shin Qingfeng was first stunned, then with a cold face, he drank in a deep voice. Men, get this boy under control. No need to send him to the sheriff's department. Just let him stay here. If something happens to Daryl, I want this kid to be buried with him. Several black-clothed bodyguards immediately rushed to Lin Lang's side, ready to strike. Lin Lang didn't expect to be treated like this after he saved someone. A wave of anger that came out. At this time, Yi Shuhan reacted. Uncle Shun, Lin Lang, he should have cured Daryl. The numbers on the medical equipment, they seem to have stabilized? The crowd craned their heads. Shin Ruwashi's vital signs numbers, they've turned normal? The old doctor immediately rushed over. After a careful inspection, he said with a bewildered look on his face, Family Master Shin, your daughter's traumatic thrombus seems to be really gone. The whole room was shocked. Lin Lang said to Yi Shuhan with a cold face, I've done what I promised you. Yi Shuhan looked grateful. Aha, I saw it all. So, can I go now? Yi Shuhan didn't say anything. Lin Lang hummed lightly and walked towards the door on his own. When the Shin family members saw that the family head didn't give the word, they were also sensible enough to make way. Only when Lin Lang had already walked out of the villa did Shin Qingfeng react. Quickly bring Mr. Lin back. He's Daryl's savior. I want to thank him properly. At this point, Shin Ruwashi opened her eyes in a daze and frowned as she looked at the roomful of people. What happened? You were cured by Lin Lang. Yi Shuhan was brief and clear. Shin Ruwashi molded over and the corner of her mouth curved up. I really wasn't wrong about anyone. Where is my savior? No, where is my fiancé? Fiancé? The Shin family members led by Shin Qingfeng all looked at Shin Ruwashi in surprise. Shin Ruwashi was already a quirky person. Much of her day-to-day behavior could not be described as normal, but people were used to seeing her and gradually tolerated her capriciousness. But now, a fiancé made them realize the seriousness of the problem. This girl isn't going to be naughty again, is she? Shin Qingfeng smiled awkwardly and said, Ruwashi, you've recovered from a serious illness, so rest first. Thank Dr. Lin for what he did, and I'll go and do it for you. Shin Ruwashi took a look at him and her face changed abruptly. Dr. Lin is your son-in-law. All of you get out. Shin Qingfeng opened his mouth to say something, but but he still let out a light sigh and led the crowd out of the room. Subsequently, Shinruwashi immediately put on her clothes and revealed a faint smile to Yi Shuhan. Go, good sister, accompany me to find my husband. Yi Shuhan was shocked. Daryl, you're not joking? You really want to marry Lin Lang? You and he don't even know each other. He just cured you. Just? A touch of gravity appeared in Shinruwashi's eyes. Good sister, you've been urged by your family to get married during this period of time, right? Have you really considered yourself ending up married to a clothes horse in the future but unable to get divorced? To put it mildly, we're all pawns, but I, the pawn, don't want to be manipulated. After saying that, Shinruwashi is already out of the room, leaving behind the jaw-dropping Yi Shuhan. When the two of them met again, it was at a roadside stall. Lin Lang had spent a lot of spiritual energy in order to save Shinruwashi, and at this time, he only felt hungry, so he found a roadside stall and prepared to fill his stomach. Seeing the two women sitting companionably by his side, he frowned and couldn't help but ask, I've saved the man, I've returned your favor, what more do you want from me? Wow, you like that Shue singer too? That's great, I really like his song, what more do you want from me? Shinruwashi was excited, but the two of them, Lin Lang, felt that their heads were a bit big. I'm afraid this ninny should see a brain surgeon. At this time, Shinruwashi's smile was restrained and she said with a straight face, Mr. Lin, for saving your life, I thought about it and could only repay you with my body. On the way here, Daryl told me the basics about you, and I think we're a good fit. I did joke before, but now, I'm serious. What's it to me if you recognize it or not? Lin Lang shook his head. MS. Shin, you're $1,000 lady. I'm a grassroots. The two of us are doomed. Please don't make fun of me with things like that again. Shinruwashi was about to speak when a fiery red sports car stopped in front of the stall. Xian, is this the store you said had excellent flavor? It's just a roadside stand. I'm so disappointed. Xiao Tian, don't look at this place as remote, but the taste of this store is indeed very good. Why don't you eat some with me? I just love it here. Hey, don't worry, I'll feed you wherever you're hungry. Nasty. While Chen Xian and Qin Xiaotian were flirting, they also discovered Lin Lang's trio. Injustice. Qin Xiaotian was about to chide him twice, but then he suddenly realized that beside Lin Lang, there were the two major beauties of Tianhai sitting. As for Chen Xian, seeing Lin Lang, who was being surrounded by beauties left and right, her heart was also in a bad mood. At this point, Qin Xiaotian walked up to Lin Lang and sneered, Rubbish, you think you can turn over a new leaf just because you have Yi Shuhan to give you a job? To tell you the truth, trash is trash everywhere you go. It can only be a salted fish for the rest of its life. Lin Lang hated Qin Xiaotian to the bone and immediately returned. Qin Xiaotian, you won't be able to jump around for a few days. Qin Xiaotian was full of arrogance. Rubbish. It's useless to just be clever. Do you know what class means? You'll never be able to catch up with my status and position in your lifetime. I look at you as if you were a mole cricket. I won't give you a chance to retaliate. Going out these days, be careful. Oh. Qin Xiaotian wrapped his arms around Chen Xian and deliberately kissed her on the cheek. Xian, this place is full of trash. It's not suitable for the two of us to stay. Let's go. I'll take you to a better place for a midnight snack. Lin Lang's eyes narrowed slightly and he suddenly turned his head to look at Shinruwashi. Shinruwashi, don't you want to marry me? Now that I'm being bullied like this, don't you dare take the heat for me. This, on Shinruwashi's face, a difficult color appeared. The Shin family had a lot of cooperation with Qin Xiaotian's father. She and Qin Xiaotian even knew each other from childhood. And although she was not a fan of this dude, Qin Xiao was the director of the largest public hospital in Tianhai, and his background was even not inferior to the Shin family. If she stood up for Lin Lang at this moment, she wouldn't be able to give a good explanation on either the Shin family or Qin Xiao's side. She's quirky and often out of her element, but she still has her own boundaries. To offend the Qin family for Lin Lang, I'm afraid she wouldn't want to go out in the future. Lin Lang saw her thoughts, sneered coldly, and leapt to his feet. You can't even compare to Yi Shuhan. So, you rich kids who haven't experienced human suffering, don't play any more house games with me. From now on, we are strangers, so don't bother me anymore. Chapter 7. You still have the face? At this time, Lin Lang opened his chi eyes and glanced at Qin Xiaotian. The two green auras were particularly conspicuous. This Dean's son doesn't seem to have had much fun with women. The two green gases indicate that his gender disease is more serious than that Surgeon General Wang Sen. However, Qin Xiaotian had practiced for a few years and had good hands, so he couldn't beat him up like he beat up Wang Sen. The only way to trigger his gender dysphoria is to find another way. It seems that upgrading yourself is the immediate thing to do. Lin Lang held back. Although he hated Qin Xiaotian, his previous experience had made him more mature. It's not too late for a gentleman to take revenge. What's more, what he wanted wasn't to screw over Qin Xiaotian, but to make him go up in smoke. After all, Ancestral teachings cannot be violated. Lin Lang stopped a cab and left. Looking at his distant back, Yi Shuhan only felt very embarrassed. Her own good girlfriend had to run out to find Lin Lang, but she didn't expect Lin Lang to shut her up with a soul torture. Looking at her good best friend who didn't say a word, as if she had been dealt a fatal blow, Yi Shuhan couldn't help but sigh. Daryl, I think Lin Lang's words are still very reasonable. You and him are ultimately people from two worlds, and even if you want to get rid of your fate, you shouldn't use him, an ordinary person, as a springboard. Go away. The others have made it clear, and you should not go to him again. At that moment, Shinruwashi woke up as if from a dream, but the corners of her mouth curved up. I did joke before, but now, I'm not married to him. This son is by no means a fish in a pond. The man Shunruwashi, pick will not be bad. He works at your hospital anyway. I've got plenty of opportunities. As for Qin Xiaotian, I admit that I just wimped out. Yi Shuhan only felt a flock of crows flying past her eyes. You can't really guess what's going on in the mind of this best friend. The next day, Lin Lang reported to the Yi family hospital on time. He was guided through the onboarding process by a staff member. Yi Shuhan didn't go back on her word and directly skipped his probationary period, making him a full-fledged employee. He was exchanging pleasantries and politeness with his new colleagues when he saw a line of people rush into the hospital and push a mobile hospital bed. Get out of the way. All get out of the way. Anyone who dares to stand in the way will be killed without pardon. The man was full of ferocity and was shunned by many patients and medical staff. A few moments later, Lin Lang even saw the dean with a group of chief physicians, hurriedly rushing to the emergency room. What happened? Who was that man who pushed in just now? How could it make the dean so nervous? Lin Lang asked curiously. At that moment, a nurse named Zhou Xiaoxiao stared at Lin Lang with wide eyes, as if she was looking at an alien. You don't know what was just pushed through? Lin Lang studied hard and diligently in school, and before he graduated, he did a lot of part-time jobs to pay for his mother's treatment, and after he became an intern, he concentrated on ghostwriting papers for Wang Sen. He was naturally less familiar with many people and things in the outside world. I don't know, is this guy famous? Zhou Xiaoxiao touched her forehead and sighed. Are all of you highly talented students at the medical school nerds? The person lying on the hospital bed just now is called Wang Dafu. As his name suggests, he is the richest man in Tianhai. The four great families didn't dare to act arbitrarily in his presence. It's rumored that he still has the power of the capital behind him. Wang Dafu? That's a bit of an earthy name. Zhou Xiaoxiao sent Lin Lang a blank stare. What does it matter if it's dirt or not? He's the richest man in the world. Lin Lang curiously asked. How do you know this richest man? Zhou Xiaoxiao said in a serious manner. This richest man has an old problem and has been treated in our hospital. I had the honor of taking care of him, but he came in lying down today, which means that his old problem may have returned. And worsened. What's his old problem? Zhou Xiaoxiao returned. I'm not too sure what exactly is wrong. I only know that he has liver problems. Lin Lang let out an oh-so-slight sound and no longer cared about this richest man. He had just arrived at the Yi family hospital today, and there were still many things he needed to familiarize himself with. It didn't take long. Yi Shuhan walked over with a nervous face. Lin Lang, come with me. Lin Lang was at a loss. What's the situation? Yi Shuhan frowned. Wang Dafu's situation is not optimistic. It is said that the poisoning has triggered an old problem on the liver. The dean and several chief physicians discussed the matter for a while, but none of them were sure of curing him. Even, they have notified the elite physicians from other hospitals and invited them to come over for a joint consultation. Lin Lang let out a bitter smile. Since we're all going to the consultation, my going won't be of much use, will it? Yi Shuhan said with a straight face. Actually, I didn't expect much from you. It's just that Daryl said something to me last night after you left that made me think you had potential. I didn't ask you to go over there so you could treat Wang Dafu. Right now, Wang Dafu's ward is filled with almost all of Tianhai's ace doctors, and you going to meet the world or make connections is the main purpose. Daryl asked me to take care of you more, so I made that decision. As a matter of common sense, you wouldn't be able to get into that room with your seniority. Lin Lang rubbed his forehead, speechless. The brain of that Chen family's daughter is the most impervious thing he has seen in more than 20 years. Okay, I'll go over with you. Subsequently, the two came to the front of the emergency room, but were stopped. The menacing man who had a previous encounter had a cold face. No one, except the directors of the various hospitals and famous doctors, is allowed to enter. Yi Shuhan was a little embarrassed. I'm Yi Shuhan, the largest shareholder of this hospital. As long as you're not a famous doctor, you can't go in. Yi Shuhan was about to argue on the basis of reason when she saw Qin Xiu and the others walking over. Qin Xiu, as a representative of Tianhai Hospital, was also invited over for a consultation. Behind him, there are two acquaintances of Lin Lang, Wang Sen and Qin Xiaotian. The fierce-faced man took a look at a few people and immediately got out of the way. Dean Qin, please. Qin Xiu revealed a smile, nodded towards Yi Shuhan, and without even looking at Lin Lang, he strode in with his toes in the air. Qin Xiaotian even sneered and lowered his voice line. What? You really think you're someone? You can even treat people like Wang Dafu? Class exists wherever you are. Crappy doctors like you. Go back where you came from. After speaking, Qin Xiaotian also walked in with his head held high. At this point, Wang Xin didn't want to have any more interactions with Lin Lang, a tender head, so he wanted to enter the room directly, but Lin Lang stopped him. Director Wang, why do you have so many pimples on your face? On fire. I'm on fire. Wang Xin was very reluctant to take care of Lin Lang and casually found a reason to try to pass it off, but the corner of Lin Lang's mouth picked up, and he said rather profoundly, Director Wang, your gender diseases are written all over your face, and you still have the face to enter this emergency room? Chapter 8. You are not saving lives, you are harming them. When these words came out, Qin Xiu's father and son immediately stopped their steps and looked back. Yi Shuhan and the fierce-faced man also looked at Lin Lang curiously. Wang Xin was shaken by Lin Lang's pointing out the truth. In an instant, he was sweating like a pig and his face was red. What are you babbling about? Before the words left his mouth, Lin Lang added, your gender disease, although it's not considered serious, but the patient inside is in critical condition. If he is infected with your virus, in all likelihood, he won't survive. Director Wang, you're in such a hurry to go in. Are you trying to use your illness to backstab the patients inside? The fierce-faced man's eyes glared and he immediately stopped Wang Xin with a big wave of his hand. You really have a gender disorder? Seeing this, Qin Xiu hurriedly rounded off the scene. How could Director Wang suffer from that kind of disease? Don't listen to this kid's nonsense. He's an intern who was fired from our hospital. He said that to retaliate against our hospital. The fierce-faced man's eyes narrowed slightly, his murderous aura rising, but Lin Lang met his gaze without the slightest fear. Dean Qin, you're a celebrity in Tianhai's medical world. Are you sure you want to pack your bags for Director Wang if he has that kind of disease? If what I say is true, your prestige as dean is in tatters? Qin Xiu had a stern face, and for the first time, he looked squarely at Lin Lang. From Wang Xin's reaction as well as his symptoms, he knew that what Lin Lang said was true, and Wang Dafu was the richest man in Tianhai, with such a high status that even he didn't dare to offend easily. If it was known that he had brought a doctor with gender dysphoria into the ward, he wouldn't be able to jump into the Yellow River. To play it safe, Qin Xiu thought of an excellent wording. Director Wang, you're too tired after only 2 surgeries today, so you can wait outside. Wang Xin was relieved to see a step down. Okay, Dean, I'll be right outside, waiting for your good news. After saying that, he glared at Lin Lang and walked aside alone, acting as a mute. Seeing that the trouble was over, Qin Xiu grunted and turned around to enter the emergency room, and Lin Lang happened to see Wang Dafu on the operating table. 5 black breaths. Moreover, the black is actually permeated with 2 colors of green and purple. This phenomenon is documented in the true chapter of The Source of Destiny. The presence of green gas indicated that the richest man was indeed poisoned. Purple gas indicates that the richest man has a stubborn disease in his internal organs, and the black gas itself is the human body state of the appearance, although does not represent a specific disease, but once appeared, it proves that the person has been very sick. At any time there is a danger to life. In addition, this 3-colored qi, which was incomparably deep, was even more severe than the 5 failures of the lesser celestials. Lin Lang frowned and couldn't help but sigh. Acute liver failure induced by poison. Moreover, the patient himself suffered from extremely severe chronic liver disease. The patient's liver function is deteriorating dramatically, manifested primarily by abnormal impairment of consciousness, which may lead to acute coagulation dysfunction, hemorrhage or disseminated intravascular coagulation, and a life-threatening condition. Remember to get rid of the toxins first, then do the surgery. No amount of successful surgery will help if the poison is not removed. When he finished, he turned around and prepared to leave. However, the fierce-faced man and Yi Shuhan were stunned. Lin Lang was so energized that he didn't look like he was making things up, and there was even more confidence in his eyes as he said this. Although the fierce-faced man acted in an overbearing manner, he was also a man of rough and tumble. He mulled it over and asked with a straight face, "Are you sure that Mr. Wang's illness is acute liver failure caused by poisoning?" Lin Lang said without looking back. Sure, as well as sure. The fierce-faced man looked at Yi Shuhan again. You own this hospital, can you vouch for the words of this young doctor? Yi Shuhan was first stunned, then she also nodded decisively. I absolutely trust Dr. Lin's medical skills. Without any hesitation, the fierce-faced man spoke bluntly. Good, you can take this young doctor in, because what he said about the condition is exactly the same as what those specialists said, word for word. Moreover, Those experts came to that conclusion only after a lot of examinations, with various laboratory tests. And this kid was able to come to the exact same conclusion as them just by looking at it. On that basis, and with your guarantee as a boss, I believe him. Yi Shuhan breathed a sigh of relief and nodded. Well, saving people is important. We'll go in first. In the emergency room, more than a dozen medical experts who were renowned in the Tianhai medical world were nervously discussing Wang Dafu's treatment plan. At this time, he suddenly saw Yi Shuhan walking in with a young doctor and was also confused. Zhou Xinwen, the dean of this hospital, even leaned over sharply and lowered his voice line. Boss, it's okay for you to come in, but what do you mean you brought this young man in? Now that Wang Dafu is in critical condition, we are discussing the treatment plan. No one is allowed to enter. Yi Shuhan explained. Dean Shou, this is Dr. Lin. Don't look at him as young, but his medical skills are very superior. I've witnessed it with my own eyes. Superior medical skills? Just a doctor in training with very bad morals. Miss Ye's words should not be taken at face value. When Qin Xiu realized that Lin Lang had entered the area, he immediately attacked him. A few gray-haired old doctors instantly understand that this young man is a crony. An old man snorted coldly and said in a deep voice, Girl, this is not an exhibition hall. Saving people is like putting out a fire. Take your people and leave quickly. After that, the old man addressed the other doctors. Wang Dafu's situation is terrible. We can't hesitate any longer. The program is so set that it can't be delayed any longer. The patient was first given a liver transplant. His liver disease was already severe, and now he's in acute failure and on the verge of complete necrosis. It can't be delayed any longer. Also, while doing the surgery, he must be given a serum input to control the spread of the poison in his body or to detoxify it. The crowd nodded in recognition, and Lin Lang, as a student of the medical university, naturally recognized this old man. He is the Tianhai medical profession's titan, Lu Ming. Lu Ming paused and added, Did you find out what poison he had? You guys said it was snake venom before. Are you sure? A sweaty doctor immediately returned. Based on the patient's family's statement and our initial screening, the patient should have been poisoned with 5-step snake venom. It just so happens that Yi Family Hospital has serum for 5-step snake venom. Good. Immediately prepare the serum and the O-type blood that the patient needs. I'll be the main surgeon this time. President Qin and President Lu you assist. Qin Xiu and the other middle-aged doctor immediately nodded their heads and stood at attention. Just as these renowned doctors were about to get busy, Lin Lang frowned and said in a deep voice, Getting rid of poison while performing surgery? You're not saving lives. You're harming them. Chapter 9 Medical Miracles. Lin Lang's words shook the entire room. Lu Ming even frowned and chimed in coldly. Where did the brat come from? Still talking crazy here. Don't hurry up and get out. We're going to start the surgery, and no idle hands are allowed inside the emergency room. Qin Xiu and the others also had cold smiles on their faces, and the mockery was obvious. Lin Lang, however, said with a solemn face, If you really want to save this patient's life, you need to get rid of the toxins first and then do a liver transplant. It's common sense. How could you reputable old doctors make such a mistake? Lin Lang was telling the big truth. All this general medical knowledge is written in the textbooks, but these long-established doctors insist on doing surgery and detoxing at the same time? This is the stupidest thing to do. Even if the liver transplant is very successful, the toxins are still in the body and will surely infiltrate the new transplanted liver. At that time, the new liver transplanted by the patient can also become reinfected, undoing the results of the liver transplant. At that moment, Lu Ming returned in a cold voice. Of course I want to detoxify before I do a liver transplant, but the patient's condition is precarious, and he may not be able to hold out before the process of removing the poison is completed. Although this method is a bit risky, it is the best option at the moment. I'm also drunk. Explaining to you a tender head. Men, kick this brat out. Don't delay our precious time of saving people. Lin Lang heard and understood. It turned out that these guys were not at all sure that they could successfully detoxify Wang Dafu in a short period of time. So, they had to take a huge risk by detoxifying the liver while doing a liver transplant. It's a 9-death end for the patient. Not 10 deaths. Give me 2 minutes. No, 1 minute. I'll get rid of the poison for the patient first. If I can't do it, you guys can follow your own program again. Lin Lang shouted in a deep voice, causing these long-established and famous doctors to be shaken. Everyone cast their eyes on him, and of course, their eyes were filled with mockery. Yi Shuhan swept a glance at the crowd and frowned. She didn't understand why Lin Lang, an intern doctor who had just graduated a year ago, dared to call out in front of this group of titanic figures in the medical field. Is he doing this just for attention? Or is what he said correct? The only way to cure Wang Dafu is to get rid of the poison first, then do the surgery? At this time, Lin Lang took another close look at Wang Dafu's qi. Black gas is thick, green gas is clanking, purple gas lingers. It can't be delayed any longer. Lin Lang put his heart on the line, took out the silver needle, sterilized it with alcohol, and ran directly to the operating table. These famous doctors, who were usually used to being touted by others, also froze in place with a blank look on their faces. Suddenly, Lin Lang took a deep breath of air and made the 9 needles of soul recovery in front of everyone's eyes. 9 silver needles were stuck on Wang Dafu's body in a lightning-fast manner. The location where the 9 needles fell was exactly the meridian condensation point on Wang Dafu's body. At the same time, Lin Lang also secretly urged the spiritual qi in his body to make these 9 silver needles spin rapidly. This scene stunned everyone. Afterwards, Lin Lang first pulled out the 3 silver needles, allowing 3 streams of black blood to flow out along the tiny wound. Immediately afterward, he pulled out the remaining 6 silver needles and followed the qi transmission technique recorded in the true chapter of Fate Source to send a stream of supremely pure spiritual qi into Wang Dafu's body. Phew! Lin Lang let out a breath of air and wiped a handful of sweat from his forehead. And the entire process of him casting the 9 needles of soul return took exactly 1 minute. The poison that Wang Dafu was poisoned with has been relieved. In addition, the 9 needles of soul return had unblocked the meridian condensation points in his body, taking him out of the danger phase. The only thing that was a bit unfortunate was that Wang Dafu's liver disease was very serious, plus the fact that he had been poisoned before had made it extremely worsened. So even if Lin Lang tried his best, he could only maximize the relief of his condition, but not cure it. To completely cure Wang Dafu's liver disease, in Lin Lang's opinion, there were currently only 2 methods. 1, as Lu Ming said, is to have a liver transplant. Of course, as long as it's a surgery, there are certain risks involved. The second was that one's cultivation had greatly advanced, and one had learned and mastered the various magical means recorded in the true chapter of the origin of life. Those means, together with some conditioning remedies, would be able to cure Wang Dafu's liver disease. Still not strong enough. It seemed that putting in the hard work of practicing and delving into the true chapter of the life source was the only way to make one's medical skills more refined. At this point, the celebrity doctors in the emergency room looked back in anger. What did you do to the patient? Why is there black blood coming out? You are committing a crime. How dare you, a youngster, use acupuncture in front of us? Humph. The patient's life is on the line and you're treating him with that crappy acupuncture? You claptrap is a disgrace to our medical profession. If anything happens to Wang Dafu, we're all witnesses. It can be proved that this boy is the murderer. The one who said this was none other than Qin Xiao. And Qin Xiaotian also revealed a cold smile from the side, smug to the core. Lin Lang's performance during his internship was actually excellent, but this kid dared to make a rash move in front of these titans, and use acupuncture that has no effect? He's really looking for death. Suddenly, Lu Ming's surprised voice interrupted the crowd's vociferous criticism of Lin Lang. Quick look, the patient's vital sign values became normal? Everyone looked at the medical equipment on the side and realized that it was just as Lu Ming had said. The values of Wang Dafu's vital signs are no different from those of a normal person. Lu Ming looked at the equipment and was dumbfounded. In decades of practicing medicine, this was the first time he had seen such an unthinkable phenomenon. One moment, the patient was dying, half dead. Now, the patient's condition is not only under control, but he's acting like a normal person? For a moment, the emergency room was so silent and quiet you could hear a pin drop. Is this a medical miracle? Yi Shuhan muttered a small sentence, but it was heard by everyone. Lu Ming reacted and immediately came behind Lin Lang, who was preparing to leave. Wait a minute, young man. Lin Lang looked back. Anything else? The means you just used is really acupuncture? Lin Lang nodded. Yes, it is indeed acupuncture. It's just a little different from ordinary acupuncture. Lu Ming suddenly remembered something and lowered his voice line. People can't look at each other, and the seawater can't be measured. I didn't expect you to learn the ancient lost soul returning 9 needles. Young man, I'd like to talk to you at length. Just at this moment, Wang Dafu on the operating table slowly opened his eyes. He woke up. Wang Dafu looked around, then slowly sat up. White coats, operating room. I'm not dead yet? Lu Ming immediately returned. Mr. Wang, you're fine for the time being. Your condition is under control by this young doctor. Chapter 10 Vortex. Lu Ming briefly recounted what had happened before. The corner of Wang Dafu's mouth curved up after listening quietly. That is to say, you famous doctors were about to save me in an extremely risky way when this young doctor decided that you were all wrong. Then, he made a decisive move and pulled me back from the brink? Am I correct in understanding this? After hearing this, those famous doctors in the room silently lowered their heads. Lu Ming, however, said with a serious face, strictly speaking, that's it, Mr. Wang. The treatment plan I proposed is extremely risky. It was this young doctor who grasped your last chance to live. Wang Dafu grinned and added, not bad, not bad. The waves of the Yangtze River push forward the waves of the past. It seems like you have to serve your old age as well. Lu Lao, I was unconscious when I came in earlier. Now I feel twice as fit. It seems that this young man's medical skills are, indeed, very exquisite. After speaking, Wang Dafu nodded and flicked his head towards Lin Lang, his eyes filled with gratitude. Subsequently, those elite physicians from major hospitals, conscious that they no longer had the face to stay here, buried their heads and walked out of the emergency room. Before Lu Ming left, he patted Lin Lang's shoulder and smiled blandly. I'll wait for you outside. You talk to Mr. Wang first. After all, you're the one who saved his life. Lin Lang was not a fan of other doctors, but Lu Ming, as the leader of Tianhai's medical community, not only dared to admit his mistakes, but also treated him politely, which gave him great favor. Okay, please ask Elder Lu to wait outside for a moment. Not long after, the fierce-faced man ran in hurriedly with a noblewoman as well as a young man. Mr. Wang, are you alright? Wang Dafu laughed. Xiao Zhang, I'm fine. It was this young man who saved me. The fierce-faced man's eyes widened in amazement. The noblewoman then came to Wang Dafu and held him steady. Honey, I heard you were bitten by a poisonous snake and it triggered your old problem. I was scared to death and rushed over. And yet I didn't expect you to be cured in such a short time? Wang Dafu's deep eyes swept over the noblewoman. You're a little upset that I'm not dead, aren't you? Which is? The noblewoman blushed slightly and said no more. At that moment, the young man also said as if he was relieved. Dad, I heard the news and only just got there. I'm glad you're okay. Wang Dafu coldly glared at the young man and then turned his friendly gaze towards Lin Lang. Young man, you are my savior. What do you want? Say it. Lin Lang blandly returned. I don't want anything. I'm a doctor. You're a patient. It's only natural for me to save you. Wang Dafu froze. Ha, the lad has good character. But well, I, Wang Dafu, don't like to be maudlin in my work. You saved me. I must show my gratitude. In that case, I'll neither give you cash nor any VIP card. I'll give you some shares. The moment these words came out, the few people present were all shocked. Even Lin Lang, his eyes bulged with astonishment. Mr. Wang, what did you say? Wang Dafu smiled blandly. I said, I want to give you company shares. Give you cash. It's tacky. Giving you some kind of VIP card is even cheesier. I'll give you shares in the company straight away, so you won't have to worry about food or clothing for the rest of your life, or even the next. I can see that you are a young doctor with high medical ethics. Young people, new to society, will definitely worry about money. If sometime in the future, you, a fine young man, sell your conscience for money, then this society, there will be one less good doctor who is a healer. Lin Lang blushed, remembering what he had done before. Mr. Wang, I'm not as good as you think, and, as you said, I did do some less than honorable things to get my mother's medical bills paid. Wang Dafu was slightly stunned, and then he laughed out loud. I told you, how could I be wrong about someone? After 20 years in the mall, I'm pretty good at reading people. Dare to admit your mistakes. You've outdone a lot of people. You're so much better than those who are deadbeat. Alright, the matter is settled. Xiao Zhang, later you have your lawyer prepare the share transfer documents. I'm going to give Dr. Lin 10% of the shares. And, it's a share in my head office. One word stirs up 1,000 waves. The noblewoman immediately said, Husband, why are you being so childish? 10% of our head office is worth billions. At a conservative estimate, you say you're giving it away? The young man chimed in. Dad, you haven't even given me that much money. Now, you're going to give an outsider so much money? This 10% stake is worth billions? In an instant, Lin Lang was also confused. Mr. Wang, this gift of yours, I can't take it. Wang Dafu coldly glanced at the others and then smiled at Lin Lang. No, you must take it. What's the matter? Are you thinking that my life, Wang Dafu, is not worth these billions? I've at least been called the richest man for so many years. Your life, surely, is priceless, but you didn't have to give me so much money. Besides, I'm a doctor. I should save you. You don't have to thank me like this. No. Wang Dafu shook his head and pugilized simple colloquialisms with a heavy dialect flavor out of his mouth. Anything, lad, has a price. My life, I think, is far more than that. You saved me, and I'm going to give it whether you take my gift or not. Lin Lang frowned and wanted to refuse, but Wang Dafu suddenly buried his head and said in a deep voice, Young man, do me a favor. Promise to take these shares first. I'm going to clean house and need a favor from an unsuspecting outsider. You saved me. That's a big favor. If you help me this one more time, this will make me happier than if you save me. Lin Lang looked at this richest man curiously, confused. Cleaning house? What does that mean? Could it be that I was inadvertently caught up in the vortex of a powerful family fighting over their fortune? Wang Dafu patted Lin Lang's shoulder and laughed loudly. Alright, that's what's been decided. Too much ink and you won't look like a man. I'm still feeling a little tired, so I'm going home to recuperate first. I'll have Xiao Zhang bring the contract over this afternoon. Dr. Lin, I'll see you later. Wang Dafu walked out of the emergency room alone. The noblewoman and the young man, glancing at each other, hurriedly followed. Lin Lang, on the other hand, froze in place with a bitter smile on his face. The behavior of this richest man eluded him. It's just a matter of refusing to sign the contract when the time comes. After thinking it through, Lin Lang walked out the door and saw Lu Ming, who was waiting with his head. Chapter 11. Teacher, I want to learn. Lu Ming walked over quickly with an excited look on his face. Xiao Lin, I just heard Yi Shuhan talk about your deeds. You're young and gentle, but you've mastered an ancient needle technique like the 9 needles of soul return. It's too shocking to me. Lin Lang humbly replied back. I only learned this set of stitches by chance. Also, I'm not exactly skilled and I need to keep learning. Lu Ming revealed a flash of appreciation. Young people nowadays, they're all too fickle, too frivolous. There are so few young men who keep a low profile like you. Very well, Kobayashi. I have a less mature idea. Elder Lu, you said. Lu Ming smiled indifferently. I want to learn your 9 needles of soul return. Of course, I know that there is no free lunch under the sky. Like this, I can introduce you to the Xia State Medical Association. When you get in there, your connections, your resources, are greatly enhanced. You're so young, you need to plan for the future. Without any hesitation, Lin Lang politely declined the offer. Elder Lu, I'm still young and don't have enough seniority, so I don't want to enter the General Medical Council just yet. As for the matter of you wanting to learn the 9 needles of the returning soul, forgive me, I can't teach you. The true chapter of Destiny Source was Lin Lang's greatest card. If in the process of teaching others the 9 needles of soul recovery, Lin Lang accidentally leaked this undercard, then he would definitely be frantically targeted by those who had the intention to do so. The previous experience made Lin Lang become more cautious now. Until his wings were fully fleshed out, he just wanted to keep his head down and practice and learn. However, Lu Ming thought that Lin Lang was unsatisfied with the conditions he had offered, so he increased his chips again. Ha! A title of a member of the General Medical Association doesn't seem to be enough to impress Kobayashi. I have been practicing medicine for decades, and for the first time I have seen this ancient lost needle method. I really want to learn. If Kobayashi doesn't mind, I'd like to be your teacher. In that case, I can learn this soul 9 needles in name only. Lin Lang's eyes widened in shock. Lu Lao, you are joking too much. What virtue or ability do I have to take you as my disciple? I think you'd better not joke with me like that. Lu Ming laughed out loud and said with awe, Kobayashi, I'm not joking with you. The path of healing requires continuous learning. Learning and living is what I have been practicing all my life. The returning soul 9 needles is an ancient lost needle method. I should have felt honored to see it today. But man, there's always greed. I want to learn this stitch. Therefore, I will now worship you and ask Master Lin to pass on this formation to me. After saying that, Lu Ming actually bent down and performed a big salute to Lin Lang. The people passing by in the surroundings, including those famous Tian Hai doctors who hadn't left yet, all saw the scene. The whole room was shocked. The leading figure in Tianhai's medical field had given that unknown young doctor a big salute? This kind of thing is perfectly good enough for headline news. When Lin Lang noticed that the gazes around him had converged on his body, he also blushed slightly and hurriedly assisted Lu Ming to his feet. Elder Lu, why are you doing this? Although Lu Ming was past his prime, he had a wry smile on his face that didn't match his age. In that case, Master Lin had to accept me as his disciple. However, I, Lu Ming, have acted openly and honestly all my life, and in order to learn this soul 9 needles, I have violated the principles that I have always abided by. I did it on purpose to curtsy to you in front of so many people. Lin Lang cried and laughed. He felt that he should learn the Shenmen arts recorded in the true chapter of Fate Source properly as soon as possible. In this way, you can check the calendar before you go out, because he thought the people he had met lately were so quirky. Formerly, Shinruashi insisted on marrying him. The richest man just now insisted on giving him shares in his company again. Now, this leading figure in Tianhai's medical field, but also to worship him as a teacher. How come you all don't follow the rules? Although he laughed bitterly in his heart, Lin Lang was still uneasy after receiving Lu Ming's obeisance. Elder Lu, I can teach you the 9 needles of soul return, but don't call me master. It's a bad influence. Yes, master. Elder Lu, stop screaming. Okay, master. Master, what else do you command? Lin Lang's face was red and he didn't know what to say. Lu Ming was very satisfied and laughed. Master, I'll leave first. This is my business card. When you're free, I'll come and study. Lu Ming, who was past his prime, left with a spring in his step, drawing the eyes of the surrounding crowd to him once again. This made Lin Lang uncomfortable. Near noon, Yi Shuhan took Lin Lang to the hospital cafeteria. The two of them hit 2 meals and sat looking at each other. You're a celebrity now. It's so surprising to me. Lin Lang buried his head in dry rice. Which is not true. Just don't become abnormal like them. Yi Shuhan heatedly laughed. It seems that Daryl was really right. You kid does have unlimited potential. By the way, you saved the richest man. What big gift is the richest man going to give you? Wang Dafu. This person acts in a thunderous manner, repaying favors with favors and avenging with favors, and he is generous to those who treat him well. Lin Lang truthfully replied. He said he would give me shares. Pust. Yi Shuhan was drinking soup, and when she heard this, she sprayed all the soup on Lin Lang's dinner plate. Excuse me. Yi Shuhan was surprised as she helped Lin Lang clean up. Is this richest man out of his mind too? Giving you shares? What was he thinking? I don't know. Lin Lang finished packing and suddenly said with a straight face. Mr. Yi, I have an ungrateful request. You say. I'd like a one-room office. Oh, don't worry. Daryl has already applied for you. Don't be surprised. Daryl has applied for all the privileges of our hospital for you, in addition to your separate office. You are now free to decide when you want to see your doctor and you are free to decide when you want to commute to work. Plus, you have an exclusive column in the Sky High Times. By the way, I forgot to tell you, Daryl's family has been in the media business, and the Tianhai Times is owned by their family. Oh, there's one more thing I almost forgot too. You took your physician's license before, and when you arrived at our hospital, Daryl asked me to get you a physician's license as fast as I could. You can only legally practice medicine if you have both licenses. Daryl's made some connections, and you'll have your practicing certificate by the end of the day at the earliest. To be honest, I was still sweating for you when you rashly stepped in to save Wang Dafu before practicing medicine without a license. If you are discovered by someone who has a heart, you will still be in trouble. Why is this Ms. Shen helping me like this? Yi Shuhan added with a mysterious smile. She also said that she's going to use all her resources to make you an associate physician within a year and a chief physician within 3 years. In 5 years, you'll be a nationally recognized doctor. She did all this to marry you. Don't look at me like that. Those were her exact words. I didn't half add to them. Chapter 12 Sky High Payoffs. Lin Lang slapped his forehead, speechless. Seeing this, Yi Shuhan immediately struck the iron while it was hot. You're just a straw man now, and Daryl is under a lot of pressure to marry you. But if you can scramble up within a few years, she can marry you as a matter of course. All she's doing for you is paving the way. You can stop blaming her. Lin Lang helplessly returned. I never blamed her. Of course, I never thought of marrying her either. Hey, just reply to her for me so she doesn't have to do this to me. After saying that, Lin Lang leapt up and left the cafeteria. Yi Shuhan looked at his back, and in her heart, she also played her own little game. The Yi family hospital was a private hospital, and although it had the backing of the huge Yi family, they still couldn't compete with those top public hospitals when it came to background and seniority. If a superstar doctor who rises like a comet can be trained, then, the application for a specialty hospital is in play. In addition, one's recent situation in the Yi family was somewhat unfavorable. Many Yi family members had their eyes on the meat and potatoes of the Yi family hospital. If Lin Lang could really rise quickly, then he himself would have enough backbone to fight against those people. As soon as Lin Lang returned to the large office, Nurse Zhou Xiaoxiao came over with a smile on her face. Dr. Lin, I was looking for you. Mr. Yi has arranged a single office for you. You don't need to squeeze into this big office with us now. Lin Lang nodded. Where is my office? Zhou Xiaoxiao made a gesture of invitation. Please follow me. Zhou Xiaoxiao then brought Lin Lang to a quiet office. Standing by the window, you can see the nursing home at the back of the hospital in an exceptionally beautiful setting. Dr. Lin, I'll be your little follower from now on. Please teach me more. Follower? What do you mean? Chief, he ordered her to say that you are not familiar with the place, and you need a person who is familiar with the hospital to help you do things. I fulfill that condition exactly. I'm at your disposal except for my regular schedule. Lin Lang let out a bitter smile. You don't have to. You can still just follow your normal routine. Zhou Xiaoxiao gave an oh-so-quiet cry, but did not leave the office, but sat down obediently in front of the assistant's desk. Lin Lang wanted the single office in order to be able to practice the true chapter of life source when he wasn't seeing patients. But how can he get what he wants when this little nurse stays here all the time? So, Lin wasted all his words and finally got Zhou Xiaoxiao to leave. Afterward, he followed the cultivation method recorded in the true chapter of Destiny Origin, sat down on his knees, and began to cultivate. The spiritual energy left in the necklace by his ancestor had helped him to open up the Qi meridian. He, who had never experienced the sensation of cultivation before, only felt the spiritual energy in his body running wild. And after the spiritual energy had run for a few weeks, Lin Lang let out a breath of air in extreme comfort, feeling that his entire essence had been raised by several levels. He stood up slowly, Clenching his fists, he felt energized. This is the power possessed by ancient practitioners? It's too powerful and amazing. I don't know how strong I am now, but I feel that with the strength of my flesh, I can knock over a cow. According to the cultivator's rank, I should be at the 3rd level of chi practicing now? Lin Lang was excited to the core. 2 days ago, after he was kicked over by Qin Xiaotian, he had been wanting to obtain extremely strong physical strength. Now he has his heart in the right place. He had full confidence that if he fought against Qin Xiaotian one more time, he would be able to beat Qin Xiaotian until he didn't even recognize his mother. Calm down afterwards. Despite possessing extreme physical strength, this world was, as Qin Xiaotian had said, filled with strata everywhere. With force alone, it was impossible to fight against Qin Xiaotian and his old man. As Lin Lang thought in a daze, a familiar voice had already sounded from the doorway. Dr. Lin. Lin Lang looked up and saw the fierce-faced man beside Wang Dafu. In his hand, he was holding a pile of papers. Hello, my name is Zheng Qingyuan. I'm Mr. Wang's personal bodyguard and assistant. This is the share transfer document he asked me to give you. Also, there's something I need to make clear to you. Lin Lang didn't expect Wang Dafu to really want to give himself shares, and was about to refuse when he heard Zheng Qingyuan say again, the wife of Mr. Wang and his son, whom you saw in the emergency room earlier, are preparing to murder Mr. Wang and seize his property. Mr. Wang was suddenly bitten by a 5-step snake this morning, and it was the work of the 2 of them. Lin Lang was shaken. Your own guess, and you actually hit it? One is Mr. Wang's wife and the other is Mr. Wang's son. Mr. Wang's 2 closest relatives are trying to murder him? Are you sure? Zheng Qingyuan did not smile and said with a solemn face, yes, not only am I sure, but Mr. Wang is also very sure after today. He said that although the family scandal is not to be disclosed, but in order to ask you to help him, it is necessary for you to know the inside story. In fact, Mr. Wang's son is not related to him. That's the bastard born of Chief Wang's wife with an outside wild man behind Chief Wang's back. It could be seen that Zhang Qingyuan gritted his teeth and his eyes were filled with anger when he said this. And Lin Lang was dumbfounded when he learned this shocking news. The richest man in Tianhai, his own son is not his own. Is the wild seed of his wife after stealing a man? Is this the biggest gossip story of all time? If Mr. Wang is really in trouble, it's not like I can't help. It's just that after I accept these shares, I'll be able to help Mr. Wang? Lin Lang was puzzled. Zhang Qingyuan explained. Mr. Wang said that after you, an outsider, suddenly owns the Wang family's property, those miscreants will lock their eyes on you. They will investigate you. They will deal with you. And this is exactly the result that Mr. Wang wants. Lin Lang laughed bitterly. I see. Mr. Wang wants me to be his shield? He made me a target so he could scheme well behind the scenes. When the opportunity is right, he'll sweep his wife and son away together? But why should I, an outsider, get involved in his family's property fight? Besides, who's going to keep me safe if I become a target? For those bad guys? I can keep you safe, Zhang Qingyuan said in a deep voice. Before I became Mr. Wang's bodyguard, I had been a small leader of the world's first mercenary army. My personal fighting strength ranks in the top 3 in the entire Tianhai. Lin Lang shook his head and spoke bluntly. Mr. Zhang, I understand what you mean, and I also understand what Mr. Wang means, but I'm just a doctor. I'm not as competent as you think I am. You please go back. That thing you just mentioned, I will keep it a secret for Mr. Wang, Zhang Qingyuan said with a cold face. Mr. Wang has explained that after the matter is accomplished, this 10% of the headquarters shares will be your payment. These shares, at a preliminary estimate, are worth $7 billion. This is the payment you deserve. Chapter 13. Don't even think about it. The share transfer document worth $7 billion was placed in front of him, but Lin Lang was not moved at all. From a young age, his mother taught him not to covet any cheapness. As long as there is greed, there will be a price to pay. Lin Lang smiled blandly and returned with awe. Mr. Zhang, please go back. This share, I don't want it and I can't take it. No matter what you say, my mind is made up and no one can change it. Zhang Qingyuan looked at Lin Lang in surprise, feeling a sense of arrogance from his body. Immediately, a touch of admiration even appeared in his gaze. These emotions, however, were fleeting. 7 billion couldn't even impress Dr. Lin. Dr. Lin's character seems to be much more noble than I thought. However, I'm Mr. Wang's assistant and bodyguard. I have my duties. Dr. Lin, I'm here under orders. This agreement, you have to sign it even if you don't. Lin Lang's eyes narrowed slightly and he couldn't help but sneer. What? You want to force me to sign? Sorry, I won't sign even if you beat me to death. What's more, you probably can't help me. Zhang Qingyuan, who had a cold face, suddenly smiled. Since Dr. Lin is so confident. Then Qing Yuan is all the more eager to give it a try. As soon as the words left his mouth, Zhang Qingyuan's gaze sank and his body moved as he swept hurriedly to Lin Lang's side. Immediately, he opened his big hand and grabbed Lin Lang's shoulder. It's good to have pride, but before having a strong strength, this pride is best hidden in the deepest part of your heart. After saying that, he wanted to push Lin Lang out, but what he never expected was that Lin Lang stood still and did not move. Lin Lang flashed a faint smile at him and said in a deep voice, "It's good to be confident, too, but overconfidence becomes conceit." After speaking, Lin Lang threw his shoulders and actually bounced off Zhang Qingyuan's large hand. He then blasted out a fist, and the wind rose up in all directions, causing Zhang Qingyuan to be taken aback. But the fist stopped in front of him. Lin Lang withdrew his fist and laughed easily. "Mr. Zhang, please return. I won't sign the agreement, and I won't go around telling Mr. Wang's secrets. It's his family business, and there's absolutely no need for him to drag me into it." Zhang Qingyuan froze for a moment, and finally fell silent and left with the documents. Since leaving the battlefield, this was the first time he felt a strong sense of powerlessness. He was very clear about the power of that punch just now. If it had fallen on him, his life might have been lost. He didn't even think that a doctor who seemed to have no hands would have such a horrible force. Do real people not show their faces? Zhang Qingyuan let out a bitter smile, and then he fumbled for his cell phone, reporting what had happened earlier to Wang Dafu. Dusk, Lin Lang ended his cultivation and left Yi Hospital in a refreshed state. In a good mood after having his revenge, he bought some vegetables and meat, and went home to make a nice dinner for his mother. Lin Lang is very understanding and has been taking care of the vast majority of the household chores since his mother's physical illness. As for things like cooking, he had long been familiar with it. While eating the fragrant meal, her mother, Tang Ling, was a little preoccupied. "Wave, you just started working at Yi Family Hospital today. Are you still used to it?" Lin Lang smiled. "Well, everything is quite good. General Manager Yi thinks highly of me and even arranged a single office for me." "Oh, that's good. By the way, when do you get paid?" Lin Lang detected the words and immediately asked. "Mom, what happened?" Tang Ling's gaze averted a bit. "No, nothing. It's just that I don't have any money on me and I wanted to borrow some from you," Lin Lang said in a serious manner. "Mom, my money is your money. Don't say the word borrow." "But you don't look right. Something must have happened. Please do tell me." Tang Ling sighed and spoke bluntly. "During the day, your second uncle came running to me for money with an IOU your father used to sign." "IOUs? What's this about? Dad borrowed money from Uncle too before?" Tang Ling nodded. "Well, your father did ask your second uncle to borrow money." After hearing this, Lin Lang immediately revealed a cold smile. "In the past, when my father was doing business outside the home, he subsidized my second uncle's family by tens of thousands or hundreds of thousands of dollars every year. Then, my father went bankrupt and disappeared, and you got sick. In the past few years, has their family helped our family once? Just a few days ago, I called and tried to borrow some money from them, but they just hung up without saying a word." "Mom, I know you have a good temper, but people are good. You can't go on like this. Besides, my dad's been missing for years. How could he possibly write an IOU to Uncle Tu's family?" Tang Ling sighed again and explained. "Wave, don't be in a hurry. Listen to me slowly tell you. Back then, when your father wanted to go out to do business and almost had the capital, your second uncle's family did lend him $5,000. That's why your dad kept subsidizing Uncle Tu's family when his business did well. But your father and I didn't take that note seriously and never asked for it. I just didn't realize that your second uncle still kept it and came to me for money today," he also said. Before the words left his mouth, the door of the rented room was knocked heavily. There was even an arrogant to the core voice coming from outside the door. "Tang Ling, open the door. I know you're home." Tang Ling tightened her body and whispered, "Your second uncle has come to ask for money." Lin Lang pondered for a while and said with a straight face, "Mom, I'm going to open the door. Stay here and don't say anything." Afterward, Lin Lang got up and opened the door to the room. A short, bushy-bearded man strutted in through the door. Behind him, he was followed by a middle-aged woman who was half-aged, with more than 3 layers of powder on her face, as well as a young man of similar age to Lin Lang. This is the second uncle family, Lin Yu, Zhao Hui, and their son Lin Shen. Lin Yu is Lin Lang's second uncle. When he entered the door and saw Lin Lang, he was first stunned, then he sneered. "Lin Lang is back? Just in time. Our time is precious, so let's not talk too much. Back then, your old man owed my family $5,000, 200,000 with interest. I'll give you 3 months. Today counts as the first day. You must pay back." Tang Ling piled on a bitter smile and spoke bluntly. "Two brothers, we will definitely pay back the $5,000 we owe you. It's just that the interest Aren't you guys counting too much? Lin Yu said condescendingly. High interest? The 1.5 cent interest I calculated for you. It's the lowest. You've owed this $5,000 for 10 years or so, and the interest has certainly worked out to be a lot. You also said today that you would pay back the money. Moreover, you promised that the amount was too large and that it would be paid back in installments. I'm here now, as promised, to get the first repayment. Tang Ling was helpless to the core and was about to speak, but Lin Lang had already snorted coldly and snatched back. We'll pay back this money, but only $5,000. As for interest, don't even think about it. Chapter 14. Get the hell out of here. Lin Lang threw his voice, causing Lin Yu's family to freeze. But soon, they reacted and began to vocalize in a chorus of voices. It's only right to pay what you owe. That's $5,000. With interest, for $200,000. Thunder and lightning. Tang Ling, is this how you discipline your son? In front of the elders, not only do you not have any semblance of manners, but you also want to renege on the debt? Lin Yu's family's shamelessness was in full view of Lin Lang. After they had been talking for a while, he sneered and said, "Shut up, all of you." Lin Yu's family had known Lin Lang for many years and knew that he was a weak scholar, but they had never expected him to be so domineering today. Lin Lang paused and added, "Before my dad disappeared, he subsidized your family a lot of money every year, a few tens of thousands at least, and more than 100,000 at times. It was with this money that you bought a house in the suburbs of Tianhai and lived a good life. You've all been taking money for so many years and now you're coming to settle interest with my family? It's a great favor that I can pay you back your principal. If you guys still want to mess around here, don't blame me for not being polite." At that moment, Lin Shen heatedly laughed and looked at Lin Lang with mockery in his eyes. "My good cousin, is this the sun coming out of the west? You used to be the one who couldn't come up with a fart half the time. What is it that makes you so awesome today? Let me guess. Oh, a guy who ate around in a hospital and plagiarized his thesis to graduate is foreign enough. And yeah, you have the money to bribe the chief doctors, but you don't have the money to pay us back? You've bribed your way into working at Ye's hospital. Very capable. You're making a guaranteed income of tens of thousands of dollars a month, and you want to renege on your debt now that you've flown the coop? I'm telling you, it's impossible. The note is in our hands. It's in black and white. You can't renege on it. In this case, wherever we go, we have the upper hand." After hearing this, Lin Lang did not get angry. He was just puzzled. How the family of the second uncle knew that he was not interning at Tianhai Hospital and went to work at Yi Family Hospital. And, promiscuity? Plagiarized papers for graduation? Why would he make all this up? At this moment, Lin Shen saw Lin Lang's doubts and coldly grunted. "It seems you don't know yet, do you? Your honorable deed has been spreading all over the internet. I also read about it on the internet before I asked my mom and dad to come over and collect the debt. Lin Lang, I'm warning you, you have to pay back this money even if you want to, and even if you don't, even if it's a lawsuit, you guys are bound to lose. The IOUs are hard evidence." Lin Lang had a flash of light and finally realized what the problem was. It turns out that someone has maligned himself, and it's even been posted on the internet? Without much thought, this matter must have been done by Qin Xiaotian. Humph. Qin Xiaotian, you still dare to come up with an evil plan to slander my reputation on the internet? Well, I'll have to put my revenge plan on the agenda, too. Lin Lang stroked his thoughts and sneered. "Lin Shen, and your family, I'll give you one last piece of advice. More action than good will lead to death." After saying that, Lin Lang took out $5,000 and placed it on the table. "Here's $5,000, you take it and leave the note behind. Then, get the hell out of here." Lin Yu's family exploded. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Who the hell are you to yell at me to get out? $5,000? To pay off a caller? Damn, I casually bet a few $1,000s. You want to get rid of us with these $5,000? I tell you, no way. Hearing this, Lin Lang instantly understood in seconds. It turned out that this cousin had gotten into gambling. They had come in a hurry to get their debt, surely to pay off his gambling debts. After figuring this out, the corner of Lin Lang's mouth also curved up. "I told you, our families haven't had much contact since my dad disappeared. You guys came out of the blue to collect a debt today because this guy owes a load of gambling debts?" Lin Yu's family, at once, turned red. Lin Lang grunted and added, "Don't you guys have a house on the outskirts of Tianhai City? Sell the house so you can pay off your gambling debts. Then, let Lin Shen wash his heart, and don't even gamble in the future. This is the solution to the problem that I think of for you. Okay, I'll say it again. $5,000, take it, leave an IOU, and get the hell out of here." Lin Lang's attitude completely angered Lin Yu's family. Lin Shen even rounded his eyes and shouted angrily, "Asterisk asterisk asterisk asterisk. You're arrogant enough now. If I don't teach you a lesson, you don't know that buns are made of flour." As soon as the words left his mouth, Lin Shen actually waved his fist and punched towards Lin Lang's face. Lin Lang sneered and backhanded his wrist. Make a move? You still think I'll let you bully me like I did when I was a kid? With a click, a crisp sound of misplaced bones came through the air. Lin Shen covered his dislocated arm and winced in pain. Lin Yu was first stunned, then he rushed over as well. You dare to hurt my son? I'll cripple you. Lin Lang smiled slightly and blocked Lin Yu's fist and backhanded it. Another click sounded. Lin Yu's arm was also dislocated. Lin Yu's father and son were screaming in pain, but Tang Ling was a bit anxious. Wave, don't you do it. They're all relatives. Relatives? Lin Lang said in a cold voice. A relative who sees death, bullies the weak, and is rude and unreasonable? Such a relative. Don't want it. Mom, don't say a word. Just step aside and watch quietly. Tang Ling looked at Lin Lang's figure and only felt that her son seemed like a different person. At this time, Lin Lang coldly swept over Lin Yu's family and said in a deep voice, I'm going to say this for the last time. Take the $5,000, leave an IOU, and disappear from my sight forever. I have no relatives like you. Eventually, Lin Yu's family left in disgrace. Of course, they took the $5,000 with them, and they left the note. Only before leaving, Lin Shen was still screaming, Lin Lang, I'm not finished with you. You wait for me. My brothers will avenge me. After closing the door, Lin Lang looked at his worried mother and revealed a sincere smile. Mom, you don't have to think so much. Uncle Tu's family, they're just a bunch of white-eyed wolves. When our family was good, they were on the threshold. They don't even answer the phone when our family is bad. Such a relative. Don't want it. Tang Ling sighed and didn't say anything more. However, she remembered what Lin Shen had said earlier. Wave child. The things Lin Shen said just now. Who was slandering you? Lin Lang's expression converged, coldly smiled and said, Mom, don't worry, that person can't jump around for a few days. Subsequently, Lin Lang asked an acquaintance at Tianhai Hospital to get Wang Sen's current location. Wang Sen, Qin Xiaotian, including Qin Xiu, he will not let go of one. Chapter 15 giving you a chance to get out of the good graces. 10 o'clock at night. Lin Lang wore a set of sportswear and arrived at the 0 Point Bar in the center of Tianhai. Bar Zero is the most prestigious entertainment venue in Tianhai. As soon as you walk in, the flashing neon lights and the young people swaying recklessly form the main theme of the nightlife. Lin Lang walked through the crowd to a corner and started searching for Wang Sen's whereabouts. He learned from his former colleagues that Wang Sen was here at the moment. You've had a seizure and you're still in the mood to hang out? Lin Lang sneered while quickly sweeping through the layers of people. Finally, he saw Wang Sen at 9 o'clock. Wang Sen was sitting in a card table, surrounded by two fashionably dressed young women. Lin Lang fixed his eyes, but found a familiar person. Zhou Xiaoxiao? Why is this Zhou Xiaoxiao staying with Wang Sen? Murphy. Lin Lang had a terrible suspicion, but soon, he realized that he had thought wrong. In the line of sight, Wang Sen's face was full of joy, and under the dim light, he smiled cheaply and put a salty pig hand on Zhou Xiaoxiao's shoulder. Zhou Xiaoxiao was very resistant and didn't move her position, trying to get rid of Wang Sen's salty piggy hands, but Wang Sen followed suit and moved his position. Keeping his hand pressed on Zhou Xiaoxiao's shoulder, Lin Lang quietly leaned over and sat down in the empty seat behind them. Xiaoxiao, brother, promise you that as long as you follow brother, I will let you come to Tianhai Hospital to take up a position. Yi Family Hospital only pays the doctors a very high salary, but the nurses' treatment is not comparable to that of the established Tianhai Hospital. This is your once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. You don't have to hesitate anymore. Brother Wang, I'll think about it, but can you stop? Opportunities don't come along all the time. If your sister hadn't been as well behaved as you are, I would have given her that chance a long time ago. Brother Wang, you can't say that. If it wasn't for me, how could you have met Xiaoxiao? I'm the matchmaker between you two. Ha, well said. When Xiaoxiao goes to Tianhai Hospital, I'll try to arrange a hospital job for you too. Then I'll thank Brother Wang. Hearing this, Lin Lang understood. It turned out that Zhou Xiaoxiao was able to recognize Wang Sen because of the heavily made-up woman beside her. Dare I say she stumbled upon a plastic bromance and been sold? At this point, Wang Sen squeezed Zhou Xiaoxiao into a corner and was about to get up and down when Zhou Xiaoxiao stood up with a whoosh. She coldly glanced at her best friend and said to Wang Sen, Director Wang, you are at least the chief of surgery at Tianhai Hospital. If you want to play, my best friend is the most suitable person. I'm not good at this, and I don't want to work at Tianhai Hospital. Now I'm in a bit of a hurry, so I'll leave first. Zhou Xiaoxiao was just about ready to take a step, but a feeling of lightheadedness instantly flooded her brain. She sat back down again in a daze. Wang Sen and her best friend, on the other hand, looked at each other and smiled. The woman hemmed and hawed and said, Brother Wang, I can only help you up to this point. For the rest, it's up to you. Oh, you're doing great. I'll help you with your job as soon as I can. Good drop. Thank you, Brother Wang. Then I'll leave without disturbing you. The woman then got up suddenly and left the bar in a hurry, and Zhou Xiaoxiao's consciousness, too, gradually blurred. Wang Sen, what have you done to me? Wang Sen had a wicked smile on his face. I didn't do anything? Xiao, are you out of your element and drunk? Come into your brother Wang's arms and I will love you. Wang Sen opened his arms and looked to take Zhou Xiaoxiao into his arms. Just then, a large, strong hand grabbed his wrist. Director Wang, you're in a good mood. You don't want to find a way to get rid of the pimples on your face, and you still have the heart to run to the bar to pick up girls? Wang Sen's eyes glazed over as he looked at Lin Lang in extreme shock. What do you want to do? Lin Lang smiled bashfully. Director Wang, I have a business to talk to you about. I don't know if you're free? Oh, you must be free. Let's talk here. And before Zhou Xiaoxiao lost consciousness, she suddenly saw Lin Lang's figure. She tightly grabbed the corner of Lin Lang's clothes and said with her last strength, Dr. Lin, save me. Lin Lang flashed a smile at her and nodded. Don't worry, you'll be fine. Subsequently, Lin Lang let go of Wang Sen's hand and crossed his legs. Director Wang, I'll let the previous matters go. You're close to Qin Xiaotian, aren't you? Tell me everything you know about him. Then I'll pretend nothing happened today. Wang Sen had been beaten twice by Lin Lang and had long since developed a shadow in his heart. As soon as he heard this, he guessed that Lin Lang was going to deal with Qin Xiaotian. At once, he had the courage to do so again. Humph! Qin Xiaotian is Qin Xiu's only son. Qin Xiu is the director of Tianhai Hospital. The Qin family he belonged to was even a great family in the capital. You want to fight them? I advise you to wash your hands of them. Don't lose your life fighting. Lin Lang was not in a hurry and smiled blandly. In other words, Director Wang is prepared to be a good guy and use your own future and life to ward off the anger in my heart? It's not impossible. What's next? I'll report you under my name and prove that you hired me to write all your papers for you this year. Once this thing festers, not only will you have to spit out all that money you've gained this year, but those companies will sue you for breach of contract, right? In addition, you just drugged this lady and tried to force her to do something unseemly with you. I have recorded it. This evidence, if it gets into the hands of the sheriff's department, I'm sure you'll probably do a little jail time. Oh yeah, you're in the middle of an outbreak of gender dysphoria. Why don't you take care of that? This is hard evidence of your promiscuity. I accidentally got a list of a few of your old favorites from a former colleague. Why don't I publish them as well? Wang Sen blushed and became more and more alarmed the more he listened. After the extreme panic and anger, he calmed down instead. Lin Lang, what exactly do you want? Say it clearly. If it's money, I can give you half of what I've gained in the past year. If it's a name, from this moment on, I won't denigrate you anymore either. Anyway, don't mess around. Otherwise, I will definitely make you lose your reputation. Lin Lang laughed cheerfully and suddenly moved his body, pressing Wang Sen's head hard onto the table. Wang Sen, you don't seem to have the situation straight? Now is the time for me to give you a chance to get out of the good graces. It seems you don't want to grasp it. If that's the case, then you're ready to sit in jail and lose your family's money. Of course, before that, I'd like to kick your ass. What you just did to this young lady, I, a good citizen, could not stand to see it anymore. Chapter 16 I'm just playing you. Immediately after, Lin Lang punched and kicked, very measured to beat Wang Sen into a pig's head. The noisy environment in the bar became just the right cover, and Wang Sen's screams were drowned out in the ongoing clamor. At that moment, Wang Sen hurriedly knelt down and begged Lin Lang, don't fight. I'll tell you whatever you want to know. Lin Lang wiped his hands with a tissue and laughed. That's right. Why take this beating for nothing? Wang Sen, with a piggy face, slurred. I'll tell you everything I know. Please don't hit me anymore. Good drop. All ears. Next, Wang Sen told all of Qin Xiaotian's information. For example, what he liked to do, where he frequented, which nurses and doctors at the hospital he had affairs with. Through and through. Lin Lang also sneered after hearing this, secretly saying that Qin Xiaotian was really a beast of clothing, not only bullying, but also wreaking havoc on many young women. At that moment, Lin Lang looked at Wang Sen with satisfaction and said blandly, Director Wang, the information you have given out is very useful to me. I thank you very much. So, you'll turn yourself in tomorrow morning. Turn yourself in? What am I turning myself in for? Wang Sen stared with a puzzled expression. Lin Lang sneered. You who attempted to use force on this woman need to turn yourself in. You hire me to write my essay for you. You don't have to be criminally liable, but you do have to come forward and confess. Also, you're messing around with men and women, so you need to take the initiative and admit your mistake. Wang Sen reacted with a look of anger. Lin Lang, are you playing me? Lin Lang smiled faintly. Yes, I'm just playing with you. Scum like you. I can't wait to beat you to death straight away, but that would dirty my hands. So you'd better come forward and confess to your crimes and the mistakes you've made. It's your last chance to live. you son of a. I. Before the words left his mouth, Lin Lang gave an icy cold look that made Wang Sen shut his mouth wisely. Wang Sen, if you don't go and turn yourself in tomorrow, I will also publicize all the evidence. When the time comes, you'll be in jail for a few years, so think about it. After saying that, Lin Lang leapt up and helped Zhou Xiaoxiao up. Remember, you only have one night to confess. After tomorrow, if you don't turn yourself in, I'll send you to hell. After leaving the bar, Lin Lang opened his chi eyes and woke Zhou Xiaoxiao up with a pointing technique. Zhou Xiaoxiao was first stunned, then realized that she was standing on the side of the road, and was also shocked. Dr. Lin, did I just? You're fine, take a cab home, and that plastic BFF of yours, stay away from her from now on. Zhou Xiaoxiao blushed slightly and looked at Lin Lang, her eyes filled with gratitude. I know, Dr. Lin, thank you for saving me, but that Wang Sen may still find me. Don't worry, he'll be in disgrace tomorrow. You don't have to worry. Early the next morning, Lin Lang contacted his former Tianhai hospital colleagues and discovered that Wang Sen had not turned himself in to the security bureau. He just went to the hospital for a long vacation and left in a hurry. And all of this was expected by Lin Lang. Wang Sen was driven by himself. Next, he didn't dare to go to Qin Xiaotian to discuss a plan, because he was so close to telling Qin Xiaotian what color his bottoms were last night. So naturally, he didn't dare to face Qin Xiaotian, the playboy. He thought that if he hid himself and waited for this storm to pass, he would be fine. Lin Lang certainly wouldn't give him any chance to live on. He took out his cell phone and dialed Wang Sen's number. The phone rang for a long time before it was picked up by Wang Sen. Lin Lang, I'm warning you, you are terrorizing me and committing a crime. I'm going to die with you even if I have to fight to the death. Die together? Lin Lang laughed lightly. You're overthinking it. You're not qualified to say that to me yet. Lin Lang, I'm just waiting for Qin Xiaotian to straighten you out. He won't let you go. When you're finished, I'll naturally be fine, Wang Sen said indignantly. Lin Lang sneered back. But you better care about yourself first. Did you have some excruciating pain in your Tanzhong and Qihai points when you went back last night? Did you look in the mirror this morning? Did you see more pimples on your face? Wang Sen was first stunned and then shouted angrily. Lin Lang, what have you done to me? Lin Lang sneered. Didn't do anything, but just triggered all of your condition. In addition to the hermaphroditic disease, there were other conditions hidden within you that I triggered. Impossible. There's no way you could have done this. You must have drugged me with something. Ha, I'm not as mean as you are. I'm asking you for the last time. Are you sure you don't want to go turn yourself in? Wang Sen clenched his teeth and fell into silence. Lin Lang said calmly, my mercy has run out. Wang Sen, you haven't had a physical this year, have you? To tell you the truth, your little brother, it's not working anymore. Also, you are very weak. Remember not to blow the wind when you walk in the future. Otherwise, it is likely to have a stroke resulting in hemiplegia. Oh, it doesn't matter if you don't turn yourself in. The sheriff will be looking for you. After saying that, Lin Lang gently hung up the phone. Before making the call, Lin Lang sent the video evidence in his hand to a classmate at the sheriff's office. In addition, he had asked a former colleague to post that Wang Sen had done on Tianhai Hospital's intranet. In this way, Wang Sen would naturally receive the punishment he deserved. By tonight at the latest, Wang Sen would be disgraced and plunged into the abyss. After resolving the scum of the earth, Wang Sen, Lin Lang arrived at the Yi family hospital in a good mood. As soon as he walked into his office, he saw a familiar figure sitting on the couch, leisurely humming a little song. Wang Dafu, the richest man in the world, came uninvited. Or was it about that? Zhang Qingyuan, on the other hand, as usual, had a stern face and stood beside Wang Dafu. Dr. Lin, you're finally here. I've been waiting for a long time. Lin Lang sighed and said in a cold voice, Mr. Wang, I won't accept those shares. Wang Dafu grinned. Dr. Lin is being overly concerned. I came over this time, besides wanting to thank you, then I want to introduce you to a girlfriend. I heard you just broke up. I think this girl, she's definitely perfect for you. Lin Lang froze. I don't need a girlfriend either. Wang Dafu continued to laugh. Men, running around outside. If you can have a virtuous wife, that's also a great fortune in life. You don't receive my money, nor do you want my shares. The way I can think of to repay you is to introduce you to a good woman. Lin Lang stared at Wang Dafu and spoke bluntly. Mr. Wang, let's just open up and talk. What exactly do you want? Wang Dafu's smile was restrained and he said with a straight face, my daughter is back in the country. She happens to be studying medicine as well, and I think you can get along well with her. And, I would like you to come and be her mentor and protect her. Chapter 17 I can't teach you. Protect your daughter? Mr. Wang, have you mistaken my profession? I'm just a doctor, not a bodyguard. Lin Lang looked at this richest man with great curiosity. He did seem a little elusive about these higher-ups. Wang Dafu couldn't help but laugh. I'm not mistaken. Dr. Lin was a real person. Not only did he possess extremely superior medical skills, but he was also a deeply hidden practitioner. Plus you have a very good character and I'd like to have you as my son-in-law. You know, people who want to be my Wang Dafu's son-in-law can be lined up from here to the next province. Lin Lang let out a bitter smile and spoke bluntly. Mr. Wang, why are you holding on to me? Do you really think I'm a fat sheep in a sheep pen that you can keep wool gathering? Wang Dafu smiled even more happily. Dr. Lin, that's not true. I value Dr. Lin, firstly because of your character, secondly because you are my savior, and thirdly because I believe in my own vision. You're the son-in-law I want, bar none, so I'd like to ask you to take care of my daughter. That way, I can free up my hands and feet to deal with the bad guys. Speaking of this, a flash of anxiety and grimness flashed through Wang Dafu's eyes. Lin Lang pondered over it for a while and also understood his intentions. It's not a good idea to keep getting stared at by this richest man. If his daughter was really a trainee doctor, then by virtue of the true chapter of Life Source, he was really qualified to be Wang Dafu's daughter's mentor. It's just better than being dragged by force into a battle over the mansion's property by him. Well, I can be your daughter's mentor, but don't think about anything else. To protect your daughter, you should arrange for someone like Mr. Zhang to be by its side. I will. Wang Dafu was very happy and slowly got up. Then I'd like to thank Mr. Lin. Xiao Zhang, has Yu Qing not arrived yet? Zhang Qingyuan replied back in a deep voice. Second miss has already arrived. I just don't know why she didn't come here. Wang Dafu frowned, somewhat helpless. This ninny, I'm the one who spoiled her. I still have things to do, so I'll leave first. Dr. Lin, I'm counting on you for my little girl. Not long after Wang Dafu left, a delicate figure stood in front of the office and knocked on the door. Come in. When Lin Lang ended his cultivation and opened his eyes, he saw a white-haired woman push the door open. The woman wore a plain gray dress with a ponytail. Her hair was a little dirty and her face was pale. Her face had a lot of wrinkles and her demeanor looked a little haggard. Once she saw Lin Lang, she coughed twice and said in a hoarse voice, "Excuse me, are you Dr. Lin?" Lin Lang nodded and asked curiously, "And you are?" The woman revealed a surprised smile. "I heard that you have excellent medical skills and saved the life of the richest man in Tianhai only yesterday, but the hospital said you weren't scheduled right now and couldn't get your number, so I had to take the liberty of finding this place. Can you see me? I have some old problems on my liver." Too turned out to be a patient. Lin Lang didn't think that he would have a day where he was admired. Although he did not go through the formal procedures of the hospital, as long as he was a patient, Lin Lang was bound to receive him warmly. What's more, this was the first patient he had officially seen. "Okay, the old man is polite. Please take a seat." The woman carefully sat down next to Lin Lang. "Dr. Lin, are you going the Chinese medicine way or the Western medicine way? Shall I have your pulse first, or go get a picture?" Lin Lang smiled bashfully. "None of that is necessary. I have a unique way of seeing patients. You just need to sit and do nothing." After saying that, Lin Lang opened his chi eyes and looked at the patient in front of him. But soon, he sensed something was wrong. This woman's body has no meridian condensation points at all. Her head, too, was not bubbling with any color. What's going on here? According to his previous knowledge, this old man's face was pale, his demeanor was a bit shriveled, and there was definitely something wrong with his body. But one's own Qigong magic surprisingly showed that she was normal and not sick in any way. The technique of Qigong, inherited from our ancestors, can still make mistakes? In doubt, in that woman's eyes, there was also a flash of cunning. "Dr. Lin, you've been looking at me for half a day. What's wrong with me? You're not taking a pulse or doing a test. It's making me panic. Or, you are just a famous doctor who sells his reputation, and don't have any real skills?" At this moment, Lin Lang frowned and was about to speak when he saw this old man's hand. For a split second, he reacted. "Well, you're right. I still need to take a pulse to determine your symptoms." After saying that, Lin Lang grabbed the woman's hand and sneered. "I'm going to start." He laughed as he increased his grip. "Your heart is beating fast. It's getting faster. Don't be nervous. You're hurting me." The woman shook off Lin Lang's hand forcefully and looked at Lin Lang with great displeasure. Even his voice, which had gone from hoarse to high-pitched, Lin Lang squeezed out a cold smile and said sternly, "Who sent you?" The woman froze. Lin Lang added, "The wrinkles on his face and his head full of gray hair are well camouflaged, but you should put a hand wrap on your hand as well, so that way, you can hide it from the world." An old man of 60 or 70 with tender white hands. "I was careless just now, so you didn't flash?" The woman laughed petulantly, her eyes full of disdain. Lin Lang's face turned cold as he drank. "You were sent by Qin Xiaotian? Want to make a fool out of me? Qin Xiaotian, the son of that Qin family? It's true that I know him, but he's not qualified to command me to do anything." The the woman said as she removed the wig from her head. In addition, she slowly pulled a film off her face, revealing her Lushan's true colors, a woman with extremely delicate features, like the heroine in those posters. Although she was wearing plain clothes, her temperament and appearance were not at all inferior to that Shin family's daughter and Yi Shuhan. You are? My name is Wang Yakan, and my father is Wang Dafu. He asked me to come to you and be your student, but in my opinion, you are overnamed and unqualified to be my mentor. Lin Lang sneered back. Whether I am qualified or not is not up to you. Didn't you disguise yourself in this appearance just to test me? Now it is proven that these tricks of yours have been seen through by me. Wang Yakan said in disbelief. Being able to see through my disguise only shows that you still have some eyesight. But you're so young. What can you teach me? My father highly recommended you, and I was expecting at least a middle-aged older man with a lot of seniority. It was a coincidence and a fluke that you were able to save my father's life. Lin Lang thought to himself that it's just as well that you don't want to. I'm not too lazy to get involved in your hoity-toity feuds. Well, I don't have the real talent to teach you, so go back. Chapter 18 Black Dragon Tattoo. Lin Lang returned to the table by himself, no longer bothering with Wang Yakan. Wang Yakan had a confused look on her face and was puzzled by Lin Lang's attitude. In this heavenly sea, there were countless people who wanted to flatter her father. This kid doesn't even care about it? If she went back like that, then he would have offended his father completely. But his attitude was like he couldn't wait for her to go back soon. Wanting to catch a break? Wang Yakan thought she had seen through Lin Lang's little trick. Humph, playing this with me? You're still a bit young. I'm going back now, and I'll see what you tell my father. Lin Lang returned in a cold voice. I'm a doctor. I don't have to answer to anyone. You quickly go back. I indeed can't teach you. Remember to make it clear to your father. We will have two ends of the avenue in the future, each going one way. Wang Yakan frowned and suddenly felt that this kid really didn't want to get involved in any relationship with the Wang family. So noble? So arrogant? At this time, Yi Shuhan hurriedly came to the door and saw the two. She first glanced curiously at Wang Yakan. Then she said to Lin Lang, you come with me for a minute. Lin Lang couldn't help but ask, what happened? Yi Shuhan said with a straight face, Dean Zhou said that there is a patient with a sudden illness, and the condition is very strange. He is a bit unable to understand it, and he wants to find you to help look at it. But he was a little embarrassed to open this mouth, so he let me open it. Upon hearing this, Lin Lang immediately got up. Well, I'll go over there with you. You might as well schedule me when you see this patient. I'm a doctor after all. I can't loiter like this. Yi Shuhan laughed. It was Daryl's intention and my opinion to let you adapt to the hospital environment and understand the humanities here first. If you feel more or less familiar, then I'll schedule you. Well, with pleasure. Let's go check on that patient first. After the two left, Wang Yakan only felt that she, as the richest daughter, was treated as if she were heir by those two people, and she felt on fire. Moreover, his father had given her 3 orders at home to make sure that she followed this boy in her medical studies, and not to do her internship yet. Now that she has a patient, she wants to see the real strength of Lin Lang. Ward. Lin Lang followed Yi Shuhan to a hospital bed and saw a middle-aged man with his eyes closed, wearing a breathing mask and sweating like rain. Dean Zhou Xinwen's face also blushed slightly once she saw him coming over. But soon, he regained his normal demeanor. Dr. Lin, this patient's night sweats are very serious, and at the same time, he suffers from a relatively serious heart condition. His heart condition is an old one, which was not treated in time before, and after dragging it out for so long, it has affected the blood supply function of his heart. Moreover, he had been unconscious and awake at times since the morning. I would have just operated on him, but again, he is somewhat allergic to the usual anesthetics. I then thought that Dr. Lin could take a look. If Chinese medicine can solve his condition, then naturally there is no need to do surgery. If we can't, we'll have to use a new type of anesthetic and operate on him. It's just the use of a new type of anesthetic that requires his family to sign off on it. But he came alone to be hospitalized. He also didn't have any family members who visited him during his hospitalization, so I'm guilty of that. After listening to Dean Zhou's exposition, Lin Lang came to a direct conclusion. He has a heart condition? Congenital. Or acquired? It should be acquired. If it's congenital, he won't live to this age in this appearance. I know. Just give me a minute. After saying that, Lin Lang directly opened his chi eyes. With a single sweep, he saw that the patient was bubbling with a thick red aura, as well as 3 meridian condensation points near his heart. Red gas? He's traumatized? Could his heart attack be due to a trauma somewhere? Thinking of this, Lin Lang walked over and gently pulled the patient's clothes away. At that moment, including Lin Lang, Yi Shuhan and the others also sucked in a breath of cool air. This was not because the patient had some horrible wound on his chest, but because on his chest, there was a lifelike black dragon tattooed. His tattoo, a dragon's head. There is a lot to be said for dragon tattoos. Those who are weak should not be tattooed. One person can only get one dragon tattoo. If you have a dragon tattoo, you also have to match the water, as it is rumored that the dragon is the king of the water tribe. In addition, tattoo dragon cannot tattoo 3-clawed or 5-clawed dragon, because tattoo 3-clawed dragon is usually related to the underground forces. Tattoo 5-clawed dragon is the emperor's claw. The average person cannot afford. There is also the fact that dragons are usually tattooed on the upper body or shoulders, and cannot be colored, much less eye-dotted. However, this patient's black dragon has violated several streaks of dragon taboo. His black dragon, with no water allotment, had painted eyes and, moreover, was a 5-clawed black dragon. Lin Lang looked at the black dragon on the patient's chest in a daze, somewhat lost in thought, because he felt that this black dragon tattoo, something looked familiar. Seen it somewhere? Suddenly, a light flashed in his head and he thought of someone. His missing father had a similar black dragon tattooed on his chest. He remembered seeing such a black dragon once when he was very young and playing with his father. Later, when Lin Lang grew up, understood and remembered, his father would wear a long shirt regardless of spring, summer, fall or winter and would not bare his chest in front of him. Therefore, Lin Lang gradually forgot that his father had a black dragon tattooed on his body as time passed, and the black dragon on this patient brought it back to him. Is this person related to the father? Dr. Lin. When Dean Zhou saw that Lin Lang was like an old monk who had not spoken for half a day, he called out to him. Lin Lang snapped out of his shock and smiled shyly. I'm sorry, I just thought of something from the past. By the way, Dean Zhou, this man's heart attack could have been caused by trauma. Trauma? Zhou Xinwen stared at the patient's black dragon for half a day and smiled bitterly. I don't see any bruises on him when I look around, do I? It's probably because this black dragon is so realistic that it causes me not to see it. Well, indeed. Lin Lang pointed at the black dragon's eyes and said in a deep voice, here, there was once a fatal wound. The black dragon's eyes, too, looked like they were tattooed on the back. I'm guessing to hide that trauma. Such a small wound, huh? Zhou Xinwen suddenly thought of something and his face changed drastically. This kind of wound can only be a gunshot wound? Lin Lang nodded and said with a straight face, well, it should be. Also, the claws of this black dragon on him were added later. I'm not too sure how many claws the dragon used to have, but with these 5 claws, there are a lot of places where the color is a little different from the black dragon itself. Also to cover up the wounds on his body. I reckon it was obvious that this patient must have suffered a lot of injuries before. The deadliest wound, of course, was at the eye of that black dragon. Chapter 19 Black Jade Pendant. Zhou Xinwen took a closer look at the black dragon tattoo and frowned. If it was a gunshot wound, we'd have to report it. But he's alone, and he's in a very precarious state. So what do we do? He's in a condition that can't be delayed any longer. Just then, this middle-aged man suddenly opened his eyes and said weakly, Don't report it. I don't do surgery. Zhou Xinwen smiled bitterly. You have to do it, or your life won't be saved. The middle-aged man opened his mouth, seemed to be physically exhausted, and fainted again. Zhou Xinwen touched his forehead and couldn't help but sigh. I've never seen a patient like this before. Dr. Lin, as you can see, he just woke up one moment and passed out the next. His condition really can't be delayed any longer. What the hell are we going to do? Boss, you still squealing? Yi Shuhan looked at this strange patient, and for a moment, was at a loss for words. Save the people first. Lin Lang interrupted the silence of the two and took out the silver needles he had prepared beforehand. As long as it's not a congenital heart condition, I can cure him. Zhou Xinwen looked at those silver needles with a surprised face. Dr. Lin, are you going to use that amazing acupuncture technique? Yes, I want to record it. I'm sorry, but I don't pass on this set of stitches. Zhou Xinwen blushed, and thinking that Lu Ming had held this set of needles in high esteem, he summoned up the courage to say, actually, I also want to worship Dr. Lin as my teacher. Lin Lang had black lines on his head. Dean Zhou, let's save the people first. And Wang Yakan, who was standing in the doorway, looked at the scene in front of her and was confused. The head of the Yi family hospital wanted to worship that kid? And it looks like the dean has a lot of respect for this kid? Father didn't make this arrangement to bind himself? Did he really want to follow this kid properly himself and learn the art of medicine? At this point, Zhou Xinwen respected Lin Lang's decision, so he walked out of the hospital room very sensibly. Yi Shuhan followed him out together and also gave Lin Lang enough face, and before they both left the hospital room, Wang Yakan quietly retreated and, with a head full of questions, dialed her father's phone. Subsequently, Lin Lang skillfully made the 9 needles of the returning soul and stuck several silver needles on the middle-aged man's body. A few moments later, Lin Lang finished packing up the silver needles, looked at the middle-aged man who slowly woke up, and gave a wary glance at the door. After making sure the door to the room was closed, He then lowered his voice and asked with a straight face, "Hello, my name is Lin Lang. I'm your attending doctor and Lin Jin's son. Do you know Lin Jin?" Although the middle-aged man was very weak, he still struggled to sit up once he heard this. "You're Lin Jin's son?" When Lin Lang saw how he reacted, he was certain that he definitely knew his father. Yes. The middle-aged man stared at Lin Lang in a daze, countless complex emotions flashing through his eyes. "Ryoko, I didn't expect to meet the son of a deceased person here. It's God's will. It's wonderful. Lin Lang, meeting you makes me even happier than my physical recovery," Lin Lang said with a calm expression. "My father has been missing for a long time, and the officials have given a death notification. Since you and your father know each other, can you tell me if he is really dead?" A look of pain appeared on the middle-aged man's face. Immediately, he nodded heavily and spoke back in a deep voice. "Yes, Lin Jin is no longer around. All these years, it's been hard on you mother and son," Lin Lang curiously said. "Your black dragon tattoo proves that you are a very unusual person. My father, on the other hand, was just an ordinary businessman. Although I don't know what business he's in, he hasn't shown anything special since I've known him, but seeing your black dragon tattoo reminds me that he had such a black dragon on his body. What exactly is the relationship between you two?" The middle-aged man grinned. "Friendship, the over-the-hill kind. Of course. What's your secret?" Lin Lang's intuition told him that perhaps he and his mother had underestimated his father all these years, but this middle-aged man shook his head and returned. "We have no secrets, but it's not a good thing for you that I met you here." After saying that, he immediately got up, forcing his body to endure the exhaustion, and quickly finished putting on the clothes around him. Lin Lang was even more curious when he saw that he looked like he was about to leave. "You're leaving? Aha! I must leave at once. I can't let anyone know I've met with you." When these words came out, Lin Lang was also taken aback. "Meeting with yourself is a dangerous thing?" At that moment, the middle-aged man thought about it and couldn't help but laugh. It was a great pleasure to meet Lin Jin's son, especially to confirm that he is now an excellent doctor. "Lin Lang, although I can't give you anything, I can't let the son of a deceased person be bullied. Take this thing. When you are in fatal trouble, you take this thing to the capital and look for a woman surnamed Lee. She'll take care of all your troubles." After speaking, the middle-aged man fished out what looked like a jade pendant from his bosom and placed it in the hands of the bewildered Lin Lang. "Keep it safe. It's important." The middle-aged man took another good look at Lin Lang from head to toe, then smiled slightly and walked over to the window. "This is the 5th floor. What are you going to do?" A palpitation suddenly surged in Lin Lang's heart. The middle-aged man opened the window and made a bye-bye gesture towards Lin Lang. Then, without saying a word, he stepped right up to the window and jumped down. "Danger!" With a jolt, Lin Lang hurriedly rushed over, but his speed was still half a beat slower. By the time he came to the window, the middle-aged man had already jumped out of the window. Lin Lang was incomparably surprised. An ordinary person jumping from here would inevitably end up either dead or injured. Is this man crazy? He had just cured his heart condition himself and he jumped off a building? Even if Lin Lang racked his brain, he didn't expect the plot to go this way. However, when he put his head out of the window, wanting to confirm the safety of that middle-aged man, he was surprised to find that the middle-aged man had already disappeared into thin air. Lin Lang's eyes were wide with shock. He immediately turned his head and looked all around this ward, but it was business as usual. No open windows, no figures hanging in mid-air. That middle-aged man, as if he had evaporated from the earth, literally disappeared without a trace. After a while, Lin Lang came back to his senses before he put his head back. He looked at what the man had left behind, and was even more surprised when he fixed his eyes on it. This is indeed a jade pendant. A black jade pendant. Lin Lang wasn't sure what this jade pendant stood for, but as he touched it, he was sure of one thing. The material of this jade pendant was exactly the same as that heirloom necklace. His own father definitely had a relationship with this middle-aged man. Moreover, the relationship was extraordinary. Whether it is the words and deeds of this middle-aged man, or this jade pendant, proves this. Lin Lang never thought that his father, who was originally an ordinary man, was hiding a big secret that was not known. Chapter 20. He jumped out the window and left. Lin Lang opened the door to the hospital room. Yi Shuhan and Zhou Xinwen crossed their fingers and said in unison, "It's over?" Lin Lang nodded, somewhat distracted. "Well, I healed him, but he's gone." "Gone?" The two men's eyes glazed over as they looked to the ward in unison. The patient was indeed gone from the ward. How did he go? How could he have gone? This is the 5th floor. Apart from this door, there are no other entrances or exits. Zhou Xinwen walked into the ward with a shocked face, looked around, and still didn't see the patient. Yi Shuhan thought of something, and her face suddenly changed. "He's a patient in our hospital. We can't turn our backs on a patient who has just been cured." "Lin Lang, where did he leave from? And why didn't you stop him? Did he threaten you?" Made a personal attack on you? Lin Lang let out a bitter smile and spoke bluntly. He didn't do anything to me, but he did leave. He jumped out the window. Zhou Xinwen and Yi Shuhan were dumbstruck. Quickly, the two reacted and rushed to the window in unison. Lin Lang, why don't you stop him? Do you realize that you've made a monstrous mistake? If this causes a death in our hospital, we'll be in very big trouble. The two men plopped down by the window and watched for a few moments, before they looked back in puzzlement. Lin Lang, we're in a hospital here. Don't joke around. Lin Lang let out a bitter laugh and returned. I'm not joking, that person did jump from the window there. The lawn down there, it's flat and level, not even a mark. You say he jumped out the window and left? I don't believe it at all. I don't believe it either, Lin Lang said helplessly, but the fact is, he did jump out the window and left. The two came to Lin Lang's left and right, glaring at him intently. Lin Lang, the hospital is a serious place. Tell me honestly, where did that patient go just now? Jumped out the window and left. You hit him? He jumped out the window and left. Lin Lang, I'm going to reconsider the treatment I'm giving you. If you continue to be so insistent, the Yi family hospital won't be able to accommodate you anymore. If you ask 100 times more, I'll just answer, he really jumped out the window and left. At this time, Zhou Xinwen calmed the agitated Yi Shuhan and said blandly, Dr. Lin, it's not that we don't trust you, but down there, on the lawn, there are no marks, and it's really hard for us to believe you when you say that the patient jumped out the window and left. Hey, believe it or not, I'll answer it this way. I'm just as confused as you guys are. Otherwise, you will examine the place again in great detail? Then you will all believe me. Yi Shuhan didn't believe it and immediately got the hospital security staff to turn this room upside down. Still nothing found. She frowned as she dismissed security. A big living person just disappeared from our presence. Have we encountered a paranormal event? No, that person seems to have a difficult secret. Lin Lang replied truthfully. Zhou Xinwen pondered for a while and said with a straight face, Boss, I know you're in a hurry, but don't be in a hurry yet. If he wants to leave on his own, we have no obligation or right to keep him, and he's already prepaid for his treatment before. I just did the math and there's still a lot left. Besides, he may have a gunshot wound on his body. He left without saying goodbye. Otherwise, that patient might have gotten our hospital into a world of trouble. Yi Shuhan thought for a moment that this was indeed the reasoning. So, a few people briefly conferred and each went back to their work. Lin Lang sat at his desk, stunned. The middle-aged man with the black dragon tattoo said a lot of strange things and gave himself a black jade pendant. He was bound to have a strong connection with his father, and his father's identity had become a major doubt in Lin Lang's mind. At that moment, a knock on the door interrupted his thoughts. Wang Yakin, who had gone and returned, changed her clothes and walked in nonchalantly, sitting on her but on the soft sofa. Dr. Lin, I've changed my mind, Lin Lang said nonchalantly. Go away, I won't teach you. I don't want to get involved in your families anymore. Wang Yakin hummed. Don't think of me and Wang Dafu as the same. I just think you do have a couple of tricks up your sleeve. I came back from studying abroad with a wealth of medical knowledge, but I did come up short in practice. I just saw that you were very confident when you saw that patient and cured him, so I will follow my father's arrangement and stay by your side for the time being as your assistant. Yi Shuhan sighed. Wang Dafu has greeted. Now, as your assistant, I have started to work. Lin Lang swept a glance at her and realized that she had big waves, crossed her legs, a big red thin shirt on top, and a pair of crystal high heels on her feet. In addition, a pair of black silk is particularly conspicuous. Are you really dressed for work? Wang Yakin said in disbelief. What? You can't be a doctor if you wear black silk and high heels? When I was abroad, people didn't even care about dressing style. Lin Lang said in a cold voice. Since you've decided to stay, you have to follow my rules. First, you need to change your attitude. This is domestic, not foreign. You don't have to worry about me. Before the words left his mouth, Lin Lang droned in a cold voice. You're my assistant. What you are, others will assume what I am. Besides, what are you doing back home when it's so nice abroad? Wang Yakin was speechless. She didn't expect Lin Lang to dare to be so mean to her, not giving her old man any face at all. Lin Lang thought for a moment and added, work starts at 8 tomorrow morning, so forget about today. But you have to change into a formal white coat and fix your hair. Also, you do what I tell you to do. If you can't do that, go back immediately and don't waste my time and energy here. You, Wang Yakin said angrily, do you look at me so unfavorably, or do you not want to teach me? Yeah, I just can't stand the sight of you. You can't stand it. You can just go back. I digress. Wang Yakin's stubbornness came up. I'm going to follow you. When the time comes, I won't be able to learn anything, and I'll be able to prove that you're incompetent in front of Wang Dafu. Just then, a yellow warbler-like voice entered the ears of the two. Honey, are you free tonight? Let's go for dinner. Shinruwashi walked in playfully wearing a flowery white dress and stepping on a pair of transparent sandals. At that moment, Shinruwashi and Wang Yakan looked at each other. Chapter 21 Worship Rites. Lin Lang felt as if a strange spark had appeared in the air. However, Shinruwashi only looked at Wang Yakan for a few seconds before withdrawing her gaze. She graciously walked in front of Lin Lang and smiled bashfully. How are you settling in these past 2 days, dear? Lin Lang looked at this quirky young lady and only felt a bit of a headache. Ms. Shin. The relationship between the two of us is that of a doctor and a patient. Besides, I've already cured you. You don't have to come back to me. Please don't call me that in public. And don't act so enthusiastic that people will misunderstand our relationship. After hearing this, Shinruwashi smiled instead of being angry. Gee, honey, you're still so proper and serious, but that's what I like about you. While on the side, Wang Yakan coldly snorted. This is a hospital, not a place for you to talk about love. This young lady, please behave yourself, Shinruwashi immediately said angrily. Who are you? Why are you here? Hurry up and get out of here. Dr. Lin's side doesn't need a sultry like you. Wang Yakan had already suffered a snub from Lin Lang and was worried that she had no place to take it out on him. This woman ran right into the head of her gun. Ha, I can see. You're a backslider, aren't you? Lin Lang doesn't seem to like you, and you're here to make a big deal out of it, and you can't get any feedback? Aren't you losing face? If I were you, I'd find a block of tofu and run over it. Shinruwashi thought to herself, I can't handle Lin Lang, but I can handle you, the demonic cargo. So, she sneered and immediately launched a return attack. Yo, are you Dr. Lin's patient? You're in good spirits. You don't look like someone who's sick. Oh, you are indeed sick. Your mouth. It kind of stinks. Wang Yakan had only just returned from abroad and was used to foreign expressions, but for Shinruwashi's cynicism, for a moment, she actually felt a little short of words and found it difficult to retaliate. Looking at her slightly reddened cheeks, Shinruwashi only felt very pleased that she had the upper hand. At this point, Lin Lang coldly glanced at the two. Shinruwashi, if you don't have anything else, please get out. Wang Yakan thought that Lin Lang was sticking up for her and had just gotten excited when she saw a pot of cool water being poured on her again. Yakan Wang, if you want to be my assistant, you have to learn one thing first. Silence is golden during the workday. Understand? Wang Yakan took a deep breath and held back 1,000 words. Seeing that this woman was actually Lin Lang's assistant, Shinruwashi was also curious and asked, who is she? Can be your assistant? Lin Lang said bluntly, the daughter of the richest man in Tianhai. Ha, Wang Dafu's daughter? The power of money? In an instant, a flash of vigilance appeared in Shinruwashi's eyes. Other than that, this richest man's daughter is still in good shape. This woman would stay by Lin Lang's side all the time as his assistant? Wouldn't it be better to be near the water? She was a little upset. At that moment, another voice came from the doorway. Darryl? Yakan? Why are you all in Lin Lang's office? Yi Shuhan looked at her two girlfriends curiously, her face full of doubts. Neither of the two women made a sound in response, each playing with their own little plans in their hearts. Seeing that the two ignored themselves, Yi Shuhan was too lazy to guess what these two girlfriends were thinking. She looked at Lin Lang and said seriously, there's a charity gala tonight that wasn't supposed to concern you, but Elder Lu wants to attend, and he asked me by name to bring you. Elder Lu asked me to attend a charity gala? Lin Lang was puzzled. Yes, he's already asked me to take you there no matter what. You're not going to give Elder Lu no face, are you? Oh yeah, and he said he'd contact you by phone. As soon as the words left his mouth, Lin Lang's cell phone rang. Picking it up, it was none other than Elder Lu. Elder Lu, you're asking me to go to some charity gala? What am I going to do there? Master, this party really isn't suitable for you. Lin Lang was confused. So you're still asking me to go? Lu Ming explained. It's like this. I saw that the silver needle that Master used on a regular basis was just an ordinary silver needle. And at this charity gala, the organizers will put a pair of gold needles up for auction. Proceeds from the auction, they will donate to the orphanage. I then thought of photographing this golden needle and giving it to my master, even if it's my gift of worship. Of course, I'd like to show you that pair of gold needles, whether they're rare treasures or not. In case I get a fake, or something not to your liking, I'll lose a lot of money. You don't want to say no, oh master. It turns out that, Lin Lang let out a bitter smile and said bluntly, Elder Lu, you don't have to send me anything. No, Xia is a friendly country that begins and ends with manners. This fine tradition is something we must not discard. Seeing that he couldn't argue with Lu Ming, Lin Lang agreed to his request. Afterwards, Lin Lang followed Yi Shuhan and left. Shinruwashi and Wang Yakan, on the other hand, looked at each other and froze for a long time. A moment later, both men reacted at the same time and ran out of the office as well. They took out their cell phones at the same time and contacted their fathers, who also wanted to go to that charity gala. 7 p.m. Imperial Hotel. Lin Lang looked at the three big beauties on his left and right with outstanding temperament and white skin, but he couldn't be happy in his heart. In his words, Yi Shuhan was a bit better. The other two women had serious psychological problems. One is sickly, the other likes to play the big girl. Staying with them, Lin Lang only felt uncomfortable all over. At this time, Lin Lang, a man and three women, also attracted the attention of many people in the banquet hall. These guests did not think that the daughter of the richest man, the daughter of the Shin family, as well as the strong woman of the Yi family, would accompany a young man whose name is unknown. Who the hell is this guy? At this moment, Lin Lang also saw some familiar figures. Qin Xiao and Qin Xiaotian also appeared as invited guests. Of course, there was also his ex-girlfriend Qin Xian who had been brought by Qin Xiaotian to see the world. Enemies are not as good as each other. In an instant, Lin Lang's face was gloomy. The three women felt at the same time that Lin Lang's body suddenly had an extra touch of palpitating aura. As Shin Ruwashi was about to inquire, Lu Ming had already walked over quickly and made a big salute to Lin Lang in front of everyone. Master. Lin Lang smiled bitterly and returned. Elder Lu, don't be like this. Lu Ming hemmed and hawed. Master, the banquet will start soon. You come with me. Oh, and all three of your female companions have their own seats, so you can just sit with me. After Lin Lang sat down at the bottom of the podium, all eyes converged on him. A young man who could be called by Elder Lu as his master was enough to shock the entire audience. At this time, even Qin Xiu's father and son were at a loss. When did Lu Lao worship that Lin Lang kid as a teacher? And as Chen Xian looked at Lin Lang's back, her heart was not in the right place. However, she firmly believed in her choice, believing that Lin Lang would always be just a salted fish that couldn't turn over. Chapter 22 Xuanqin Needle. Soon, the charity gala began. After the moderator had made his opening remarks, he invited Mr. Lu to speak as the representative of the medical profession. After a series of processes, it was time for the main event of the auction. The first few lots were some cultural antiques that were bought up quickly. A pair of golden needles, carefully placed in a glass case, then appeared before everyone's eyes. Those golden needles lay quietly in the glass cabinet, emitting a dazzling golden light that instantly attracted everyone's attention. It does earn its keep when you look at the character alone. Lu Ming smiled and said to Lin Lang, Master, do you still look satisfied with this pair of golden needles? It's called the Xuanqin needle, and legend has it that it was ordered to be created by an ancient emperor more than 1,000 years ago. That emperor was a keen student of the medical arts and was well versed in the ways of acupuncture and moxibustion. In order to make it easier for him to study and practice, he had this pair of golden needles built. The Xuanqin needle has a total of 9,981 stitches, but in the course of history, the Xuanqin needle has been constantly lost. This pair of Xin needles you see now has only 18 stitches left. Still, it's worth its weight in gold. At this moment, Lin Lang looked at the Xin needle in the glass cabinet with unblinking eyes, and could not help but open his chi eyes. In an instant, he saw that above these 18 golden needles, a golden-colored chi appeared. The art of Qigong can not only read people, but also things. This discovery surprised and delighted Lin Lang. Because of his cultivation, he understood that the golden aura emanating from the golden needles should be an aura. This means that the 18 Xuanqin needles are spiritual objects. But think about it. Ancient emperors were the 9 or 5, 10,000 people, and what they wanted was bound to be the best in the world. Moreover, the person hired to build it should also be a skilled craftsman, and there won't be any problems with the craftsmanship. In addition, this was the first time Lin Lang had seen a spirit object. The curiosity and surprise in his eyes also made Lu Ming nod silently. The auction for the Xin needle will now begin. Starting price, $500,000. Upon hearing this number, the guests began to talk as well. $500,000? $500,000 can buy more than 2 pounds of gold. These gold needles, while genuine, may only add up to a few dozen grams. It's a clear case of the pits. Ha! This is something the emperor used. $500,000 is a small amount. There are a lot of things that you can't calculate its value that way. For the emperor, it's a gimmick put on by the organizers. They don't even know which emperor actually used it. Otherwise, they would have already made a big deal out of the information. Well, this is here to screw the wrong people. This thing, unless it's given to me, don't try to cheat a dime out of my pocket. The whispering of those few people was also the consensus of most of the guests. Indeed, taking $500,000 for something worth only $20,000 or $30,000, this kind of premium excess, even if it is used as a charity auction, is still too insulting to people's intelligence. But just then, Lu Ming had already raised his hand. I'll offer $500,000. The whole room was in an uproar. Lu Ming was a titanic figure in Tianhai's medical field, and he was even looking at these golden needles? Lin Lang also retrieved his thoughts and couldn't help but ask, Elder Lu, do you really want to buy these golden needles? Yes, bought it, for you. Once Elder Lu made his move, those businessmen naturally wouldn't follow suit. For one thing, it was because these golden needles really weren't worth that price, and secondly, it was also because they didn't want to damage Elder Lu's face. When the moderator saw that no one else was shooting, he was ready to drop the hammer. Suddenly, a voice suddenly rang out. The thing that Elder Lu is looking at must be something good. I'll come and join in the fun. I'll give you $600,000. Everyone's eyes flicked to the person who had spoken. When Lin Lang looked at it, a wave of anger arose. The one competing with Old Man Lu was none other than Qin Xiu. Lu Ming frowned, glanced at him, and without any hesitation, shouted, $1 million. This bidding also caused the entire audience to be shaken once again. $1 million can buy more than 4 pounds of gold. Elder Lu is determined to win, isn't he? And Qin Xiu dares to bid against him? Having the Qin family and the capital backing you up is different. At this point, Qin Xiu smiled faintly and stopped calling for bids. He just looked at Lu Ming, who was a table away, and smiled blandly. Elder Lu has jumped to call for the price, so it seems that he is determined to win this object. In that case, I won't spoil your fun. When he finished, he even raised his glass and toasted across the room. Elder Lu grimaced, and said no more. It was obvious that Qin Xiu just wanted him to spend more money in vain to buy the Xian needle. But Lu's old stubbornness came up and he was about to make a big move. But he didn't expect Qin Xiu to just inflate the price a little bit and then close his hand in time. This in turn left him a little bewildered. But fortunately, this thing was bought, and after giving it to Lin Lang, he could learn the 9 needles of the returning soul from this master with peace of mind. A few moments later, the auction ended and the charity gala officially came to an end. The golden needle that was slapped down was also handed over to Elder Lu. Lu Lao, on the other hand, respectfully handed the golden needle to Lin Lang's eyes. Master, this is my gift to pay homage to my master. Please do accept it. Lin Lang was not polite and received the golden needle in his hand. In an instant, he only felt that the aura in his body was running somewhat uncontrollably, and the aura emanating from the golden needles began to stir up, and a gale suddenly blew around Lin Lang. Elder Lu nearly fell under the influence of this gale. After Lin Lang held him up, the aura in his body and the aura emanating from the golden needles returned to normal. What's going on here? How is it that once you hold these golden needles, such a strange phenomenon occurs? Moreover, Lin Lang silently felt the aura in his body and realized that he had actually broken through. You're at the 4th level of Qi cultivation? This golden needle can also enhance one's cultivation? Surprised, Lu Lao was also confused and said, what's going on? Was there a problem with the air exchange system just now? Lin Lang was embarrassed. Maybe. The two then walked out of the Imperial Hotel in pairs and agreed on a time for Lu Ming to come to his home to study. Lu Ming walked away satisfied. The 3 girls then came back to Lin Lang's side. Elder Lu auctioned off the golden needle with a high price. And it was actually for you? Yi Shuhan was in disbelief. As the daughter of the richest man in Tianhai, Wan Yakan had little concept of money, but she also looked curiously at the golden needle in Lin Lang's hand. Shun Ruoshi, on the other hand, smiled heartily and said, Elder Lu is Lin Lang's student. This is a teacher worship ceremony. I see. At this moment, Qin Xiu brought Qin Xiaotian and Chen Xian to the door. Qin Xiu swept a glance at the golden needles and sneered. A golden needle worth $1 million. You should cherish it, don't let Elder Lu down. But then again, if you're thinking of trading it for money, it's best to put that idea to rest. These gold needles are worth at most 20,000 to 30,000. Ha 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 ha. Qin Xiaotian also chimed in. Lin Lang, although I don't know what kind of mesmerizing soup you've given Lu Lao, but I won't have the chance to experience the feeling of being an ingrate. Chapter 23 Breakthrough. The father and son's cynicism infuriated the 3 women. Lin Lang coldly looked at Qin Xiaotian and hummed. You should know about Wang Sen, right? Qin Xiaotian was first stunned and then reacted. Wang Sen's arrest, was it your doing? Lin Lang sneered. He's done so many bad things. Going to jail is the punishment he deserves. You're all in the same boat, so watch out for yourself. Oh, I always think. You're next. Qin Xiaotian was silent for a few seconds and suddenly smiled at Qin Xiu. Dad, see, you don't bother with mole crickets, and the mole crickets are always trying to climb on top of the elephant and come and bite you twice. So, I was right in my previous suggestion, wasn't I? Qin Xiu grinned. Xiaotian, your worries are right. These mole crickets always feel that the truth of the ant's many bites is true. If we don't give them a good lesson, they really think they can turn a mountain chicken into a phoenix and fly up to the sky. Lin Lang's several people's expressions instantly changed as they listened to these words. At this time, Qin Xiu looked at Yi Shuhan and said with a deep meaning, the Yi family and I have a good relationship. You ninny wouldn't flip out with me for this kid, right? Yi Shuhan was unsure. What do you mean by that? Qin Xiu laughed loudly and said aloud, it doesn't mean much. After tonight, you'll understand. After saying that, Qin Xiu left with Qin Xiaotian in triumph. As she passed by Lin Lang, Chen Xian sighed and said in a cold voice, Lin Lang, if you can learn from your mistakes now and go to Xiaotian to apologize, you'll still be able to hang around in Tianhai, but after tonight, you really don't stand a chance. Looking at the backs of the several people leaving, Yi Shuhan frowned with some concern. Listening to Qin Xiu's tone, it looks like he's going to deal with you. Shen Ruoshi thought of her previous humiliating performance and puffed out her chest. I wimped out last time. This time I'll stand up for my darling. Lin Lang said bluntly with a calm face. Soldiers come and go, and besides, I'll have a decision to make with them, father and son, sooner or later. Back home, Lin Lang was very curious about those golden needles, so he took them in his hands and scrutinized them. But as soon as he touched the Xian Xin needle, he felt the aura in his body begin to stir again. The aura in the golden needles, which echoed with him, was also in turmoil. Within a few moments of effort, the auras of this person and object had actually fused together and settled in Lin Lang's body. Lin Lang was taken aback. Previously, when he first got the golden needle, he had only resonated with this spiritual object. Now, all the aura in this spiritual object has been absorbed by himself? How could the life source medallion have such an effect? It can absorb the spiritual chi from spiritual objects? Looking at the Xian Xin needle that had lost its aura, Lin Lang was sure that his guess was correct. Without realizing it, he had actually discovered a way to quickly increase his strength, finding enough spirits, absorb all their aura. In this way, one's strength could naturally increase by leaps and bounds. My ancestor has treated me well. The true chapter of the life source he left behind actually has such an effect. Lin Lang was overjoyed. Tonight's threat from Qin Xiu's father and son actually made him feel the pressure. In essence, he was indeed just an ordinary man with no money, no power and no influence. Even though he had obtained the inheritance from his ancestor, he had only made a mark in the medical path. To fight against Qin Xiu's father and son, or even the capital Qin family behind them, he was undoubtedly a mantis, and it would be hard for him to have a good ending. But now, his force is soaring, and a strong force value of the divine doctor naturally makes him full of bottom energy again. I'm at the 5th level of chi cultivation. I didn't expect that after absorbing the aura from the Xuanqi needle, it would allow myself to break through 2 minor realms in a row. Practicing chi rank practitioners, how strong force they possess. At this time Lin Lang's heart does not have any concept. At this point, a sharp bell rang. Lin Lang picked it up and saw that it was an unfamiliar phone. Hello? Lin Lang, when I say I'll teach you a lesson, I'll do what I say. Do you dare come to the back alley of your neighborhood now? If you're a shrinking violet, then stay inside and don't go anywhere. If you're a man, I'll wait for you. Lin Lang recognized the owner of the voice. Lin Shin. He hadn't expected his second uncle's son to stick to him like a dog's skin. Just as well. Just in time for the breakthrough. So I'll go and test my force. Lin Lang let out a light laugh, changed his clothes, and lightly left the rental house. Subdivision back alley. This is an area of old buildings to be demolished. And on weekdays after 8 o'clock in the evening, the streets are basically deserted. As Lin Lang welcomed the night wind and arrived, he saw a large group of people standing under a large shadowy tree. Looking intently at him, Lin Shin stood at the very front, and was also filled with excitement and disdain as soon as he saw Lin Lang. Humph, I didn't expect you to have some backbone, daring to come alone. As soon as the words fell, the punks under the tree surged over and surrounded Lin Lang. Lin Lang silently counted, adding Lin Shin. There were 11 people in total. Lin Lang stood with his hands in the air and spoke back aloud. Lin Shin, my father has been extremely kind to your family, yet you guys are trying to make things difficult for me in every way possible. Looks like you don't see the coffin. Ha 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 ha. Lin Shin laughed wildly. There are about 10 of us, and you're surrounded by one person, and you still dare to be arrogant? Brothers, remember, I want him out of bed for half a month. Let's clean him up quickly, and then, I'll buy everyone a drink. These punks sneered and laughed, and did not rush to strike. However, Lin Lang's eyes changed and he took the lead. He condensed a stream of aura on top of his palm and punched the nearest punk in front of him. In an instant, the punk was like a kite with broken strings, and after drawing a wonderful parabola in the air, he fell heavily to the ground. The punk lay on the ground and fainted without even uttering a wail. The whole room was shocked. The location where the punk fell was 7 or 8 meters away from his previous position. Lin Lang sent someone flying 7 or 8 meters with a single punch. Waking up, Lin Shin's face turned white, and Lin Lang did not expect his own random punch to have such power. Come back to your senses. Sorry for coming out a bit heavy. Next, I'll be a little more careful and try not to beat you guys up like this. At that moment, a leading bald punk immediately drank. It's a hard point. Everyone be careful. Together, the rest of the gangsters reacted, immediately took up the sticks in their hands and swarmed up. A few moments later, these punks fell to the ground, wailing, either breaking their arms or injuring their legs and feet. Lin Shan looked at the helpers he had found. Even Lin Lang's hair did not hurt, also froze in place, as if petrified. Lin Lang took a step and walked over idly. Lin Shan, I heard you want to keep me out of bed for half a month? I think that's a good offer. Otherwise, you won't grow out of it. Chapter 24. Have to work tomorrow. Lin Long cracks Lin Shan with a good jab. Just one punch made Lin Shan's ribs break 4 times, and his internal organs were also greatly impacted. Of course, this was still the result of Lin Lang's efforts. If he were to go all out, Lin Lang was quite sure that he could punch Lin Shan to death. At this moment, Lin Shan was lying on the ground, unconscious. At this point, the bald gangster, once he saw that the situation was bad and he was unable to walk properly, begged, "Big brother, spare your life. Actually, we don't know Lin Shan very well. There's a right to be wronged. You've already cleaned him up. Can you spare us?" Lin Lang looked at him coldly and hummed, "If I had been knocked down by you guys just now, would you have spared my life?" The bald punk sensed a palpitating killing intent from Lin Lang's body. "I was wrong. I'm really wrong. Please spare my life." As he spoke, he kowtowed desperately until his bald head was already covered in blood. At this point, a punk who had been knocked to the far side of the room immediately pulled his legs out and ran away when Lin Lang wasn't paying attention. "Brother Bald Head, you guys wait first. I'll go get help. Even if we can't beat this kid, we'll teach his family a profound lesson. Anyone who dares to mess with our White Dragon Society will not have a good ending." In a few breaths, the punk ran out of sight. The bald man first froze, then gritted his teeth in anger. The asshole had snatched his previous lines, and Lin Lang frowned when he heard this. It's not what it used to be, he soberly realized. If you don't clean up this group of punks and be afraid of them today, this group of people will come back to harass you and even your friends and family in the future. It's okay for me to spare you. Take me to your boss. The bald punk froze in disbelief. You want to see our boss? Yes. The only way to completely clean up this group of punks is to capture the thief first. Having cleaned up their boss into submission, the group of punks naturally behaved themselves. Although the bald gangster was puzzled by Lin Lang's request, his mind was already playing up. This kid sure can fight, but if it was brought to the boss, each of the brothers of the White Dragon Society would be able to drown this kid with a mouthful of spit. Okay, I'll take you there. After saying that, he gave the other punks a wink and respectfully led the way in front. Half an hour later, the bald man brought Lin Lang to a more remote courtyard. In the yard stood an old 5-story building that looked to be quite a bit older, and this building is the so-called headquarters of the White Dragon Society. Lin Lang looked up and saw a large signboard with the words White Dragon Finance Limited. He sneered and strutted in. At that moment, more than 20 men with rough faces immediately rushed out of the building, quickly surrounding Lin Lang and the gangsters. "Bald head, your little brother just came back for a briefing and we were just about to go out looking for you when you came back. Why are you covered in blood? Is this the hard point your little brother was talking about?" With the support of his brothers, the bald head immediately felt his backbone hardened again. "Hey, don't mention it. I met a practicer, but this kid had his head stuck in the door and had to ask me to lead the way to our headquarters. It's just right. The brothers are usually idle. He can relieve your boredom. Ha ha ha." The bald man laughed brightly. Soon, however, he felt an irresistible force press down on his neck, bringing him into instant contact with the ground. The bald man's eyes rolled over and he lost all consciousness. Lin Lang grabbed the first shot, and a blazing killing intent emanated from his body as well. "Is there anyone else here? If there is, call them all out." A scarred face snapped back from his shock and sneered. "Yo, are you studying to be a movie star?" Still got the look. However, the White Dragon Society is not a place for you to spread your wild ways. Brothers, go! Lin Lang had intended to completely beat these punks into submission, and with a single breath, he operated his aura, allowing his state to climb to the peak. Immediately after that, he punched one by one, weaving in and out of these punks like an elf. Wherever he passes, a punk will fall. 2 minutes later, looking at Scarface, the only one still standing in the field, Lin Lang said in a cold voice, "You're the boss of these people?" Scarface shuddered back. "I am not. Call your boss out." Before Scarface could reply, he felt a large, strong hand on his shoulder. He hurriedly turned his head and saw a burly man of 1 meter 9, looking at Lin Lang with a cold face. "Scar, you've slept with women too much, right? Can't even handle such a weakling?" Scarface sighed with relief. "Fifth brother, this kid is indeed somewhat powerful, can only rely on you." With heavy steps, the burly man walked up to Lin Lang. "Kid, daring to cause trouble at the White Dragon Society. You've got a lot of guts. I just saw it. You seem to know some martial arts? However, martial arts are just techniques, and are worlds away from true power. I will teach you today what it means to break all laws with one force." "You mean like this?" Lin Lang wrapped his aura around his right arm and struck out decisively. In a flash of lightning, His fist had already blasted onto the lanky man's abdomen. In a flash, the Hanyu slid backwards against the ground. He didn't stop his retreat until he hit the wall. He then slowly sat down on the floor and never made another sound. Scarface immediately rushed over and called out a few times, only to realize that Scarface was unconscious. You just put on a show in front of me, and now you're getting punched in the face like this? Scarface didn't have the heart to spit anymore because Lin Lang had already arrived behind him. Where's your boss? Scarface squeezed out a bitter smile and said very respectfully, Big brother, our boss isn't here. Let him come. Scarface examined the situation and immediately nodded his head and responded, Good drop. You wait a moment. He immediately picked up the phone and dialed a number. Boss, someone wants to see you. Who wants to see me in the middle of the night? Before Scarface could reply, Lin Lang had already grabbed the cell phone and said in a deep voice, I'm the one who wants to see you, and you'd better bring more people to the finance company. I'm interested in your position as boss. Cursed next door. Who are you? You dare to come to my place and make trouble? Still want to sit in my seat? You wait for me. I'll bring someone to do you right away. The phone was quickly hung up. Scarface looked at the side of Lin Lang's face and couldn't help but ask, Big brother, do you really want to be our big brother? You made such a big fuss just to get the White Dragon Society? Don't want to. Scarface looked surprised. Then why did you say that? Lin Lang laughed softly and said in a stern voice, just wanting him to come over quickly. It's getting late. I'm going to beat him into submission as soon as possible and then go home and sleep. I have to work tomorrow. Chapter 25 Collecting Minions. Scarface was struck by lightning and staggered in place, not moving. This young man broke into the White Dragon Society late at night just to try and beat his boss into submission? That's all? Lin Lang looked at him, suddenly interested in these finance company skinned punks. You guys make money from debt collection on a regular basis? Scarface returned to his senses and nodded repeatedly. Yes, big brother. This is one of our main sources of income. It's not like back in the day. And it's not like you can walk down the street and collect protection money in a dignified manner. Lin Lang swept a glance at the fallen punks and spoke bluntly. You have dozens of people here and you can afford to feed them on debt collection? Scarface smiled bitterly and returned truthfully. Of course we can't afford to be fed. We're all being fed. And the finance company is just a front. And what we earn from debt collection is just overtime for us. After hearing this, Lin Lang's interest intensified. Oh, who raised you all? Scarface returned. Only the boss knows. We are just responsible for getting paid on weekdays. When something happens, the boss will inform us to do something. Lin Lang nodded. Are there many organizations like your White Dragon Society in Tianhai? As a young man who had just stepped out of school for a year, Lin Lang really didn't know much about these social organizations. Scarface saw that he was interested in these things, so he spoke like pouring beans. Tianhai is an international metropolis, and organizations like the White Dragon Society are naturally in the minority, and the vast majority of them are cloaked as we are. But then, the White Dragon Society is nothing compared to the really big organizations. In the entire Tianhai, there are 4 major organizations that control almost all of the underground business. 4 major organizations? Be specific. The Hashan Society, the Aoki Society, the Nanling Society, and the Yashin Society are the 4 major organizations in the Sky Sea. They were more organized, with higher quality personnel, and carved up all the underground business in Tianhai. The kind of living that they wouldn't dare touch if they found 50 grams and shot them. But the rest, women and gambling, they get involved in. These 2 lines of work, they make money fast, so they all make a lot of money. Doesn't the sheriff's department care? Lin Lang frowned. Scarface looked at Lin Lang like he was looking at an alien. You, big brother, did you just arrive in Tianhai? Those 4 major organizations, they all have backgrounds, and they all make connections to cover their lines. And all these big organizations are on track, all wearing suits and ties, leaving those underground businesses in the hands of dedicated people. People are serious businessmen now. Understood. Lin Lang sighed. Suddenly, he realized that what he had thought before was really naive. He thought that after studying hard and graduating with honors, he would be able to make his way in society on his own by virtue of his strong learning ability and high personal qualities, as well as his practical and hard work. But now it seems that what he used to expect is all a floating cloud. To a certain extent, what Qin Xiaotian said about connections, resources and relationships are the core elements that determine a person's achievements. And he doesn't have any of those 3 things. Just like the 4 Tenkai organizations, these underground organizations are, to put it bluntly, a bunch of gangsters. But they know how to build up connections, know how to occupy resources, and then by virtue of their smooth style and unseemly means, they can make a good living. Today, they all wear suits and ties and have transformed themselves into pillars of society. And this is called a social rule? Lin Lang was stunned in thought and was interrupted by an angry shout from outside the courtyard. Which ungrateful bastard dares to come to the White Dragon Society to spread wildness? A fat-headed middle-aged man with a dozen black-clothed bodyguards walked quickly into the courtyard. Lin Lang retracted his thoughts and scoffed to himself. I'm here to fight, not to emote about life. I can't get off topic. He then looked coldly at the obese man and said in a cold voice, I've been waiting for you for a long time. Your grandfather. You? The obese man snorted as he sized up Lin Lang carefully. A tender-head youth with no hair growing. How dare you run here to spread your wildness? You. Before the words left his mouth, Lin Lang took an arrow step and rushed in front of a black-clothed man. Before the man could react, he was punched to the ground by Lin Lang. As soon as the other black-clothed men saw this, they immediately surged up, trying to use the tactic of a sea of men to put Lin Lang in his place. But Lin Lang was on fire, and within a few breaths of time, he had put down all of these 10 or so people. The obese man was confused. At that moment, Lin Lang walked up to him and raised his fist. Whoosh! The fist whistled past the obese man's ear. The obese man's face suddenly changed, covering his face and retreating several steps. Don't hit me. I didn't hit you. Wanted to talk to you. The obese man came back to his senses, looked at Lin Lang in horror, and carefully returned. Big brother, what are your orders? Lin Lang smiled bashfully. What's your name and who's your boss? The obese man trembled and returned. I am called Shi Jun, and they all call me Jun brother. My boss is the Qin family. The Qin family? Which Qin family? Lin Lang instantly became interested. Big brother, you know Tianhai Hospital, right? Their director's surname is Qin, and my boss is that Qin family he works for. Ha, this is really a step in the right direction. He had wanted to clean up these punks for a while, but he didn't expect to run into the White Dragon Society raised by the Qin family by mistake. Very well, since it's that Qin family, I'll have to do something about it. From now on, you guys call me boss. Ha, the obese man and Scarface were at a loss. Haven't you guys been calling me big brother all along? I'll give you guys a chance to recognize me as your boss. The two men stared at each other in disbelief. We can't beat you, so we call you big brother. Isn't that reasonable? I never thought that this guy would really want to take them as his little brothers. Big brother, we really didn't expect that you made such a big deal tonight. Just want to accept us as little brothers? Lin Lang nodded. Yes, but didn't you say you weren't interested at first? Scarface couldn't help but ask. Lin Lang laughed. I wasn't interested at first, but now I am. Well, you can make a choice, whether to be beaten out of the heavenly sea by me or to submit to me. I'm not very patient. I'll give you 3 seconds. 3, 2, 1. Okay, if you guys don't say anything, I'll take that as your default. The obese man and Scarface were completely confused. After returning to their senses, the two of them said in unison, You really want to take us as juniors? Lin Lang replied back in an affirmative tone. Right, you guys are used to calling me big brother anyway, right? Chapter 26 I'm not leaving. The hell with getting used to calling you big brother. Shi Jun and Scarface spat in their hearts at the same time. Still, the two men piled up a pandering smile on their faces. Big brother, can't figure out your decision, but you need to know, we're a finance company. Are you really going to take us? Besides, the Qin family is a major power in Tianhai. We used to do things at their bidding. If they know we followed you, we'll be driven out of the Sky Sea just the same. Lin Lang calmly returned. The Qin family in Tianhai will be finished sooner or later. You are now throwing in the towel. It's a God-given opportunity. Of course, I know you're all going to pay lip service to this. So, in order for you to show enough loyalty to me, I will. Before the words fell, Lin Lang flicked his wrist, and 2 short golden needles had already shot out electrically. Shi Jun and Scarface let out a scream at the same time, but moments later, they realized that nothing happened to them. Big brother, what did you just do to both of us? Lin Lang smiled bashfully. I struck 2 Xuanqing needles into your bodies, and at this time, these 2 golden needles are only a few millimeters away from the hearts of the two of you. Normal behavior on both your parts will tug on the muscles and bring the golden needles closer to the heart. So, don't do strenuous exercise during this time. Also, I'd like to remind you both, my golden needles, apart from the fact that I can remove them easily, you two will have to undergo surgery if you want to take them out. But because the golden needles are so close to the heart, it would take at least a doctor of Lu Ming's caliber to take them out for you. And, even he can only guarantee a success rate of about 50% for this surgery. Of course, if you two listen, I'll keep the golden needles slightly away from your hearts the next time I see you. I will not pull the golden needles out of your bodies completely until I trust you completely. When these words came out, the pair of hardened brothers of the White Dragon Society were instantly dumbfounded. Big brother, you can't treat the two of us like this. From this moment on, we both must look up to our big brother. If big brother says 1, we'll never say 2. Please also ask big brother to have mercy and take out the golden needles now. Lin Lang shook his head and said lightly, We just met, didn't we? I still retain enough caution about strangers. I told you, as long as you behave yourselves, sooner or later this golden needle will be taken out. Now, down to business. If you guys don't do this right, you're really going to die. Once Sure June and Scarface heard this, although they were incomparably terrified, they still stared at Lin Lang closely, waiting for his next words. Even though I'd become your big brother, your apparent boss is still the Chin family. With the Chin family paying your salaries, it saves me a lot of work. However, the Chin family would deal with a man called Lin Lang later. I want you to be masculine when you are ordered to deal with that man. I'll let you know exactly how to do that when the time comes. The two looked at each other and immediately nodded their heads in succession. Okay, big brother, we will definitely do as you commanded. Lin Lang nodded in satisfaction and took a step, preparing to leave. Big brother, are you leaving? Well, I have to work tomorrow. A black line rose before the two men's eyes. I hope you'll keep your mouth shut about seeing me tonight. Include your minions and keep it a secret. If this gets out, you two should know the consequences? I know. We'll both make sure to restrain our little brothers so that they won't dare to leak tonight's events out. That's it. When the Chin family falls, I'll arrange a proper job for you guys, so you can get ashore for good. Looking at Lin Lang's distant back, Sure June and Scarface finally let out a breath of relief. The two men sat disheveled on the ground, both revealing a bitter smile. June, what do you call this? For no reason. We have another big brother. Hey, the flow of the year is not good, so it will have to do. We don't have the money or the background to get an operation from a big shot like Elder Lu. Moreover, Big Brother said that even Elder Lu can only guarantee a 50% success rate. I don't want to take that risk. June, who exactly do you think Big Brother is? It feels like he has a grudge against the Chin family? Cursed next door, you were the first to see Big Brother, and you ask me, who is he? Seems like a friend of one of the bald guy's minions was told to clean up a guy tonight, but he didn't realize he'd kicked a steel plate. Right, let's take this bad breath out on that little brother's friend of baldheads. Good idea. I have a belly full of fire, and I'm worried that I have no place to send it. Go, 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 go. Lin Shen, who had just come to his senses in the night breeze, didn't even realize that in half an hour, he would be lying in the hospital for a month. Lin Lang returned home and was about to rest when he suddenly received a call from Yi Shuhan. As soon as he picked up, he heard Yi Shuhan say sharply in a voice full of apologies, Lin Lang, I'm sorry, I can't keep you. Lin Lang frowned and said with a straight face, don't be so hasty, what exactly happened? Yi Shuhan said guiltily, Qin Xiu contacted my grandmother, the current head of the Yi family. Grandma told me to sack you. I can't disobey her orders. So, Lin Lang froze for a moment and then sighed. Well, I also thought of this possibility. I just didn't expect it to come so quickly. These few days, thanks to Mr. Ye's acceptance and love. Yi Shuhan said with great difficulty. Lin Lang, I've already told Grandma about your talent and ability, but not only did she not believe me, she also swore that she couldn't cross swords with the Chin family for the sake of you, a little unknown doctor. I couldn't argue with her and had to compromise. You mustn't blame me. Lin Lang smiled bashfully. Don't worry, I won't blame you, Mr. Yi. You've been good enough to me, but the Yi family is a big family after all. There are many comprehensive factors to consider. I'm already grateful that you antagonized Qin Xiu for me that day. Yi Shuhan was still very worried. So what are you going to do next? As far as I know, Qin Xiu has already greeted the major hospitals so that they won't hire you. Even the various health stations, the small hospitals in the townships, received the same instructions. That is to say, Qin Xiu is making a real move this time to kick you out of Tianhai's medical system. If you still want to be a doctor, you'll have to go to one of those private clinics. Of course, many of the owners of private clinics know Qin Xiu, and you won't be able to stay just as long after he finds out. Hearing this, Lin Lang was also a bit shocked. He hadn't expected the Qin family to be so powerful in Tianhai. At the moment, something had begun to germinate and grow inside him. He had never longed for strength as he did now. Aha! Yi Shuhan continued. Let's put it this way. I know a friend in the deep city who is the director of a private hospital. I will introduce you to him. Qin Xiu, even if he is powerful, he can't manage that far. It might be a good thing for you to leave Tenkai. I'm not leaving Tenkai. Chapter 27 Couple Store. Yi Shuhan was shocked. The Qin family has pushed you to this point, and you still don't want to leave Tianhai? Lin Lang, I know that you are very angry, but you also have to recognize the reality, that you are not a match for the Qin family. When you go to the deep city, develop well. With your ability, you can definitely break through. Moreover, the deep city is also a developed city. There are many opportunities. Thank you for Mr. Ye's concern, but I really won't leave Tianhai. Then what are you going to do? Yi Shuhan was puzzled. We've talked about this, but this kid doesn't seem to be getting the hang of it. Lin Lang paused and returned in a deep voice. From the moment you informed me of this news, an idea popped into my head. Now, I'm even more convinced of this idea. I'm going to open my own clinic. You run your own clinic? Are you crazy? The entire Tianhai's medical system. Although it wasn't Qin Shou alone who had the final say, it would be easy for him to ostracize a freshly minted doctor. You're just looking for death if you open your own clinic. Lin Lang calmly returned. Mr. Yi, I've already decided. That's all. He had just hung up when his cell phone rang again. After connecting, Shin Ruoshi's anxious voice was heard. Lin Lang, what are your plans? This time, I definitely won't wimp out. If you want to leave Tianhai, I will run away from home and follow you far away. Lin Lang cried and laughed. Shin, you don't have to do this. You are the Shin family's daughter and have a great future waiting for you. You don't have to sacrifice so much for a common man like me. We're ultimately from two worlds and can't walk on the same ground. Shin Ruoshi stubbornly said. No, Shin Ruoshi, just like you. Tell me, what do you want to do? If I had to steal my family's real estate license, I could do it. Well, say do it. I know you'll definitely be short of money now. I'll open the safe at home later, take some gold bars and cash out, and elope with you. You wait for me. Although this niece's words and actions were very illogical, her words were still very touching to Lin Lang. After Qin Shou's strike, he had become a target and could no longer mix in Tianhai. But as usual, this ninny chose to support herself. With this determination, Lin Lang's opinion of her had changed significantly. Shin, you mustn't do this. Otherwise, I'll be a sinner. Don't worry, I won't leave Tianhai. Shin Ruoshi froze. You're not leaving Tenkai to change careers? But even if you change your profession and stop being a doctor, the Qin family will still be watching you. I know the Qin family. They're also one of the four great families of the Heavenly Sea. The way they started was originally by stepping on other people's corpses and bones. Lin Lang was also a bit surprised after hearing this. The Qin family is also one of the four great families of the Heavenly Sea? I haven't heard you guys mention it before? Shin Ruoshi said with a straight face. The Qin family is indeed a family that is on par with us. And Qin Shou is only one of the first line of the Qin family, not the head of the Qin family, so I haven't told you about this before. This is the fundamental reason why Qin Shou's father and son can be infinitely arrogant in front of you. So it is. It seems that I have underestimated Qin Shou's father and son. It was no wonder that Qin Shaotian had done so much evil, but no one could do anything about him. Well, thank you for that crucial information, Shin Ruoshi said anxiously. Hurry up and say it. You haven't said what you're going to do? Lin Lang was very calm. I will open my own clinic in Tianhai. Running a clinic? You, Shin Ruoshi was about to persuade, but suddenly her mind turned sharply and she thought of something. Hey, that's a good idea. With your medical skills, it would be a complete no-brainer to gain some success. Now your biggest problem is that you don't have the background and status to fight against Qin Shou as father and son. Lin Lang, don't worry. I will fully support you in this regard. I will help you quickly get the qualification documents you need to open a clinic and the process you have to go through. I support your decision 100%. Lin Lang was a bit confused. He squeezed out a bitter smile and couldn't help but ask, Miss Shin, you want me to stay in Tianhai? Shin Ruoshi also smiled. Of course, if you really choose to leave Tianhai and leave your home, I will naturally follow you. But this choice of yours makes me like you even more. Men, where they fall, they get up. What's more, you haven't fallen yet. These words were like a shot in the arm, cheering up Lin Lang. He never thought that the person who understands himself the most is this quirky and quite rebellious behavior of the Shin family miss. Well, if you could help me with some of the qualifications and process stuff, then I'd really appreciate it very much. I have nothing to offer, so I'll give you half of this clinic. When Shin Ruoshi heard this, she instantly smiled with joy. Ha ha ha, a husband and wife store? That's an idea that's really good. Then it's happily decided. I'll start working on this for you right away. Moreover, don't worry, with Shu Han's example, I'll be sure to handle this carefully and won't let father find out what I'm doing. Shin Ruoshi hung up the phone before Lin Lang had a chance to order 2 sentences. He reached for his cell phone, all sorts of emotions, surfacing. This $1,000 lady is really quite reliable sometimes. That's when the phone rang again. It's Wang Dafu calling. He didn't say much on the phone, just said that if Lin Lang needed anything, he could tell him, and he would definitely satisfy Lin Lang. Lin Lang knew that once he let him out to help, then he would definitely be involved in his battle for the mansion's property. So he politely dealt with the situation and hung up. But then, Yak and Wang also got through to him. Lin Lang, not much nonsense. I already know how good you are. My father told me about your recent exploits. So, I still decided to follow you to learn the art. Wherever you go, I will go. Even if I leave Tianhai, I will still learn from you for at least 3 years. Lin Lang laughed helplessly. MS. 1. You're the richest daughter. Why would you want to follow a young doctor like me? No, the path of healing is meant to take time to settle. I came back from abroad, but I knew that I had to continue to settle down in order to become a good doctor. And your character and medical skills, I recognize. Lin Lang thought for a moment and smiled. I won't leave Tianhai. It's just as well. I'm opening my own clinic, so you can come and help out at mine. Wang Yakin didn't have any surprise or any extra words. She said one word, yes. Night. Lin Lang laid down on his bed and fell into a deep sleep after thinking of a rough plan in his head. The next morning, Lin Lang got up early. The first step in his plan was to improve his strength. Chapter 28 To. In order to enhance one's strength, finding a suitable spirit object and absorbing all the aura from it was the fastest shortcut. So, he followed the address he checked on the internet and arrived at the most prestigious antique trading market in the southern suburbs of Tianhai. This is said to be a trading market, but it's actually a street of antiques called Guanyin. As soon as he entered the street corner of Guanyin Street, Lin Lang was stunned by the hustle and bustle of the place. As far as the eye could see, both sides of the street were full of antique dealers with floor stalls. Slightly better businesses have rented street-level stores and put up their own signs. Also, at the end of the street, there was a store decorated in gold. The store was called Wanbage, with a gold signboard that stood out. Lin Lang touched the few $1,000s of cash left in his pocket, and after thinking about it, decided that it would be better to see if he could find any good goods with aura from the floor vendors. As he walked along, Lin Lang opened his chi eyes and quickly swept through the ground stalls on both sides, but did not find any of the antiques that emitted aura. Soon, however, he realized that there were several people gathered around a ground stall in front of him. When he curiously came up, he heard the men whispering, "This thing is a good one, probably a legendary spirit weapon. You keep your voice down, don't attract other buyers." "Ah yes, it shouldn't be too much of a problem if it's just a few of us competing. We should be able to get 100,000. Once Lin Lang heard this, he became even more curious. Following their gazes, a vase emitting a faint silver light appeared before his eyes. He fixed his eyes on the vase and realized that although the vase was exquisitely crafted and glowed with an ancient aura, it still did not emit any aura. Thus, he shook his head and prepared to leave. Just then, a young woman also heard the conversation of several people and came over. The woman had a ponytail and was dressed in a modest sweatsuit, looking like a girl next door. She buried her head in the vase for a few moments, and a flash of surprise appeared in her eyes. "Boss, how do you sell this vase?" The middle-aged man in front of the ground stall, his eyes flashed with an imperceptible witticism, and then he said expressionlessly, 300,000. The young woman frowned. "It's too expensive, can it be less?" At that moment, a few prospective buyers on the side immediately spoke out. "Girl, we were here first to buy, shouldn't you be behind us in line?" "Yeah, we've all been standing here for a couple minutes now. There has to be an order to everything, right?" The young woman coldly swept a glance over a few people and said in a deep voice, $500 each, even if I pay you to cut in. $500? You're hitting on a screamer? The young woman grunted and took $10,000 out of her purse and added, "Here's 10,000. There are 5 of you, 2,000 each. That's all I'm offering, and if you don't think it's enough, then I won't give it." A few people looked at each other and sneered. "Girl, aren't you underestimating people? Anyone who can come here and ply their trade has at least several hundred assets. A mere $2,000 and you want to get rid of us? We saw this thing first, let us follow the old rules. The highest bidder gets it." A thin man, looking at the young woman with disdain, his tone not at all polite. A few others, on the other hand, immediately chimed in. The young woman sneered and looked over at the floor stall owner. "Tell me, who are you selling this to?" The boss said in all seriousness. "I think he's right. This is supposed to be an antique market. You see something, then you bid on it. If he bids high, I'll naturally sell it to him. There's no such thing as paying to insert a seat." The boss had spoken, so the young woman didn't say much and directly compared 3 fingers. "I'll offer $300,000. You should know that this is your asking price, not the closing price. Typically, I could probably buy this vase for only a third of what I spend at this price, or even less, but I don't want to waste time with you. You wrap the stuff up." The young woman's strength froze the men, even the owner. His expression froze for a second or two. However, the owner looked back and smiled bashfully. "You made a bid, they haven't. I'm the boss and I have to be fair." "Them?" The young woman swept a few people with contempt. "Just moments ago, they were saying it would only cost $100,000 to buy the vase from you, but I'm offering 3 times the price, and you want to think about it? Business is all about honesty. They did look at this thing first." The thin man even coldly snorted and spoke bluntly. "Where are the little kids from that look down on people so much? You think $300,000 will scare me away? I'll take that as making the boss more money. $400,000. The owner didn't move to look at the young woman. He's bid. It's your turn again. Bid, or give up. The young woman sneered back. The water in the antique market is really as deep as the rumors. Okay, I'm in a hurry. Bite price, $500,000. If you want to sell, I'll call you directly. If you don't sell, I'll leave. When the boss heard this, his cold face instantly raised an eyebrow. Good, cool man, $500,000. Sell you. The skinny man who had clamored, on the other hand, revealed a look of unwillingness, and finally followed the few people beside him, turning to leave. Soon, the owner wrapped the vase and handed the young woman her cell phone. Girl, you can call in your money. At this time, Lin Lang thought of the Xuanqing needle that Lu Lao had bought, which was quite spiritual, and the auction price at the very beginning, which was only this number. He instantly felt that the woman was being punked. Out of the goodness of his heart, ready to leave, he made one more comment. Something without aura is not worth $500,000. In an instant, the woman immediately turned her head to look at Lin Lang. What did you just say? Lin Lang repeated his words. The young woman stared intently into Lin Lang's eyes as if she had discovered a new continent. Without any hesitation, she lowered her voice and asked in a hushed tone, "You know about the existence of spirit weapons too?" Lin Lang smiled blandly. "I don't know what you're talking about." This reply made the woman even more certain that Lin Lang must have seen something. Moreover, he knew something. Probably more than herself. Let me ask you, you can tell that this vase is not a spirit weapon? Lin Lang laughed. Well, I can see that. How sure are you? How sure are you? Seriously answer this question. I can give you $1,000. Lin Lang laughed even more happily. I don't want your money, although the way you act is very much not to my liking, but in order to avoid the pit of death that you are being pushed towards, I can tell you with certainty that this vase is not a spiritual artifact. Besides, haven't you noticed? Those guys just now. They're all dregs hired by this boss. Chapter 29 Spiritual Weapons. The boss had an angry look on his face and droned in a deep voice. Bastard, get lost if you don't buy. What's all this nonsense here? After saying that, he looked at the woman somewhat anxiously and said expectantly, Girl, the things are already wrapped, just waiting for you to transfer the money. The woman ignored the boss and looked straight at Lin Lang. Whether or not those people are towing, I don't care. All I care about is whether or not this thing is a real spirit weapon. Doesn't this vase emit a faint silver light? I've wandered all over this place, including the 10,000 Treasures Pavilion, and I haven't found such a good one. Lin Lang smiled blandly. The one that emits silver light is a spirit weapon? Who told you that? The woman was dumbfounded. Immediately, Lin Lang added, there are many ways to make an object emit silver light. As far as I know, some potions can achieve such a visual effect. Moreover, since this boss has hired a drag to sell this thing, it means that its authenticity is not high in the first place. Of course, it's still the same thing. I can determine that this vase is not a spiritual weapon. As for whether it is a valuable antique, I can't give you a guarantee. I'm not an expert in this field. The young woman cupped her chin and thought for a moment. I take you at your word. You speak objectively and honestly. Okay, I don't want this thing anymore. Hey, I didn't expect God to favor me at the last moment. After wandering around here for so long, I couldn't even find a spirit weapon. When the boss heard this, he instantly became furious. You asshole kid, came here specifically to pick on me? Which house are you sent from? Lin Lang couldn't help but laugh. I'm just a buyer who came to casually browse around. It's just that the way you're selling it is so vile and the stuff isn't what anyone else wants. So don't take your anger out on me if people don't buy it. The boss snorted coldly, his eyes gradually becoming sinister. At that moment, the dregs also went and came back, burrowing out of the corners again. Several people rushed over aggressively, surrounding Lin Lang and the woman. Lin Lang smiled blandly and was calm and relaxed. The woman was even more disdainful and couldn't help but say, What? Trying to buy and sell by force in broad daylight? That boss swept around and sneered. It's a lot of people coming and going, so of course we're not going to do this to you guys or anything. Since the two of you are against me, we naturally have to find a place to comment. Dare to follow us to the back alley? If you don't go, your grandchildren. What a boring provocation. The woman grunted, and then revealed a meaningful faint smile. However, you guys tried to cheat me, and this is something I want to clear up with you as well. Come on, let's go to the back alley. The owner and the guys froze. Immediately, they all revealed a cold smile. You're so young, you can't think straight? Okay, let's go. Before long, the group arrived at the secluded back alley. The boss sneered and waved his hand. Do it. Let's give this kid a little lesson first. As for this beauty, let's save it for later and have some fun with her. Looking at the several people rushing up, Lin Lang was about to strike, but unexpectedly, the woman took a step forward and stood in front of him. Don't you move. I'll clean up these rascals. Next, Lin Lang stared with wide eyes as he watched the woman punch and kick, beating all of these people to the ground. And it takes very little time. Full stop. It took less than 10 seconds for her to take care of them. Lin Lang looked at her back in amazement, and for the first time, he had the feeling that there are people outside of people, and there are heavens outside of heaven. Even if these guys were just ordinary people, it would probably take him about 10 seconds to clean them up, but this young woman had made all these people fall in a few breaths. A real practitioner? At that moment, the woman turned back, and a faint smile appeared on her frosty face. Dedication. These people are so annoying, they couldn't fool me, so they tried to bully us both in the most despicable way. Unfortunately, they've got the wrong guy. Lin Lang came back to his senses and smiled back. The girl is good with her hands. This time, I've had an eye-opening experience. The woman smiled and returned bashfully. My name is Zhou Yun. Nice to meet you. Lin Lang. Nice to meet you too. Zhao Yun added. It's getting late, so I'll leave first. You helped me once. I'll remember it. Give me your phone number. I'll thank you when I'm free. Lin Lang laughed. No need. It's just a favor. By the way, I see that you came here to look for spirit weapons? Zhao Yun nodded. Yes, my family and I came all the way here for the fame of this Guanyin street, but I didn't expect to find no spirit weapons, but I've encountered quite a few crooks and rogues. Well, spirit weapons are rare things. Why did you buy a spirit weapon? Zhao Yun said with a straight face. Save the people. Saving people? What do you mean? Zhao Yun felt that Lin Lang had a good character, so he spoke bluntly. A family member of mine was put under an insidious compulsion that required a spiritual artifact as an aid to get rid of. That's why I came here in a hurry, expecting to be able to buy a spirit weapon, but now it seems that I don't have enough fire to recognize a real spirit weapon. And my family? The situation is critical. I'm going to go back and rethink a way to remove the compulsion for him. Compulsion? Lin Lang frowned slightly, remembering the record of the compulsion technique in the true chapter of Life Source. Compulsion has existed since ancient times and is extremely insidious and bizarre. It can be bewitched with various mediums so as to harm people. So, this woman wanted to buy a spiritual weapon in order to save someone's life? Lin Lang mulled it over and said in a deep voice, since you bought the spiritual weapon to save people, then I'll help you one more time if I come across it. Let's go. Let's go to Guanyin Street again to take a look. If spirit weapons really exist here, I can find them. When Zhao Yun heard this, she was instantly delighted. Is Mr. Lin really so sure? Sure, fine. Then I'll go with you to gain some insight. If you can really find a real spirit weapon, then you'll be a great benefactor to my Zhao family. Benefactor cannot be talked about. I am just a doctor. Heard that your family has a patient, and want to go out to help a small favor. Zhao Yun's eyes lit up. You're a doctor? Then do you know how to remove the parasites? Lin Lang had the true chapter of Life Source with him, so it wasn't difficult to resolve the parasites. Well, a little. Great. It seems that God has treated me well. Let's go. Mr. Lin, I think highly of you. Subsequently, the two of them spent an hour browsing through the ground stalls on both sides of Guanyin Street. It had to be said that Goddess of Fortune still favored the two of them. Lin Lang. They had plucked a total of 3 spirit weapons. Looking at the curio in her hand, Zhao Yun's frosty snow-like face once again revealed a sincere smile. Mr. Lin, thanks to you this time, but I still have an unforgivable request. Going to decompel your family, right? Well, I'll go without you telling me. Chapter 30 somewhat justified. Zhao Yun was full of joy and was about to take Lin Lang away, but inadvertently saw the signboard of the 10,000 Treasures Pavilion. I've heard that there are even more treasures in this 10,000 Treasures Pavilion, and it has an excellent reputation. Should we go here to take a look? Lin Lang touched the money in his pocket and laughed helplessly. I can't go. Why? Zhou Yun was curious. Lin Lang said bluntly, I just brought a few $1,000s out with me. That's all I have. To be able to find these 3 spirit weapons on the side of the road was already lucky. The treasures in the pavilion of 10,000 treasures must be worth a fortune, and with my financial resources, I am sure that I cannot purchase them. Besides, I only need 1 or 2 spirit weapons, and you only need 1 spirit weapon, so there's no need to break the bank. Zhou Yun thought about it and spoke bluntly. I've been to Manpower Pavilion before, but inside, there was so much stuff, I couldn't tell the difference, so I came out. Now that I have you, I must visit. If you can find a more rare spiritual weapon, it will also increase the success rate of your compulsion. Go, go, go. We'll take another look. It won't take long. Moreover, I said, that as long as you can solve the compulsion, I will give you all these spiritual weapons. If I can find a spiritual weapon in the 10,000 Treasures Pavilion, I'll give it to you as well. After saying that, Zhao Yun also did not avoid suspicion. Greatly grinning, pulling Lin Lang, entered the Wanbao Pavilion. Unable to do anything else, Lin Lang could only turn on his chi eyes and scan the curiosities in the 10,000 treasures pavilion. In an instant, Lin Lang looked dumbfounded. Zhao Yuan couldn't help but ask, Mr. Lin, what's wrong? There are no spirit weapons here? Lin Lang came back to his senses and sucked in a breath of cool air. No, there are spirit weapons here. And, lots of them. A lot? Excitement also appeared on Zhao Yuan's face. Then we'll buy them all. Lin Lang laughed bitterly when he saw the prices of those spiritual weapons. Bought them all? Did you bring enough money? Even if you brought enough, I wouldn't recommend buying. Why? A couple million then. I still have it on me. Lin Lang shook his head inside. A few $1,000,000 can only buy away one spirit weapon at most. Moreover, that black iron fan placed in the very center has no price tag, which means that to buy the spiritual weapons here, you need at least tens of millions. Zhou Yun also froze when she heard this. You mean, I only brought enough money for one piece? And, not the best? Lin Lang nodded. Yes, this 10,000 treasures pavilion is worthy of being the town store of Guanyin Street. The things in here are indeed good and plentiful. However, we can't afford it. Let's go. With these 3 spirit weapons in hand, it's enough. Lin Lang turned around decisively, only to realize that Zhao Yuan was still standing in place. Mr. Lin, I want to buy out all the spirit weapons here. Help me calculate the price. Lin Lang looked at Zhao Yuan in surprise, his eyes rounded. You really want it? Well, buy. Zhao Yuan, who had a resolute attitude, made Lin Lang realize what it meant to be rich and powerful. So, after summarizing the prices of the spirit weapons he could see, he quoted a number. More than 80 million. And that's not counting the iron fan in the center. The iron fan has no price tag. It's most likely the town treasure here and is not for sale. Zhou Yun nodded, then said towards the counter. Have your boss come out to see me? A young man stood behind the counter. He swept a glance at Zhao Yuan and blandly returned. The boss had to go out for something. Zhao Yuan was also not polite and said bluntly, contact him, and you'll say that someone has taken a fancy to this iron fan, and shout for him to make an offer. The young man carefully sized up Zhao Yuan again and then smiled coldly. It's our town treasure. It's not for sale. Zhao Yuan acted as if she didn't hear him. Tell him that I'll make an offer of 200 million first. Or, have him come over to talk to me in person. The young man froze at first, then grinned and snorted. Little girl, we're an antique store here, not a playground. You want to play house? Go somewhere else. I won't entertain you. Looking down on people? Zhao Yuan underestimated a sentence and then smiled mysteriously at Lin Lang. How do the other spirit weapons compare to this iron fan? Lin Lang was confused, but still answered truthfully. The aura contained in the other spirit weapons combined is not even comparable to this iron fan. Okay, got it. Stay here and no matter what I do or what happens, you don't say a word, just follow me. After hearing this, Lin Lang was even more puzzled. What do you want? I think. Before the words fell, Zhao Yuan swept out with an arrow step. In the blink of an eye, she was in front of the same display that held the iron fan. She then took a deep breath and instantly ripped off the lock of the transparent cabinet where the iron fan was located. Immediately after that, she shattered the transparent cabinet with a punch and took the iron fan in her hands. At the same time, an alarm went off in the manpower pavilion. Immediately, Zhao Yuan returned to Lin Lang's side while the young man was still in a daze. Go! At this moment, Lin Lang also reacted. Dare I say that you are trying to rob in the open if you can't make a sale? Lin Lang was incomparably surprised. But Zhao Yuan was already rushing out of the Wanbao pavilion. Before leaving the house, she also dropped a business card and let it fall to the ground. Remember to tell your boss that I'm buying this thing. If you want to collect, contact me. Looking at Zhao Yuan, who was flying rapidly, Lin Lang also reacted to the fact that he had become Zhao Yuan's accomplice. If you don't run at this point, do you want to get caught? Unable to do anything else, Lin Lang could only take a step and follow Zhao Yuan closely. At that moment, the young man finally realized what had happened and hurriedly shouted, come on people, catch the thief. Someone's robbing the iron fan. Only after Lin Lang and the two of them ran almost out of sight did a few black-clothed bodyguards rush out from the back. Subsequently, the entire Guanyin Street chicken flew and dogs jumped. Countless stall owners have taken their own treasures, avoiding the two Lin Lang rampage. 20 minutes later, the two of them, Lin Lang, stopped at a secluded street corner. Zhou Yun looked back and a smile appeared once again on her icy face. Good, got rid of them already. In fact, I can easily clean up those black-clothed bodyguards, but after all, I took their family's stuff, so I'm a bit justified, so I'll keep my hands off them. A black line appeared in front of Lin Lang's eyes. That's not somewhat unjustified. It's a crime. Isn't it normal for people to chase after you when you've robbed their townhouse? MS. Zhao, I think this is very bad behavior on your part. I suggest you return the iron fan. Zhao Yuan smiled bashfully. There's nothing wrong with it. I said I would pay. Now, You can come with me to the rescue. Afterward, Zhao Yuan stopped a cab and reported the name of a place, the county seat of Xinmin. Chapter 31. Do you want to try it? The county seat of Newman? Your family, in that county? Lin Lang glanced back at the fading downtown Tianhai and couldn't help but ask. Well, my family is currently staying there temporarily, so naturally we're going there. Oh yeah, MS. Zhao, you just said you want to buy this iron fan. Are you sure you weren't joking with me? Zhou Yun looked at him with interest. Of course I'm not joking. In our business, honesty is the most important thing. After hearing this, Lin Lang asked curiously again. What line of work are you in? Kill. Zhao Yuan paused, then laughed. Do everything. However, we are a family business. The main line of work is to help people solve difficulties. Nah, this is my business card. You can take it, often contact in the future. You helped me, and this favor, I will definitely return to you. Lin Lang took the business card and fixed his eyes on Zhou's cleaning company? Your family is in the cleaning business? Zhou Yun pursed her lips and smiled. Yes, drops, and our cleaning business includes but is not limited to general hygiene cleaning. As I said, our main business is to solve any difficulties of our employers. By the way, if you have anything you can't handle in the future, you can call me. I'll give you a 20% discount. Lin Lang laughed bitterly. This is the start of pulling business? Zhou Yun laughed as she untied her ponytail. Ha, get used to it, don't worry about it. At this moment, her hair fell smoothly onto her shoulders, and her entire aura, too, changed abruptly. Lin Lang's gaze, on the other hand, moved back and forth between her face and business card, his eyes filled with doubt. This woman is a bit uncomplicated. Just by her terrifying hands, and her style of handling things, you could tell a thing or two. Besides, where is the semblance of a cleaning company in her body? Not long after, the cab stopped in front of a hotel in Xinmin County. Zhao Yuan generously gave the driver $500, making him happy. Afterward, she led Lin Lang lightly into the hotel and came to a room in front of the third floor. Standing in the doorway, she remembered something and said in a very serious tone, Mr. Lin, actually, I've already found a doctor for my family. The doctor, who is in there at the moment. I'm just asking you to come over and check it out too just to be on the safe side. Well, no problem. And if that doctor can cure your family, that would be great. Zhao Yuan nodded. Also, this family member of mine has a somewhat eccentric temper. Don't be surprised by whatever you see later. Lin Lang spat in his heart, even more eccentric. As eccentric as you? But he smiled on his face and returned. Got it. Then, Zhou Yun took out the key and opened the door to the room. As soon as he walked into the room, Lin Lang heard a mid-air curse coming from inside. Damn it! If it wasn't for those damn South Border parasites playing dirty tricks on me, would I be here, suffering all these sins? Ouch, ouch, ouch. It hurts like hell. Hey, are you a good doctor or not? If you can't, get out. Get someone else who can. After hearing this, Lin Lang also skimmed his lips and secretly said, it seems that this family is a bit abnormal. Soon, he saw a middle-aged man rolling and crawling to retreat from the inner room. The appearance was extremely wretched. The middle-aged man glanced at Xin Yuan as if he had seen a savior. MS. Shun, my ability is limited, so you'd better find another doctor for Mr. Shun. There's nothing I can do. There's really nothing I can do. Xin Yuan did not move and glanced at Lin Lang before he returned. Dr. 1. I've heard that you're the best underground doctor in Tianhai. Can't you even help my dad relieve his pain? Looks like you're overstating things a bit. Ha! The middle-aged man had a horrified look on his face and hurriedly fished out a wad of cash and placed it on the table. MS. Shun, I really can't earn your family's money. I'll give you back the $20,000 as is. Also, you can rest assured that I will absolutely, positively not reveal your location. Xin Yuan's eyes narrowed slightly and suddenly sneered. Dr. 1. You've been in the underground world for many years. You should know that there's only one kind of person who can keep a secret, right? The man's face went pale with fear at the words. MS. Shen, you should have heard of my reputation, and I have also heard of your reputation long ago. I think that we should trust each other? The man said that while quietly taking a step back, as if he was afraid of Xin Yuan. Just then, Xin Yuan suddenly raised his arm, frightening the man to directly sit on the ground, and held his head with both hands and said, Miss Shen, spare your life. Spare my life. I really will keep my mouth shut. I swear. Unexpectedly, Xin Yuan just stroked her somewhat disheveled hair and smiled slightly. Well, Dr. 1. I trust your character. Just then, I also know where you live. Ah, I just suddenly thought of this matter. More than a word. You do not mind? Oh, don't mind. Don't mind. The middle-aged man stood up trembling and carefully crossed to Xin Yuan's side. MS. Shen, then I'll leave first? Well, go away. Remember, I've been too busy lately to pay you a visit, but if any situation arises, I will pay a visit to the door. Aha, I'll keep that in mind. Memorized it. The door to the room was opened and closed quickly by the man. Lin Lang glanced back at the door of the room, always feeling as if he had entered a den of thieves. At this time, Xin Yuan's tone also became soft. Mr. Lin, Mr. Lin. Lin Lang slowly turned his head, but in reality, he had already transferred his aura and began to rapidly operate within his body. Although he was not deeply involved in the world, the scene in front of him had proved one thing. This woman and that patient in her house must have an extraordinary status, and the woefulness and panic of the jaded doctor spoke volumes. Xin Yuan also noticed his abnormality. Mr. Lin, what's wrong with you? Tightening up all over? Just relax. I'm not a bad person, and neither is my family. We're just trying to cure the compulsion he's under. That's all. Lin Lang asked vigilantly. Ms. Shin, it's come to this point. Are you still unwilling to confess? Xin Yuan froze for a moment and then said with a smile on his face. Dr. Lin, you're being overly concerned. As long as you can remove the compulsion for my father, I will not only give you this iron fan, but I will also pay you handsomely. Besides, you brought me to buy a spiritual weapon today. That's a great credit. Tell you what, I'll give you $500,000 as your payment. What do you think? Lin Lang calmly replied back. I don't dare to take your money. This iron fan, I even dare not take it for myself. Ms. Shin, if you're not going to tell the truth, then I'm leaving. Besides, I don't think you can stop me. Xin Yuan let out a long sigh. Hey, I wanted to get along with you as an ordinary person, but I didn't expect you to see it. Well, I confess. Actually, I'm a killer. And what's more, my mission success rate, it's 100%. You, want to give it a try? Chapter 32. Give him what he wants. Killer? When Lin Lang heard this familiar yet unfamiliar term, the speed at which the aura in his body was operating became much faster again. This kind of profession, which can only be seen in TV dramas, is right in front of your eyes at the moment. If one does not listen to this woman, does it mean that one will be killed? Lin Lang's face was solemn and his body was taut as he said, killers are not good people. Xin Yuan, it seems I shouldn't have come here. I'm going to correct that mistake now. Xin Yuan let out a petulant laugh, a change from the norm. He, Dr. Lin, you've come all the way here. Why don't you just help my father with his illness? Don't they say that doctors are kind? And it turns out you're not? Are you a quack, or a bad doctor? Lin Lang coldly replied back. I ask myself to be a good doctor, but you are an assassin, a person of two worlds from me, so it's best we don't get involved. Xin Yuan continued to laugh delicately. Yo, I can't see that Mr. Lin is very prejudiced against the profession of an assassin. Then since I can't be friendly with you, I'll have to use force. Today, whether you want to see my father or not, you're going to see him. After saying that, Xin Yuan's gaze sank and a stern killing intent erupted from his body. She was about to do so when she heard a scream from the inner room. Ah, it hurts old me to death. Old me feels like I'm going to hang. Xin Yuan stopped all movements and was about to ask a question when he heard it again. Yuan, is that you back? That Wang is a quack. Nothing capable. You can't ease my pain. If you've brought a spiritual weapon, hurry up and find another good doctor to cure me. I'm really going to hang up. Xin Yuan was very anxious. Old man, I got a spiritual weapon, and got a doctor, but he won't treat you. I was about to use force. You stinking girl, you're pissing me off. Who let you use force? If he can really heal me, he will be a great benefactor to our family. He wants money. He gives money, gives whatever he wants. Even if I had to take him as my son-in-law, I'd still be willing. Treat the doctor well. Is that clear? Xin Yuan looked helpless. She's always acted rebellious and misbehaved, but this style, she learned it all from her old man. Her old man's style was more distinct and prominent than hers. Moreover, Xin Yuan would not disobey his father, for no other reason than she can't be her old man right now. Whoever has the biggest fist has the right to speak. This is their family's fine tradition. At this time, Xin Yuan took a deep breath of air, and the previous murderous aura suddenly disappeared. Mr. Lin, she said in a very whiny tone. My father has been poisoned by the parasites for more than half a month. According to that enemy, my father originally only had 10 days to live, but with his strong will, he has dragged himself hard. I hope you will take a hand to save him for the sake of his being a sick man. If you do save him, like he just said, we'll give you whatever you want. Even if you want me, I can give it to you. Lin Lang had long since grown wary and no longer believed in this woman's words. Humph, what you said is if I can save him, but what if I can't? Are you going to kill me to silence me? I didn't know you guys in the first place, and it was only by chance that we came together before. But right now, I don't want to get into this mess. Mr. Lin, Xin Yuan suddenly revealed a touch of flirtatious demeanor. I've been working out since I was a kid and practicing martial arts, and I'm in great shape oh so much. Also, I am extremely familiar with men's preferences because of my profession. If you give father medical attention, I can really be your woman, the on-call kind, and there's no need to fight for a name. I'm really nice, why don't you think about it? Lin Lang sneered. I've seen this kind of bridge many times from TV dramas. Is it true that when I'm rolling in bed with you, you'll suddenly pinch my third and fourth spinal segments and instantly kill me? Shen Yuan skimmed her mouth and said in a pitiful manner, Mr. Lin, my father really can't hold on much longer. As a doctor, are you really going to see death? Lin Lang's attitude was resolute. The paths are different. What's more, you are killers, and there are countless innocents who have died at your hands. Why should I save a vicious killer? No, we don't just take commissions. There's not a single good person we've killed. I can promise you that. Lin Lang didn't believe her words at all. At this moment, he was already plotting his escape route. Just then, fine, haven't you persuaded the good family yet? I really can't stand it anymore. Are you going to watch me die of pain? You unfilial daughter. Even if I go down there, I'll curse you for not being able to find a man for the rest of your life. Xin Yuan's head was full of black lines, and she was so anxious that sweat covered her forehead. Mr. Lin, count on me to beg you. You hurry up and treat my father. Even if you can't cure him, I won't blame you. Life and death have their own destiny. Wealth and fortune are in the hands of God. If he really can't pass this calamity, that's his destiny. I won't force it. A roar of anger came from the house. Mother asterisk 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 You ungrateful daughter. Are you bullying me that I can't stand up now and can't teach you a lesson? As soon as the words left his mouth, a burly man rushed out of the inner room. He had a dry-inch haircut, was shirtless and covered in scars. Anger was even written all over his angular face. However, he was just about to snap at his own daughter when he coughed violently. A puddle of bright red and landed on the floor. He covered his mouth and slurred, I'm going to chip you. This pair of father's kindness and son's filial piety father and daughter. Let Lin Lang look at a blank stare. Is there such a strange father and daughter in the world? At the same time, he also saw that the man's body was bubbling with a thick 5-channel black aura. The 5 signs of decline of the lesser celestial beings. It seems that Xin Yuan did not lie. His father has reached the point where his life is in danger. Phew, Lin Lang let out a long sigh, interrupting the father and daughter who were preparing for a firefight. I can heal you. The father and daughter stopped their hands at the same time and turned their heads in unison. Looking at him in surprise, Lin Lang sighed again and said in a deep voice, You're right, I'm the doctor and he's the patient. It's only right for a doctor to save a patient. However, I'll say it ugly in front of. If sometime in the future, I find out that this patient is a bad person who has done a lot of evil, I will show no mercy and kill him. I will personally make up for the wrongs committed. The father and daughter laughed at the same time. No problem, if old me is a bad guy, I'll let you kill, without batting an eyelid. This virtuous doctor, you can start treating me now. Chapter 33 Unwrapping the Compulsion. Lin Lang changed his attitude, much to the surprise of the odd father and daughter. Next, Lin Lang stopped talking nonsense and told the middle-aged man to hurry up and lie down, not to say or do anything. He then took out the Xuanqing needle and began to apply acupuncture to him. Soon, all the meridian condensation points on the middle-aged man's body were unblocked. He also felt the cone of pain that had gone away. He was very surprised. The compulsion that was thought to require a spiritual weapon to get rid of was actually solved by this kid in just 3 or 2 stitches. He was about to thank Lin Lang when he heard this doctor say in a cold voice, The acupuncture I just did treated the symptoms, not the root cause. What you've been hit with is a compulsion, and you need to get rid of the medium in order to be completely cured. Now, I'll begin to decompel you. In order to remove the parasites, it must be clear which type of parasites the person has been infected with. Compulsion is usually lurking in the human body using various mediums as hosts. This medium could be an animal, or a plant, or more likely, anything in the world that you can't imagine. A small person made of straw, the blood of a human heart, an insignificant stone, or a gimlet can be used as a medium for casting a spell. If the caster had poured the medium into the patient's body through some method, then Lin Lang could just take it out. However, if the caster is casting the spell remotely and the medium is not in the patient's body, this kind of compulsion can be quite troublesome to remove. Lin Lang had just carefully examined and confirmed that there was no medium for compulsion in this middle-aged man's body. That is to say, he was facing a compassion caster of a higher level. That caster was manipulating remotely and had this patient under compulsion. At this moment, he also figured out the reason why Zhao Yuan desperately wanted to buy a spirit weapon. According to the records of the true chapter of Destiny Origin, against this kind of high-level compulsion, spirit weapons were quite effective. At this point, Lin Lang carefully took that iron fan in his hands. Spiritual weapons could emit a large amount of spiritual qi, and a powerful spiritual chi had an extremely strong restraining effect on things of and evil. When the iron fan just appeared, the middle-aged man could not help but tremble. What happened to me? Me, Dr. Lin, what happened to him? My father? Don't talk, you guys be quiet. I will heal him. Lin Lang looked serious, causing the father and daughter to immediately shut their mouths wisely. Immediately after that, Lin Lang placed the iron fan on the middle-aged man's abdomen, and then he stood still like a statue. The father and daughter, on the other hand, looked dumbfounded and thought he was performing some kind of profound spell, but actually, Lin Lang was just silently observing the middle-aged man's condition. This was his first attempt at disarming the compulsion. To be honest, his heart wasn't in it. He could only follow the method taught in the true chapter of Life Source and wait for changes to occur in the patient's body. Soon after, a ghostly green chi rushed out from the middle-aged man's body. This chi was different from the chi Lin Lang had seen before. As soon as it emerged, it quickly pooled in midair and gradually turned into a terrifying silhouette. Immediately, the silhouette of the figure became clearer and clearer, and after its face was completely revealed, its hideous and ghastly appearance caused even Lin Lang to be startled. It opened its teeth and claws, targeting Lin Lang's body. Immediately afterward, this little green man immediately swept over, seemingly wanting to disadvantage Lin Lang. Right at this moment, Lin Lang followed the method recorded in the true chapter of Destiny Origin, expending all of his aura and blasting his strongest punch at the little green man. In the air, there was a cracking sound, and in the sight of Zhao Yun's father and daughter, Lin Lang's behavior was strange. He was swinging his fist at the air. Moreover, it was a full force strike. It caused a strong wind to blow around, and many soft objects were blown away. The father and daughter then saw peace return to their surroundings. Lin Lang, on the other hand, was slightly bent over and panting. With the previous lesson, the father and daughter did not dare to disturb Lin Lang, but that middle-aged man obviously felt his body become much lighter. This surprise discovery made him happy and he nodded repeatedly at Zhao Yun. At this time, Lin Lang finally slowed down and said weakly, "It's done. I'm not at liberty to reveal the process, but the result is, I cracked the compulsion on the patient." The two of them, Zhao Yun, were overjoyed. Meanwhile, in a hidden valley in the southern border, a thin, bony old man, sitting in a thatched hut, watched the compulsion cup on the table, appearing to change. A jade pendant in a compulsion cup shattered. He frowned and was silent for a long time. A few moments later, he sneered, cleaned out the contents of the compost cup, and took out his phone, dialing a number. Zhao Tianlin should have hired a high-ranking person to help him remove the compulsion. How come? Didn't you promise me that you would take his life? Don't worry, I'll do what I promised you. It's just this halfway decent guy. I'm going to find him. He made me miss the first time, and I won't let him go. Well, I will help you to investigate. After finding out who this person is, I'll let you know. However, Zhao Tian is my father's murderer, and I paid you a heavenly reward. Don't you forget your part and duty. I certainly won't forget. But if I don't get rid of that person, I won't be able to perform the compulsion technique and let Zhao Tianlin die for no apparent reason. Understood. Wait for my message. In the hotel room, Zhao Tianlin leapt up from the bed and casually waved his fists, full of joy. Ha ha ha, I've really recovered. I've finally recovered. Zhou Yun looked at her father and smiled with joy. Great. I thought I was going to be separated from you in the shadows from now on. You unfilial daughter. I had wanted to teach you a good lesson, but on account of your credit for bringing divine Dr. Lin here, this beating, I'll spare you. Zhao Yun skimmed her mouth and hummed. You've only just recovered. Don't get excited. Be careful of relapsing. Are you cursing your old man? The father and daughter were about to launch into their daily verbal sparring when they heard Lin Lang say in a deep voice, "Shut up, all of you." Both of them obediently shut their mouths at the same time and said no more. Lin Lang looked at Zhao Tianlin and admonished in a cold voice, "Your daughter is right. You've only just recovered and your body is still weak. Eat a light diet for some time to come, but get enough nutrients. Also, don't exercise strenuously, don't drink alcohol, and don't go on any quests. The other party's compulsion, it's very skillful. The level is not low. I just barely lifted the compulsion for you, but the compulsion has taken a tremendous toll on your body. It's the kind of damage that requires slow conditioning to repair." When Zhao Tianlin heard this, he immediately nodded his head like a drum. Aha, I'll definitely heed divine Dr. Lin's admonition. At this moment, a cold killing intent appeared in Lin Lang's eyes. I have one last caveat. If I find out that you're a bad person who has done nothing wrong, I won't need that compounder to do anything. I'll personally send you to hell. Chapter 34 Toll Rates. This odd pair of father and daughter stared at Lin Lang in a daze, and only after a while did they come back to their senses. Zhao Tianlin even laughed out loud and said with a stern smile, "Don't worry, divine Dr. Lin, you saved a, well, what to say? Oh, I know how to express myself. You saved a good man who loves nothing more than to punish and kill only bad people. Lin Lang didn't have the heart to say, I'll judge whether you're a bad person or not. You don't look like a good person. Though, Zhao Tianlin put a thin shirt over his body and said with a big grin, Divine Dr. Lin, you can put 100 hearts. Time will tell. By the way, ungrateful daughter, what payment did you promise Dr. Lin before? I think Dr. Lin has an extraordinary temperament and great skills, so he definitely doesn't need mundane things like money. Tell you what, you'll be Dr. Lin's lover from now on. It's so happily decided. Serve Divine Dr. Lin well. That's how you show filial piety. Zhao Yuan was about to break into a rage when he heard Lin Lang say in a flat tone, No, you're wrong. I need the money. In order to save you, I have spent a great deal of time, and my body and mind have suffered greatly. I'm going to charge you $100,000 for this treatment. Father and daughter were stunned at the same time. Immediately, Zhao Tianlin grinned. 100,000? Divine Dr. Lin, you're looking down too much on my Zhao's life. Ha, wait a minute. Listening to Dr. Lin, have you not priced your consultation yet? Even the charlatan doctor just now, the price he offered was $300,000. Looking at your age, you shouldn't have much seniority. Where do you work now? Or are you working solo? What do you want to do? Lin Lang coldly returned. Zhao Tianlin knew that Lin Lang had misunderstood his meaning and waved his hand repeatedly. Ha! Don't misunderstand, Divine Dr. Lin. I just thought, right, that with medical skills like yours, you must have been famous for a long time, and my father and daughter have not heard of you, so can I simply assume you're in a situation that's not really that great? Are you even still working for someone else? Not going solo? Still living off the grid? I have to say, the guy's eyesight is still pretty good. Lin Lang said with a I'm going to open my own clinic. Zhao Tianlin laughed. So that's how it is. I really guessed right. Dr. Lin, I'll give you a medical clinic plus 5 million in cash. Don't you say no, because you deserve it. And I'm going to help you set the rate for your consultation. Clinic rates? What do you mean? Zhao Tianlin laughed. Yes, since it's a famous doctor, that famous doctor should have his own consultation fee standard and rack. The world laughs at the poor but not at prostitutes. Those who are rich for the sake of being rich love this kind of tune the most. If you come across someone you don't want to treat, but you have to, for the sake of your wounded pride, money will have to be used to make up for it. I've been thinking about it, and you can set it at 5. For the first level, charge $100 to $10,000. At the second level, the fee is $10, 000 to $50, $000. At the third level, the fee is $50, 000 to $500, $000. At the fourth level, the fee is $500,000 to $5 million. At the fifth level, the lower limit is $5 million, with no upper limit, and these 5 tiers of rates are divided according to the difficulty of the condition. Like me, it's a $5 million plus disease. Lin Lang was dumbstruck. After reacting, he sneered and spoke bluntly. I'm a doctor. It's only natural to see patients and save people. What's the difference between your kind of charges and robbery? Zhao Tianlin couldn't help but laugh. Divine Dr. Lin, that's not true. You're treating ordinary people without charging them anything. That's something I totally approve of. But, like I said earlier, what if you meet someone you don't want to cure, but he has status and position, and you are forced to cure him? Then, use this standard. In short, the good guys you get for free, the slightly bad ones you charge a premium. If you encounter a particularly bad, I welcome you to join our cleaning company and work together to clean up the world. At this moment, Zhao Yuan, who was on the side, looked dumbfounded. She couldn't help but feel that it was still Pop's mouth that was so powerful that he could think of such a way of pulling people in, and these words did touch Lin Lang deeply. You talk, as if that's the case. You offered to bid $5 million, meaning you're a slightly bad person? Zhao Tianlin shook his head. The opening price of $5 million is a matter of my dignity and face. In fact, I'm one of those good people who can be treated by Dr. Lin for free. Lin Lang was amused by him. I'm leaving. Remember what I just told you. Your body is weak now and you need to recuperate. Lin Lang packed up the silver needles and prepared to leave. As for the $5 million this guy said, and the promised medical center, he didn't even want it. Just like Wang Dafu, he gave you shares for no reason, but in fact, he let you be a shield to participate in the battle for his mansion property. This guy is a killer himself. His words, Lin Lang even less believe. This time, Zhao Tianlin's father and daughter did not stop Lin Lang from leaving. It was just that, as agreed, they had allowed Lin Lang to take away the iron fan, as well as the other 3 spirit weapons, and after Lin Lang left, Zhao Tianlin slowly sat down on the sofa, his demeanor suddenly changing. Baby girl, what do you think of this divine Dr. Lin? Where did you meet him? Zhao Yuan similarly changed her face and told the story of her encounter with Lin Lang. Pops, he should just be an ordinary man. He won't be sent by our enemies. My going to Broad Street was a completely random act. There's no way the enemy would have arranged for such a mousy man to stand guard there and sit around waiting for me to take the bait. Aha. Zhao Tianlin nodded. I trust your judgment. We're in a bad spot, so we have to be careful in everything. By the way, this kid is pretty interesting, and I was a little surprised by the strength he showed earlier. What do you think of him? He is very strong. However, not strong enough to run amok. Besides, I've always had a strange feeling about it. You think he's like a martial arts expert who has received 100 years of cultivation but doesn't know how to use it? Right, that's what it feels like. Zhao Tianlin laughed. I feel the same way. He's very facetious and strong, and his base is even cleaner. Why don't we really take him in? Make him one of us? His eyes, very determined, and the idea is more pure, and the bones are very proud. To say the truth, I am very satisfied with him. Pops, we are a family business. Where have we accepted outsiders? Zhao Yuan didn't have the good sense to say. Zhao Tianlin smiled mysteriously. Right, ha, I forgot about that. We are a family business, ha. However, if you marry him, he will be my son-in-law. Where is the outsider? Zhao Yuan glared at her angrily. I was just playing along with you. Did you take it seriously? Believe it or not, I'll really beat you up. Zhao Tianlin smiled indifferently. My good daughter, when the matter in Tianhai is over, I will go and verify it myself. Let's see if that boy is fit to be my son-in-law or not. Chapter 35 Chapter 2, Opening. When Lin Lang returned to Tianhai City from Xinmin County City, night had long since crept in. Although he had encountered an extremely strange pair of killer father and daughter, he had gained a lot through his treatment of Zhao Tianlin. First, he saw the green aura that was different from normal, and the silhouette that was illuminated by the special green chi was extremely terrifying, and although it refreshed his three views, it also proved that the true chapter of the Fate Source was an ancient book of wonders. Many of the things recorded in it are true. After getting out of the tense environment, Lin Lang realized that the green gas was a spiritual body, a spirit body triggered by a high level of compulsion. Secondly, Lin Lang didn't have much of a bottom line when he was in a head-on hard encounter with that spirit body. It was only because that spirit body wasn't really strong either that he managed to get by. If that spirit body had been a little stronger at that time, then he would have definitely been revolted by it and thus fallen into a desperate situation. Strength, it's still far from enough. At that moment, Lin Lang saw several spirit weapons in front of him. He remembered the original reason for purchasing these spirit weapons. Thus, he put aside his distractions and began to absorb the aura in these artifacts. Soon, the three spirit weapons were all absorbed by him. In an instant, an intense aura also erupted around him. The scent rushed across his bedroom, hovering in the air for a few moments before disappearing. Unsurprisingly, Lin Lang had broken through again. At this time, he was already at the 6th stage of chi practicing. Lin Lang clenched his fists tightly, feeling the aura that was running wildly in his body. The corner of his mouth curved up. Next, it's the treasure of the store at the Wanbao Pavilion. Lin Lang looked at the iron fan and was hesitating, but unexpectedly the iron fan shook violently. Lin Lang couldn't help but hold it, just like picking up the Xuanqin needle before. It's a resonance. The aura within the iron fan resonated with the aura within his body. Immediately afterward, Lin Lang, who already had a wealth of experience, began to absorb the surging aura within the iron fan. But in just a split-second's effort, he felt extremely uncomfortable as his body expanded rapidly, as if he had turned into a big fat man. The aura in this iron fan is very powerful, stronger than he could accept. He was just about to put down the iron fan, but the wave-like aura had already poured all the way into his body. With a clang, Lin Lang dropped that iron fan on the ground due to the intense pain. At this moment, his body was like 10,000 rivers rushing through his body, and all of his organs and bowels were subjected to a huge shock. He understood that this was a sign of going off the deep end. He hurriedly sat down on his knees and entered a meditative state. He tried his best to control the manic and incomparable aura in his body, reducing the severe pain it brought from its impact on his body. Within a few breaths of time, his body was sweating like a pig and his veins were showing. He had already reached the limit of what he could bear. Just then, Lin Lang only felt that the true chapter of Life Source appeared in his mind once again, like turning the pages of a book. The first chapter skimmed quickly through his mind as if he were walking through a book. Immediately after, the second chapter turned over, but the sharp pain also made Lin Lang faint directly. He was in a coma and had a long dream. When Lin Lang woke up again, he realized that it was already noon the next day. The warmth of the sun shone down on him, making him feel a sense of comfort. He stood up slowly. At the same time, he was a little bewildered. Although he knew that he had been unconscious for more than 10 hours, he was now refreshed and his body did not feel any discomfort. Moreover, a puddle of black water was left on the ground, making him feel even more strange. After some careful consideration, it dawned on him. It turned out that without realizing it, not only had the second chapter of the true chapter of the life source quietly opened, the nameless gong method that he practiced had also allowed him to complete the process of cleansing his veins and removing his marrow. After realizing this, he hurriedly looked in the mirror and found that all the pimples on his face had disappeared, and his skin became extraordinarily lustrous, and his eyes were radiant and glowing. Cleansing the veins and marrow? Chapter 2? Lin Lang was ecstatic when he figured it out. The aura contained in the iron fan was so powerful. How could he be forced to open the second chapter of the true chapter of the origin of life? Lin Lang had made a vision. He thought that in order to open the second chapter, his own strength must reach the 9th level of Qi cultivation or above. That is to say, one is now at the 9th level of Qi practicing? As long as you break through that cultivation threshold, you can become a foundation establishment cultivator? He hurriedly urged his aura and threw an attempted punch. As a result, the table lamp not far away made a bang, and shattered. This power, it's too strong. Lin Lang smiled. He wanted to buy a spiritual weapon just to improve his strength, but now the boost was far beyond his imagination. At that moment, Tang Ling, who had heard the commotion, knocked on the door of his room. Wave, what are you doing in the house? Did you break something? Also, you didn't eat breakfast. After hearing his mother's voice, Lin Lang hurriedly packed up and opened the door to his room. Mom, I'm fine. I just broke a light bulb. By the way, where have you been? Tang Ling blushed, her eyes a bit averted. Lin Lang knew his mother's temperament well and looked at the information she was holding in her hands, and immediately thought of something. Are you out looking for a job? Did someone tell you something? Tang Ling had a bitter smile on her face. Well, Chen Xian called me yesterday and said that I should hurry up and leave Tianhai. I thought it was strange and asked her why. Then, Lin Lang sneered. Then she said that I had offended the powerful and the powerful wanted to throw me out of Tianhai? Otherwise, it would be detrimental to us, mother and son? And then, do you think that something did happen to me? And now that the family is having financial difficulties, you'll have to go out and do some odd jobs, even if it's just to earn some money for the road to leave Tianhai first? Well, that's probably it. Tang Ling blushed and continued. Wavy, how did you offend someone? Even Yi Family Hospital wants to dismiss you? Lin Lang hummed. Chen Xian is really as soon as she gets a bit of power, she wants to show off in front of you. Chen Xian is also being kind. She's just reminding me. Tang Ling's voice weakened. She reminded me my ass. She's just trying to tell you that your son is useless, that she found a better man, and that she was right to break up with me, right? Tang Ling was dumbfounded, and her expression became even more difficult. Lin Lang took a deep breath and said to his mother, Mom, don't worry, we won't leave Tianhai, and those who hurt us will be punished. Tang Ling immediately advised, Waver, don't do anything foolish. Lin Lang calmly shook his head. Mom, I'm not the Lin Lang of old anymore. I have a sense of proportion. By the way, don't go out for odd jobs from now on. You're only healthy. Just stay home and recuperate. I'll get the clinic up and running as soon as I can. Chapter 36. You've picked up a treasure. You're opening a clinic? Tang Ling was surprised. Lin Lang laughed. Yes, I'm going to open my own clinic. Since those bastards don't want to give me a way to live, I'm going to charge out a way to live on my own, and I'm not going to rely on anyone else. Mom, you have to believe me. I've got this. Tang Ling looked at Lin Lang in a daze and laughed helplessly. Wave, you do seem like a different person. Lin Lang grinned. Did it become handsome? Tang Ling first stared blankly, then immediately agreed. Well, it has indeed become handsome and mature. You've grown up and are a man of the world. Lin Lang nodded. So, in the future, you shouldn't worry about me. I'll make a good life for you. I need your trust and support. Mom. Lin Lang's determined eyes made Tang Ling feel an inexplicably powerful force. Good. Mom believes in you and supports you. After calming his mother down, Lin Lang called Shinruashi. It's me, honey. This is the first time you've called me. Hold on a second. I'm going to record this historic moment. X year X month X day 1:37 p.m. Lin Lang had a black line. I'm talking to you about business. The clinic thing, how far has it progressed? Shinruashi smiled cheekily. I'll do the job. Don't worry about it. Everything went well. And of course, I asked someone to do it all in secret so that no one would find out. At the earliest, you should be able to get your business license and related permits in 3 days. 3 days? Lin Lang was pleasantly surprised. You're that efficient? That's for sure. Brag on me. Well done. Well done. Hey, I'm comfortable. By the way, if you're opening a clinic, have you chosen an address yet? And is the equipment, the personnel, and everything else ready? This question caused Lin Lang to only have a bitter smile on his face. None of them have a clue yet. Shinruashi couldn't help but laugh. I knew it. Lin Lang, From now on, you have to remember that in this world, the person who treats you the best, besides your mother, is me. Equipment, personnel, and other necessities, I've got you covered. For the address, I've picked it out for you too. It's on that street not too far from your house. It's not downtown and it's a little out of the way, but at least, you can have your own clinic. Lin Lang stared with wide eyes, and for the first time, he felt some special emotions towards Shinruwashi. I'm such a good wife who is loved by all and blossomed by all. You've picked up a treasure. Oh, compliment me, compliment me. For the first time in his life, Lin Lang had the feeling of being cared for by others. It goes without saying that his mother cared for him, but the feeling of being cared for by others warmed him up. Although Shinruwashi's words and actions made him a bit uncomfortable, everything this woman did was for him. It would be impossible to say that I wasn't moved. Shinruwashi. His tone, too, became grave. Shinruwashi froze for a moment. This is the first time you've ever called me by my full name. Write it down. Write it down. X year X month X day. Lin Lang interrupted. Shinruwashi, I won't say anything else. I just want to say that from now on, I owe you a great deal. This favor, I will repay. Shinruwashi was silent for a moment. You know how people are, right? At first, I was a wimp. I admit it, but it was all of your manifestations that made me realize something very important. So, I'm doing all this for you also because you've given me positive guidance. In that case, you don't have to be polite to me. Besides, I'll marry you sooner or later. Family, no offense. Lin Lang was used to Shinruwashi's way of expressing herself and said in the most sincere tone, thank you. 3 days later. During these 3 days, Lin Lang didn't go anywhere, just drilled that nameless kung fu at home. At the same time, because of the opening of the second chapter of the true chapter of the origin of life, at this time, he has already mastered another art of metaphysics. To put it in the most common terms, Lin Lang was now not only a divine doctor who knew the art of chi looking, but also a master who was proficient in metaphysics. He strongly memorized all the metaphysical contents recorded in the true chapter of Destiny Origin. Although he has not yet formally used it, he knows that, with the art of metaphysics, his strength has once again taken a leap. Moreover, he was now clearly aware of his own strength, practicing the 9th stage of chi. Later on, after practicing to the peak of the 9th rank and half-step foundation establishment, one would have the opportunity to become a true foundation establishment cultivator. In addition, in the second chapter of the true chapter of the origin of life, there are many treatments for difficult cases. As a doctor, he has even memorized the treatment of these difficult cases. Early that morning, Shinruwashi's phone call woke Lin Lang up from his sleep. Lazy bastard. Get up. Lin Lang had a jolt of excitement and said with some excitement, the formalities are all done? Sure. Why don't you hurry up and get cleaned up and I'll take you to the clinic. I'm right downstairs from you. Once Lin Lang heard this, his mood was also unusually excited. Okay, just wait a moment. Soon, Lin Lang came downstairs and met the well-dressed Shinruwashi. She was wearing a beige dress and stepping on a pair of transparent high-heeled shoes, just like a princess coming out of a fairy tale. In addition, she coiled her hair up high, refreshing yet dignified, with an air of a great person, causing Lin Lang to look a little lost in thought. Shinruwashi smiled in satisfaction and walked over. I can see that you are satisfied with my image today. Not bad, not bad, you finally have me in your eyes. Lin Lang withdrew his gaze and smiled blandly. I never thought you were an ugly woman. It's just the way you talk and act that makes me uncomfortable. Shinruwashi laughed. Okay, I understand. Then tell me, which style of woman you like? A lady's type? A mature woman? Or a teenage girl? Or is it the spontaneous type? I can satisfy you with all of it. Yo, there you go again. Lin Lang sighed. Do the right thing. Shinruwashi nodded and said, well, come with me. However, I have a word first. I've taken care of the clinic for you. From now on, it's up to you. As much as I like you, I know that going forward the pressure to be with you is very high. You can only rely on yourself and make something of yourself so I can be with you in name only. Lin Lang said with a straight face. Don't worry, what I owe you, I'll pay it back tenfold. As I said, you are the major shareholder of this clinic. Half the money I make is yours. Also, someone gave me the idea that this clinic, now that I have my own clinic rates, will be very profitable. Chapter 37. Are you here? Shinruwashi covered her mouth and snickered. Half of your money is supposed to be mine. We're a husband and wife store. However, I'm interested in your consultation rates. Specifically? Thus, Lin Lang repeated what Zhao Tianlin had said. Shinruwashi's eyes lit up after hearing this. Whoever gave you that advice is a tall man. Not bad, not bad. I'm looking forward to our clinic. Soon, the two came to a not-so-busy street and stood in front of a 70 to 80 square foot store. The store was originally converted into a private clinic. and the original owner has long since left due to poor business. After Shinruwashi entrusted someone to find this store, it was slightly cleaned up and ready for use. Upon entering the clinic, Lin Lang raised his head and looked around, realizing that although the furnishings here were a bit outdated, a place like this was indeed suitable for a clinic. In addition, Shinruwashi also purchased some necessary equipment for the clinic and placed them one by one as well. The entire clinic, looking neat and organized, was very much to Lin Lang's liking. It's great, I'll be working here from now on. When Shinruwashi saw that Lin Lang was satisfied, she also laughed happily. By the way, the clinic hasn't been named yet. Have you thought of a name yet? Lin Lang laughed. It's all thanks to you that I can open a clinic here. You decide on the name. Shinruwashi didn't hesitate to say, let's call it the Aishi Clinic. I was going to call it Wave Hey, but it didn't sound good, and AI Hey has a great meaning, and it's a name that speaks to me. Lin Lang looked helpless, but the words had already been spoken, so he couldn't say anything more. Well, let's call it that. Alright, I'll have the sign ordered right away and have it finished and installed in as little as a day. Shinruwashi, who was getting excited, the phone suddenly rang. She glanced at the number and her face changed abruptly. I'm going to take this call. Wait for me, yo. Not long after, she went and returned, her pretty face full of loss and resignation. What's wrong? Lin Lang couldn't help but ask. Shinruwashi hummed, I don't know which link has gone wrong. In short, the matter of me helping you was discovered by my father. He's sending me home now, and he's probably going to ground me. Lin Lang frowned. What about you? Shinruwashi mulled it over and smiled again. It's fine, the most he'll do is ground me, but I won't turn into a deep. I am looking forward to you, even if I can't get out of the house. My heart still yearns for you. It's just that, well, I might be in confinement for a long time this time, and my father seems to be very angry. So yeah, it's up to you next. This ninny will be grounded by her parents for a long time in order to help run her own clinic. In Lin Lang's heart, a touch of apology also welled up. Sorry to drag you into this. Shinruwashi graciously patted Lin Lang's shoulder. Family, no second words. Then I'll go back first. You have a good time running the clinic here. If you run into trouble, you can go to Shuhan. She's a good sister of mine and has promised I'll help you. Lin Lang let out a bitter smile and nodded. Well, thank you really. Take care of yourself. The corner of Shinruwashi's mouth curved as she waved her hand at Lin Lang, and before she left, she didn't forget to do a flying kiss. Looking at her distant back, Lin Lang's heart was also filled with mixed feelings. This woman has been very kind to herself indeed. Besides, she had feelings for herself that anyone who wasn't a fool could understand. But Lin Lang knows that the gap between him and Shinruwashi now is huge. The most crucial thing was that this moment was not the time for children's love. He had more important things to do. By the time he had cleaned up the clinic, it was dusk. During that time, the arrival of two men doubly surprised him. One of them was Zhou Xiaoxiao, a nurse from Yi Family Hospital. She walks in with her head held high and says she wants to work here at Lin Lang's. When Lin Lang inquired, he realized that she had resigned from the Yi Family Hospital, and the reason for her resignation was also related to Lin Lang. It turns out that Ji Shuhan knew that Lin Lang insisted on opening a clinic and had no one available around him, so he let this straightforward sister come to help Lin Lang with his work. Lin Lang had helped Zhou Xiaoxiao, so she came over without any complaints. As for the other person, it was Wang Yakan. As soon as she saw Lin Lang, she opened the door and said that Wang Dafu knew that Lin Lang was in trouble, so he had sent her over to help. Plus, Wang Yakan was indeed interested in Lin Lang's medical skills, so she didn't reject Wang Dafu's offer. In this way, the clinic had all the hardware and software, and Lin Lang was very happy. The next morning, without flower baskets, firecrackers, or friends and family to congratulate him, Lin Lang's clinic was officially open for business. However, after waiting for a morning, Lin Lang's few people did not wait for any of the patients. The location of this clinic was already relatively remote, plus Lin Lang hadn't done any publicity, so very few people knew about the opening of this new clinic. At noon, Lin Lang was cooking in the kitchen behind the clinic when a young man ran in a panic. Wang Yakan thought it was a patient, so she asked in a friendly manner, "May I ask if you're here to see a doctor?" Unexpectedly, the young man dodged his eyes from side to side and stammered, "Well, I came to hang out." "Hanging out? You came to the clinic to shop around?" Wang Yakan cried and laughed. At that moment, a rush of footsteps entered the ears of several people from outside the door. The young man's eyes rolled back in his head and he hurriedly sat down at the viewing table. "I'm just here to see the doctor." At this moment, a beautiful figure appeared at the clinic's main entrance. Her gaze sharpened, and after looking around the room, the corner of her mouth curved up. Immediately afterward, she walked in idly, looking at the man's back and sneering. "You think you'll be okay if you hide here?" The young man's body tightened, sweating like a pig. Immediately, he revealed a fierce look and immediately scurried behind the viewing table, locking the throat of the bewildered Wang Yakan. don't come any closer. If you take one more step forward, I'll break this woman's neck. Zhou Xiaoxiao on the side was scared out of her wits, while the woman sneered back. You should know that I don't care if other people live or die. The young man tensed and sank his voice. If I die, you won't be any better off. The woman shook her head and continued a few steps forward. The young man backed up one by one, already on the verge of retreating to the kitchen at the back of the clinic. Just then, the man only felt a gentle tap on his shoulder. He twisted his head in surprise to see a fist the size of a sandbag blasted into his face. With a bang, he flew backwards like a broken kite and fell heavily to the ground. After being saved, Wang Yakan, who was in shock, could not help but hug Lin Lang's arm. Lin Lang coldly looked at the young man, and before he could speak, he heard a surprised voice. Divine Dr. Lin, you're here? Lin Lang looked up and realized that the woman was actually Zhao Yuan, the killer? Chapter 38. You are amazing. Lin Lang frowned and seemed to guess the reason why Zhao Yuan appeared here. You're on a mission? Zhao Yuan changed her previous indifference and put a smile on her face. Well, I was cleaning up the trash and I didn't realize it had gotten to you. Sorry Divine Dr. Lin. I'll take the trash away. Lin Lang understood what she meant and returned in a cold voice. What is this man? Why are you cleaning him up? Zhou Yun laughed. He's a local who previously killed 3 girls in the provinces with brutal methods. And the parents of one of the girls he brutalized found our company by chance and made a request for cleanup. We charged the man a token $100 and got down to business. I just didn't expect this guy to be quite alert and in good shape. Plus, with that whole thing with my father, I didn't have time to look for him. It's just been empty, so I'm here to do something. Coincidence? It's all coincidence Divine Dr. Lin doesn't have to care. Lin Lang looked at Zhao Yuan very skeptically. He doesn't trust this woman, but just at this moment, Zhou Xiaoxiao, who was on the side, said with her mouth open in horror, this man seems to be a wanted man. I've seen it on a notice before. Wanted? Are you sure? Lin Lang couldn't help but ask. Zhou Xiaoxiao nodded. I'm sure, because this person's external features are exactly the same as on the wanted notice. After hearing this, Lin Lang also froze. Taking advantage of his daze, Zhao Yuan took an arrow step and swept in front of the man. Immediately afterward, she made a hand strike that knocked the man unconscious. She then lifted the man by the back of his neck and dragged him across the ground while laughing. Divine Dr. Lin, I'll get busy with my business first. You don't have to mind me. Besides, I know your address now, so when I'm busy and free, I'll come and thank you. Soon, Zhao Yuan dragged the man and disappeared from the sight of several people. Zhou Xiaoxiao exhaled a breath of air and asked curiously, Dr. Lin, you know that woman? Lin Lang nodded. Sort of recognize. By the looks of her, she's with the sheriff's department? Lin Lang didn't want Zhou Xiaoxiao to become insecure because she knew too much, so he smiled and said, well, the security bureau. Okay, it's okay, you don't have to worry about it. At this time, Wang Yakan, who had been pulling Lin Lang's arm, had just recovered from her shock. Lin Lang, it's very unsafe here. I'm so scared. After saying that, she pressed herself tightly against Lin Lang, causing Lin Lang to feel a surge of softness. Lin Lang didn't move and pulled his hand out, saying blandly, it's okay, the sheriff's department, they're catching wanted criminals, and, well, they've already caught them. So, you don't have to worry at all. Of course, if you're scared, you can go back and don't have to come back. Wang Yakan weakly looked at Lin Lang, thinking about the image of Lin Lang rescuing her just now. Her face slightly reddened and said, I'm not going back. I haven't learned your healing skills yet. Lin Lang was speechless for a while. He then made the 3 dishes and soup and had a simple lunch with the 2 women. Wang Yakan lay down upstairs in the clinic for a while because she was in shock. Zhou Xiaoxiao was likewise a little sleepy and applied to go for a nap. In the midst of boredom, Zhao Yuan actually went and returned. Dr. Lin. She walked in quickly, flashing a playful smile. Lin Lang didn't have a good mood. Why do I feel that it is a very unfortunate thing for you to bump into my clinic here? That man just now. You've taken care of him? Zhou Yun nodded and said very calmly. Well, deal with it. BTW. I came by specifically to thank you. And, I realized that your situation is really the same as father said. You were a bit down. Lin Lang frowned slightly. Whether or not I'm down and out is none of your business. From now on, we'll walk on both sides of the avenue. However, Zhao Yuan rested her hands on her cheeks and quietly looked at Lin Lang, a faint smile hanging at the corner of her mouth the whole time. Divine Dr. Lin, when you guys were eating lunch, I observed carefully. Your location here, it's a little out of the way. And, well, there's been no patients coming in. I asked around and I was told that your place just opened today? I said it's none of your business. Zhao Yuan laughed. How can you say that? You at least saved my father. This favor, he has always wanted to return it. But you won't take our cash or anything else, so I'll just have to find a different way to return the favor. Lin Lang frowned and was about to ask a question when, suddenly, a lot of footsteps came from outside the door. When he was confused, he saw more than 20 people surrounding the clinic's entrance in black. What do you want to do? Lin Lang leapt up. Zhao Yuan still kept that movement and said with a smile, relax, they're all patients, here to see you. As soon as the words left his mouth, a man at the head of the group asked carefully, may I ask if this is Dr. Lin Lang Lin's clinic? We've come here in admiration, specifically to see you. Lin Lang froze. Immediately afterward, Zhao Yuan slowly got up and couldn't help but laugh. Looks like you've got your hands full, so I won't interrupt. Someday when I'm free, I'll treat you to dinner. After saying that, Zhou Yun took a relaxed step and left. Immediately, the group swarmed in, but very politely and automatically lined up. The man at the head of the group even sat down in front of the clinic table and said softly, Divine Dr. Lin, please heal me. I have an old problem that has been haunting me for many years. Lin Lang suddenly realized what had happened and said in a cold voice, are you all shouted by Zhao Yuan? I'm not giving you guys medical attention, so go away. The Han Yu was in a hurry. Divine Dr. Lin, I'm really sick. There's a big sickness. Why does that sound so awkward? Please save me. The Han Yu added, looking at Lin Lang with anticipation. Unable to do anything else, Lin Lang also opened his chi eyes and saw 3 red auras emerging from the man's body. Moreover, the red aura that emerged from this man, although it did not reach a fiery red, was a darker color, which indicated that his body had indeed become extremely poor due to certain traumas. Lin Lang sighed, took out a silver needle, and said with a straight face, go there and lie down. Yes, the Han Yu answered, and went obediently to a hospital bed, and laid down on it with regularity. Subsequently, Lin Lang used the acupuncture method to completely unblock the meridian condensation points on his body, causing a large portion of his symptoms to disappear. And after completing the healing process, Lin Lang was also surprised to find, as his own strength increased, his attainment of the 9 needles of soul return had also improved a lot. It was a surprise discovery, and the Han Yu was pleasantly surprised and grinned when he was cured. Wow, Divine Dr. Lin is truly a divine doctor. Without taking the pulse, without prescribing medicine, just use this silver needle to poke me a few times. The sickness and pain in my body, it completely disappeared. You are amazing. Chapter 39 Regenerative Parenting. Lin Lang said in a cold voice, you have suffered several very serious stab wounds in the past, and after the injuries, you simply treated the wounds and did not notice that they were infected. Over time, it left a persistent problem. I've just dispelled your stubborn disease, but you've been dragging it out for so many years, and your body has suffered a serious loss. For the next 3 months, you'd better recuperate quietly, or you'll have a relapse of your old illness. For the medicine to warm up your body, you can just ask an ordinary Chinese medicine practitioner to prescribe some. I've just opened this place, and I haven't prepared any Chinese medicinal herbs to prescribe you herbal medicines to warm up your body. The Han Yu had a grateful face and said in a deep voice, Divine Dr. Lin, you are my reborn parent. I will keep your words in mind. Oh yeah, here's the consultation fee. After saying that, the Han Yu fished out a thick wad of banknotes from his pocket and placed it on the table. It doesn't take that much. Lin Lang was about to speak about his charges, when the man had already bowed towards him, and then walked out of the clinic with quick steps. In 2 breaths, he ran out of sight. Next, the eyes of those quietly lined up became expectant. The second patient sat quickly at the viewing table, expectantly. Dr. Lin, it's my turn. It's my turn. Lin Lang sighed and began to see the second patient. An hour or so later, only the last of the 2 dozen or so people who had come to line up were left. Those patients in the front were surprisingly consistent in their behavior after being cured by Lin Lang. First, he held Lin Lang in incomparable esteem, and his words of praise were unstinting. This was followed by bowing to Lin Lang and leaving behind a thick wad of banknotes. Finally, leaving the clinic as quickly as a gust of wind. Lin Lang had actually realized something in the process of treating them, but these people did suffer from a variety of persistent illnesses, and as a doctor, his priority was to cure them. As for the last patient, Lin Lang had long since seen his symptoms, but did not let the patient lie down on the hospital bed. The man looked at Lin Lang in confusion and couldn't help but ask, Dr. Lin, why don't you let me lie down on the hospital bed? My illness, is it very serious? The kind that can't be saved? Before Lin Lang could reply, the man said with a sobbing voice, oops, I knew it. I shouldn't have been so fierce back then. Every time I took the sword for Big Brother. Zhou Xiaoxiao, who was on the sidelines, listened in disbelief. Lin Lang, on the other hand, smiled blandly. Your illness, it's not serious. The man was dumbfounded for a moment and immediately said in surprise, really? Divine Dr. Lin, my illness is saved? Lin Lang nodded. You're light compared to the first few, but before I treat you, I have something to ask you. The man was overjoyed. Aha, you ask. I'll know everything and say everything. Lin Lang's expression tightened and he said with a straight face, "You all were called by Zhao Yuan, right?" At once, the man's expression changed and he stammered, "Well, no. We weren't called by her." Lin Lang sneered, "Don't pretend. I'm not a fool. As long as you answer my questions honestly, I'll heal you right away." The man buried his head deeply and hummed, "Why are you guys listening to Zhou Yun?" The man returned truthfully, She is our head. Oh, I should put it this way. She's our leader and we're all her subordinates." In an instant, Lin Lang also broke out in a cold sweat. "Dare I say I was just showing a bunch of killers? Are you all in the same profession, including Zhou Yun? Aha, but divine Dr. Lin, this company of ours is nothing like the kind you imagined. No need to explain. I ask, you answer. Good drop. If you guys are in that kind of profession, why did you all come to Tianhai in one brain? Can it be that Tianhai is your home base? No, we come from all over the world and we are all orphans. It was the Zhao family that took us in and taught us those skills. At the same time, we became this profession voluntarily, not forced by the Zhao family. The Zhao family treats us as family members and treats us with sincerity. If someone does not want to do this business, the Zhao family will provide funds to change their profession and never force them to do so. Oh yeah, there's about 24 of us, all with the last name Zhao. Although we follow the Zhao family name, we also consider ourselves as part of the Zhao family, and we are on good terms with each other. This company of yours is kinda special," Lin Lang added. "Then what did you collectively run to the heavenly sea for? Performing an incredibly difficult task. Divine Dr. Lin, you shouldn't ask. You really don't need to know the rest. I can see that you are a good doctor with high medical ethics. If you ask any more questions, it will get you in trouble." Lin Lang understood what he meant. The killer company came to Tianhai to carry out the mission. To ask further, that is who the target person is. If someone in the right mind knew about it, then he or she would be the one in the know and thus get into a world of trouble. Well, I won't ask. One last question. Is it true that all the garbage your company has to clean up is unmitigated? Upon hearing this question, the man suddenly sat upright with a proud look on his face. Yes, I can't vouch for anything else, but the garbage our company has to clean up is indeed the dregs of the dregs. As you know, there is some trash who has a powerful umbrella, and ordinary people will only become the target of their fish and meat. But we can clean up this crap, on our terms. You've been brainwashed. Lin Lang let out a sigh, and immediately stopped pursuing the matter. A minute later, after he had unblocked the meridians in the man's body, he still completed the process of complimenting, bowing, and leaving a hefty consultation fee, just like his companions. Watching the last patient leave the clinic, Zhou Xiaoxiao also finally asked the doubts in her heart. Dr. Lin, this group of patients is so strange, eh? What kind of people are they, anyway? And they all look rich? Lin Lang looked at the door, the corner of his mouth quietly curling up. They're a special kind of cleaner that specializes in cleaning up special garbage. However, their idea of trash removal is a bit radical and can easily go awry. When you see them in the future, stay away from them too. The sun is setting and dusk is coming. Wang Yakan recovered and slowly walked downstairs. When she saw that Zhou Xiaoxiao was counting the uncountable bills on the table, she also rounded her eyes. What's happening here? How did we get so much money? Zhou Xiaoxiao couldn't help but laugh. Dr. Wang, the money here is all consultation fees. 20 to 30 patients came to see Dr. Lin just now. 20 to 30 people? Wang Yakan looked at Lin Lang with a skeptical expression. But this consultation fee is too much. Lin Lang, you're not running a shady clinic, are you? If so, then I will never be in your shoes. After hearing this, Lin Lang just smiled faintly. Take care, don't see me off. Chapter 40 Dogs. Wang Yakan froze in place and suddenly reacted. She let out a cold laugh and whirled around to follow Zhou Xiaoxiao as she counted the money. I'm not going to fall for your agitation. Xiao, count the money clearly. It's the money that concerns both of our paychecks. Lin Lang couldn't help but laugh. You're the daughter of the richest man. Would you care about this salary? In the beginning, didn't you say you'd just pay you whatever you wanted? Wang Yakan laughed. Those 20 or 30 patients must have been of extraordinary status, and you were able to cure them all in a short period of time and so coincidentally avoided me. You just don't want to teach me. I won't let you have your way. Lin Lang shrugged and laughed. Think what you want. At this time, Lin Lang looked at the emptier streets and thought about some things. For example, how good Shin Ruoshi was to him. Then there's the reason why Wang Yakan is sticking around. Even, including Zhou Yun's odd behavior. What he's trying to do is complicated and harder than it should be. And there was no need for him to be constantly on his guard and reject these people who were willing to help him. Because until the final goal is reached, everything is still only up to you. Soon the drama-filled day was over. Lin Lang let the two girls go home first, intending to practice in the clinic for a while. After Zhou Xiaoxiao and Wang Yakan left, he closed the door behind him and sat down on his knees, beginning to cultivate that nameless gong method. It wasn't long before a fierce slamming sound reached Lin Lang's ears. He opened his eyes suddenly and stood up slowly. This slamming sound is not knocking on the door. So soon someone comes to do damage? He walked coldly to the door and threw it open immediately. A young man with dyed yellow hair stumbled into the room in an instant. The man bounced up from the ground, and when he saw Lin Lang, he directly cursed. "You dare to undermine me? Brothers, tenderize him to death." Immediately, 7 or 8 young men with fancy hair colors rushed in. As Lin Lang watched this scene, he couldn't help but sneer. "Qin Xiaotian sent you guys?" The yellow-haired man's eyes glazed over, a little surprised. At that moment, a young man, dressed in a designer suit, strutted in. He also unlocked the door to the room by hand. This person was no other than Qin Xiaotian. He first scanned everything in the clinic in disgust, then he looked at Lin Lang with a mocking gaze and laughed lightly. "Not bad. I didn't realize you salty fish had actually set up a clinic. It's just a clinic at this dump. Does anyone come? Or, because you are a piece of trash yourself, even those ordinary patients, who dislike you so much, won't come to see you?" Qin Xiaotian and the group of mongrels laughed triumphantly. Lin Lang didn't expect this guy to show up of his own accord, and also coldly replied back, "What do you want?" At this time, a gangster brought a wooden chair. Qin Xiaotian obediently sat down and crossed his legs. "What do I want?" I said. "I won't give you this salty fish a chance. I just didn't realize that all the major hospitals had put a blockade on you, yet you were able to find another way to try to open your own clinic? As childish as this is for you, I never wanted to see you in Tenkai. Gives you 2 choices, either that, or you immediately kneel down and kowtow to me 9 times, then get the hell out of Tianhai overnight. Either that, or you're going to trip to the hospital for half a month, and when you're released, I'll let you continue to trip for another half a month." And so it goes, week after week, keeping you in a hospital bed until your dumbass changes his mind and is willing to get the hell out of Skyhaven on his own accord. Do you, hear me? A couple of punks started to get up in arms as well. "Hear that? Young Qin told you to get out of Tianhai? Are you getting out or not? If you don't get out, we'll beat you up. We'll keep beating you up. Beat you so much that you can't take care of yourself. And in the end, you can only leave Tianhai in disgrace." Lin Lang sneered and dragged in a wooden chair as well, sitting across from Qin Xiaotian. "Qin Xiaotian, are you very proud of yourself? You snatched Chen Xian, hurt my mother, played with so many women, and bullied, insulted and framed others at will. These things make you very proud?" Qin Xiaotian was amused by this. "Lin Lang, I told you, this world long ago, there are classes. Also, the ranks are extremely distinct and don't change with the will of trash like you. You and I, we are people of 2 worlds. You are an insignificant ant in my eyes. I want to crush you as easy as stepping on an ant. Of course, this is the last time I'm going to remind you. In all my mercy, you're such a loser. You want to fight me? From this moment on, your end will be very tragic. I won't give you any chance to roll over." Lin Lang sneered. "It seems that you are indeed used to bullying people. However, have you ever heard the saying, that it is better to be a soldier than a man?" Qin Xiaotian laughed and spoke bluntly. "You're a waste of space. Even after 300 days, 3,000 days, you're still a waste of space. Today, I'll completely disable you and let you know the cruelty of the reality of this world. Do it." A few punks laughed, ready to give Lin Lang a good beating. Just then, Lin Lang's phone rang. Lin Lang fixed his eyes and smiled. He immediately turned on the speakerphone, and Jun's anxious voice came from inside. "Big brother, there's a bad news. Qin Xiaotian didn't notify me and privately found a few minions who are ready to find trouble with you, and I already know who Big Brother is. I'm on my way. You wait for me. You must wait for me to arrive, and I will make amends to you personally." In an instant, the group of punks were dumbfounded as if they were petrified. Jun's voice was incredibly familiar to them, and what Jun had just said, they heard clearly. Jun called this kid Big Brother? In other words, this kid is their big brother's big brother? After figuring this out, the group of punks immediately dropped their heads and trembled more than a little. What the hell is going on here? Big brother's big brother and they want to teach him a lesson? Isn't that a death wish? And Qin Xiaotian was even more surprised. Jun was someone he raised, and the White Dragon Society was even more of a hit tool for his Qin family. Now, the Qin family has a dog that calls out Big Brother to others? They're looking to change owners? But well, a dog is a dog, and whoever gives it a bone is its master. In an instant, Qin Xiaotian returned to his senses and sneered. Not bad, you know my dog. Moreover, you can still make him call you Big Brother? It seems like something interesting should have happened between you two, but let me remind you, that the one dog that can be called brother by one dog can only be another dog. After all, that's what kindred spirits call it. That's a hard thing to say. The group of mongrels were also red in the face when they heard that, but they could not refute or make any comments. Qin Xiaotian represented the Qin family. The Qin family was a behemoth to them, and with a casual move of their fingers, they could take their lives. At this moment, it was still only possible to listen to this Qin family's great young man. Chapter 41. Are you scared? At that moment, the leading yellow hair immediately shouted, even if you know June, so what? Qin Xiao has made it clear that even June, he is under his control. Don't think you can scare us with June. His words enlightened the group of punks. In an instant, they realized that between the Golden Master and Big Brother, the Golden Master was the most important. Qin Xiaotian coldly smiled and hummed. Now that you have seen the current situation, what are you all waiting for? Why don't you do something? A few punks rolled up their sleeves and surrounded Lin Lang. Lin Lang didn't want to destroy the clinic that had just been renovated, so he just stuck his hands in his pockets and dodged the attacks of these punks with only his extremely strong stance. The very moment Shi Jun called, he had already thought of a countermeasure. Now, he just needs to stall a little bit. A few minutes later, the group of punks were all sweating profusely and panting. They had worked for half a day and exerted all their strength, but they hadn't even touched the corner of Lin Lang's clothes, and Qin Xiaotian was incomparably shocked as he watched the scene in front of him. He never thought that Lin Lang, who could be kicked into the hospital by himself before, could be unharmed under the siege of 7 or 8. At that moment, an urgent cry came from the doorway. Big brother? Are you in there? Big brother? Open the door quickly. I'm Xiao Jun. Lin Lang smiled bashfully, thinking that his plan had finally begun to be implemented. So, with a prancing and dodging turn, he made his way to the front door and opened it. Shi Jun rushed in with an anxious heart and bowed his head to Lin Lang. Big brother, I've come late. Please redeem yourself. Lin Lang smiled back. Well, if you come a little later, I'll be angry. Shi Jun let out a breath of air, secretly glad that he hadn't made his big brother angry. Otherwise, that golden needle inside his body might be about to pierce his heart. The few punks in the room also all stopped when they saw Shi Jun. Shi Jun's respectful attitude made them extremely surprised. Qin Xiaotian, on the other hand, snorted coldly and said with a leathery smile, Shi Jun, you're the dog I raised. Who are you calling big brother? You don't want to hang out in Tianhai anymore? Shi Jun clenched his teeth and replied back in an open-minded tone. Young Qin, today is different from the past. Lin Lang is my big brother for life. In fact, on the way to the clinic, Shi Jun thought clearly. Qin Xiaotian was their White Dragon Society's gold master, and according to common sense, no matter what happened, he had to be on Qin Xiaotian's side. However, Lin Lang now held his life and death in his hands. Compared to life and death, the gold master is nothing. It doesn't matter how much money you have if you don't even have a life. Therefore, he had already made up his mind to turn the tables on the Qin family just tonight. Big deal. Save your life, then leave the Sky Sea and find a place to start over. Shi Jun's attitude caused Qin Xiaotian to be extremely surprised. He didn't even think that the dog he raised would betray him. What you mean by that is, that you are going to protect this trash tonight, and thus rebel against the Qin family? Shi Jun said forcefully. Your Qin family has been treating us like dogs. I've long been displeased with you. Following big brother, at least I have dignity. Qin Xiaotian sneered and spoke bluntly. Very well, dogs can bite their masters, and I'm kind of enlightened. After saying that, he turned his head to look at the punks again. You guys, whoever can knock Shi Jun to the ground and make him kowtow to me, the position of president of the White Dragon Society will be his. A few of the punks floundered and didn't move. Qin Xiaotian frowned and said in a cold voice, What? You guys don't want to sit in Shi Jun's position? That yellow hair said bluntly. Young Qin, it's not that we don't want to, but we can't. Brother Jun has treated us well. If we betray him, then what difference is there between us and animals? Qin Xiaotian slowly stood up. Not bad, Shi Jun. I'm surprised that the little brother you've trained is so loyal, but a dog is a dog. And if you dogs don't listen to me anymore, then I'll just have to find another dog to replace you. When he finished speaking, he fumbled for his cell phone, ready to make a call. Shi Jun didn't dare to make a move to stop him due to his status. His head was covered in beads of sweat the size of grains of beans. The Qin family must have raised more than one White Dragon Society. If other forces come over, then their own situation will be very dangerous. And his minions were standing still, only able to do nothing. Although they don't know the real reason why Jun and the Qin family tore their faces, but as they said, if they betrayed Shi Jun at this time, it would really be worse than a pig and a dog. At this point, a black shadow swept sharply past the crowd's eyes, hitting Qin Xiaotian's phone with unerring accuracy. With a snap, the phone fell to the ground and the screen shattered. Qin Xiaotian turned his head in horror and looked at Lin Lang, who was still posing as if he had lost something, and sneered. What? Won't let me call someone? It doesn't matter. I will beat you to the ground again like I did last time. And don't expect this group to help you. They're dogs. They've been dogs all their lives, and they're going to be clubbed to death if they just bite someone. Sure, Jun and the gang of punks were very angry. However, Qin Xiaotian's words were again true, and they indeed did not dare to strike out at will. But Lin Lang, however, turned his gaze toward Sure Jun. Are you so abashed? Didn't you just say that you would have dignity if you followed me? The way you're acting right now, you're slapping me in the face. Sure Jun's face turned red, but he was speechless. At that moment, Lin Lang took a step and walked in front of Qin Xiaotian. Qin Xiaotian, your good days are over. Before the words left his mouth, Lin Lang took the lead with a heavy punch that directly blew Qin Xiaotian away. His body slammed heavily against the roll-up door with a loud thud. This scene stunned everyone. Qin Xiaotian struggled to get up from the ground and wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, his anger and rage attacking his heart. I didn't think you'd actually gotten stronger. So well, I'm going to get serious too. However, before he could make any moves, Lin Lang rushed to his body with an arrow step. Immediately after that, he threw another punch, hitting Qin Xiaotian at his abdomen. At once, Qin Xiaotian let out a miserable scream and fell to the ground, never able to get up again. He covered his stomach and looked at Lin Lang in horror, his eyes filled with disbelief. It wasn't that long ago that the man on the ground was this loser. How was he able to become so powerful in such a short period of time? Lin Lang looked at him condescendingly and sneered. Is it hard to understand that I can beat you up? The kind of thing you thought would never happen? Lin Lang squatted down and grabbed his hair. I said, you robbed Chen Xian, hurt my mother, played with women, bullied, and randomly insulted and framed others. All these sins are enough for you to die a few times. You have repeatedly made death, and now that death is imminent. Are you afraid? Chapter 42 The Mourner's Dog. When these words came out, everyone only felt a chill down their backs, and a touch of fear arose in their hearts for no reason. Although they often fight and brawl, as Lin Lang said, they've never faced real death head-on. Sure Jun came back from his shock and hurried to Lin Lang's side. Big brother, there's no need to get anyone killed. Although I don't know the grudge between you two, getting him killed here would be very troublesome. Lin Lang sneered, throwing away Qin Xiaotian and getting back up. I don't care to kill him. He's not worth dirtying my hands with. Don't you guys smell anything strange? This kind of goon, kill him really will be my shame. It was then that the crowd realized there was an extra tawdry smell in the air from who knows when? The crowd looked around and realized that Qin Xiaotian had actually been scared to pee. At that moment just now, he had indeed been scared out of his wits by Lin Lang's words. So much so that this extremely humiliating physical phenomenon had occurred. Qin Xiaotian was angry and anxious, but he gritted his teeth and screamed. I knew you punks wouldn't dare kill me. Lin Lang, you screwed me over so badly today. I'll return the favor 100-fold. Don't worry, I won't give you another chance to retaliate. After saying that, he turned around and coldly looked at the crowd. The crowd just felt like they were being watched by the Grim Reaper. How many of you? What are you going to do? That yellow hair thought that Lin Lang was blaming them for not recognizing him Tai with their eyes, and immediately said with trepidation, Big brother, we didn't know it was you before. Please spare us. Lin Lang didn't say anything, but dragged a wooden chair and casually sat down. He didn't speak or otherwise move, but the group's bodies shook even more at the sight, and Sure Jun, who had been mixed up in the world for many years, realized what was going on and hurriedly yelled at his little brothers. You little bastards, have you apologized to Big Brother yet? Several junior brothers hurriedly buried their heads and said in unison, Big Brother, I'm sorry. Lin Lang still didn't respond. Sure Jun frowned and raised his hand to press Yellow Hair's head, making him kneel in front of Lin Lang. Immediately afterward, he made everyone kneel left and right. At that moment, Lin Lang's calm voice also reached his ears. Watch your movements. Sure Jun reacted, remembering the golden needle next to his heart, and immediately stopped all movements. He gave the group of juniors an exasperated look, and then instantly gave Lin Lang a pandering smile and said, Big brother, it happened suddenly. I was truly unaware that Qin Xiaotian had contacted them privately. Please ask Big Brother to atone for his sins. Lin Lang deliberately showed his angry face and grunted. I'm angry. Sure Jun and the others were horrified. What can I do to take my anger away? Sure Jun and the others didn't dare to utter a single breath. Oh, come to think of it. In this case, you guys, go and beat the crap out of Qin Xiaotian. And remember, you can punch him in the face. I looked at that face of his and felt bad luck. After you beat him, drag him a little farther away. That's a suggestion you won't refuse, will you? Sure Jun and the others were once again shocked. By asking this, Lin Lang was tying his life and death to him. That's the Qin family. Sure Jun was in a dilemma left and right, and his face was extremely ugly. Lin Lang laughed softly. He called you all dogs. Can you really bear it? Do you really have no dignity? I'll listen to Big Brother. In an instant, Sure Jun made up his mind, and there was no more hesitation. As soon as the other punks saw that Jun had taken a stand, they also hurriedly nodded their heads. We all listened to Big Brother. Jun pondered for a while and added, Big Brother, Qin Xiaotian will definitely seek revenge on you and us after tonight. Lin Lang glanced at Qin Xiaotian, and after determining that the amphoteric disease in his body had been fully aroused, he laughed indifferently. Don't worry, he won't be able to jump up and down again. Subsequently, Jun put his heart on the line and brought a few of his juniors with him, punching and kicking Qin Xiaotian. Although Qin Xiaotian was still continuously clamoring, he soon lost his previous arrogance. At the end of the day, Qin Xiaotian's pig-like appearance also made Lin Lang laugh happily. Self-inflicted. Interview you guys, how do you feel after beating up this young master of the Qin family? Before Jun could speak, that yellow hair had already jumped ahead. It feels very cool. This son of A, who usually treats us like dogs, now that he's a lost dog, I feel very good. The others nodded in agreement. Only Jun had a worried look on his face and asked carefully, Big Brother, if we beat up Qin Xiaotian, can you really take care of the Qin family? Will we really be alright? Lin Lang blandly returned. Tonight, Qin Xiaotian brought his men here. It's his own fault for seeking death. What has it got to do with us? Besides, if you clean up, the Qin family has no evidence. How to blame you? Jun instantly understood in seconds. The only trouble now was Qin Xiaotian. Big Brother, Qin Xiaotian is still conscious. Lin Lang sneered. If he can't speak or move, how do you think he can retaliate? Jun and the others were confused. At this moment, Lin Lang walked over to Qin Xiaotian and pinched a golden needle on his fingertips. No, don't kill me. Let's talk this over. Lin Lang, do you want Chen Xian? I'll just give it to you. Or, you want money? I'll give you money. Even if you want to go back to work at Tianhai Hospital, I can arrange it. As long as you don't kill me, anything is negotiable. Lin Lang sneered and spoke bluntly. How can I still like a woman like Chen Xian who is a watery woman? And your money, it's dirty. I can't afford it. As for going back to work at Tianhai Hospital, you underestimate me, Lin Lang. But don't worry, I won't kill you. Killing you would dirty my hands. But you will surely go up in smoke. Just not today. After saying that, Lin Lang utilized the sealing point technique that he had learned from the second chapter of the True Chapter of Life Source. A few stitches went down, and Qin Xiaotian was horrified. In an instant, he realized he couldn't make any more noise. At the same time, Lin Lang also sealed his strange meridians and veins, making him lose all sensation of his body. A waste that can't talk and can't move will naturally not retaliate against them again. Jun and the others looked at Qin Xiaotian's current state and were so surprised that their jaws almost dropped to the ground. Big Brother, there is something you command in the future. You point east. I will never look west. Lin Lang swept a glance at the group and said with a straight face, You know what to do? Got it. I'm going to do something now. Soon. Jun took his own minions and disappeared in Lin Lang's line of sight. For the next half a month, Lin Lang cultivated while continuing to see patients and save people in the clinic. I don't know if it was Zhao Yuan who was secretly publicizing for him, but the number of people who came to the clinic to let Lin Lang see him was also increasing. Plus, Lin Lang's medical skills were indeed very good, and those who had been cured were grateful to him. After half a month of fermentation, the name of Lin Lang's clinic has resounded through Tianhai. Chapter 43 Never, Tenkai Hospital. Looking at his own son lying in the ICU, Qin Xiu's fists clenched and his face was extremely gloomy. For the past half a month, Qin Xiu had been searching for the murderer who had turned his son into a quasi-vegetable. Half a month ago, Qin Xiaotian was found on the street and taken to the hospital in time. And after Qin Xiu rushed to the hospital, she just took a look at Qin Xiaotian's examination report and almost fainted with anger. On Qin Xiaotian's body, there were multiple fractures, and it was obvious that he had been severely beaten up. These traumatic injuries, however, are not considered the worst. The most serious of Qin Xiaotian's symptoms from that day onwards were mainly two. For one thing, the disease of the sexes broke out in him. In just a few days, his body was covered with those oozing pimples and rotten sores. Qin Xiaotian went from being a playboy to being instantly reduced to the point where all the nurses in the hospital refused to serve him. Secondly, Qin Xiaotian was unable to speak or move until today. The hospital examined him in detail but also failed to find out the real reason for his loss of speech and inability to move. Point sealing technique is an ancient secret technique, and naturally, modern medical devices are unable to pry into its existence. Qin Xiu was as anxious as an ant on a hot pan. On the one hand, he mobilized all his connections and contacts to make sure to find out who assassinated his son. On the other hand, he has also invited a number of famous doctors in the hope of finding out the cause of his son's strange illness. However, to his utter dismay, no reputable doctor has been able to identify the cause of the disease. At this time, Lu Ming rushed over in a hurry, accompanied by the hospital leaders. As soon as Qin Xiu swiftly saw Lu Ming, it was like seeing a water source in the desert, revealing clanging eyes of anticipation. With 3 steps, he took the initiative to welcome Lu Ming and shook his hand. "Elder Lu, you're finally back." Lu Ming nodded and said with an apology, "I was attending a meeting out of town before, and I didn't know that your son had turned out to be like this. Dean Chin, even you can't find out the cause of your son's illness, so it's no surprise that I'm going to let you down as well." Qin Xiu shook his head and said with a firm expression, "Elder Lu's medical skills are far above mine. This is something I know by heart. So, please also ask Elder Lu to hurry in and see what's going on. Xiao Tian is in really bad shape. Also, I didn't mean to bid against you that time at the charity gala. Ha, let bygones be bygones. We are all doctors, healers. Xiao Tian is in this state. It's better to find a way to save him first." "Aha, thank you, Boss Lu, for not remembering my faults. Then please hurry up and tell us the way to cure Xiao Tian." Lu Ming let out a bitter smile, took the information from his assistant and said with a straight face, "I've already read Xiao Tian's examination report. I analyzed it on the way here. Too, with all due respect, I don't have any hope of diagnosing him and curing him, but now that I'm here, I'll go back in and double check." As soon as Qin Xiu heard this, it was as if cold water had been poured on him, and a huge sense of loss welled up in his heart. Then please ask Elder Lu to take another look. I won't give up any possibility of saving Xiao Tian. Lu Ming patted his shoulder and walked into the ICU. Qin Xiaotian had long since awakened and was also looking at this medical titan with extreme anticipation. He was eager to talk. He wanted to tell all about what Lin Lang had done, and tell father that everything was done by this guy Lin Lang, but he could do nothing but shed anxious eyes. Lu Ming pacified him for a couple of moments before redoing a thorough examination on Qin Xiaotian. There were no surprises, and he didn't know why Qin Xiaotian had become like this. Lu Ming let out a long sigh and said to Qin Xiaotian, "Xiaotian, there is nothing I can do about your illness. It is just too strange. Even if your father could bring in a famous doctor from the capital or elsewhere for you, he probably wouldn't be able to find out the cause of the disease." After hearing these words, Qin Xiaotian's eyes instantly dimmed. Suddenly, Lu Ming's eyes lit up and his tone became extraordinarily enthusiastic. "By the way, there's someone who should have a chance to cure you." Qin Xiaotian once again surged with hope. My master, Lin Lang, should have a way to cure you." "Xiaotian, hold your horses for a moment. I'll contact master." After saying that, Lu Ming was extremely excited and walked out of the ward, leaving Qin Xiaotian alone in his heart with incompetent rage. Outside the ward, "Dean Qin, my medical skills are limited and I can't find out the cause of Xiaotian's illness. However, I can recommend someone to you. He must have a way to cure your son." Qin Xiu was overjoyed. "Elder Lu, this famous doctor you recommended it's my master, Lin Lang." "Lin Lang?" Qin Xiu stared with wide eyes, first startled, then coldly said, "Elder Lu, don't joke with me at this juncture. What kind of doctor is Lin Lang? He's just a trainee doctor who got fired from our hospital. Even if he has some medical skills, how could he possibly have a solution for such a difficult case?" Lu Ming smiled bashfully. "Dean Qin, don't underestimate my master. I ask you, why I worship him. Can't you see through this reasoning? A word to the wise. You mean, that kid is really something?" Lu Ming said with a proud face. "Of course. Do you know what the acupuncture method Lin Lang used before is called? It's called the 9 needles of the returning soul. It's a long-lost acupuncture method. I've only read about it in some ancient books, too. Besides, you were there and saw him cure Wang Dafu. Although Wang Dafu's liver disease was not completely cured, he had half a foot in the ghost gate at that time. A lost acupuncture method that can pull people back from the ghost gate. Try. Who doesn't want to learn?" After hearing this, Qin Shi also came to a realization. Did I really look away? That kid actually has deep pockets? Lu Ming patted Qin Xiu's shoulder again and sighed. "It's better to settle an injustice than to tie it up. Dean Qin, judging from the current situation, if master can't cure Xiao Tian, then there may be no one under the heavens who can cure him. And I can see that your family has a problem with the master. If you really want to get hope for Xiao Tian, then you, as a father, need to behave yourself. Master is a decent man. You should know what to do." In Qin Xiu's eyes, a flash of gloom flashed. He nodded without moving and returned. "Elder Lu, I'll remember your words. Please forgive me for saving my son's life, so I won't see you off. Also, I hope you won't inform Lin Lang. I'll invite him myself." Lu Ming said with old-fashioned comfort. "Well, it's great that you can figure it out. Alright then, I won't be redundant and inform master for you. Prepare yourself and go invite him." After Lu Ming left, Qin Xiu looked out the window and clenched his fists once again. In his mind, he had set off a huge wave. "You want me to beg Lin Lang? That's never going to happen." Chapter 44 Filial Son. Qin Xiu was well aware of Lin Lang's attitude. In the beginning, it was him who strongly favored Qin Xiaotian that united all the hospitals in Tianhai and blocked Lin Lang. Moreover, he threw the pot at the Qin family. the capital Qin family means that even the central hospital where Lu Lao is located does not dare to disobey. However, while Qin Xiu thought to himself that Lin Lang would just roll out of the heavenly sea, things developed far beyond his imagination. Lesser days got beat up and got the benefit of the doubt. The famous doctors of the entire Tianhai, and even the surrounding areas, were all at their wits' end. The only hope, Lu Ming, could do nothing, but he gave a candidate he had never dreamed of. Lin Lang. However, their father and son had already formed an extremely deep bond with Lin Lang, and with such a grudge, how could he possibly beg Lin Lang? Moreover, even if he could pull that face, what about Lin Lang? And would Lin Lang agree to his request and put things on ice with him? That's obviously not possible either. Knowing the son is like knowing the father. What his own son was like, Qin Xiu had actually known for a long time. He just thought that his son was the pride of heaven, a great man who could enter the family and fight for a place in the future. Now that he likes to juggle and play with women, it's really all normal, and for ordinary people he doesn't see eye to eye with. A kick in the pants is all it takes. It's not a big deal at all. But now, Qin Xiu had to carefully consider Elder Lu's suggestion. Only Lin Lang can be saved? Then let him have to save, even if, on both sides, the two sides are in such a state of flames that it is impossible to reconcile them. Thinking of this, Qin Xiu loosened his clenched fists. The corner of his mouth also hooked up a slightly icy arc. That night, there's something special about the night sky tonight. Weekday nights are quite energizing with the twinkling of stars, but today's night is as black as the bottom of a pot and without starlight. Except for the silver moon, the stars all disappeared as if by appointment. Lin Lang, as usual, first dismissed Wang Yakan and Zhou Xiaoxiao, then closed the door and practiced in the clinic for 2 hours. Only then did he walk out of the clinic refreshed and stroll towards his home. When he opened the door of his rented house, he shouted, "Mom, I'm home," but no one answered. Lin Lang frowned and glanced at the door lock. For a split second, his heart hung in his throat. Around the door lock, there were signs of prying, and, obviously, this suggests that someone forced the lock on the not-so-sturdy door from the outside and broke into the rental. Lin Lang was shocked and furious and immediately rushed to the bedroom, checking every corner. Mother Don Ling is no longer with us? Just as he was getting antsy, his phone rang abruptly. He picked it up and it was an unknown caller. Normally, he wouldn't answer strange phone calls, but at this moment, he had a vague feeling that this call was related to his mother's disappearance. "Hello, this is Lin Lang. Who is this?" A low chuckle came from across the receiver. "Lin Lang, it's me, Qin Xiu." "Qin Xiu?" Lin Lang's brows furrowed as he asked in a deep voice. "What are you looking for me for? Are you looking for your mother?" Qin Xiu laughed. In an instant, Lin Lang was enraged. "Qin Xiu, I'm warning you, don't hurt my mother. If you dare to mess around, I'll make you go to hell." "Ha, young people shouldn't be too impulsive. I just heard your mother was missing and called you out of the goodness of my heart. I know where your mother is, but, before I tell you, you must do something for me." Lin Lang instantly understood. "You want me to cure Qin Xiaotian?" It seems that my speculation was correct. Xiaotian became this way, and it has a lot to do with you all. Okay, then I'll get right to the point. You come to Tianhai Hospital and cure Xiaotian. Afterwards, I will tell you the whereabouts of your mother. Also, let me say, one more thing. I just heard that your mother is missing, and I have a wider network and happen to know where she is. I have nothing to do with your mother's disappearance. Do you, hear me? After saying that, Qin Xiu directly hung up the phone. Before making this call, he had secretly conducted a detailed investigation into Lin Lang. He knew that Lin Lang was a filial son. Even more, he knew that Lin Lang would definitely come to Tianhai Hospital to cure Qin Xiaotian for the sake of Tangling. Therefore, he made the call with confidence and waited patiently for Lin Lang's arrival at Tianhai Hospital. Half an hour later, Lin Lang arrived at Tianhai Hospital in a dusty manner and saw Qin Xiu waiting for him at the main entrance. Qin Xiu smiled bashfully and said with incomparable composure, "Dr. Lin, you're finally here. Quickly follow me." Lin Lang stood still and did not move. "My mother, where is she?" Qin Xiu couldn't help but laugh. "I will naturally tell you if you cure Xiaotian. Don't worry, I'm such a big dean that I won't go back on my word." Lin Lang pondered a bit, thinking that this was the largest public hospital in Tianhai. Even if Qin Xiu kidnapped his mother, he wouldn't dare to mess around. So, with a gloomy face, he followed Qin Xiu to the ICU ward. After Qin Xiu dismissed the medical staff here, he closed the door and his expression suddenly changed. "Lin Lang, you can start treating Xiaotian. Remember, if you do anything, you'll never know where your mother is for the rest of your life." Lin Lang sneered back. "I'm also giving you a warning. If I can't get my mother's whereabouts after curing Qin Xiaotian, or if she meets with an accident, then I'll make sure that you father and son are buried with her." Qin Xiu sneered and said no more. making a gesture of please. Lin Lang was anxious to know the whereabouts of his mother, so he didn't ink. He directly took out the golden needles and began to perform the 9 needles of soul recovery on Qin Xiaotian. And during the process of him applying the needles, Qin Xiu watched his skillful technique with unblinking eyes, and a touch of greed appeared in his eyes. Looks like that old man Lu Ming was right. This kid does have some skills to be able to master such an acupuncture method. Surely, after today, one can learn this lost and marvelous method of acupuncture. In the bottom of Qin Xiu's heart, he was happy, and before Lin Lang's arrival, he had given Qin Xiaotian a thought process, telling him to quietly accept Lin Lang's treatment. Although Qin Xiaotian was very skeptical, his father's composure and self-confidence still made him feel quite at ease. A few moments later, Lin Lang removed the golden needles and finished packing. Qin Xiaotian is fine. Qin Xiu immediately looked at his son. Xiaotian, how are you feeling? Qin Xiaotian opened his mouth and returned in a hoarse voice. It seems like I can talk? Whirling around, he tried to sense his limbs again and lifted a hand shakily. I can move too. Chapter 45. I don't need to know who you are. Qin Xiaotian recovered. Although he looked unusually tired, the feeling of being able to speak and manipulate his limbs at will made his face look much better. Qin Xiu was relieved and also quietly exhaled. At this moment, Lin Lang coldly looked at Qin Xiu and asked in a deep voice, my mother, where is she? Qin Xiu came back to his senses and said with a leathery smile, don't be anxious. I haven't confirmed if Xiaotian has really recovered. You've got a lot of spooky ideas, kid. What if you're just making a show of showing me? After speaking, Qin Xiu immediately came to Qin Xiaotian's front and carefully examined his body. A moment later, Qin Xiu nodded, in a very good mood. Well, Xiaotian's vital signs values are normal. He can speak and move, so he should have been relieved of that quandary. Lin Lang, you really do have a high level of attainment in the medical arts. That, even I have to admit. When Qin Xiaotian heard this, he hurriedly said, Dad, you wouldn't have moved to recruit him, would you? He's just a piece of trash. A piece of trash. Besides, he's my enemy. Before that, he hit me with his hand. Not only that, but he also got the White Dragon Society to come together and beat me into this state. And it's thanks to him that I can't talk or move. He used a special method of acupuncture on me to make me like this. Qin Xiu didn't show a look of violent anger as his son had imagined. He just gave his son a faint look and calmly returned, I will do you justice. He then turned around and sized up Lin Lang with interest. Lin Lang, I'll give you one last chance. If from now on, you are willing to be a dog of the Qin family, I will forget about it and give you a few bones so that you can eat for the rest of your life. Before the words left his mouth, Lin Lang interrupted him. Qin Xiu, I also give you one last chance. If you immediately tell me the whereabouts of my mother, I can guarantee the personal safety of both of you. Ha 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 ha. Qin Xiu laughed uncontrollably. Young people are young people, and it's hard to become a great man with just a passion. All right, I'm not one to disobey the rules. Your mother, in an abandoned factory outside the eastern suburbs. The exact address is 308 Huayang Road. Of course, I can't vouch for the veracity of this information. I've only heard it. Lin Lang coldly grunted and directly left the ward. Seeing this, Qin Xiaotian said anxiously, Dad, you're just going to let him go? Qin Xiu sneered and said bluntly, how could I possibly let go of the person who hurt my son? Since he's not willing to be our Qin family's dog, why should I keep him? Qin Xiaotian instantly reacted. Humph, this asshole kid, who screwed me over so badly, it's time to make him disappear. In the eyes of this pair of father and son, a touch of sinister and complacency appeared at the same time. Outside the eastern suburbs, 308 Huayang Road, Lin Lang winded up and saw an extremely old toy factory. This factory has been in use for years and is filled with rusty old equipment. Lin Lang carefully walked in, and as he made his way forward, he soon realized that the second floor in that abandoned building was lit up. His heart raced and he immediately swept over. As soon as he arrived on the second floor, he saw the figure of his mother, Tang Ling. At this moment, Tang Ling was tied up by her limbs and fixed on a sturdy wooden stool. When she saw her son, she too shook her head vigorously, signaling him not to go over. Lin Lang was fearless and walked over. By this time, he had long since spotted a few black-clad men hiding in the corner, as well as the middle-aged man beside his mother. The man was holding a chilling dagger, a cold smile at the corner of his mouth the whole time. You're Lin Lang? Lin Lang walked over and replied back in a deep voice. I am Lin Lang. I know you guys want to deal with me. This matter has nothing to do with my mother. You guys let her go first. The man grinned with great disdain. Let her go? Kid, don't you seem to get the picture? From the moment you stepped in here, it means that you mother and daughter can only be buried here today. Lin Lang's eyes narrowed slightly as he secretly activated his aura and asked in a cold voice, you want to kill us? The man's unrestrained laughter resounded throughout the second floor. I am an assassin. My duty is to kill. If I don't kill you too, How can I explain to my employer? With these words, Lin Lang also understood Qin Shou's plan. He used his mother as blackmail to get himself cured of Qin Shaotian. He then had this assassin kill and bury himself and his mother forever in this abandoned factory. At this moment, Lin Lang's thoughts were clear and he profoundly realized that being merciful to his enemies would bring him endless trouble. It was also from this moment that a certain seed in Lin Lang's heart grew rapidly until it turned into a large tree that covered the sky. The corners of his mouth, too, curved up. He looked at the black-clad man in the corner and sneered. There are 5 of you. I will only leave one alive. You few choose for yourselves. Who stays, right? The man was first stunned. Then he stared at Lin Lang as if he was looking at a fool. I've seen a lot of stupid people, but it's the first time I've seen one as stupid as you. You think this is a movie? You're the lead actor in a movie? Oh, you probably don't know who I am, do you? My name is Silver Fox, ranked 99th on the world's assassin list. I'll kill you as easy as eating and drinking. Lin Lang clenched his fists, took a step, and walked straight over. I don't need to know who you are, because you're going to die here soon. The Silver Fox sneered. No more nonsense. And with a flash, he swept to Lin Lang's body. His dagger, carrying a strong wind, was about to slice through Lin Lang's neck. However, Lin Lang just stretched out 2 fingers and easily clamped the sharp dagger. The Silver Fox froze in place, horrified. Immediately afterward, Lin Lang's aura exploded within his body, and the Silver Fox was thrown out heavily by him along with his own dagger. He rolled on the ground several times in a row before stopping his retreat. Lin Lang continued to walk forward, his gaze gradually becoming cold. The Silver Fox did not lose his composure as an assassin after being thwarted. He bounced up from the ground and watched Lin Lang's every move with full attention. He knew that the young man had extreme force. To kill him, one must give his all and use some special means. Thinking of this, he swept behind Tangling with an arrow step and placed the dagger in front of Tangling's throat. Hey, stop all your antics. Then drop to your knees and clasp your hands above your head. You guys can come out now. Remember, don't get close to him. I'm no match in close combat. Let alone you guys. Get the gun out. Shoot him in the arms and legs first. Don't move your head yet. I'm going to torment him for being able to make me suffer. Chapter 46 Bait. Immediately, 4 men in black came out of the shadowy corner. Moreover, they had aimed their 4 blackened gun muzzles at Lin Lang as Silver Fox had instructed them to do. This was the first time Lin Lang had seen a modern weapon that could kill a person in an instant. For a split second, his brows furrowed, his brain racing as he contemplated a way to break the situation. The Silver Fox could see his nervousness. I thought you were a fellow traveler, but I didn't realize I still overestimated you. First time seeing a gun? Lin Lang didn't reply. The Silver Fox smiled smugly. To be able to send me flying with a kick shows that your martial arts attainments must not be low. But you've never even seen a gun? Not some rich kid either. You're quite unexpected. Silver Fox put the dagger away and took out a silver gun as well. You know why I'm ranked so high? It's because I've always been careful. In order to cope with all kinds of emergencies, I will never act alone after accepting an assignment. The outside world thinks that only I am called Silver Fox. In fact, these 4 people are also called Silver Fox. Together, the 5 of us are the real Silver Fox. At that moment, a man in black interrupted in a cold voice. Silver Fox, you talk too much. What's next? Just finish them off? Silver Fox smiled blandly. Didn't I tell you guys to hit his arms and legs as soon as you show up? Why haven't you guys done it yet? The man frowned slightly and said in a cold voice, torturing people is only a waste of time. To avoid a long night, hit the head. Silver Fox was about to speak when he saw a black shadow cut sharply across the field and pierced his throat. In an instant, the Silver Fox's smug sneer turned into a flash of panic. He covered his throat and slowly collapsed. This sudden change caused the 4 black-robed men to freeze. Soon, 4 more black shadows crossed the field and raced towards their throat positions. 3 of them, unable to dodge, had their throats instantly penetrated by that black shadow. The remaining person, with a slightly faster reaction, rolled on the ground and managed to avoid the fatal blow. However, a bright red was still present on his neck, leaving him stunned. Still, the man subconsciously raised his arm and pulled the trigger. With a bang, a life-threatening bullet swept sharply towards Lin Lang. He moved his body and also dodged the bullets in a thrilling manner. His clothing, however, was still cut open by the bullet, exposing his arm. The man's heart was happy, and he was about to continue to grab the attack. But unexpectedly another black shadow swept in sharply and struck his wrist. There was a clunk, and his gun fell to the ground. You're the real Silver Fox, aren't you? Lin Lang swept to his body in a hurry and placed a golden needle against his throat. At the same time, he guessed the true identity of this person. Even though he had only just encountered a life and death crisis, this person's eyes were unusually calm. The few people before did not have this kind of aura at all, and were obviously much worse than him. Therefore, Lin Lang then guessed that he was the one who was the 99th ranked assassin. At that moment, the real silver fox laughed. You're a master. More so than all the masters I've ever seen. Therefore, dying under you makes me feel good. After saying that, the man calmly closed his eyes and waited for death to come. But after waiting for half a day, Lin Lang did not make a move. Silver Fox opened her eyes and asked curiously, "Why don't you kill me?" At this time, Lin Lang had already arrived at his mother's side and untied her. "I said that out of the 5 of you, I would leave one alive. I'm an assassin. Aren't you making trouble for yourself by leaving me alive?" Lin Lang laughed coldly. "If I left behind, if it's a live one who can't speak or move, do you think I'd be worried about him causing me trouble? You can still talk now because I have some questions for you." After saying that, he helped Tang Ling up and quickly checked her body. After reconfirming that the group hadn't harmed his mother, he breathed a sigh of relief. By this time, the man had quietly stood up and glanced at the gun on the ground out of the corner of his eye. He didn't want to give up until the last minute. "Mom, go down and wait for me for a moment," Tang Ling worriedly said. "I heard it all just now. These people are killers." Lin Lang laughed, "But they were all cleaned up by me, so you don't have to worry. You listen to me. Go down and wait for me first." Tang Ling looked at her son, who had grown up, and nodded, obediently leaving. Subsequently, seeing his moment, Silver Fox rolled on the ground and reached out to grab the gun on the floor. With a swishing sound, a golden needle came after and stuck on the back of Silver Fox's hand. Although the Silver Fox did not let out a miserable scream, in an instant, he felt that his entire arm was tingling, and he could no longer sense its presence. Lin Lang slowly walked over. He looked condescendingly at the Silver Fox lying on the ground and asked in a cold voice, "You were sent by Qin Xiu, weren't you?" Silver Fox gritted his teeth and didn't say anything. Lin Lang hummed again. "The Qin family would even invite a famous assassin on the assassin list to deal with me. It's quite a look down on me. Now that you've fallen into my hands, do you want to live?" Silver Fox raised his head and returned in a cold voice. "An assassin, after failing a mission, has no need to live. Your awareness is quite high." Lin Lang sneered and added, "It seems that you are not going to answer any of my questions?" Silver Fox stared coldly at Lin Lang without uttering a word. His attitude, it says it all. Seeing this, Lin Lang didn't talk nonsense and directly took out a golden needle and used the sealing point technique on him. A few breaths later, the man collapsed straight to the ground, unable to do anything but only show his horrified eyes. "You were left alive to set a trap. If you cooperate with me, I'll spare your life. If you insist on dying, I can fulfill you. However, before you make a choice, I would advise you to think carefully. Better to die than to live. It's not worth it to lose your life for that father and son of the Qin family." The Silver Fox's eyes suddenly changed. He opened his mouth and asked in a low voice, "You'll really let me go?" Lin Lang laughed. "Look at yourself." The Silver Fox was silent. After some celestial battle, he spoke up again. "I can work with you." Lin Lang smiled. "Very well, that's a wise choice. Now, you will call Qin Xiu and inform him that you have finished off our mother and daughter. However, you found a treasure on my body that you were unwilling to keep private, so you asked Qin Xiu to come over and collect it." The Silver Fox froze for a moment and then asked, "What treasure?" "An ancient book that records the 9 needles of soul return. Remember, you have to act like you can't read this ancient book at all. Only then will Qin Xiu take the bait." "Good, you dial the phone. I know what to do." At this time, Lin Lang revealed a deep smile and added, "Oh, I forgot to tell you. After Qin Xiu's father and son came over, I don't want to dirty my hands. Therefore, the heavy responsibility of killing them is going to be given to you." Chapter 47. He gave me a life. The Silver Fox was beyond shocked. "And you want me to step in and kill for you?" Lin Lang shrugged his shoulders and said indifferently, "So what else? Do you think I tricked Qin Xiu and his father into coming here to deal with them myself? You've done your research on me, right? You should know that I'm a doctor. How could a doctor kill someone? People wouldn't believe me if I told them. Don't you think so?" A flash of awe appeared in the eyes of the Silver Fox. In all his years as an assassin, this was the first time he felt fear. "What are you, really?" Lin Lang smiled and returned, "A doctor. A good doctor who won't let any bad people go." A few moments later, Silver Fox followed Lin Lang's instructions and revealed the news of finding the ancient book to Qin Xiu. Qin Xiu was really very excited when he heard it, and immediately agreed that he would personally come over and collect the unwarranted ancient book. Lin Lang was happy to see this old fox take the bait so quickly. Previously, when he was treating Qin Xiaotian, he had realized that Qin Xiu was extremely interested in his 9 needles of soul return. His own inference is incomparably correct. The 9 needles of the returning soul are indeed the bait that can most easily lure him onto the hook. More than half an hour later, Lin Lang stood by the window and saw Qin Xiu's father and son bring 4 or 5 people to the front of the abandoned factory. "Qin Xiaotian is here too?" This made Lin Lang a little surprised. "I thought that I could only lure Qin Xiu on the hook, but I didn't expect this greedy father and son to come all the way." Just right. Soon, Qin Xiu's father and son walked as fast as they could and arrived at the second floor. Silver Fox stepped out of the corner and looked at his opponent with a calm expression on his face. What about that ancient book, and the bodies of Lin Lang's mother and daughter? Have they been disposed of? Qin Xiu looked around and realized that there were indeed traces of a fight here, but he did not see the bodies of Lin Lang's mother and daughter. At that moment, Lin Lang walked out from another corner and grinned. Dean Qin, I'm not dead yet. What's he going to do with my body? In an instant, Qin Xiu's father and son were dazed and terrified. Qin Xiaotian even asked loudly, Silver Fox, aren't you a powerful assassin? The target is still alive. What are you doing frozen in place? Qin Xiu stopped the fuming Qin Xiaotian and coldly glanced at Silver Fox. He was old and wise, and at this sight, he guessed that this assassin might have fallen back. How much did Lin Lang pay you? I'll pay double. No, 10 times. Silver Fox smiled slightly. He didn't pay me, not a penny. Qin Xiu was shocked. Then why are you helping him? Silver Fox raised his arm decisively and gripped the gun in his hand. Because he gave me a life. Bang, 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 bang. 5 consecutive shots instantly put down the people brought by Qin Xiu's father and son. Qin Xiu's father and son were so scared that they didn't dare to utter a single breath. Qin Xiaotian even squeezed out an ugly smile and said to Silver Fox, Big brother Silver Fox, you help us deal with Lin Lang, and when it's done, we'll give you whatever you want. We represent the Qin family. Behind us is the Qin family of the capital. If you take us out, you're going against the Qin family in the capital. At that time, no matter how far you escape to the ends of the earth, you will be found. Helping us against Lin Lang is a win-win situation. Don't let this kid fool you. However, Silver Fox acted as if he hadn't heard the words and aimed his gun at Qin Xiaotian. Qin Xiu was just about to speak when he heard a bang and a life-threatening bullet penetrated Qin Xiaotian's brow. Watching his son fall in a pool of blood, Qin Xiu was anxious and angry. That's when the Silver Fox turned his gun back on him. Qin Xiu's face was full of pandering and said eagerly, Silver Fox, I'll give you anything. Truly, I have $1 billion or so in a foreign bank. I can give it all to you. In this world, money matters most. With this money, you can spend as much as you want for the rest of your life, even if you don't become an assassin anymore. $1 billion? The Silver Fox sneered. Austere. I'm sorry. I think my life is worth more than $1 billion. As soon as the words fell, another gunshot rang out unexpectedly. Soon, Qin Xiu fell into that pool of blood along with his own son. The Silver Fox let out a breath of air and looked towards Lin Lang, who was watching with cold eyes. I have done as you commanded and settled all of them. Will you really let me go? He said while still gripping the gun in his hand. Just a moment ago, he had thought about making a move against Lin Lang after finishing off Qin Xiu's father and son. However, Lin Lang's previous horrifying performance made him give up that intention. At that moment, Lin Lang smiled blandly and spoke bluntly. Be glad you made the right choice. If you had just turned the gun on me again, well, you'd be a dead man by now. In an instant, Silver Fox could only feel that his back was already soaked. Lin Lang brought unprecedented pressure on him, causing him to almost lose his breath. Clean this place up. I know, you're a pro at this. There are specialties in the art of this kind of thing. You don't let me worry about it. The Silver Fox nodded and spoke back in a deep voice. Good, I can see that you are ready to keep your promise, but I have one last question. You say, who, exactly, are you? Lin Lang took a step and walked forward, not looking back. I'm just a doctor who will make bad people go up and smoke. It was 3 in the morning when I got back to the rental house. After Lin Lang managed to put his mother to sleep, he walked to the window, looked at the empty streets, and began to think about the future. Qin Xiu's father and son are dead. There would be no one in Tianhai now who would want to deliberately frame or deal with him. However, the Qin family, where Qin Xiu's father and son were from, was always a hidden danger. The capital Qin family was an even more terrifying existence than the 4 great mansions of the Heavenly Sea. And before this behemoth came to his door, all Lin Lang could do was still only improve himself. In addition, Lin Lang carefully recalled his grudge with Qin Xiu's father and son, and finally determined that he had not left any traces that would allow the capital Qin family to target him. The next thing to do was to find a spiritual weapon, improve oneself, and to try to learn everything in the 2nd chapter of the true chapter of the Origin of Fate. Early the next morning, the news of Qin Xiu's father and son's disappearance spread throughout the entire Tianhai. When Zhou Xiaoxiao talked about this in the clinic, Lin Lang could not help but sigh. Silver Fox deserves to be a professional. Disappearance can be easier to muddle through than death. In the next period of time, Lin Lang had the most peaceful and fulfilling life. During the day he sat in the clinic, and at night, he stayed in the clinic and practiced. And as he cured more and more patients, his fame grew. The patients who came to the clinic were even lined up outside the clinic every day. At the same time, Lin Lang had vaguely sensed the bottleneck that needed to be broken through after this period of cultivation. Now, his cultivation is Half-Step Foundation Building. Chapter 48 Can't Take a Leap of Faith. That evening, an unexpected person appeared in Lin Lang's clinic. Lin Lang looked at the emaciated figure in front of him and asked in a cold voice, "What are you doing here?" Chen Xian squirmed, her eyes glancing over Zhou Xiaoxiao and Wang Yakan's bodies. The two women instantly understood what she meant, so they smiled at Lin Lang. "We'll both leave first, ha, boss, clean up the clinic yourself." After saying that, before Lin Lang could agree, the two women left in a hurry. Chen Xian breathed a sigh of relief and blushed slightly. "How have you been doing recently?" Lin Lang sneered back. "It's quite good. After breaking up with you, my days have gotten more and more moist." Chen Xian's face turned even redder. "I resigned from Skyhaven Hospital. I want to come to work for you." "You resigned?" Lin Lang was stunned at first, then he maintained that indifference. "I'm sorry, I'm fully staffed here and not hiring." Chen Xian was embarrassed by Lin Lang's attitude and simply revealed her true nature. Her face changed and she coldly said, "Lin Lang, it's not because of you that I resigned, but you're so cold to me." "Because of me?" Lin Lang laughed out loud. "Ha, what did you do in the first place that you need me to help you recall your memories again?" "Chen Xian, do you still think I'm that innocent little boy you could coax with a few words back then?" Chen Xian grimaced and said angrily, "Xiao Tian is missing. Dean Qin is also missing. I had no one to rely on. I was ostracized and bullied in Tianhai Hospital. Those people forced me to quit my job and I'm in the situation I'm in because of you." Lin Lang laughed even more. "I caused this? You mean I caused Qin Xiu's father and son to disappear?" "The two of them disappeared. You had nothing to fall back on. You were bullied into quitting, and it's all my fault?" "Chen Xian, you at least graduated from a medical university and are highly educated. How dare you say such childish things?" Chen Xian rationalized. "Everyone knows that you and Xiao Tian's father and son have had problems. You must have had something to do with their disappearance." "Ha ha ha ha." Lin Lang let out a loud laugh. "Chen Xian, you can visit a mental hospital. You can say such brainless things?" After saying that, Lin Lang leapt up, pointed at the door, and said in a cold voice, "You are not welcome here. Please leave immediately." Chen Xian also stood up and angrily walked out of the clinic entrance. Before she left, she didn't forget to scream, "Lin Lang, don't be petty. One day, I will find out the truth and make you lose your reputation." A few moments later, Chen Xian crossed a few streets and arrived at a more secluded cafe. She then looked up and around the room, and upon seeing someone, walked straight to the corner where that person was. Chen Xian carefully sat down in front of the man, not daring to raise her head to meet his gaze. At that moment, a magnetic voice rang out. "Ms. Chen, you don't have to be so formal. What's the matter? Do I have the word terror written on my face?" Chen Xian gathered her courage and looked up at the young man. The man had an angular face and a pair of tiger eyes that were gleaming at him. She lowered her head again. Qin Xiao, I followed your instructions and went to test that kid, but the boy won't admit it. Repeat the conversation between you, as it was." After listening to Chen Xian, the young man let out a light laugh and held his head in his hands. Could my intuition be wrong? His words, though not seamless, are not broken in any way. After hearing this, Chen Xian clenched her teeth and said in a deep voice, "No, I think it must be him. In the entire Tianhai, he hated Xiao Tian the most. Therefore, he will definitely wait for an opportunity to retaliate against Xiao Tian." The man smiled bashfully. "I still know in my heart what this cousin of mine is like on weekdays." Although Lin Lang had an extremely deep beef with him, there were many others who had beef with Qin Xiaotian. "He's just a suspect." I was a little surprised by Ms. Chen's reaction. "Didn't you guys used to play friends?" Chen Xian blushed and buried her head deeply. She doesn't know how to answer that question. At that moment, the man slowly stood up and grinned. "Ms. Chen, thank you for doing me this favor. Next, you'd better continue to keep an eye on Lin Lang for me, and come and inform me at the first sign of trouble. Your salary for the next 5 years, I've already credited you, plus the generous bonus was credited to you today." "I will." "Well, if Lin Lang is really the real culprit who made my cousin disappear, I'll even give you a more generous bonus." After saying that, the man raised his head and left. That night, Lin Lang was in the clinic concentrating on his cultivation when suddenly, the door was heavily snapped. At the same time, an urgent voice came in. "Lin Lang, are you in the clinic? If you are, open the door." Lin Lang opened his eyes with a puzzled expression. "Is that Zhou Yun's voice? The lady killer?" He then hurriedly opened the door, while Zhao Yun fell in smoothly, right into Lin Lang's arms. Also, she was pale, breathing heavily, and had multiple spots of bright red on her body. "How did you get so badly hurt?" Lin Lang helped Zhao Yun in and checked behind her. No one. Immediately after that, he closed the door and opened his chi eyes to see the 3 channels of crimson chi that were rising from Zhao Yun's body. Zhao Yun sighed and returned. "Our mission, we've encountered a heavenly trouble. A few of the brothers who came to you earlier to see the doctor. A large portion of them died. Lin Lang stared in astonishment. Your mission? You mean the mission that came to Tian Hai this time? Right. Zhao Yuan nodded. That guy, he's too cunning. He made a setup and made us all fall for it. We fought to the death to break out, and managed to rush out with great difficulty, but many of our brothers died there. Hey, after saying that, Zhao Yuan squeezed out a smile as she tightly grasped Lin Lang's hand. My old man was saved by you, and now, I'm going to be saved by you. But don't do anything excessive to me while I'm unconscious, haha. The most I'll allow you to do to me is to make a move on me. But one crucial step, not half a step beyond the line. As soon as the words fell, Zhao Yuan's body went limp and completely collapsed into Lin Lang's arms. Lin Lang smiled helplessly and picked the woman up, walking over to the hospital bed. Immediately after that, he removed all the clothes from Zhou Yun's body and saw her sexy snow-white body. He fixed his mind, took out the Xian Xin needle, and performed the 9 needles of returning soul extremely skillfully. Soon, the meridian condensation points on Zhao Yuan's body were completely unblocked. Looking at her whose breathing became steady, Lin Lang also let out a sigh of relief. Just then, another knock made Lin Lang instantly tense up. Who is it? Chapter 49 Surprising Target. Zhou Yun had just entered her clinic on the front foot, and someone else was coming behind her? What kind of coincidence is there in this world? Coupled with the fact that it was now late in the day, the patients who came here knew his rule that after 8 o'clock, except for urgent cases, he would no longer receive them. Therefore, this knock on the door made Lin Lang realize that the person who knocked on the door would not be the person who injured Zhao Yuan. Lin Lang secretly urged his aura and took a defensive stance as he once again asked out loud, "Who is it? This clinic is closed. If you want to see a doctor, please be early tomorrow." A familiar voice came from outside. "Divine Dr. Lin, open the door. It's me." Lin Lang opened the door and saw Zhao Yuan's father, Zhao Tianlin. He wanted to inquire a few words, but he found Zhao Tianlin pale and sweating, and even as he stood there, his legs were gently trembling. What's wrong with this guy? Doesn't look right either? Zhao Tianlin revealed an awkward smile and hurriedly walked into the clinic, unlocking the door. "Divine Dr. Lin, my unfilial daughter has already come, right?" Lin Lang gave him a look. "Nah, she's just lying there. What's going on with you father and daughter? Why did you come to me one after the other?" Zhao Tianlin let out a bitter smile and spoke bluntly. "She and I were both involved in tonight's operation, but it failed. We're both badly hurt. As it turned out, that ninny said that if the two of us came together to find Dr. Lin, it would be extremely easy to be exposed. So, she told me to go to the other doctors while she was sneaking over to you. Having been treated by you and convinced by your medical skills, I naturally can't look at other doctors. So, I snuck up behind Fine and found this place." The corner of Lin Lang's mouth tugged unnaturally. This pair of father and daughter, really father kind daughter filial. Lin Lang didn't have the heart to say, "Would you two please act a little brighter in the future? What kind of father and daughter are you?" "Exactly." Zhao Tianlin followed Lin Lang's words and opened his mouth. "This daughter of mine, she just lacks discipline. Hey, it's my fault for spoiling her as a child. Look, what is this called? Really let Dr. Lin look at the joke. However, I have an unfavorable request." After saying that, Zhao Tianlin looked at Lin Lang with anticipation. "Say." Zhao Tianlin's face was ecstatic. "Please divine Dr. Lin hurry to save me." As soon as the words left his mouth, Zhao Tianlin revealed a pained expression and stumbled, falling towards Lin Lang's arms. Lin Lang hurriedly held him up with a frown. "You're no less hurt than your daughter." Zhao Tianlin replied back. "Yes, drop. So please also ask divine Dr. Lin to hurry up and save me." "Sure, you can make a move on me, but please don't take a step over that thunderbolt. I'm not mentally prepared for that." Lin Lang was first stunned, and then he realized the meaning of his words. In an instant, he was on fire and pushed Zhao Tianlin out. "What do you think I am?" Zhao Tianlin barely managed to hold his body together and looked at Lin Lang in confusion. "Ha, did I think wrong? Dr. Lin Shen can't even look at my daughter. I thought you are good at that. That's why I'm getting my mind ready to repay you with myself." Bull asterisk 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 asterisk. Lin Lang grunted. "I'm normal." Zhao Tianlin reacted and also let out a breath of air as if he was relieved. "Oh, I'm relieved if Dr. Lin's orientation is fine. Then please save me. I can't hold it any longer." After saying that, Zhao Tianlin's eyes rolled over and with a faint smile, he fell straight to the ground. Lin Lang looked at the motionless Zhao Tianlin and was speechless for a while. The father and daughter. Indeed, even the odd one out is genetic. Subsequently, Lin Lang opened his chi eyes, took out a silver needle, and in 3 strokes, he unblocked the meridian condensation points on Zhao Tianlin's body. Immediately afterward, he dispensed some more medicine and placed it beside the father and daughter. After doing all this, it was already late at night. and the street was so cold and quiet that not even half a person could be seen. Lin Lang thought about it and called his mother, saying that he was a bit busy tonight, so he wouldn't be coming home. Tang Ling told him to take care of his rest and didn't say much, looking at Zhao Tianlin's father and daughter, whose eyes were closed tightly and had not yet awakened. Lin Lang's brows quietly furrowed. The mission these two guys are supposedly on is an assassination attempt. Now, the two of them failed in their assassination and were forced to hide here. Then their own trouble should soon come as well. But it's true that this father and daughter are not bad people. Who is the target of their assassination? Really? Lin Lang thought in a daze. But Zhao Tianlin suddenly opened his eyes and woke up. He first covered the front of his body, subconsciously checking his body, then revealed a smile inside. Divine Dr. Lin is indeed a normal person. Then I can put 100 hearts from now on. Lin Lang didn't have the heart to say, "You just came back from the gates of hell. Are your thoughts so jumpy? Shall I make you go again and never come back?" Zhao Tianlin hemmed and hawed. Divine Dr. Lin wouldn't do that. That said, this ninny came in before me, was treated before me, and is still awake. Is she going to be okay? Lin Lang grunted and explained. Although the injuries she sustained were not as severe as yours, she was still poisoned, so her situation was more troublesome than yours. She's nothing serious, though, and in a little while, she should wake up. Zhao Tianlin sighed in relief. Divine Dr. Lin, I'm sure you have a lot of things you want to ask me, right? Well, you confess, and I won't pursue it all. Zhao Tianlin grinned. Good drop. Actually, we, father and daughter, brought those brothers and sisters over for a mission that is harder than hell. Our goal is that old ancestor of the Yi family. Yi family? Lin Lang was surprised. It's the Yi family that Yi Shuhan is a part of? Yes, our target is her grandmother, the current head of the Yi family, Mrs. Kong. Why did you guys assassinate Mrs. Kong? Don't you guys only kill bad guys? Lin Lang looked at Zhao Tianlin with great suspicion. Could it be that this father and daughter are not just killing bad guys, as they have labeled themselves? In essence, they're still the same kind of inhuman killers who work for whoever pays them? Zhao Tianlin could see his confusion. Ha, does Divine Dr. Lin think I'm lying to you? Of course, I think Dr. Lin may not know. That old Mrs. Kong is a bad person who was evil to the bone? Mrs. Kong is a bad person? Lin Lang was even more shocked. Zhao Tianlin withdrew his faint smile and said with a straight face, "Right, she's a total badass. She's done more bad things than you can even think of." What bad things has she done? She's done a lot of bad things. One thing, not to mention others, she's guilty as hell. She had killed her man with chronic poison. Subsequently, she mutilated a number of Yi family's direct descendants, thus becoming the Yi family's head. This kind of person, do you think she deserves to die? Chapter 50. I've gotten you into trouble. Lin Lang sucked in a breath of cool air. You have proof of everything you say? Zhao Tianlin sneered back. Of course there is. Moreover, there are human witnesses. To tell the truth, the person who commissioned us to take out Mrs. Kong was none other than a direct descendant of the Yi family who was brutalized by her back then. If Mrs. Kong wanted to ascend to the throne, she would have to get rid of a lot of successors who were qualified to sit in the position of the head of the family. At that time, she had orchestrated many accidents and sent all those heirs to hell. Dr. Lin Divine Doctor, you can imagine. She doesn't have the surname Yi, yet she sits as the head of the Yi family. Do you think she'll be an amiable old person? Lin Lang frowned, unable to refute. He had only seen the open and shut battles between the big families on some TV dramas. He didn't have much of an intuitive sense of these fights. However, the person that Zhao Tianlin and the others were going to assassinate was, after all, Yi Shuhan's grandmother, and Yi Shuhan had been kind to himself, so he naturally couldn't just sit back and do nothing since he knew about it. Will your actions affect the rest of the Yi family? Zhao Tianlin looked at him in surprise. Of course we won't. Most of the Yi family members aren't criminals, and we're not stupid enough to expand our targets at will. Lin Lang thought for a moment and then said, your operation tonight, why did it fail? And so many people died? Zhao Tianlin looked up to the sky and sighed. Hey, honestly, I really don't feel that tonight's action will fail. We calculated everything. All of that old fox's responses were expected. According to common sense, we pierced through that old fox's trickery and should have killed him with a single blow. However, at the last minute, Fine and I were stopped by a mysterious man, and the other brothers were caught in another trap to the point where they were almost all killed. Such an ending, while gut-wrenching, also left me very puzzled. I think there is an invisible hand behind us and Mrs. Kong, manipulating the whole situation. Lin Lang asked curiously, can you be more specific? Zhao Tianlin laughed bitterly. Divine Dr. Lin, if I tell you these things, you'll be tripping into this muddy water. To tell you the truth, I don't want that outcome. Lin Lang also told the truth. Yi Shuhan is my benefactor. She is the granddaughter of Mrs. Kong. I just want to know if you and Mrs. Khan will hurt her. Well, since Divine Dr. Lin has this interest, then I will briefly talk about. Next, Zhao Tianlin gave a general account of tonight's actions. When he heard that Zhao Tianlin's group had bumped into Yi Shuhan at the last minute, Lin Lang's heart was also tightened. But after careful analysis, Yi Shuhan's appearance there should just be a coincidence. Well, you guys laid a dragnet and almost succeeded as well. But in the end, that mysterious person who came out halfway ruined the whole plan. Moreover, judging from Mrs. Kang's reaction, she shouldn't know about the existence of that mysterious person. So it seems that your inference is well-founded. After you and Mrs. Kong, there is another party of power. But since that mysterious man wants to save Mrs. Kong, it means that he is not Mrs. Kang's enemy. After hearing this, Zhao Tianlin was enlightened and said, Divine Dr. Lin, I know what's going on. There was no third-party force at all. That mysterious person should have been called by Yi Shuhan. Yi Shuhan ordered that mysterious man to step in at the critical moment and save Mrs. Kong. Yes, it must be. Lin Lang was surprised. Why would you have such a judgment? Didn't you say that Yi Shuhan just happened to pass by there? Zhao Tianlin laughed bitterly. Divine Dr. Lin, I just said, the place we chose to lay our hands on was the bedchamber of Mrs. Kong. In case you didn't know, the old fox is very cunning. She's also very cautious. She has been deliberately keeping her distance from the Yi family's direct lineage. In the Yi family, no Yi family member could enter Mrs. Kang's bedchamber without her summons. Mrs. Kong was long asleep when we made our move. There's no way Yi Shuhan would have been there, but we saw her there. Yi Shuhan's appearance is a huge suspense in itself. Just then, the lights in the clinic suddenly went out. In an instant, the entire clinic was plunged into darkness. Unable to reach out, Zhao Tianlin was shaken and said in a deep voice, Dr. Lin, you often have power outages here? Lin Lang froze and reacted. I'm in a clinic and there is some medical equipment that can't be disconnected. So, I do have backup power here. Even if the power went out, it couldn't have gone straight to this. After hearing this, Zhao Tianlin also let out a bitter smile and said bluntly, Divine Dr. Lin, I am sorry. Our father and daughter may have even burdened you. We should have already been targeted when we were escaping. Now those people have found their way here. Lin Lang understood what he meant and subconsciously looked toward the door. Don't panic. You take Zhou Yun first and leave through the back door. Zhao Tianlin said gratefully. Thank you for Divine Dr. Lin's kindness. But since those people decided to make a move, they will definitely send someone to guard the back door. To be precise, we are now trapped in this clinic. Suddenly, there was an unusual movement in the clinic's door. In a few breaths, the lock of that gate was broken, and several figures swept in sharply. At the same time, a low and hoarse voice entered the ears of both Lin Lang. Zhao Tianlin, don't hide. I know you're here. Zhao Tianlin froze for a moment and then sneered. Well, I am indeed here. Don't you just want to kill me? Let's go out and fight for 300 rounds. Whoever wimped out is a turtle. The man couldn't help but laugh. There are other people here. How could I be so stupid as to fall for your trick of transferring the tiger away from the mountain? Today, all the people here will die. Those innocent people, they were dragged down by you. Zhao Tianlin, haven't you always boasted that you want to do justice to heaven? Now that these innocents are dead because of you, will you repent when you get down there? Ha ha ha. The sound of unrestrained laughter echoed throughout the clinic. Suddenly, the man's laughter stopped and he raised his hand to throw a black shadow that swept to Zhao Tianlin's eyes like lightning. Zhao Tianlin reached out his hand and tried to knock the black shadow to the ground. However, he did not expect the black shadow to wrap around his arm the moment it touched his body. The hissing sound made him immediately realize that this black shadow was a poisonous snake. Before Zhao Tianlin could make any reaction, the viper had already made a smooth lunge and bit his neck. Divine Dr. Lin, go, take Yuan and go. I'll hold them off. Zhao Tianlin pulled the poisonous snake hard, letting it turn into two, and then whirled and stood in front of Lin Lang and Zhao Yuan. Chapter 51. Do you see the situation? In the darkness, Zhao Tianlin was a man of honor, and that broad back blocked Lin Lang and Zhao Yuan behind him. Lin Lang's brows were furrowed and he was thinking of a way to break the situation, but unexpectedly, Zhao Tianlin was trembling in his feet and nearly fell to the ground. Lin Lang pulled the corner of his mouth and couldn't help but spit. You're not handsome for more than 2 seconds. Zhao Tianlin propped himself up on his knees and grinned. That thing was a poisonous snake just now and I was poisoned, but it's not in the way. I still have the power to fight, so hurry up and take Fine away. Before the words fell, a group of black-clothed men also rushed in at the back door of the clinic, completely blocking the path of Lin Lang and the others. At that moment, the low and hoarse voice sounded again. Zhao Tianlin, don't put up any more unnecessary resistance. Surrender obediently and I can grant you a full corpse. I poo. Zhao Tianlin said angrily. Come kill me if you're capable of it. Don't be abrasive and act like a pussy. As you wish. The man raised his hands, and a powerful ghastly wind suddenly rose up, causing Zhao Tianlin's face to change drastically. Immediately afterward, Zhao Tianlin felt dizzy and his entire body was no longer under his control. He turned around in horror, raised his sandbag-sized fist, and threw a punch towards Lin Lang. Divine Dr. Lin, I can't control my body. That solid punch was about to land on Lin Lang's body, but in the next moment, Lin Lang stretched out a finger and pointed it on Zhao Tianlin's brow. In an instant, the surrounding wind instantly disappeared without a trace, and Zhao Tianlin also regained control of his body. The man's eyes glazed over, with only Lin Lang's figure in his eyes. Who are you? How dare you break my compulsion? Compulsion? As soon as Lin Lang heard this, he remembered the compulsion Zhao Tianlin had previously been subjected to. It seemed that this guy was the one behind the compulsion to Zhao Tianlin. The reason why he was able to easily dissolve the compulsion technique Zhao Tianlin had been struck by was also because he had opened the second chapter of the true chapter of the origin of fate, and he knew all sorts of strange arts like the back of his hand. The compulsion art had originally originated in the ancient times, and the records of the true chapter of the origin of fate about it were only a little more than that. As soon as Zhao Tianlin appeared different just now, Lin Lang saw through his opponent's trick. At this time, Lin Lang told Zhao Tianlin to retreat behind him and eyed this person. With your compulsion, you are vicious and venomous, so I guess you are also a ruthless person. By keeping you in the world, there will be many more innocent victims. The man froze at first, then burst out laughing. Milky brat, you don't know the heights of heaven after mistakenly solving one of my compulsion spells. Before the words left his mouth, the man clasped his hands together and chanted. In an instant, a gust of terrifyingly gloomy wind once again blew in the clinic, and the surrounding temperature, even more so, dropped quite steeply. Even the black-clothed man who had followed this man in, had temporarily retreated several steps. Looking at this man with some trepidation, the man then revealed a wry smile, raised his hands, and sprinkled a piece of powder towards the air. In an instant, Zhao Tianlin and Zhao Yuan, who had just woken up, simultaneously smelled a pungent odor. Hold your breath. Lin Lang just wanted to warn his companion, but it was too late. The eyes of this father and daughter were already in a cloudy state. Lin Lang is very clear. The person in front of him was the one who had once again applied the compulsion technique to Zhao Tianlin's father and daughter through those powders that he had just spilled. Compulsion requires a medium. These powders and the poisonous snakes just now were the medium for this guy to cast his compulsion. At this moment, Lin Lang held his breath and put a handkerchief over his nose as he coldly looked at this person. And that person didn't expect Lin Lang to know his compulsion like the back of his hand. Every step of his response was just right. He frowned and asked in a cold voice, "Who the hell are you?" Lin Lang didn't answer his question. Instead, he activated his spiritual energy and threw out a silver needle. In the darkness, a silver light flashed. A second later, the man let out a muffled grunt and took a few steps backward. Immediately afterward, Lin Lang carried Zhao Tianlin in one hand and Zhao Yun in the other, breaking out of the back door of the clinic and quickly escaping. The man reacted and immediately shouted, "Give chase!" Under the moonlight, Lin Lang was running wildly ahead, while that mysterious man was in hot pursuit with a group of men in black. Not long after, Lin Lang stopped in front of an old neighborhood to be demolished. The neighborhood is small and has only 2 or 3 buildings, so if you go upstairs, it will be a dead end. After the man sensed this, he gave an order and had the people in black surround Lin Lang and the others. To be able to escape here with 2 losers, you have some skill. However, your good fortune has come to an end. Lin Lang smiled indifferently and slowly put down Zhao Tianlin's father and daughter. Yo, ready to surrender? Surrender? You probably don't have a clue, do you? In an instant, Lin Lang stomped hard and swept towards the black-clothed man beside him like lightning. How could this group of people ever expect Lin Lang to take the initiative to attack? And they could only meet the attack in haste. But a moment later, they realized that they were no match for Lin Lang. In less than a minute, Lin Lang had already knocked down most of the men in black, silencing the rest. That mysterious person was even more incomparably shocked. Lin Lang flashed a faint smile at him, and with a movement of his body, he disappeared once again. In a flash of lightning, there was a violent crash in the air. In the next moment, the mysterious man stuck to the ground and flew backwards. Seeing this, the other black-clothed men were also unmotivated to fight and scattered as birds and beasts. Then, with an arrow step, Lin Lang rushed to the mysterious man. At the same time, the 3 silver needles fell into his body with a swiftness. Do you see the situation now? The man looked at Lin Lang very unwillingly without uttering a word. You've been practicing your compulsion for a long time, haven't you? Lin Lang said as he placed a foot gently on his wrist. Compulsions are generally known to harm most people, and what you've done does confirm my point. So, I'm going to waste all of your compulsion skills first, and then I'll have a good chat with you. There was a click. Lin Lang slammed his foot and stepped on the man's arm bone. The man let out a scream of pain. his whole body sweating like a pig. At the same time, his sinister eyes were staring tightly at Lin Lang. You better kill me now. Otherwise, I'll make you taste all the pain in the world before I let you die in agony. Lin Lang laughed lightly, unimpressed. Don't worry, I won't let you leave alive. But before I do, I'd like to ask you a few questions. I know you won't answer meekly, so I'd like to try the needle punishment technique I just learned. After a word, Lin Lang struck 3 more silver needles into the man's body. In an instant, the man only felt a million ants drilling his heart, and his body was also trembling violently. The pain was such that he was almost on the verge of losing consciousness. Chapter 52 Unexpected Employer. Who are you? Why did you kill Zhao Tianlin? What is the relationship between you and Yi Shuhan? According to Zhao Tianlin's elaboration, as well as Lin Lang's deduction, this person had stepped in to save elderly Mrs. Kong precisely under Yi Shuhan's instructions. Then, he must have some kind of unknown relationship with Yi Shuhan. Yi Shuhan was Lin Lang's benefactor, so he naturally had to figure that out. In addition, this person is proficient in the art of compulsion, but he is extremely insidious. How could Yi Shuhan befriend such a person? This also made Lin Lang extremely confused. At this point, the man was unable to endure the congenial pain and could only tremble and say, "Collect the needle." Me, I said. Lin Lang nodded, and with a big wave of his hand, he took a silver needle that was about to disappear into his body in his hand. The art of needle punishment is the art of interrogation recorded in the true chapter of Destiny Source. As long as all 15 silver needles were driven into the target's body, sealing the target's 15 important acupoints, then the person would die. But before the 15th needle entered his body, the man would only feel endless pain, not death. With each needle that entered the body, that horrible pain doubled. This guy couldn't take it after 6 stitches. Not exactly strong-willed. Lin Lang retrieved his thoughts and said in a cold voice, "Say it, but don't try to trick me. I still have a way to get you to mouth the truth." The man's body tightened, and he fought back the pain. "My name is Ruan Chang, a native of the southern border. I was commissioned to kill Zhao Tianlin. As for Yi Shuhan, she is my employer." Yi Shuhan is this guy's employer? Lin Lang was surprised and unable to believe this fact. At this time, Zhao Tianlin, who was on the side, coughed violently a few times and woke up just in time. After hearing this, he was also confused and stared at the two Lin Lang in a daze. Lin Lang detected the words and instantly changed his face. "You're lying." After saying that, he raised his arm and prepared to perform the needle punishment technique again. Nguyen Tan instantly panicked. "I didn't lie. My employer is really Yi Shuhan. The reason why Yi Shuhan hired me to deal with Zhao Tianlin is because he killed Yi Shuhan's father." Zhao Tianlin was at a loss, and then he immediately drank. "I'll kill you, turtle grandson. Oh, if I let me kill you, I won't even blink. My eyes, what am I going to do if I kill Yi Shuhan's father? You're really spitting blood. Divine Dr. Lin. Don't believe his bull asterisk 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 asterisk." Lin Lang obviously believed Zhao Tianlin's words more. "I've already given you a chance, but you didn't cherish it." Lin Lang made a finger-snapping gesture, frightening Ruan Chang, who immediately crouched down on the ground and said in fear and trepidation, "What I said is true. I did take money from Yi Shuhan, and it was a large sum of money. Then, I found an opportunity to give Zhao Tianlin the first compulsion of Miaojiang, the green soul compulsion. I just don't know why, but Zhao Tianlin suddenly lifted the compulsion, making my action end in failure. As a last resort, I came here from the southern border to deal with him personally. What I say is true, and if it's false, heaven help us." Lin Lang frowned and suddenly thought of something. "Your green soul compass, the medium is a light green spirit? Right. How did you know that? Could it be that you're the one who lifted the green soul compulsion for Zhao Tianlin?" When these words came out, Lin Lang and Zhao Tianlin were both stunned. A while ago, when Lin Lang had lifted the compulsion for Zhao Tianlin, he had indeed seen that pale green vicious spirit. Now, Nguyen Tan himself admitted that he was the one who placed the compulsion. Logically, there's nothing suspicious about this guy's behavior, so it seems that he didn't lie? Zhao Tianlin also looked at Lin Lang in confusion. "Divine Dr. Lin, I can understand that this guy was commissioned to kill me, but I really didn't kill that Messiah's father. Please believe me. In this, there must be some misunderstanding." Misunderstanding? Lin Lang had a jolt, and immediately thought of a key point. "Did you not say before that, elderly Mrs. Kong has brutalized many Yi family direct lineages?" Zhao Tianlin was first stunned, and then he also revealed a clear-eyed look. "I understand. It must have been Mrs. Kong who gave Yi Shuhan a misleading message. Compared to me, an outsider, Yi Shuhan definitely trusts her grandmother more. She then became certain that I was her father's murderer and sought revenge on me. But I'm an assassin who comes and goes without a trace, so she took advantage of the opportunity and secretly hired this guy to deal with me. If that's the truth, everything lines up." Lin Lang nodded and said with a straight face, "Well, There's no more logical explanation than that. Miss Yi should have been compelled by Mrs. Kong to target you. At this moment, Lin Lang looked at Ruan Cheng again. Did you notice this when you were commissioned? Ruan Cheng said with a helpless face. I am only responsible for collecting money to place the compulsion. The other, I do not know. In order to prevent this guy from hiding something, Lin Lang once again raised his hand and made a threatening gesture. Ruan Cheng was so scared that he kowtowed. I'm telling the truth. Before the words fell, a beautiful figure walked in with heavy steps from outside the small area. Lin Lang's heart tightened, thinking that it was Ruan Cheng's accomplice, so he tried to throw the silver needle out. But for a split second, he froze. The person who came was no one else but Yi Shuhan. Yi Shuhan coldly looked at Lin Lang and the others, and was a different person from before. Soon, she arrived in front of Lin Lang and asked in a deep voice, why did you stop Ruan Cheng from killing Zhao Tianlin? Lin Lang already knew the ins and outs of the matter and said with a straight face, you're looking for the wrong target for revenge. The real murderer of your father was your grandmother, Mrs. Kong. Lin Lang thought that she was still in the dark, but Yi Shuhan sneered with a cold snort. You believe the words of a killer? Lin Lang, I misjudged you. I never thought that you would become a stumbling block on my path to revenge. Lin Lang's eyes bulged with confusion. Yi Shuhan maintained that cold smile and added, Zhao Tianlin is a killer. He's killed so many people. Why would you trust him? Back then, it was he who killed my father and left me an orphan. The hatred of killing my father is not shared. I must kill him. And it's tonight. At this moment, Lin Lang smiled blandly and asked the most crucial question. Did you ever see Zhao Tianlin commit murder with your own eyes at that time? Yi Shuhan hummed. It's true that I didn't see his murderous process with my own eyes. However, the entire Yi family knows. My father was killed by Zhao Tianlin. Does the entire Yi family know about this? Or is it just old lady Kong? When these words came out, Yi Shuhan froze for a moment, and then bit her lip, revealing a look of hesitation. Seeing this, Lin Lang struck while the iron was hot. I'm just an outsider. I won't believe all of Zhao Tianlin's words, and I won't believe all of Ruan Xing's words. But your words, I will believe all of them. I'll ask you this question. Is it true that Mrs. Kong said that the murderer of your father is Zhao Tianlin? Chapter 53 Witnesses. Yi Shuhan nodded. Lin Lang added, because she's your grandmother. You've never questioned her words, have you? Yi Shuhan nodded again. Lin Lang pointed at Zhao Tianlin and said in a deep voice, the murderer you think is here, but he told me that he had evidence that could prove that Mrs. Kong had killed many of the Yi family as first family back then. If Ms. Yi doesn't want to see this evidence and still insists that he's your father's killer, then you can do it. This is your choice, and you will bear all the consequences that result from that choice. Lin Lang threw his voice, causing Yi Shuhan to be shaken. A moment later, she looked coldly at Zhao Tianlin and asked in a cold voice, you have proof? Zhao Tianlin's reply was resounding. There is, and, still, a human witness. I wonder if Miss Yi knows Yiling? Yi Shuhan's eyes widened. Yiling? My third uncle? Yes, it's your third uncle. Back then, he was persecuted by Mrs. Kong, and on his way to run an errand, he was involved in a man-made car accident. He scrambled out of the vehicle before it exploded and hid in a pile of weeds on the side of the road. He was then rescued by a passerby and, after a few turns, found me. He told me the whole truth of the matter and entrusted me with the task of getting rid of Mrs. Kong and avenging his relatives. It is for this reason that I came to Tenkai. If Ms. Yi doesn't believe me, I can contact Yiling right away. Yi Shuhan took a deep breath of air, her eyes filled with doubt. Yiling is her third uncle. A few years ago, this Uncle Sam did get into a car accident and met with an accident. At this moment, when she heard that Uncle Sam was still alive, she was also a bit surprised. Immediately after, Zhao Tianlin took out his cell phone and made a video call. After connecting, he followed Lin Lang's instructions and came to Yi Shuhan. With a hint of anticipation, Yi Shuhan looked at the cell phone screen. On the screen, a gray-haired man with a sparse beard was looking at her suspiciously. The two of them looked at each other and both instantly reddened their eyes. Shuhan, is that you? Shuhan, it's me, Uncle Sam. Are you really my third uncle? You're really not dead? Well, I am alive and strong, and the only thing I live for is to avenge my loved ones. Third uncle, Zhao Tianlin said that grandma is the real murderer. Is that true? It's true. That woman surnamed Kong is a poisonous woman. She brutalized me and several other brothers, in order to sit on the throne as the head of the Yi family. Shuhan, I know you may not believe me, but it's the truth. After hearing this, Yi Shuhan was struck by lightning and froze in place, not moving. Ryoko, another sigh came from the phone. AI, that old lady Kong is no good. I know that over the years you would have been fooled by her. The Zhao family has always punished evil and promoted good, so I commissioned them to return to Tianhai and assassinate that bad woman. Shu Han, I hope you can polish your eyes and stop being fooled by appearances. After hanging up, Yi Shuhan looked at Lin Lang in disorientation, her eyes filled with helplessness and heartache. Lin Lang knew that she had suffered a huge blow, so he spoke out to comfort her. Ms. Yi, although the truth of the matter is hard to accept, the truth is the truth and will not be changed by anyone's will. So, I suggest you learn from your mistakes and make the best choice. Yi Shuhan took a deep breath of air and said breathlessly, I don't know what to do anymore. Lin Lang advised, if you don't know what to do, then don't do anything. Yi Shuhan understood his meaning and nodded her head back. Okay, I'll follow you for the time being and quietly wait for the day when the water falls out. Next, Lin Lang led the crowd back to the clinic. The people who had come to surround Zhao Tianlin's father and daughter were led by Ruan Qing, while the rest were Yi Shuhan's people. Therefore, they were not worried about revealing the whereabouts of Zhao Tianlin's father and daughter. Moreover, in the conversation with Yi Shunhan, Zhao Tianlin father and daughter suddenly discovered the reason why their previous actions had failed was not because Yi Shuhan had sabotaged them by mistake. Rather, Yi Shuhan was being used by Mrs. Kong, and was used as a pawn against their father and daughter. After learning this truth, Yi Shuhan strengthened the suspicion in her heart. Things are getting a little tricky now. After the failure of this operation, that old fox will definitely step up his guard and won't give us any more chances. Zhao Tianlin sighed, sorrow in his eyes. Zhao Yuan pondered for a while and said with a straight face, for today's solution, there is only one way to accomplish the mission. The crowd looked at her in unison. Instead, Zhao Yuan looked at Yi Shuhan. If Ms. Yi is willing to cooperate with us, then we can create an excellent opportunity. Yi Shuhan was ice clever and naturally understood the implication of her words. Using you as bait to lure the poisonous woman out? Right. Only then will we have a chance to get rid of her. Yi Shuhan frowned and pondered for a while. Good. I can cooperate with you guys, but that poisonous woman is very cunning. She won't necessarily take the bait. Zhou Yun laughed. To get her to take the bait, you have to come up with the bait that interests her the most. As much as she wanted our father and daughter to die, it wasn't her main concern. Miss Yi, you are more familiar with her. Do you know what she cares about most? Yi Shuhan racked her brain to recall some memories and suddenly brightened up. She has a friend. Male. It dawned on the crowd. Zhao Tianlin even sneered. So old? Still playing Twilight Love? And the Yi family doesn't care? Yi Shuhan blushed slightly and said, it's not Twilight Love either. It's that poisonous woman who cares very much for that old man. I heard that the two of them have known each other since they were kids and are supposed to be childhood friends. But then, my grandfather married that poisonous woman. And between those two, the connection was gradually broken. But with her becoming the head of the Yi family, I've even seen that poisonous woman send a gift to that man. Understood. Since she has a soft spot, that's good. Ms. Yi, Divine Dr. Lin, this is a very muddy pool of water, so you two should not get involved. Leave the rest to us. After all, we're professionals. Zhao Tianlin grinned, a touch of confidence in his eyes. Yi Shuhan looked at his eyes and said with a straight face, if you want to do something, you can, but you have to promise me one thing. Never hurt the old man. As far as I know, the man had an accident earlier in his life and is now in a wheelchair. He's already in a bad way. You guys don't want to do any more hurtful behavior to him. Zhao Tianlin laughed. Don't worry, we do things. We are always fair. After this is done, I want to retire too. It won't cause you any trouble. After a few people conferred, they were ready to part ways on this. At this time, Ruan Cheng, who was on the side, weakly asked, Big brothers, what are you going to do with me? Chapter 54. How could I not come? Several people's gazes fell on Ruan Qing's body at the same time. Lin Lang frowned. His gaze was unfriendly. The eyes of Zhao Tianlin's father and daughter were also exceptionally sharp. Seeing this, Ruan Qing could only turn his gaze for help to Yi Shuhan. Ms. Yi, I'm the one you found. You're responsible for my well-being. Lin Lang sneered and said bluntly, you've practiced compulsion for many years, and you've harmed many people, haven't you? Nguyen Tan reddened, not daring to answer the question. Zhao Tianlin also laughed coldly. I'd love to slap you to death, but you're someone invited by Miss Yi, so I won't make an issue out of it. It's up to Miss Yi to decide what to do with you. Yi Shuhan pondered over it and said with a straight face, he was hired by me after all, so since you all agreed to let me dispose of him, why don't you let him live? Upon hearing this, Ruan Cheng was overjoyed, but Lin Lang raised the alarm. The people who are not right in heart will not remember your goodness, letting the tiger return to the mountain, leaving behind future troubles. The consequences of this decision can only be borne by you in the future. Ms. Yi, I hope this is your choice after thinking it over. Yi Shuhan looked at Lin Lang in surprise, her face full of doubts. Why is this man like a different person? When I first met him, he was just an obsequious intern. It's only been 2 or 3 short months, How did he become so mature? Soon after, Yi Shuhan cast aside her distractions and smiled helplessly. Well, I'll take responsibility for that decision. Subsequently, Ruan Chang was grateful and disappeared into the night after slapping countless rainbow farts to Yi Shuhan. After he was certain that Lin Lang and the others hadn't followed him, his face suddenly changed. He once again showed that sinister look. Yi Shuhan, Lin Lang, Zhao Tianlin, including the Yi family. You've screwed me over so badly. This is a revenge I must take. When I go back and revitalize myself, the next time I see you again, it will be the time of your death. A few days later, Zhao Tianlin's father and daughter set up properly and invited Mrs. Kang's childhood friend to a remote mountain village on the outskirts of Tianhai. They then made an anonymous phone call to Mrs. Kang and invited her to the lodge that night. Without any hesitation, Mrs. Kang directly agreed. And she promised she would only bring a driver and a relative with her. She will neither notify the sheriff's department nor tell anyone. Zhao Tianlin's father and daughter certainly didn't believe her bull ********. They gathered the rest of their companions and made an elaborate arrangement, just waiting for Mrs. Kang to take the bait. 8 o'clock at night, Mrs. Kang appeared at the gate of the lodge in a black sedan. The driver parked the car and hoofed the door for Mrs. Kang, welcoming her down. Kang Tian, leaning on a silver walking stick, looked up at the mountain village and smiled blandly. This is the place they chose for me to bury my bones. It's kinda nice to have a clear and elegant environment. I kinda like it here, that driver said with a solemn face and no smile. Family master, please don't make such jokes. Those killers are vicious and will surely work against you. You should have brought more people. Old Mrs. Kang smiled bashfully, and the wrinkles on her face came together. I have you by my side, and that's enough. Besides, I brought this key piece over. Enough to win the game. After saying that, elder Mrs. Kang's gaze turned to Yi Shuhan, who had a bewildered look on her face. Shuhan, why don't you get out of the car? Yi Shuhan fixed her mind and said in a pretense of panic. Grandma, didn't you say that someone was trying to deal with you? Since you knew this was a murderous place, you should have brought more people here. Mrs. Kang smiled and said, Xiao Zhou is very powerful. With him around, those maniacs can't hurt me. Besides, there's still your lovely granddaughter. That high-ranking man you hired earlier was very powerful. You should have called on him, right? Yi Shuhan did not move and said, I've asked him to follow us all the way and ambush us. Grandma, what should we do now? Just break in? Mrs. Kang laughed. There's no rush. The other party hasn't even shown up, so we don't need to act in a hurry. As soon as the words fell, a burly figure had already appeared in front of the eyes of several people. Zhao Tianlin leaned against the manor gate and said with a cold smile, You're quite a man of your word, Mrs. Kang. If you say you'll only bring 2 people, you'll only bring 2 people. Mrs. Kang smiled back. I am at least the head of the Yi family. How can I still mix in Tianhai if I don't have this integrity? I'm here now. Where's my old friend? Is he alright? You guys didn't give him a hard time, did you? Zhao Tianlin grinned. Of course he's fine. If he fails, how can we afford to hire you? He's at the manor, eating and drinking, and is waiting for you. Please, Mrs. Kang. Without any hesitation, Mrs. Kang leaned on her crutches and, assisted by that driver, walked quickly toward the door. Yi Shuhan froze for a moment and didn't say anything more, following closely behind. Afterwards, Zhao Tianlin slowly closed the manor's gate with confidence in his eyes. Not long after, he brought old lady Kong and the others to the attic hall in the center of the manor and couldn't help but laugh. Nah, your old friend is right there. Do you guys want to catch up first? In the middle of the hall, an antique wooden chair was placed. Beside the wooden chair, sat an old man with gray hair. As soon as elderly Mrs. Kang entered the door, she met this person's eyes and her gaze became extremely soft. The old man stood up with a shaky sigh. Hey, you shouldn't have come. You knew they were going to deal with you. Elderly Mrs. Kang revealed a frank smile and returned. Brother Chi, we've known each other for more than an aeon of years. How can I not come to this friendship? Besides, it's me they want to deal with, so they shouldn't have a hard time with you, should they? The old man nodded, his face full of regret. They were very kind to me and did greet me with good wine and meat. They also gave me a lecture on why they're coming after you. Khan, why did you do that kind of thing back then? You were walking a path of no return. At that moment, old lady Kong withdrew her soft gaze and her complexion suddenly changed. Her body, too, exuded a sense of majesty and dominance that was unique to a superior. Chico, the world is very real. If you're a weakling, you're going to be oppressed and bullied, and you won't even be able to control your own life. I've been married to that old man for so many years that I've long since realized this. So, I'm going to be strong. I'm going to sit in high places. I want to control my own destiny. These outsiders, they don't understand me. saying that I kill indiscriminately and mutilate the first line of the Yi family just to get to the top? In fact, it's not. They don't know at all. When those Yi family first line bullied me to be a woman, every one of them ran to me, condescendingly saying that they want to be the head of the family. Even death threats were made against me, for no other reason than I am not their biological mother. They have always treated me as an outsider, as a pawn. I did that both for self-preservation and to take control of my own destiny. From the day I married into the family, I had a premonition that these things were bound to happen. Chapter 55 I Will Not Repent. The old man called Brother Chi looked at Mrs. Kong with a shocked expression. Kong, you're not their birth mother? What's going on? Old Mrs. Kong sneered and spoke bluntly. This is the biggest secret of the Yi family. Back then, when that old man was still a lad, he took a liking to me and married me. It was good to me for the first year or two. I thought he truly loved me and wanted to give him a child. However, one night, he righteously told me that between him and me, there could be no more children, because he's already got a lot of kids. He needs me to raise the child he had with another woman. I was confused. When I asked him what was going on, he told me the truth for a change in his tenderness. Turns out, he used to be a playboy, and he was all over the place. However, he had coveted the position of the family head for a long time, so the philandering side of him was deliberately hidden from him. In order not to let his father know that he was not of good character, he paid a lot of money and kept many women outside. In the meantime, he had several children with women who were in golden houses. Later, someone in the family plotted against him, trying to expose all these ugly things about him. And guess what the old man did? He left his seed behind and repatriated all those women of his to foreign countries. In those days, transportation was not easy and information was not available, and his approach could relieve this worry to the greatest extent possible. By the time he became the head of the family, those who wanted to count on him had already been gotten rid of by him, and as time went on, those women got old and didn't want to make any more trouble, so they all lived incognito abroad and didn't come back to the country, and the children they left behind became my children. I became their foster mom. Of course, the old man claimed to the public that I fathered all those children, because he was the head of the family, coupled with the fact that he was meticulous and vicious. No one suspected the identity of these children. Subsequently, I decided that he was old enough to wind down and reluctantly accepted those kids. However, that old man is hard to change his nature, and he has been hooking up with other people and continues to keep women. Even, he contracted a gender disease outside and passed it on to me. I've hated him with a passion ever since. I swear, to make this scum disappear from this world as soon as possible, I made a bureau. That old man liked to play with women, so I made a game out of them to get him out of the world. After he left, I thought a peaceful life for me was coming, but little did I know that it was the beginning of another nightmare. Those of his children, after he was gone, learned the truth from their own birth mothers. These children that I have worked so hard to raise have each approached me and forced me to make sure that I support them as the head of the family. And, if I don't support them, they'll kick me out of the Yi family or make me go down and bury that old man with them. I looked at their faces and my heart was in my mouth. Keith, you know what? When I became a foster mom to those kids, the oldest of them was only 3 years old. The youngest, still swaddled. I suffered and did not take them into account, and raised them as if they were my own children, to the best of my ability. But in the end, all I got in return was their coldness and ruthlessness. It is said that the hearts of the people are flesh. Although I am not their real mother, I have also raised them for so many years, but their change of heart and reveal their nature are only in an instant. I've been hurt half my life by that wolfish thing, and at the end of the day, am I going to be hurt the rest of my life by these white wolves? So, I decided to fight back. I want all these bad things to go to hell. That's right, those Yi family members were indeed victimized by me, but I don't feel half guilty. I became the head of the Yi family, and in those 10 years or so, I made the Yi family even stronger than before, and all the Yi family members have been benefited. They are followers of the crowd. They wouldn't care who became the head of the family. They will only care about the benefits they can get, whether it's more or less. This is the Yi family. This is the mansion. I've seen it all long ago, and I don't repent for what I've done, because that's all established law, a fact that can't be changed. Elderly Mrs. Kang's words shocked the few people present. They never thought that this bad woman with countless blood on her hands had such a bleak and tragic past. Chico froze for a long time before recovering from his shock. It's hard to be a little con. For so many years, old Mrs. Kong revealed a soft gaze and said calmly, Chico, that's how people are. They never remember how good others have been to them, only how good they have been to others. They never remember how bad they were to others, only how bad others were to them. So, do you think I did wrong? Chico let out a long sigh and stopped talking. As for Zhao Tianlin's father and daughter, they were also frowning, not knowing what they were thinking. Their employer, Yi Ling, never gave them this. Yi Ling just described the process of Mrs. Kang's brutalization of their several brothers in detail several times. But if what Mrs. Kang said is true, then their present behavior is in the name of heaven, or is it aiding and abetting the evil? The father and daughter no longer know the answer. At this time, Yi Shuhan, who had been silent, suddenly opened her mouth. She coldly looked at old lady Kang's back and asked in a deep voice, "My father, Yi Huan, is extremely decent and has never crossed paths with anyone. And, according to you, you brought him up with a lot of hard work, so how can you lay your hands on him?" Old Mrs. Kang slowly turned around and resumed that superior demeanor. "Shu Han, looks like you know all about it, but do you really know your father? If I say that he is just a hypocrite to the core, will you question me like this?" Yi Shuhan had a gloomy face and couldn't help but hum. "My father, I know better than you. He cannot be a hypocrite. You're just making a grand excuse for your crime." Elderly Mrs. Kang sneered and returned with a stern smile. "Your father, Yi Huan, was the worst of those few white-eyed wolves. In the beginning, he was the one who didn't come to me in person, but it was those siblings of his who, at his instigation, came one by one to threaten me. I understood everything once I knew about it. As long as your father is not removed, there will never be peace in the Yi family." One word stirs up 1,000 waves. Yi Shuhan stared at her beautiful eyes with both deep skepticism and a touch of unspeakable emotion in her eyes. Mrs. Kang looked straight into her eyes and sneered again. "Are you remembering something from the past? And those past events are enough to prove that my words are all true?" Chapter 56. The next head of the family. Yi Shuhan bit her lips tightly and didn't reply. Old Mrs. Kang let out a light laugh and looked at Zhao Tianlin again. "I have dared to come here today. Naturally I have prepared my mind. I can give you my life, but you guys have to make sure that Chico is safe. Let him live the rest of his life in peace and don't let anyone hurt him. If you can do that, right now, you can come and take my life." Zhao Tianlin's father and daughter froze in place, with tightly locked brows that never unraveled. The companions who were ambushed outside the house also heard Mrs. Kang's previous words. In their hearts, they were equally conflicted. At this time, when elder Mrs. Kang saw that Zhao Tianlin's father and daughter were hesitant to state their position, she also smiled bashfully. "If you two can't get down, then, it's up to Shu Han." Yi Shuhan was shaken and looked at old Mrs. Kang in surprise. Elderly Mrs. Kang, on the other hand, maintained that subdued light smile and said, "Shu Han, although I don't have any good feelings towards your grandfather and his heir, the Yi family is after all the result of my hard work. Another child of mine. I wanted to find it a good home, and I think you're the best place for it. You're capable, driven, and of good character. You're the kid I think most highly of in the younger generation. Otherwise, I wouldn't have given you the management of the Yi family's most important medical industry. Now, my retribution has come. I must also find a suitable successor for the Yi family. It is for this reason that I have brought you with me and told all the truth in your presence. I know, you hate me. I also know that you will never forgive me, so it's up to you to give me closure, and I think it's for the best." Yi Shuhan was still biting her lips tightly, unable to say anything. Killing her father is not shared. She felt that she indeed could not forgive her grandmother for what she had done. That feeling of hatred had always haunted her as well. However, elderly Mrs. Kang was also a revered elder to her, a grandmother she had called since she was a child. "The palm of your hand is meat, and the back of your hand is meat." For a moment, Yi Shuhan felt that she was completely unable to make a trade-off so that she could make the most correct judgment. Elderly Mrs. Kang looked at the hesitant woman and revealed a kind smile. "Actually, I didn't make up my mind before to hand over the Yi family to you." Yi Shuhan froze. Mrs. Kang added, "I've always thought you were a good kid, able to do things and make something of yourself. But to manage the behemoth that is the Yi family, it takes more than just ability. It takes a killing spirit, and it is this very lack of gravitas that you lack that reassures me. But after tonight, you'll likely change. You join forces with Zhao Tianlin's father and daughter to make this setup for me, and I think this is the beginning of your metamorphosis. Keep that mindset and you'll be a great man in the future. After I'm gone, the Yi family is bound to see a period of turmoil. If you want to sit as the head of the family, you have to be like me. Shu Han, never show mercy to your enemies. Back then, Yi Ling was my favorite adopted son. When I went out to deal with a few of them, it was based on this point that I didn't kill this third uncle of yours directly. I had thought that after scrapping him, he would learn from his mistakes and dive into repentance. But I didn't realize that my kindness at the time had left irreparable results for today. This is a lesson from the past. Shu Han, you must bear it in mind. Remember not to show any mercy to the enemy." Yi Shuhan stared at elder Mrs. Kang in a daze, her heart filled with mixed feelings. At that moment, Mrs. Kang looked around and suddenly smiled. "Where is that doctor? Where's that young doctor named Lin? Shu Han, aren't you close to him? Why isn't he here?" Before Yi Shuhan could reply, Lin Lang had already walked out from the shadows. Mrs. Kong, first time. Hello, old Mrs. Kong scrutinized Lin Lang and said, not bad. It's true that you are a talented person. No wonder you can make Shuhan so attached to you. Even the Qin family can't help you. It seems I underestimated you before. Lin Lang smiled bashfully. Mrs. Kong is too kind. I'm just an ordinary doctor. It's normal that you can't look at me. Mrs. Kong laughed. An ordinary doctor doesn't have the skills to be able to survive the Qin family's siege. Besides, didn't Qin Shou and his father disappear? I believe that this is your masterpiece. The person who can fool the Qin family must not be idle. No matter what's behind you, I'll be able to rest easy after you and Shuhan are together. Because you, as a person, make me look good. Lin Lang was at a loss. Mrs. Kong, I don't quite understand what you mean by that. Mrs. Kong smiled brightly. Shuhan is bound to encounter a lot of trouble when he takes the position of family head, and on her own, even if she could solve the trouble, it would cost her a lot, but if she has you behind her, then she doesn't have to work so hard. Besides, you're bound to be the son of some hidden magnate. Otherwise, it would be impossible to cope with the Qin family. Before I leave, it would be worthwhile for me to find a granddaughter-in-law for Shuhan who is a good match and has outstanding abilities. Lin Lang heard it now. Mrs. Kong is messing with the truth? At this time, Yi Shuhan also understood what she meant and immediately retorted. Grandma, I don't want to marry anyone right now, and I don't need you to appoint a marriage for me. Old Mrs. Kong said with a smiling face. I know that you want revenge more than anything right now. Don't worry, I will die here soon. In this way, you will naturally think about the future after your great revenge is avenged. After saying that, she looked at Lin Lang again. Lin Lang, my Yi family is so big that other than a few powerful families in the capital, no other family can compare. You should know Shuhan's exterior and interior very well too. Even if you come from the #1 family in Xia, but with Shuhan's beauty, she is definitely worthy of you. I don't think you need to put off the marriage. Lin Lang let out a bitter smile and spoke bluntly. I'm just a spectator. I don't really want to interfere in your Yi family's affairs. Elder Mrs. Kong, it's better for you guys to resolve the conflict in front of you first. Elderly Mrs. Kong shook her head and suddenly put away her smile. You want my life? I can give it to you. But I want a plan for the Yi family, and you can't stop me. Zhao Tianlin, Lin Lang, and Shuhan, you three listen up. Promise me 3 things and I'll give you my life. 1. Take care of Curious. 2nd, the head of the Yi family, can only be done by Shuhan. 3rd, Shuhan, you must promise me that you must marry Lin Lang in the future. Do these 3 things and I'll die without regret. After that driver heard this, he couldn't help but walk to Mrs. Kang's body, looking at Lin Lang and the others as if they were enemies. However, Mrs. Kong pulled at the corner of his coat and smiled blandly. Cho, you're not needed here. Go back to the car and wait. Master of the house, there's no need for words. It's my destiny. I can't escape it. Also, if the only one who gets on the bus later is Shu Han, then please remember that she is the next Yi family head. Chapter 57 Ancient Martial Artists. Elderly Mrs. Kong paused, her tone suddenly becoming icy. Of course, if it's me and Shu Han who get in the car later, then you inform someone to come and bury the others properly. After all, they were just outsiders, being used to die unjustly. Give them a full body and a generous burial. That is what I should do. When these words came out, Zhao Tianlin's father and daughter also tightened their bodies. They eyed their surroundings warily, but did not detect a lurking crisis. Lin Lang, on the other hand, looked at elder Mrs. Kong in surprise and asked offhandedly, You did a double take? Elderly Mrs. Kong nodded, without hiding anything. I will not give my life away for nothing. I've always understood that you have to pay a price to get what you want. This truth applies to me as well as to you. So think about it, guys. If you agree to the 3 conditions I've proposed, then I'll kill myself here and won't get you into any trouble. But if you don't agree, then don't blame me for this old woman's ruthlessness. When I don't get what I want, naturally I have to defend myself. I have to fight back. I have to put everything on the line to guard what I think is important. Anyone who stands in my way will be a stepping stone, just like those adopted sons back then. At this moment, old Mrs. Kong exuded a palpitating killing intent, and such a her, not to mention Lin Lang and the others. Even Yi Shuhan had never seen her before. At this point, Lin Lang couldn't help but ask, You are only one person. We have many individuals here. Moreover, the Zhao family members were originally professional killers with extremely strong personal strength. Do you think you alone can fight them? Old Mrs. Kong smiled contemptuously, her eyes full of confidence. Yes, you guessed it right. Dealing with them is enough for me alone. In an instant, old Mrs. Kong dropped her walking stick, puffed out her chest and raised her head, and her body was even flooded with a powerful aura. This aura instantly brought up a strong wind that blew across the ears of Lin Lang and the others. Zhao Tianlin's complexion suddenly changed as he exclaimed, "Ancient martial artist? You're actually an ancient martial artist?" Elderly Mrs. Kong sneered and returned with a stern smile. "I can sit in the position of the Yi family head for so many years. What I rely on, besides my mind, there is also this unknown force of mine. I've been practicing the Yi family's ancient martial arts method, which is only passed down to men and not women, for many years. Back then, when those white-eyed wolves forced their way into my court and I didn't comply, it's not like they didn't think about getting rid of me. If I didn't have a little self-preservation, I would have been gotten rid of by them long ago if I hadn't been so weak at that time." The crowd shook again. They never thought that the old lady Kong was still a hidden supreme expert. Zhao Tianlin stared with wide eyes and couldn't help but sigh as he felt the powerful aura radiating from old lady Kong. "With this breath of yours, I know that we are not your opponent combined. Your realm, you should be an innate master, or stronger." Old Mrs. Kong sneered and did not deny it. "How high my realm is, I don't really know, but it's more than enough to clean up a few of you. Zhao Tianlin, you'd better discuss this quickly. Otherwise, when I change my mind, then I'll take Shu Han and Qi away. As for your end, there is no need to say much. I will not let the tiger return to the mountain and leave hidden dangers." Speaking of this, old Mrs. Kong even gave Lin Lang a special look. "Dr. Lin, I've long since ordered people to investigate you. You are indeed a young man of great character and medical skill, and maintain that kind heart that a healer should have, regardless of how powerful your background is. Based on that alone, I think it's a win-win situation for Shu Han to marry you. However, if you are obstinate and refuse to agree to my conditions, then I will have no choice but to let you accompany them. It's a shame, but there's nothing I can do about it." Lin Lang froze. However, in the face of this naked threat from elderly Mrs. Kong, Lin Lang instinctively urged his aura and prepared his defense. Elderly Mrs. Kong swept a glance at him again, her eyes showing surprise. "Such thick internal energy? I didn't realize you were also an ancient martial artist. It seems that my deduction was correct. You are bound to be a direct descendant of one of the great clans. Otherwise, you wouldn't even have the chance to touch such a top-tier technique. God treats me well, letting me meet such a good granddaughter-in-law at this critical moment. Lin Lang, don't hesitate. Promise me that you'll marry Shu Han and take care of Brother Curious, and my life will be yours." At this moment, Zhao Tianlin's father and daughter glanced at each other and finally nodded their heads in tacit agreement and turned their gazes to Lin Lang at the same time. Lin Lang understood what they meant. They are trying to get themselves to make this most critical decision. For a moment, Lin Lang cried and laughed a little. His original intention of coming here was to protect Yi Shuhan, his benefactor, from a life and death crisis. But I didn't expect this old lady Kong to be so optimistic about herself, and in turn made herself the key figure in the whole thing. However, Lin Lang had planned ahead. "Mrs. Kong, I appreciate the favor you've shown me, but if that's the way it's done, to resolve this incident, I don't approve of it." Mrs. Kong grunted and spoke bluntly. "Is there a better way for you to do this? You want to turn me over to the sheriff's department and let someone else judge me? Sorry, I'm an old woman who is not a man, but I have more pride than you can imagine. I can only make my own decisions about my life. There's nothing anyone can do to sway me. Besides, aren't you guys really worried about your own safety? I'm going to take your lives without breaking a sweat." Beads of sweat as big as grains of beans oozed out from the foreheads of Zhao Tianlin's father and daughter. Facing an innate sect master, they asked themselves that they indeed couldn't survive more than a few seconds in her hands. At this moment, Lin Lang took a step forward and stood in front of Zhao Tianlin and the others. "Mrs. Kong, what happened to you is indeed sympathetic. The past, I don't want to talk about, but I can't recognize the way you're pushing me now. If you really want to kill us, then come and try. I, Lin Lang, will not be threatened by anyone, nor will I easily hand over my life to others." After hearing these words, elder Mrs. Kong was first stunned, and then she revealed a flash of appreciation. "Very good, worthy of being my fancy granddaughter-in-law. However, being too stubborn is also a common problem of young people. You're so obsessed, so go down and do your penance. In my next life, I can give you another chance to come and be my granddaughter-in-law." With a single word, Mrs. Kang's figure moved and swept in front of Lin Lang in the blink of an eye. She raised her arm, made a claw shape, and clawed at Lin Lang's neck. In a flash of lightning, a large, powerful hand instantly grabbed Mrs. Kang's wrist, making it difficult for her hand to move an inch further. The whole room was shocked. Chapter 58 Most Respected. Facing the powerful innate master, Lin Lang showed a horrible strength that could be separated from him, and this scene stunned everyone. Yi Shuhan, Zhao Tianlin's father and daughter, as well as the Zhao family members hiding outside the house, All had bulging eyes and were terrified. And as one of the parties involved, Mrs. Kang's heart was even more turbulent. She had practiced the Yi family's ancient martial arts for over 30 years, and although she had not used her full strength in this strike, it was easily defused by Lin Lang, which was completely beyond her knowledge. After the shock, the corners of Mrs. Kang's mouth curved up. Very good. I didn't realize that not only are you quite accomplished in the medical arts, but you're also a wizard at practicing martial arts. Then I, an old man, will test your color again. After speaking, old lady Kong flipped her wrist and used a strong brute force to break free from Lin Lang. Immediately afterward, her hands came out in unison and she utilized a bizarre martial art, launching a furious attack on Lin Lang. This martial art of hers was full of variations, sometimes using fists, sometimes using palms, and claws and fingers were also interspersed with it, making people unable to defend themselves. After a few rounds, Lin Lang was not only shaken off by Mrs. Kang's punch, but the clothes on his body were also cut in many places. 2 bloody wounds even appeared on his arms. At this time, Lin Lang sank his voice and let his spiritual energy wrap around his right arm, making a move of the ancient fist technique. Phoenix Fist recorded in the 2nd chapter of the true chapter of the origin of life. In an instant, a strong wind was blowing inside the house, and those obsolete furnishings were blown around. As elder Mrs. Kong revealed her shocked expression, Lin Lang transformed into a black shadow and swept across the field in a hurry. At the same time, a clear and piercing voice sounded in the room. Zhao Tianlin and the others covered their ears and revealed extremely painful expressions. Even elderly Mrs. Kong was affected by the voice, and her brows couldn't help but furrow. With a loud boom, she was like a kite with broken strings, blown to the gate by Lin Lang's punch. The sturdy wooden door, unable to withstand that terrifying impact, fell apart in an instant and turned into countless pieces. After landing on the ground, Mrs. Kong only felt her chi and blood churning, and her internal organs were greatly impacted. The corners of her mouth, moreover, were oozing a palpable bright red. At this moment, the crowd realized that a blurry black shadow seemed to rise behind Lin Lang. The black shadow loomed like the divine beast that he had seen in the ancient books. Only, the black shadow passed away in an instant, as if it had never appeared. Did I just blink? Behind Lin Lang, a phoenix has appeared? A legendary divine beast? Zhao Tianlin rubbed his eyes with a look of horror. Zhao Yuan fixed his mind and said with a straight face, I also saw, but that shadow only appeared for less than a second or two. Dad, I'm as surprised as you are. Who the hell is this kid? Could it be that he really comes from some powerful clan? As Mrs. Kong said, I don't want to do this old job anymore after seeing that scene just now. Do you? Me too. Egu. I never thought that I would still be able to see such an ancient fist technique and see the phoenix's shadow in my lifetime. Just as the father and daughter were letting out their emotions, Mrs. Kong slowly stood up. Her gaze, too, changed from extreme shock to extreme satisfaction. She wiped the blood from the corner of her mouth, and in an instant, the hostility and killing intent on her body all disappeared. She arched her back once more, revealing the stance she was supposed to have at her age. I really wasn't wrong about anyone. It seems that your background and identity are more exaggerated than I thought. Lin Lang was also confused when he saw that she suddenly didn't want to fight. What the hell are you trying to do? Didn't you want to kill us? Mrs. Kong laughed. Killing is only a means to an end, not a necessary process. Now, I see Shu Han's future and the hope of the Yi family. So, I don't want to kill you guys. Dr. Lin, I believe you're a man of your word, right? These inexplicable words made Lin Lang even more puzzled. At that moment, Mrs. Kong pursed her lips and the wrinkles on her face piled up. Lin Lang, I know that you're a good man who values love and justice, but you also have a weakness, and that's being too emotional. This weakness is not conducive to you accomplishing great things. Now, I, an old woman, will teach you a lesson myself. I'm going to use this weakness of yours to my advantage. Shu Han, you promise me, you must marry Lin Lang in the future. Yi Shuhan was shocked and didn't reply. Old Mrs. Kang's expression was astringent as she pretended to be angry. My last request, you won't grant it either? My good granddaughter. Yi Shuhan suddenly thought of something, both shocked and confused. Grandma, what are you doing? Promise me. I'll say it one last time. Promise me. Okay, I promise you. Grandma, if it's your last wish. After hearing these words, elderly Mrs. Kong revealed a satisfied faint smile. Afterward, she looked at Lin Lang with unblinking eyes, a rare flash of kindness appearing in her eyes. Lin Lang, see, I didn't force you to do anything, didn't make you go against your principles, but you'll still marry Shu Han and become my granddaughter-in-law. Whether you agree or not, she will be your woman from now on. That's your weakness. You remember that. As soon as the words fell, old Mrs. Kang's wrist flicked, and a brightly shining dagger had already appeared in her hand. The dagger shone with a pale green cold light and was incredibly sharp, while Lin Lang and the others were being surprised. Mrs. Kong had already stabbed the dagger into her heart. Kong, Grandma, Mrs. Kong, what are you getting at? Yi Shuhan rushed to old Mrs. Kong with an arrow step and held her body before she fell down. The old man also came with heavy, shaky steps, as fast as he could. Elder Mrs. Kong looked at this most beloved granddaughter with extra kindness, revealing a pleased smile. Shu Han, you don't have to grieve for me. This is the end I deserve. Now that I'm dead, the hatred in your heart can be put down. In the future, the Yi family will be in your hands. I believe you can carry the Yi family forward. Immediately after that, Mrs. Kong looked at the old man tenderly again. Brother Chi, I'll take my leave. This life of mine is meant to be a tragedy. I hope you don't make the same mistake I did. Be happy with your life. Good things happen to good people. After saying that, Mrs. Kong slowly closed her eyes, and with that faint smile, she left this world forever. Lin Lang and the others stood in place, their breathing stuttering, only to feel their brains in chaos. The untouchable lord of the Yi family had died right in front of his eyes just like that. Halfway through the day, Yi Shuhan hugged the corpse of Mrs. Kong and sobbed uncontrollably. Zhao Tianlin, on the other hand, walked over, looked at elderly Mrs. Kong, and bowed respectfully. You are the woman I respect the most, bar none. Chapter 59 breaks with the past. Immediately afterward, Zhao Tianlin frowned at old lady Kang's corpse and said in a deep voice, this dagger of hers is unusually sharp and should have cut through her heart. Moreover, the dagger carries a strong poison. With her heart greatly traumatized, the poisoning was even worse. Even if the great Luo Golden Immortals descended to Earth, they couldn't save her. I think this is her final reckoning to prevent you, the famous doctor, from saving her life. Lin Lang nodded, and his heart sighed. Zhao Tianlin paused and added, Elder Mrs. Kong, what you ask for, I can do and will do with all my might. This old man, I will protect him for the rest of his life. I can be an aid to Yi Shuhan in her journey to become the head of the family. But if you want divine Dr. Lin to marry her, then forgive me for not being able to do anything about it. After saying that, he turned his head to look at Lin Lang and revealed a faint smile. Lin Lang was in no mood to gag with him. He walked to Yi Shuhan's side and patted her shoulder. Ms. Yi, I will also do the first two requests of your grandmother. Now you have a choice to make. Will you walk out on your own and get in your grandmother's car, or do you have other plans? At this point, Yi Shuhan wiped the tear stains from the corner of her eyes and got up suddenly. At the same time, she picked up old lady Kang's corpse and her expression suddenly changed. Since my grandmother wished for me to become the head of the Yi family, then I will definitely fulfill this last wish of hers. With those words, she took a firm, heavy step and headed forward without looking back. However, after she had taken not more than a few steps, she stopped again. She looked at her grandmother in her arms and said in a hushed voice, I will fulfill every last wish of my grandmother. Lin Lang, you also be mentally prepared. You must marry me. Looking at her fading figure, Lin Lang was also helpless. Zhao Tianlin hitched his shoulder and said with a smirk, Divine Dr. Lin, this destiny, you have to grasp it well. Zhao Yuan also laughed, you've got an extra wife delivered to your door, but don't you have a girlfriend? You're in trouble now. Lin Lang sighed, no more words, silently left the manor. A few days later, old Mrs. Kang's funeral, under the auspices of Yi Shuhan, was carried out smoothly. Driver Cho also announced Mrs. Kang's will in public. It turned out that before old Mrs. Kang set out to the manor, she had written her will in her own handwriting and handpicked Yi Shuhan as the next head of the family. After listening to the will, the corners of Yi Shuhan's eyes were once again flooded with crystal clear teardrops. Grandma simply did not want to die with Zhao Tianlin and others. She also didn't intend to kill, using the Yi family's underpinnings to count Zhao Tianlin and the others to death. From the very beginning, she had made up her mind to put the Yi family in her own hands. Her behavior on that estate the other day was just putting on a big show. After figuring this out, the last doubts in Yi Shuhan's heart were gone. She believes her grandmother wouldn't lie to her. Her father, supposedly, was an ungrateful scumbag. A father's murder? Most loving grandma. Between the two, Yi Shuhan chose the latter. From this moment on, Yi Shuhan understood the real heart of old lady Kang. It was also from this moment that Yi Shuhan completely transformed. She wiped the tears from the corners of her eyes and her gaze suddenly changed. When Driver Cho read the will, she caught a glimpse of a few Yi family members whispering something unkindly. At this point, Shun Ruoshi, who came to attend old lady Kang's funeral as her good best friend, saw Yi Shuhan silently wiping her tears and thought she was sad. Shu Han, don't be sad. People can't die. Your condolences. Shun Ruoshi gently patted Yi Shuhan's shoulder. However, Yi Shuhan took her hand, without any trace, off his shoulder. Shinruwashi was shocked and was about to ask a question when she heard this good girlfriend say in an icy tone, Daryl, I've made a decision. This is a decision that will hurt our relationship, but it was Grandma's dying wish. So, sorry. Shinruwashi stared at her big beautiful eyes and became even more puzzled. Shu-han, what are you talking about? Why can't I understand you anymore? Yi Shuhan turned around and looked straight at Shinruwashi. I, for one, will marry Lin Lang. More precisely, Lin Lang must marry me. After hearing this, Shinruwashi only felt a thunderbolt from a clear sky hit her head hard. What did you say? Yi Shuhan looked at this good sister blandly and no longer said half a word more. Finally, Shinruwashi fully understood. But, I've long said that I like Lin Lang. I've done so much to pave the way for him. I've given so much, and at this point, you come out of nowhere and say you want to steal my man? Yi Shuhan's calm demeanor and bland eyes made Shinruwashi even more incomprehensible. Shu-han, we've known each other for over 20 years. After all these years, we've always had a good relationship, and you couldn't possibly do anything to hurt me. Tell me, quickly, are you kidding me? Yi Shuhan remained silent, but her eyes revealed a touch of determination. Shinruwashi burst out crying. Shu-han, how can you be like this? How can you do this? Yi Shuhan sighed in her heart, but her face remained a cold demeanor. Daryl, from now on, it doesn't matter if you want to hate me or resent me. It's a given that Lin Lang must marry me. If you can't take it, then there's nothing I can do. Shinruwashi exhaled a breath of air and a cold smile spread across her face. I finally see. You're just looking for an excuse to break with me? In fact, from the very beginning, you've had your eye on Lin Lang, haven't you? He's the one you fished out of Tianhai Hospital. You knew him first, and he spent a few days in your hospital. So you felt close to the water? You've been eyeballing each other and secretly hooking up for a long time? Yi Shuhan coldly replied back. I'm not interested in explaining this matter to you. Anyway, I've already informed you. What you want to do in the future is none of my business. But if you want to stop Lin Lang from marrying me, then you're my enemy. Enemies? Ha ha ha. Shinruwashi laughed recklessly. I never imagined that my best friend, who I have always pushed to be my best friend, would one day use the word enemy to describe our relationship. Very well, Yi Shuhan, since you want to be ruthless, don't blame me for being unrighteous. From now on, we're on both sides of the avenue, each going our own way. After saying that, Shinruwashi left with a full of anger. Yi Shuhan looked at her distant back, his heart like a knife. But soon, she adjusted her emotions and put the feelings with this best friend behind her. At the moment, she had more important things to do. Chapter 60 Fiancé. At this moment, a few Yi clan direct descendants of the same generation as Yi Shuhan exchanged a glance with each other. Immediately, they walked companionably to Yi Shuhan's body. Shu-han, even though Grandma just left, it's very inappropriate to talk about this. However, the position of the family head was a matter of the Yi family's plans for the next few decades. We had to get you to have a good talk. Yi Shuhan had expected this group of people to behave like this and didn't panic. Yes, we'll talk in the group meeting room when the guests have dispersed. After the funeral, a few Yi family direct descendants, each with their own thoughts, arrived in front of the Yi family mansion located in the center of Tianhai, and before making the appointment to meet them, Yi Shuhan had already called Lin Lang and asked him to come to the conference room as well. Lin Lang arrived first, saw the large conference room only Yi Shunhan, was about to ask a question, then saw this group of Yi family lineage walked in one by one. He looked puzzled. What's going on here? Didn't you say you wanted to talk to me about something important? I thought you were the only one. Yi Shuhan said with a calm face. These people are all from the Yi family's direct lineage, the same generation as me. What's between me and you? We'll talk about it later. You sit on the side first. Lin Lang shook his head and was about to reject it when he heard a direct line of the Yi family sneer. Third sister, is this your boyfriend? Although he looks good, he's dull and unspiritual. And, by the way he's dressed, a regular guy? Are you trying to get him to join the family? In the conference room, a sneer rang out. Yi Shuhan smiled instead of being angry. Yes, he's my fiancé. His name is Lin Lang. He's a doctor. The crowd was also shocked when these words came out. Dare Yi Shuhan come for real? She really found a man? And is engaged? What was she going to do when she called this ordinary man here? To make a name for yourself? Or is there some other purpose? Just as the crowd was puzzled, the curtain in the conference room slowly fell. At the same time, all the lights in the room dimmed, allowing a clear view of what was on the curtain. What is surprising is that the curtains appeared with the avatars of everyone present, including Yi Shuhan and Lin Lang. Lin Lang and those Yi family members, looking at their avatars, were completely confused. Immediately after that, those with sharp eyes even realized that underneath each avatar, there were some shocking words written. Yi Cheng, former general manager of Yi Trading Company, is now demoted to deputy general manager. Dividend rights reduced from 20% to 10%. Yi Taki, former deputy general manager of Yi Clothing Company, now promoted to general manager. Dividend rights increased from 5% to 15%. Yi Shuhan, former general manager of Yes Pharmaceutical Limited, promoted to chairman of Yes Group, in charge of all the group's branches. Lin Lang, a former doctor employed by the Yi Family Hospital, has now been promoted to general manager of Yes Pharmaceutical Company Limited, in charge of the Yi Family Hospital, medical equipment and medicines, and other related businesses. After reading these words, all of them, including Lin Lang, were incomparably shocked. After a short period of silence, Yi Cheng immediately clapped his hands and shouted angrily, "Yi Shuhan, what do you mean? Even if you have grandma's will, you're only the third oldest in our generation. Who are you to tell me what to do as a boss? Where did you get the nerve to arbitrarily recognize me, and deprive me of my right to dividends?" Yi Taki also stood up and directly cursed. "Yi Shuhan, do you not want to stay in the Yi family anymore? Do you really think you can cover the sky with just your hands? If Big Brother and I and the others join forces, one person can drown you with a mouthful of spit." The other demoted Yi family's direct lineage also followed the actions of these two men, and collectively stood up and verbally abused Yi Shuhan, who was seated on the main seat, wantonly, and Lin Lang frowned and whispered, "It seems you're trying to settle your family business. You shouldn't have called me on an occasion like this." After saying that, Lin Lang wanted to get up, but unexpectedly Yi Shuhan immediately pressed his hand, revealing a faint smile. "You forgot your promise so quickly? My grandmother, who just finished her funeral." Lin Lang froze for a moment, then sighed and said no more. Mrs. Kang used her own life in exchange for his and Zhao Tianlin's promise to support Yi Shuhan. As soon as he thought of this, Lin Lang knew he had no reason to leave the conference room. At this moment, those Yi family's direct descendants who had been demoted were getting more and more agitated. Yi Shuhan, on the other hand, coldly swept over their faces and suddenly sneered. "Lin Lang, you see, this is human nature. Yi Chang and Yi Taki were the oldest and second oldest in our generation, and I always called them big brother and second brother. They used to take good care of me too, but in the face of profit, their nature is exposed. If I want to sit firmly as the head of the family, they are the biggest opposition." Lin Lang was non-committal. At that moment, Yi Shuhan turned her head and gave a gentle smile to Lin Lang. "I asked you to come over. For one thing, so you could protect me. Secondly, I want to give you what you deserve and borrow you for a while. I know that if you let you marry me directly, your heart will definitely resist. Plus Daryl should already have a place in your heart. And if I were to force you to marry me out of hand, we'd only end up with the worst possible outcome for both of us. So I've decided that I'm going to cultivate a relationship with you first and keep you as my fiancé for a while. When the wind blows over, you can choose for yourself whether you'll choose me or Daryl. I will never force you to do anything because, when I first met you, I had a crush on you. I don't want the man I love to be forced to do something against his conscience." After hearing this, Lin Lang also stared in disbelief. You like me?" Yi Shuhan smiled gently. "Yes, I do like you, but at that time, I had to focus all my energy and time on managing the company, and I didn't want to get married too early, so I pushed the idea down. Then Daryl said he had his eye on you, and I think that would be an excellent homecoming for you, too. So, I secretly set you up. However, because of Grandma's last wish, I know it makes it difficult for you. I don't want to make things difficult for you either, and I won't force you to do anything. Now, you understand my feelings, don't you? Of course, I'll need your help if I'm to stabilize my position as the head of the family. I also hope that from now on we can both be on the same page and you won't have any more doubts about me. When I'm stabilized, it's all entirely up to you whether you stay or go. Well, just now is kind of my initiative to confess to you. I'm sure you'll agree to what I'm proposing even if you have to say no, right?" Lin Lang stared blankly at Yi Shuhan, only feeling that this woman made him feel both familiar and strange. Eventually, he nodded in response. "Well, I'll help you sit as head of the family, but when it's done, like you said, I want my freedom back." "Well, thank you, Lin Lang." Chapter 61. Is he your father? At this moment, the group of Yi family's direct descendants who were venting their displeasure in their hearts, once they saw that Yi Shuhan didn't take care of them at all, the fire of anger in their hearts burned even more intensely. Yi Cheng knocked on the table and stared angrily at Yi Shuhan. "Yi Shuhan, give me an explanation. Otherwise, I will immediately convene a shareholders meeting to sweep you out of the Yi family." Yi Shuhan withdrew her gentle gaze from Lin Lang's body. She stood up slowly, wrapping her arms around her chest. "Yi Cheng, are you qualified to call a shareholders meeting? Don't forget, in Grandma's will, I was given 55% of Yip's group. In my hands, I have a veto." When these words came out, those opponents who were making a lot of noise immediately quieted down. Indeed, that's what it said in the will they heard at the funeral. Yi Cheng opened his mouth and was momentarily speechless. At this time, Yi Taki sneered coldly and said austere, Yi Shohan, don't think I don't know what tricks you're playing. You're trying to divide us in this way. Then, you'll kick us, your competitors, out of the Yi family one by one. Members, especially those who have been promoted by her, should not think that it is not a matter of concern. Yi Shuhan is shrewd as hell. After cleaning up my big brother and I, it will be your turn next. After hearing these words, those who were promoted to the Yi family's direct lineage also frowned, their expressions suddenly changing. As the saying goes, once a prince, always a subject. If Yi Shohan wanted to secure the position of the family head, how could she allow her side to still have a competitor? Back then, Mrs. Kong was also surrounded by many opponents, but in time, the naysayers disappeared. At the thought of this matter, those direct lineages of the Yi family who had wanted to sit back and watch the tigers fight, immediately sat upright, and landed their unkind gazes on Yi Shuhan's body. As soon as Yi Taki saw that his offensive technique had taken effect, he struck while the iron was hot and said, Yi Shuhan wanted to kick us out of the core circle, leaving none of us behind, on the basis of the shares gifted by her grandmother. She wants to have only one hand in the Yi family. There's no way we're going to let her have her way. Now, I advocate that. Immediately ask the clan council. We will impeach her. We're not even convinced by her being the head of the family. Right, Yi Shuhan is the head of the family. We're not convinced. A stone has stirred up 1,000 waves, whether it was those who had been promoted or demoted from the Yi family's direct line. All of them unified their caliber and expressed their extreme dissatisfaction with Yi Shuhan. Yi Taki was arrogantly looking at Yi Shuhan with a confident smile on his face that he was in control. At this point, Yi Shuhan sneered and droned sternly. Have you all said enough? The crowd looked stunned and stopped their verbal crusade. Yi Shuhan's icy gaze swept over everyone present. The personnel moves I make are the result of precise data analysis. IP sang. You have been the general manager of a trading company for more than 5 years and the company's performance has dropped rather than increased. And you also enriched yourself with kickbacks of up to $300 million over a 5-year period. I didn't dismiss you outright because we're all members of the same Yi family, but you don't know what's good for you, and you're trying to instigate others in this public place, stirring up trouble and destroying the unity of my Yi family. Then I don't have to give you face. With this evidence, if you want to make a scene at the clan elders council, I'll accompany you. As soon as the words fell, Yi Zhan's avatar on the curtain flashed. Immediately, another interface popped up, and the content on it shocked everyone. On that interface, all the specific data of Yi multipliers receiving kickbacks are listed. It's clear what year, what month, and where and who received kickbacks. Even, behind each rebate, there is relevant evidence attached. Photographs, bank records, checks, and other hard evidence appeared one by one at the end of each rebate. If these things were put on the desk of the commercial investigation section, then Yi Zhan would have to sit in jail for at least a few years. For a split second, Yi Chang looked at the curtain in horror, completely confused. He was sweating like a pig, clenching his teeth and trembling lightly. The other Yi family direct lineages were also shocked out of their cold sweat by the evidence. Yi Shuhan's tactics were completely out of their expectations. After confirming that all those evidences were real and valid, Yi Chang slowly sat down with a lifeless look, like his soul had been drained. Some of the more resourceful Yi family members also sat down after realizing how powerful Yi Shuhan was. To be able to collect such detailed evidence of Big Brother Yi multiplication's crimes in a short period of time, Yi Shuhan's ability, there was no doubt. Moreover, even Yi Xian's incriminating evidence can be easily collected. What about them? There must have been a handle in Yi Shuhan's hands as well. Gradually, not many of the Yi family's direct lineage in the conference room were still standing. Aside from his second brother, Yi Taki, there were just a few people who were friends with him still standing with him. Yi Shuhan coldly looked at the men and asked in a cold voice, Yi Taki is your father? The guys froze. Yi Shuhan sneered and added, since he is not your father, why do you want to bury him? A word to the wise. These people immediately blushed and sat down without moving. At this moment, Yi Taki was the only one in the entire conference room, still standing there alone. Yi Shuhan hummed, her sharp gaze falling on him. Yi Taki, I wanted to give you a chance, but you don't know how to repent and try to instigate everyone and destroy the unity of the Yi family. For this crime alone, I can execute the family law. In addition, you've colluded with outsiders over the past few years, embezzled the Yi family's assets, and borrowed other people's names outside to set up your own business. Do you think I don't know about all that you've been doing? When these words came out, Yi Taki's face instantly became extremely ugly. The crowd was even more shocked and began to whisper. Even Yi Multiplication, who seemed to have lost his soul, looked at this second brother of his with a surprised gaze. The bad things this guy has done are much more serious than himself. You're full of. Yi Taki reddened his face and tried to argue, but Yi Shuhan didn't give him this chance. Yi Taki, ironclad evidence. There is no room for your sophistry. Since you're so eager to ask the clan elders council for permission, fine, I'll let you have it. Someone, immediately notify the clan elders council and hand over Itaki's incriminating evidence. Let them, a group of respected elders, decide Itaki's fate. A female secretary answered and immediately picked up her cell phone and started dialing. When Itaki saw this, he immediately panicked. Shu Han, don't be like this, have something to say. If you notify the clan elders council, then I won't have any way back. Retreat? Shu Han sneered. I've already given you a way back, but you don't want to go. The path you're taking now is your own choice, so don't blame me for being merciless. Soon after the clan council received the news, they immediately sent someone over to take away Itaki. When Itaki left the conference room, the terrified look that he exclaimed shocked everyone present. Chapter 62 No Smoking War. In the conference room, it was so quiet you could hear a pin drop. Every single person looked nervously at Shu Han, waiting for her next words. Itaki was taken away by the Clan Elders Association. This matter has brought great psychological pressure to them, coupled with the fact that Shu Han was clearly pinching the handles of all of them. It made them feel as if they were sitting on pins and needles, making them uncomfortable. At this point, Yi Cheng finally saw the situation in front of him and opened his mouth to break the silence. Shu Han, I don't have any problem with you being the head of the family. Shu Han smiled bashfully. Big brother, I remember you just said that you want to sweep me off my feet? Yi Cheng was shaken and immediately smiled sarcastically. That was me being compelled by Itaki and talking nonsense. Don't take it to heart. Third sister, I can solemnly apologize to you. Shu Han asked indifferently and blandly. And do you have a problem with the position transfer I made to you? No comment. I did something wrong and I deserve to be punished. I will definitely clean up my act and try to make it right in the future. That 300 million I will also return to the Yi family within half a year. Yi Cheng's words were like a thunderbolt from a clear sky that struck every Yi family direct line present. This big brother among his peers had not only bowed his head to Shu Han, but also, he had bowed so completely. In this way, the others naturally wouldn't have any more objections to Shu Han being the head of the family. At this time, Shu Han smiled. I think it's very good that Big Brother has this realization. So, I'm looking forward to what Big Brother will do in the future. Yi Cheng was relieved and hurriedly promised. Thank you, family master, for your love and regard for me. I won't let you down. Shu Han nodded lightly, her gaze sweeping over the others. Those Yi family members immediately spoke out, expressing their support for Shu Han's arrangements for personnel. At the same time, they also called Shu Han the family head like Yi multiplied. It didn't take long for the meeting to end. The Yi family's children left the conference room one after another. After waiting for everyone to leave, Lin Lang also looked at Shu Han curiously and couldn't help but say, I feel that you have changed. Shu Han smiled back. People always change. It's just that you can decide for yourself whether to change for the better, or for the worse. The way I see it, the changes I'm making now are in a direction that is most favorable to the Yi family. Moreover, I also know, Lin Lang, you have changed too. Lin Lang froze. There's no need to deny it. When I first met you, I saw nothing more than a bloody young doctor, but now I see a grown man. Lin Lang laughed bitterly. Are you praising me? Yes, I'm still far from you. You see, I haven't done anything and you're in control, so it seems that you don't need me at all. If there's nothing else, I'll go first? Shu Han smiled lightly and returned. Lin Lang, no matter what happens in the future, I hope you can treat me as a confidant. Can you? Lin Lang walked to the door without looking back. The way you've been acting today, I'm afraid to make any more casual promises. The news of the Yi family's drastic change spread throughout Tianhai. When they learned that the next head of the family was actually succeeded by Shu Han, a young girl, the other powerful families in Tianhai were also overjoyed. In their eyes, Shu Han is only somewhat capable, but not enough to support the behemoth that is the Yi family. As a result, some big clans were prepared to take advantage of the Yi family's turmoil to strike a commercial blow and embezzle the Yi family's market share. Shen family villa. Shen Ruoshi sat there in a huff and sulked for a long time. Shen Qingfeng consoled a few sentences, saw that there was no use for the bird, and then stopped taking care of his precious daughter. He gathered his inner circle and his immediate family together and held a brief meeting at his home. The purpose of the meeting was to discuss whether or not to make a move against the Yi family. After some discussion, the number of people who were in favor of it and those who were not in favor of it were even, and Shen Qingfeng was hesitant. According to the relationship between the two families, he shouldn't have fallen on the Yi family, but the Qin family, which had also suffered great changes, sent a representative from the capital to have a secret meeting with him. That representative promised to split the Yi family's estate in half if he could bring down the Yi family, half for one person. At the same time, The man also promised that the Qin family in the capital would secretly make a move to ensure that the Stormy Yi family would disappear from the heavenly sea. Shen Qingfeng was surprised, but the man was adamant and said he had laid it out well in advance. As long as you nod your head, then the Yi family will fall apart. The man's original words, too, have been echoing in Shen Qingfeng's mind. Since we're going to deal with the Yi family, let's not make small fights and divide up those insignificant small profits. If you want to do it, you have to do it to the extreme. Make the Yi family disappear completely. After the Shen family got half of the Yi family's estate, they would also be promoted to the #1 family in Tianhai. Moreover, it could also join forces with the Qin family in the capital and take a place in the northern part of the Xia kingdom. This is the best chance for your Shen family to rise. Of course, the next time if the identities are reversed, when the Shen family meets trouble, I will also not hesitate to stand on your opposite side and completely appropriated the Shen family. Business war, originally is a war without smoke. Any mercy is digging your own grave. At this time, Shen Qingfeng ended his brief recollection and became a bit annoyed with the arguments of the surrounding crowd. He waved his hand, stopping the clan's discussion. Alright, you guys have been arguing for half a day and you don't have a conclusion, so let's go back first. It's something I'll think about again. After the clansman left, Shen Ruoshi suddenly walked up to her father and said with a straight face, Dad, have you already made up your mind to deal with the Yi family? Shen Qingfeng looked at his daughter in surprise. Why do you think so? Shen Ruoshi said with a calm expression. This is your usual style. You're very democratic on the surface, and when it comes to big events, you have to hold meetings, but in reality, the purpose of every meeting you have is to get the support of everyone, and your mind, in fact, has been made up for a long time. Shen Qingfeng let out a bitter smile. I heard that Shu Han became the next head of the family. She and you are good sisters, and I sort of watched her grow up. Let me deal with her with all my might? To be honest, I'm somewhat unable to do so. Also, you never cared about the family, so why this sudden question? What do you think? Shen Ruoshi's gaze sank and she said with a straight face, Don't you worry about what I think first. I asked you, if Wang Dafu, that treacherous businessman who was known as the most business-minded person in Tianhai, has also looked for you? You saw it the other day? Well, he did come to see me. His purpose of looking for me is also to join forces and deal with the Yi family together. Shen Ruoshi nodded, her expression becoming incomparably grave. Dad, this time, it's much more complicated than you think. Take my advice. Don't take action against the Yi family. Chapter 63 Perfect Match. Why? Shen Qingfeng crossed his legs and looked at his daughter with interest. Shen Ruoshi said with a straight face, if you make a move against the Yi family, then the Shen family will have the biggest crisis. Maybe. The family that disappeared from the world is not the Yi family, but the Shen family. After hearing this, Shen Qingfeng's brows couldn't help but wrinkle. Did you get any messages? I heard that you and Shu Han broke up. According to common sense, I have to deal with her. You should feel happy? Shen Ruoshi hummed. I knew it, you planted eyes on me, but it's okay, it's going to come out sooner or later. What I'm trying to say is that even though I broke with her, it didn't stop me from being judgmental about the situation. Whether it was that mysterious Qin family representative or Wang Dafu, they were no good. If you get on board rashly, the Shen family will definitely be in a big crisis. Shen Qingfeng shook his head, somewhat unimpressed. My good girl, these are grown-up things, you don't understand. No, I get it. Shen Qingfeng looked at his daughter in surprise, puzzled. What's the situation? What exactly are you trying to say? Shen Ruoshi suddenly asked. Dad, do you know Lin Lang? Shen Qingfeng smiled. I know. This is the prospective son-in-law you found for me. What's wrong? Lin Lang has already told me something. I combined the previous events with the current situation and realized that the purpose of that Qin family representative was not pure. He might be brewing a big conspiracy that covers the entire heavenly sea. Once these words came out, Shen Qingfeng also sat upright, his demeanor becoming extremely solemn. Tell me, what do you know? Shen Ruoshi told everything she knew. Shen Qingfeng was also shocked after hearing this. So it seems that Dr. Lin is a submerged dragon? Behind him, there's probably a behemoth involved? Otherwise, Mrs. Kong wouldn't have insisted that Shu Han marry him? Shen Ruoshi was depressed and gave a Shu Han and I have always been on good terms. She suddenly wanted to break with me, and although I was angry, I also felt that something was fishy. So, I immediately did my research on the matter. As a result, it became clear that this was all Mrs. Kang's intention during her lifetime. Shu Han loves her grandmother so much that she does this. Dad, if you make a move against the Yi family, the consequences will be unimaginable. At this time, Shen Qingfeng pondered over it and suddenly laughed. Baby, I don't know what's going on, but I suddenly think you and Dr. Lin are a perfect match. Since Shu Han said it could be a fair fight, then, Dad definitely supports you. Wang family villa. Wang Dafu sat in front of the tea table, making fragrant tea to himself. Opposite him sat Wang Yakin, who was showing an angry look. Wang Dafu, why are you dealing with Yi Shuhan and the Yi family? You're just being a death wish, not being a good richest man, but hanging out with those powerful families. Be careful, they'll eat you up to the dregs. Wang Dafu calmly poured a cup of tea for his daughter. Jin, didn't you just want to be a doctor? Why are you meddling in my affairs now too? Wang Yakin didn't have the heart to say, if I don't care anymore, you, the richest man, will bring the Wang family to the gutter. By then, I'll be the heir to some broken family and have to come clean up the mess you left behind. What kind of doctor would I be? Wang Dafu was amused by his daughter's words. Oh Qiner, it is a great relief to my old age that you care about me as a father, but that's all mall stuff. You don't understand. I don't understand? Wang Yakin frowned. Is that Qin family a good thing? You'll only fall deeper and deeper when you collude with them. Besides, are you really clear about the real purpose of the Qin family asking you to take action against the Yi family? Wang Dafu's eyes narrowed slightly and he couldn't help but ask, Qiner, do you know something? Qin Shou's father and son were going to deal with Lin Lang before, but they disappeared for no reason. Then, a huge change occurred in the Yi family, and a mysterious Qin family representative took the initiative to approach you to join forces with you to deal with the Yi family. Don't you think these two events are related? Wang Dafu laughed again. Where is the connection? Lin Lang is just a doctor. What has he got to do with the Yi family? That Qin family representative is going to deal with the Yi family, not Lin Lang, Wang Yakin said with a straight face. But, just now, Yi Shuhan announced that Lin Lang had become her fiancé. Moreover, Lin Lang was also the general manager of the Yi family's pharmaceutical company. Do you still think that these two things are unrelated? Wang Dafu sat upright and his expression became solemn. Is the news reliable? Of course it's reliable. Just now Lin Lang has already informed me that he is closing the clinic and going to work in the Yi family. He dismissed me, and he said Yi Shuhan wouldn't allow me to work at Yi family hospital. Wang Dafu frowned. Yi Shuhan has already received the news in advance? Is that why the decision was made? Wang Yakin returned in a cold voice. It doesn't matter if she receives wind or not. The most crucial thing is, have you ever thought about why Yi Shuhan married him if Lin Lang was just an ordinary person? I have also heard that this decision was made by Mrs. Kong herself before she passed away. For this reason, Yi Shuhan and Shin Ruoshi, a pair of good sisters, even broke up. How shrewd Mrs. Kong is, she would marry her daughter to a straw man? Wang Dafu, you've been in business for so many years and have been smart for a lifetime. Why do you choose to be confused at this point? A word to the wise. Wang Dafu frowned and said, what you mean is that Dr. Lin is not an ordinary person. He most likely has a background that we can't imagine? Wang Yakin sneered. You've finally gotten the hang of it. I have to say, that kid is hiding really deep. Wang Dafu froze, but as I recall, he was an intern before that and couldn't even come up with the money to pay for his mother's treatment. If he was really the heir to some powerful family, how could he have ended up in such a predicament? Yakin, I'm afraid you've got the wrong idea. Wang Yakin sneered and said bluntly. Wang Dafu, who do you think is more powerful compared to Mrs. Kong? Wang Dafu hesitated for a moment and smiled bitterly. She's much more powerful than me. That's just it. Can there be anything wrong with the person she sees? Wang Yakin glanced at her father rather fondly and sneered. Doesn't what happened to your lady and my cheap brother give you a wake-up call? That said, I haven't seen these two in a long time. Where are they? In an instant, Wang Dafu's complexion suddenly changed, and a touch of ruthlessness appeared in his eyes. Qiner, that's no way to talk to your father. Wang Yakin leapt up and sneered. I'm not half interested in your. I just didn't want to hang out with that mother and son back then. That's why I left the country. Now, if you bring the Wang family into the gutter, don't come to me even if something happens in the future. At this time, Wang Dafu's mind turned and suddenly had a plan. Qiner, what do you think of Dr. Lin as a person? Before, I was intent on introducing you to him. Chapter 64 Looking for you to play friends. Shin Ruoshi and Wang Yakin were forced to marry by their fathers at the same moment, and the forced marriage is to the same person. At this time, both women were in their boudoirs looking at the ceiling in a daze. Very coincidentally, both of them called Lin Lang at the same time after much deliberation. Lin Lang received invitations from two women in succession. Confused, and thinking that the two women hadn't made it clear what it was about over the phone, he asked them both to the same place. 8 o'clock in the evening. Lin Lang sat in the corner of a relatively secluded cafe just in time to see the two women walk in at the same time. Both women had dressed up carefully, giving Lin Lang a feeling of brightness. Shin Ruoshi was wearing light makeup, a long ladylike skirt, and a white tee on top. Wang Yakin, on the other hand, painted flaming red lips and wore a pair of hot pants and suspenders. Passionate and hot, very much in line with her usual style. At this point, the two women were also scrutinizing each other, obviously not expecting to run into each other here. What was even more exaggerated was that both of them also sat across from Lin Lang at the same time. You came to see Lin Lang? You came to find Lin Lang too? The two women looked at each other. Immediately, they both simultaneously turned their angry gazes towards Lin Lang. You asked her out. Why did you ask me out? Lin Lang said with a calm face. Both of you have asked me to meet you at this time, and neither of you say what the purpose of the meeting is. I thought we all knew each other, and asked you to come along. What? Is there a problem? The murderous eyes of the two women made Lin Lang completely uncertain. At this time, Shen Ruoshi withdrew her gaze and looked at Wang Yakan intently. What are you doing here looking for Lin Lang? What are you looking for him for again? Wang Yakan straightened her chest and said without falling behind. Shen Ruoshi sneered. Could it be that your richest father sent you to spy on the news? It's well known that your Wang family is going to deal with the Yi family and Lin Lang. Ha! Wang Yakan sneered and said bluntly. Isn't it your Shen family that wants to deal with the Yi family and Lin Lang? I heard that you and Yi Shuhan have fallen out. How do you still have the face to come to Lin Lang? If you have the face to come, why can't I? In 3 words, the smell of gunpowder filled the air. Seeing this, Lin Lang hurriedly interrupted. Okay, what's the matter with you two? Shen Ruoshi and Wang Yakan simultaneously embraced their hands in front of their chests and said in unison. Ask her first. Lin Lang was amused by these two women. You two have quite the understanding. But, we're both adults, so just say what you have to say. Shen Ruoshi grunted and jumped the gun. I'm here to play friends with you. Wang Yakan also didn't know which of her tendons had twitched, and immediately picked up. I'm here to play friends with you too. Lin Lang was dumbstruck. Shen Ruoshi blankly glanced at Wang Yakan. Lin Lang, you won't forget how I helped you when I ran that clinic, right? And, for a while now, we've both been in a good place. I just didn't expect the Yi family to change drastically, and Yi Shuhan became cold and heartless. But I understand her. But I won't give you up to her so easily. When this time passes, I want you to speak to her and drop that fiancé's plaque. I, Shen Ruoshi, will always wait for you. After saying that, Shen Ruoshi leapt up, once again sending Wang Yakan a blank stare and turning around to leave. Wang Yakan hummed and said, Lin Lang, don't pay any attention to her. Missy is so used to being a big girl that she doesn't respect you at all. The corner of Lin Lang's mouth tugged. You guys asked me for an interview at the same time, just to find me to play friends? Wang Yakan smiled bashfully. I was angry with her, although my old man intended to set us up. I know, he was using me as a bargaining chip, and there was no way I was going to be at his mercy. I came to see you to let you know. There's no way I'm marrying you the way Wang Dafu wants me to. However, he will definitely test you again, or cooperate with that Qin family representative to deal with you and the Yi family together. During this time, I have been studying quietly in the clinic and I have indeed learned a lot from you. Although your knack for knowing the symptoms at a glance and being able to prescribe the right medicine hasn't been learned, but there are other practical common sense things that I'm trying to accumulate. Anyway, you kind of deserve the title of teacher. Now, the situation has gotten a little complicated, and I hope you can get through it. After this time, I will still continue to study with you. Even if Yi Shuhan doesn't allow me to go to Yi Family Hospital, I still want to follow you. Lin Lang smiled blandly. If you want to learn, there are many famous schools in Tianhai that you can go to. Why are you just staring at me? Wang Yakan grunted. I can still tell who is powerful. Well, just to give you a kind reminder, I'm off too. Lin Lang raised his head to look out the window and blandly said, well, I should get back too. Why don't I give you a ride? Wang Yakan just wanted to reply, but unexpectedly the lights in the cafe, after making a nuisance sound, suddenly all went out. All of a sudden, the whole cafe was out of reach. Lin Lang had experienced a similar thing in his own clinic, and out of instinctive reaction, he immediately pulled Wang Yakan's hand and fell down in one smooth motion, and the two of them instantly hugged each other. What are you doing, Lin Lang? As soon as the words fell, a life-threatening bullet, smashing through the glass on the window, struck where Wang Yakan had been standing before. When Wang Yakan heard the gunshot, she instantly lost her color and backhanded Lin Lang's body tightly. There are gunshots. Someone is trying to kill you? Lin Lang calmly looked out the window and coldly replied back. It's not me. It's you. Someone wants to assassinate you. Wang Yakan swallowed a mouthful of saliva, oblivious to the fact that her chest was already pressed tightly against Lin Lang's body. Why are you trying to kill me? I've only been back from abroad for a short while. Ha! I have no enemies in the country at all. Lin Lang knew about the strange things that happened in her family and sneered. Perhaps the other side's intentions stemmed from your dad? In a flash, Wang Yakan reacted. You mean my cheap brother and Wang Dafu's wife? Are they the ones trying to kill me? Lin Lang nodded. Other than that reason, I can't think of any other reason. Wang Yakan clenched her teeth and grunted. This damned mother and son are really bad to the bone. No. How do you know about my family? Lin Lang didn't have the heart to say, is this the time to discuss this? It's a bit more remote. And that guy must have been following you for a long time and thought tonight would be the best chance to get his hands on you. All you have to do now is stay calm. Wang Yakan exhaled. Call the sheriff's department. Lin Lang calmly returned. It's useless. By the time the security bureau comes, you and I may have lost our little lives long ago. So what do we do? Chapter 65. I'm definitely hanging. Lin Lang swept a glance around and calmly analyzed. The staff in the cafe, too, hid, but they're making too much noise, and they're bound to lure the killer over there. We now have two options. Either that, or we press on here and when the killer comes in and clears the area, we counterattack immediately. Either that, or we escape through the back door immediately. Both options, in short, are extremely risky, because I don't really know how many killers there are and what kind of configurations they've made. If they also carried out an ambush at the back door, then if we left through the back door, we would be a sheep in a tiger's den. 10 deaths. Besides, the fact that they even had their guns out shows that they have no intention of giving you anything to live for. Wang Yakan was once again shocked. She pressed her entire face against Lin Lang's chest, trembling all over. Will I die here? Lin Lang smiled bashfully. Maybe it will, maybe it won't. Wang Yakan suddenly said, no, I'll definitely hang up. My luck, it's never been good. When I was abroad, I passed by someone's store and ended up in a robbery and almost became a hostage. I went to a friend's house to play and a bomb was sent to the house next door. Luckily I was playing further away so I didn't get hit. I remember another time when I saw that the weather was rather nice, so I went to the school library to get ready to read a book. As a result, encountered a school shooting. Lin Lang, my luck is really bad. I'll hang here. Lin Lang was surprised. He didn't realize that this woman, who was apparently afraid of nothing, had encountered so many crises abroad. At this time, Wang Yakan held his hand tightly and said, Lin Lang, if I wasn't Wang Defu's daughter, would you consider dating me? I'm going to hang up, so please mean it. Lin Lang froze for a moment. I don't know how to answer that question. Wang Yakan blushed slightly and murmured, if I make it out of here alive, I'll really be your girlfriend. What's gotten into you? It's not like you before. How could I give you such a joke when it's so late? In fact, if it weren't for Shin Ruoshi and Yi Shuhan standing in the way, I could consider being your girlfriend. I've seen you at the clinic. You're very nice to the regular patients. It shows you're kind. A kind person can't be that bad of a person. Also, you're very righteous and not afraid of the bad guys. I felt so secure during that time with you at the clinic. What I lacked the most was security. Thank you for the compliment, but now is not the time for that. Actually, what I'm trying to say is, you go, you leave me alone. They're here to kill me, not you. After saying that, Wang Yakan let go of Lin Lang's hand and pushed him away, trying to get up from the ground. Seeing this, Lin Lang immediately pressed her back to the ground. Are you crazy? Wang Yakan said in a deep voice. I'm very sensible. You're a good person and I don't want you to be implicated by me. The other side are gun-toting killers. You can't take me with you and not survive. So get the hell away from me. Even if you're a stranger, I don't want to involve you. Not to mention. Suddenly, Lin Lang placed his finger on her mouth and his expression suddenly changed. Stop talking. The killer's coming in. At that moment, both of them saw a dark shadow appear in the doorway, and, without saying a word, he raised his hand and took out a staff member who tried to escape. Wang Yakan's eyes were wide with horror. Lin Lang's gaze sank and he whispered, go hide under the table in the back for a while. What are you doing? Wang Yakan began to tremble all over. Take out this killer. Of course. No, you don't want to risk it. You'll hang. Don't worry about me. I thought you said you felt safe staying with me. Do as you're told and go hide. Seeing that she hadn't made a move yet, Lin Lang directly slapped her on the buttocks. What are you flabbergasted about? Hurry up and hide. Wang Yakan finally moved. Afterward, Lin Lang urged his aura and held a silver needle in his hand. Despite the darkness inside the cafe, the assassin stood in the doorway and his dark shadow could still be seen. A sneak attack in the dark. He can't hide from it. Lin Lang's eyes flinched as he raised his hand and threw it, and the silver needle broke through the air and accurately pierced into the man's neck. He let out a scream and collapsed in the process. After struggling on the ground for a few moments, he stopped moving. However, Lin Lang didn't dare to act rashly. Until he knew the number of assassins and how they were set up, he could only wait and see what happened. Soon, two figures appeared again outside the door. These two men were very cautious, holding their weapons in their hands, and did not rush into the cafe. After taking out a few more scurrying staff members, they remained standing in the doorway, not making any moves. At that moment, the back door of the cafe was also opened. Several black shadows fishtailed into the room, completely encircling the two Lin Langs in a wraparound position. The dark shadow at the door then made a gesture, and the assassins at the front and back doors immediately rolled on the ground and entered the cafe. It's obvious that this is a group of trained killers. Lin Lang frowned and silently counted the number of killers. In addition to the one who fell to the ground, there were a total of 6 people. Wang Yakan was just a woman with no hands, yet a whole 7 highly qualified assassins were sent to deal with her. It seems that the black hand behind the scenes really wants to erase Wang Yakan completely. Lin Lang withdrew his distracting thoughts and swept a glance at Wang Yakan, who was hiding under the table at the back and shivering. He made a gesture of silence and whirled around, creeping quietly toward the front door. With only 2 assassins at the front door and 4 at the back, it was obvious that going after the front 2 first was the way to go. Within moments, Lin Lang was already close to the 2 killers. In a flash, he stomped hard and skidded to the front of the 2 men. Before the 2 killers could react, 2 silver needles had already penetrated their throats. With 2 thuds, the 2 assassins fell to the ground, drawing the attention of the assassins who had entered through the back door. At the same time, a low voice sounded in the quiet cafe. "Watch out, there's an expert beside that woman. We've already lost 3 people. He's near the front door. Fire at once." As soon as the words left his mouth, an intense burst of gunfire rang out from inside the cafe. Countless bullets came whistling towards Lin Lang's location. Wang Yakan listened to the commotion and her entire heart instantly hung in her throat. No matter how powerful Lin Lang was, how could he be a match for these modern weapons? A few moments later, the gunfire stopped, and all the furnishings and objects near the front door were all shot to pieces. At that moment, the voice sounded again. "Be careful, go check, to see if he's still alive?" Chapter 66. I've agreed to take your money. 4 assassins, working in pairs, came cautiously toward the front door, but they stopped when they were still a few meters from the front door. "Have the brothers outside turn the lights on. We can't resist any sneak attacks in the dark." This man's caution caused Lin Lang, who was hidden at the side, to freeze. It seems that these guys are really battle-hardened and exceptionally experienced. If they had gone a meter or 2 further, then one would have been 100% sure of putting them all down. Moreover, listening to this person's tone, they have accomplices outside? Lin Lang's mind raced, and the corner of his mouth suddenly curved up. The human eye will have at least a second or 2 to adjust to the sudden appearance of light, and such a time was enough for him, whose bodily functions were far beyond normal. Soon the lights in the cafe came on again. Everything and everyone in the pavilion is in full view. However, just before these few assassins could adjust to the sudden light, 4 silver needles had already broken through the air. 3 of them couldn't react in time and were directly penetrated by silver needles in their throats. The remaining person, with a slightly faster reaction, managed to dodge the deadly silver needle. Still, a bright red was now visible on the side of his neck, leaving him stunned. He hurriedly crouched down, raised his gun above his head, and fired a volley of shots in the direction where the silver needles were coming from. After the gunfire stopped, the man was about to withdraw from the cafe when a figure fell from the sky and blocked his way. He was just about to raise his gun to shoot when a silver needle was already stuck into his brow. He stared with horrified eyes and slowly collapsed to the floor. After packing up this person, Lin Lang immediately ran to the back door. This group of killers should have another accomplice hiding out. Soon, he put the last assassin on the ground, which led him back inside the cafe. "It's okay, you're safe," Wang Yakan tremblingly drilled out from under the table, looking at the mess all over the floor, as well as the euphoria of the aftermath, so that she could not help but hug Lin Lang. I'm alive? I can't believe I'm not hanging." Lin Lang laughed. "Of course you're still alive. We can go. The sheriff's department will take care of the rest." Wang Yakan woke up as if from a dream, looked at Lin Lang in a daze, and suddenly kissed him. Thank you. I do feel safe with you." Lin Lang wiped the lipstick marks on his mouth and laughed helplessly. "Get a move on. Can't guarantee those people have a backhanded." A few moments later, after Wang Yakan got down from the cab, she held Lin Lang's arm tightly, not wanting to let go for a moment. Lin Lang didn't move and withdrew his arm, smiling blandly. "Come on, you're already safe." Wang Yakan blushed slightly and said, Then I'll go back." "That thing I said. You can think about it." When she finished, she blushed even more. Lin Lang then digressed. "Have you ever wondered who was out to get you?" This question brought Wang Yakan back to reality. Who else could it be? It must be the work of Wang Dafu's wife and my cheap brother. By the way, I haven't asked you how you know about this. Lin Lang laughed. "It was that bodyguard beside Wang Dafu who told me himself." Wang Yakan came to a realization. No wonder Wang Dafu moved to deal with you before. So you know the secret. Wang Dafu has been in business for decades. How shrewd, but did not expect such a big fire in his own backyard. The son who has always loved and loved is not his own. I can see that he has been very angry lately. Before that, he sent the mother and child abroad. I never thought that mother and son wouldn't die at all and send killers against me. I'm going to find Wang Dafu to confront him face to face and let him know how stupid he is. At least, I'm his own flesh and blood. Lin Lang was about to reply, when a team of black-clothed men had already scurried out of the villa complex in a hurry. Led by Wang Dafu. Wang Dafu came to the 2 and 3 steps with an anxious face. Jin, are you okay? Wang Yakan coldly replied back. If I had something to do, would I still be standing here talking to you? Wang Dafu nodded with a look of fear. Immediately, he looked at Lin Lang seriously and couldn't help but laugh. Dr. Lin, thanks to you again this time. Not only did you save me, but you also saved my daughter. I really want to repay you. Lin Lang blandly replied back. Giving me shares worth billions of dollars again? If so, then you should call a lawyer now. I've agreed to take your money. Wang Dafu was flabbergasted and confused. Before, he wanted to transfer his shares because he wanted to use Lin Lang to draw out the wild man behind that mother and son. Moreover, there were many restrictive clauses on that share that would ensure that Lin Lang could only hold it for a certain period of time, but I didn't expect Lin Lang to resist that great temptation. Now, really asking him to come up with that heavenly reward, he hesitated again. Lin Lang laughed coldly and said bluntly, it seems that you are no better than that. Your daughter is right. People who have been shrewd all their lives will always have moments of confusion, and this mush will either make you green as hell, or it will kill you. After saying that, Lin Lang turned around and left. Wang Dafu reacted and his face instantly turned red. Even he, who was accustomed to seeing great storms, was deeply irritated by Lin Lang's words. The bottom line is that he hasn't had any reason to refute it. At this time, Wang Yakan suddenly turned around and pulled Lin Lang. Immediately, she said to Wang Dafu with a sullen face, do you still want to be my old man? Wang Dafu was puzzled. Baby girl, what are you mad about again? Wang Yakan said in a cold voice, if you still want to be my old man, go and hire a lawyer now. Didn't you say so? The thing that's worth more than money is life. Now that both our father and daughter have been saved by Lin Lang, it's not too much to give him a few billion, right? Wang Dafu was full of bitter smiles. Wang Yakan was adamant, if you don't give it, we'll sever the father-daughter relationship. You're a father who wasn't around when my life was threatened. And that threat is still caused by you. Wang Dafu had just opened his mouth when Wang Yakan interrupted. Are you giving it or not? If you don't give it to me, I'll go with Lin Lang. At this moment, the extremely fast-reacting Wang Dafu immediately nodded his head and said, here, I will definitely give Dr. Lin 10% of the shares of the industry. Dr. Lin, since you have no objections either, please come to the humble abode? Lin Lang was surprised to see this richest man, and did not expect his attitude to change so quickly. Eventually, with Wang Yakan's strong support, he entered the Wang family villa. As soon as he sat down, Wang Dafu really made a phone call and told the lawyer to get here as fast as he could. He then smiled bashfully and said softly, son-in-law, this 10% of the shares will be taken as my dowry for Qiner. Subsequently, I will also give you a good house so that you and Qiner can live comfortably in Tianhai. Chapter 67 Old School. Lin Lang's eyes narrowed slightly and he did not move. Are you trying to tie me to the Wang family by doing this? Wang Dafu grinned. Divine Dr. Lin not only has excellent medical skills, he also satisfies me in terms of his mind. Since we're all smart, let's open up. The Wang family has their eye on you. Both I and Qiner think you're an excellent choice for a son-in-law, as long as you marry my Qiner, not to mention this 10% share. In the future, when I'm 100 years old, the whole Wang family will be yours. Divine Dr. Lin, this is my sincerity. I hope you'll give it some thought and don't reject it hastily. Wang Yakan on the side immediately became angry. Wang Dafu, is business the only thing in your eyes? Nothing else? Lin Lang saved you and me. What's wrong with you giving him a little money? Are you going to guard your money until it's in a coffin? Can't you have some feelings? Don't count on me all day long. Our lives, aren't they worth that much? Wang Yakan's questioning made Wang Dafu, who had just revealed his superior demeanor, instantly turn into a frosted eggplant, and was absent. Daughter, our lives, of course, are very valuable, but it's billions of dollars. It's a fortune your old man fought for with his life. How can you just give it away? Besides, if you marry Lin Lang, when I'm gone, the whole Wang family will be yours. And what do you care about the billions? Wang Yakan knew that he couldn't talk to his old man and immediately got up and said, Lin Lang, let's go. Don't worry, I'll get you back what Wang Dafu owes you sooner or later, but I can't stay in this impersonal home for a moment. At once, Wang Dafu became anxious. Hey, why are you leaving again after a good time? Daughter, you've really grown up and turned your elbow. Wang Yakan was unforgiving and said, any more abduction on my part is better than my cheap brother. Shut up. Wang Dafu's face turned blue and he was moved to true anger. Wang Yakan, on the other hand, was undaunted and coldly met him at eye level. Seeing this, Lin Lang sighed lightly and calmly got up. Wang Dafu, there's not much else to say. My rate for the consultation has been drawn up before. You're the richest man, but you're not a very nice person. so I'll charge you $100 million for the clinic. For your daughter, I charge 100. Your family owes me a total of $100 million and $100 in consultation fees, so I hope you can pay it into my account within 3 days. I still have things to do, so I'll leave first. Wang Dafu's father and daughter watched in a daze as Lin Lang stepped out of the doorway, neither of them uttering a word to retain him. Only after Lin Lang's figure had completely disappeared did Wang Dafu sigh. Hey, daughter, what do you call all this? I wanted to use those billions of shares to pick a virtuous son-in-law for you, but I didn't realize that he wouldn't appreciate it at all. Wang Yakan returned in a cold voice. Alright, don't put gold on your face. I was attacked tonight and the other guy didn't get it. What do you think will happen next? If you can't solve this problem, I'll leave this house completely and follow Lin Lang. At least, he gives me a strong sense of security. After saying that, Wang Yakan returned to her bedroom and closed the door tightly. Wang Dafu shook his head, and his gaze suddenly changed. Zhang Qingyuan, the assistant who had been silent and standing on the sidelines, suddenly said, Mr. Wang, are we going to execute that plan? Wang Dafu responded in a cold voice. This pair of mother and son. I wanted to give them a chance, but I didn't expect them to be so vicious and want to deal with Qiner. Remember, don't keep any of them. Yes, right, Mr. Wang. What about the consultation fee? Wang Dafu let out a bitter smile. AI. That kid surnamed Lin has already taken Qiner in hand. A few billion might not be enough to recruit him now. Just as well, you have someone send 100 million and 100% over to him. That kid is by no means a pool animal. If we strike a good relationship with him early, even if Qiner doesn't marry him in the future, our Wang family won't lose out. Yes. Early the next morning, Lin Lang kept his appointment and came to the Yi Family Medicine Company. This company is located on the outskirts of Tianhai. The location is remote but covers quite a wide area. It is the most conspicuous enterprise in this industrial area. As soon as he walked into the office, the receptionist stopped him. This is Yips Pharmaceuticals Ltd. You can't enter without an appointment. Before the words fell, that receptionist stared at Lin Lang and said with great surprise, Lin Lang, it's you? Lin Lang also recognized the woman. Are you Meng Xia? Meng Xia was Lin Lang's college classmate, and the relationship between the two wasn't exactly good. When she was in college, Meng Xia had always been jealous that Lin Lang's grades were better than her own. In order to surpass Lin Lang, she went out of her way to cheat on one of her exams, but she didn't expect to happen to be seen by Lin Lang. Lin Lang reported her, and ever since then, she has held a grudge against him. Then, after college, we all went our separate ways, and because of the poor relationship, we didn't keep in touch. At this moment, after Meng Xia looked Lin Lang up and down, the corner of her mouth curved up. It's me. What brings you here? By the looks of you, you're here to apply for a sales rep job? Ha, aren't you a senior in med school, and you're applying for a job here? Lin Lang shook his head. I came to find Yi Shuhan. She said to meet me here today. Mr. Yi wants to see you? In an instant, Meng Xia's bulging eyes were filled with astonishment. Before Lin Lang could reply, a receptionist next to him muttered in a low voice. Mr. Yi is in charge of everything day to day and has just become the helmsman of the Yi family. How could he possibly meet such an ordinary man? With her colleague's reminder, Meng Xia also reacted. She sneered and spoke bluntly. Lin Lang, if you had just said you were here to apply for the job, I would have looked at you a bit more favorably, but I didn't think you'd dare to blatantly lie without even blushing. I've heard that you broke up with Chen Xian and lost your job. You've become such an asshole, and you're still trying to save face? It seems it was God's will that you became this way. Lin Lang was instantly a bit displeased when he heard this. However, he is no longer the hot-blooded young man he was back then. He knew that it was just a waste of time to theorize for half a day with a front desk of Meng Xia's level. Thus, he smiled bashfully, no longer paying attention to Meng Xia, and walked towards the inside. You stand still. Don't think just because you're my classmate, you can walk around here as you please. This is Ye's company. No one is allowed to enter. With an arrow step, Meng Xia arrived in front of Lin Lang. At the same time, she hurriedly shouted at the door. Security, come over here for a moment. Push this troublemaker out. Several large and thick security guards immediately rushed over and surrounded Lin Lang. Lin Lang's gaze sank as he stared at Meng Xia. Are you sure you want to do this to me? Meng Xia sneered back. Duty calls, even if we are classmates. I can't show favoritism. If you walk out obediently by yourself, it's not a disgrace. If you really let the security guards throw you out, then your face, it's a big disgrace. Chapter 68. Do you think the quality of the staff is okay? Lin Lang looked at this former classmate with interest and couldn't help but laugh. I know you're trying to give me a hard time. In that case, I'll give you a last chance. You call Yi Shuhan now and inform her of my arrival. You're the front desk. It's your job. If you make this call, I won't count your little thought just now. If you persist, there may be consequences that you can't afford to have happen. Ha, Meng Xia sneered, speaking bluntly. You're still thinking of contacting Mr. Yi? Under this sky, there are such stupid people like you. Back then, you were stinky as hell in school, but I didn't think you'd still be this naive when you got out of society. Who's Mr. Yi? Will he see you? Don't dream of it. Give me one last chance too. Okay, I'll give you one last chance too. If you don't leave, I'll have security throw you out. Also, I'm going to take pictures of you and post them to the class so everyone can see this stupid side of you. I'm going to count to 3, 2, 1. Security. Throw him out. Meng Xia counted quickly. Since the beginning, she had never wanted to give Lin Lang a chance. If Lin Lang were to follow the rules, she could only mock a few words at most. But now, Lin Lang had taken the initiative to break the company's rules, allowing her to catch a chance to get back at Lin Lang, formerly a highly talented medical school student. He was thrown out the front door and photographed and sent to his classmates. Something like this made Meng Xia feel good. Just as the several security guards were about to make their move, an icy voice suddenly rang out from outside the door. Stop! Yi Shuhan stepped on a pair of 7 or 8 centimeters high black frosted heels, wearing a beige trench coat, and walked in with her head held high. As soon as the crowd abruptly saw her, their demeanor immediately became incomparably respectful. Hello, Mr. Yi. Meng Xia even trotted to Yi Shuhan's front and added to the story that Lin Lang was preparing to force his way into the company. Yi Shuhan, who had a great change of heart, didn't interrupt her and let her boast. She just looked at Lin Lang blandly, the corners of her mouth gently rising. Finished? Meng Xia thought that Lin Lang was dead, and immediately nodded her head. Mr. Yi, I'm done reporting. At this moment, everyone thought that Lin Lang, the outsider, would be thrown out of the gate by the security guards, but Yi Shuhan suddenly looked at him. Mr. Lin, do you think the quality of your staff is okay? Need to replace some of them? Get more eye-catching employees to work for the company? When these words came out, the whole room was shocked. Mr. Lin, this kid is an old boss? And, Mr. Yi looks familiar with him? Wait a minute, what's the deal with your employees? This Mr. Lin, he's not an airborne leader that Mr. Yi hired from outside, is he? What's left of it? Just now, they treated this Mr. Lin like that, and I'm afraid I'm going to lose my job. The staff present all looked at Lin Lang's figure with fear and trepidation, not daring to utter a single breath. And Meng Xia had comprehended Yi Shuhan's words earlier than the others. She looked at Lin Lang with incomparable horror, her heart furious and anxious. This Lin Lang, what kind of spell did he use to make Yi Shuhan favor him so much? Before the shock in the hearts of the crowd had passed, they heard Yi Shuhan add, "Oh yeah, just to let you guys know, not only is Mr. Lin the new general manager of our company, but also, he's my fiancé." The crowd only felt that the bright sunny day suddenly rang with numerous thunderbolts. The vast majority of the employees sucked in a breath of cool air, marveling at Lin Lang's true identity. Meng Xia, on the other hand, was so frightened that she could barely stand and fell to the ground. At this point, many people also reacted. If it wasn't for this receptionist trying to make things difficult for Mr. Lin, how could they be in a huge crisis of unemployment? As a result, many people turned their angry gazes on Meng Xia, causing her face to instantly roll like a fever. Yi Shuhan walked over and very skillfully took Lin Lang's arm. In fact, she had already seen the scene just now from outside the door. She deliberately waited for Meng Xia to finish her report before she said those words, also wanting to give Lin Lang a chance to establish his authority. But, Lin Lang did not immediately fire Meng Xia or use hurtful words and sneer. He just smiled bashfully at everyone. Everyone has worked hard. It's really my first day reporting to the office. In the days to come, I hope we will cooperate sincerely and do our best together for the development of the company. Once the crowd saw that Lin Lang was so good at talking, the boulders hanging in their hearts were quietly lowered. Immediately, Lin Lang looked at Meng Xia, who had buried her head deeply. Meng Xia is doing her job as a receptionist. Very good. In the hearts of the crowd, there was an uproar. Wow, is Mr. Lin so magnanimous? He didn't even get angry when Meng Xia treated him like that, and he won't do anything to punish him? Even Meng Xia quietly raised her head and looked at Lin Lang in confusion. She also thought for sure that she would be taunted and kicked out of the company. Lin Lang smiled and added, "Manga, overall, you've done a pretty good job. However, I hope that in your future work, you will not do things with personal feelings. Do you understand?" Meng Xia hurriedly nodded her head and admitted her mistake. "I understand. Mr. Lin." Then, Lin Lang lowered his voice again and said in a voice that only she could hear, "I hope you won't post about me to your classmates. Can you do that?" "I can." Lin Lang nodded and followed Yi Shuhan away. A few moments later, Meng Xia returned to her workstation, and her entire body looked like it had lost its skin. Lin Lang to his net open one side. Is it because he is generous, or that he wants to be shady hole himself? Right, that must be it. He wanted to keep himself in the company to make it easier for him to squeeze and spite him later. Nope, gotta think of a way out for myself. Meng Xia just wanted to use her cell phone to quietly open the job site, but found that several security guards as well as the colleagues around her were unanimously coming together. Good, Meng Xia. I didn't expect you to be so deeply hidden. It's amazing that you have a classmate who is a general manager in our company. Moreover, he's also Mr. Ye's fiancé. You must cover us from now on. Daring, is the name Meng Xia also yours? You should be called Sister Xia. Sister Xia. I'll be counting on you more in the future. In the face of the surrounding colleagues' compliments, Meng Xia only had to accompany the smile, silently put away the phone. In the general manager's office, Yi Shuhan smiled faintly. Why don't you expel that classmate? She's not giving you any face at all. Oh. Lin Lang buried his head and looked at the statement, and blandly returned. She's just a jumping clown. There's no need to bother with her too much. What's the saying? Oh, I remember. If a dog bites you, you may not want to bite him back? Alright, down to business. Yi Shuhan's expression was astringent as she nodded. I only announced my succession as the head of the family yesterday, and this morning I received many calls from my collaborators. They decided not to cooperate with the Yi family anymore. Chapter 69. Don't challenge my job with your hobbies. Lin Lang frowned slightly. Those partners can't make that decision at the same time. Someone must be behind this, trying to embarrass you. Did you find out who's behind this? Yi Shuhan blandly returned. Other than that mysterious representative of the Qin family, who else could it be? Wang Dafu and Shen Qingfeng were both businessmen, and they would not do so openly without 100% certainty of gaining benefits. As for the other powerful family in Tianhai, the Gao family, they have always kept a low profile and will not be at war with any family. So naturally, they will not secretly take action against me. So it can only be that Qin family representative. Him wanting to deal with you might have something to do with me as well. Lin Lang analyzed. The disappearance of Qin Shou's father and son is actually related to me. Yi Shuhan said with a calm face. I thought of it, but I am fearless. Lin Lang let out a bitter smile. Behind him, is the capital city Qin family? Huge energy. You're not afraid? Yi Shuhan laughed. Grandma experienced an even greater crisis back then, but she was also able to save the day and dissolve it, and I believe that I will be able to do the same. It's good to be confident. So, let's discuss specific responses. Before the words fell, Yi Shuhan's female secretary stood at the door and knocked on the office door eagerly. Mr. Yi, Mr. Lin, something big has happened. Yi Shuhan didn't move and said, what's wrong? The female secretary came up for air and said, something happened on the side of the drug factory. Some very senior veteran employees have collectively tendered their resignations to the HR department. Older employees are quitting? Yi Shuhan and Lin Lang glanced at each other and then said, why did they resign? The female secretary returned. There is a part of the people saying that they are dissatisfied with you and Mr. Lin. The other part, they said they didn't want to do it, and they didn't say exactly why. Yi Shuhan pondered for a while and said with a straight face, I'll go over there. Lin Lang also leapt up. I'll go over with you. Soon, when the two arrived at the entrance of the pharmaceutical factory at the back of the pharmaceutical company, they saw a dozen or so older employees, who were being stopped by the doorman, and between each other, they were also arguing violently. Yi Shuhan's arrival made everyone stop. She walked straight over and looked at a gray-haired employee in disbelief. Uncle AI, why are you following their lead? You've been in the Yi family for almost 30 years. You have the most seniority, and in terms of treatment, you should also be the highest. Why do you want to resign as well? The employee sneered and spoke bluntly. Shu Han, I've watched you grow up. I also have extremely deep feelings for the Yi family. In the past 20 years or so, the Yi family and I have been through so many storms together, and I have never backed down. But today, I think there's no hope for the Yi family. I have no problem with you being the head of the family, but how dare you let a milquetoast young man lead us? The reason I've been diligent in the Yi family for so many years is because the Yi family has never been nepotistic. Regardless of which Yi family's direct descendant, no one could sit in a high position without ability. When the old lady was around, the Yi family had always been based on those who could do it. But you've just taken office, and you're pushing your fiancé into such a high position? How can I be convinced by a nepotist with no skills? As your elder, Shu Han, I'll give you a piece of advice too. Whatever you think, but always remember, don't be nepotistic. Do you really want this pharmaceutical company to collapse in your hands? You weren't like this before. Upon this statement, several other employees followed suit, expressing their agreement with Uncle AI's statement. Lin Lang, on the other hand, froze for a moment and then realized the reason for the resignation of these people. It turns out that they were dissatisfied with themselves as the newly appointed general manager. Do they see themselves as a pussy-eating nepotist? This thought made Lin Lang cry a little. However, on second thought, he felt that these people must have been compelled by certain people with good intentions to fall for other people's tricks and run out to be the outcasts. Come to think of it, these old employees who have been doing research all their lives are very simple, and it makes sense that they would be taken advantage of. At that moment, another sharp-tongued middle-aged man grunted and said, "Mr. Yi, since you're here, let's get this straight. Other pharmaceutical companies offer me triple my salary. I'm going to be ready to jump ship. Now that prices are skyrocketing and property prices remain high, I can no longer support my family with this meager income. So, I'm leaving the company." As soon as the words were spoken, several others followed suit, indicating their reasons for resigning. Lin Lang swept away with a single glance and realized that there were only two reasons for these old employees to resign. One is dissatisfied with himself, the other is being trolled. In an instant, he realized that the performance of these old employees should also be the work of that Qin family's representative. Yi Shuhan similarly sensed this. She flashed a genuine smile at Uncle AI and explained, "Lin Lang's ability is strong, not what you think. You were instigated to make this impulsive decision by someone else. Take your resignation letter back and get to work. As for the others, you want to leave, that's fine. However, you should remember that you have a non-compete agreement with the company. Within 3 years, the company's core product technology cannot be leaked to outside competing companies. Otherwise, you'll have to pay astronomical liquidated damages." Yi Shuhan threw her voice, making those few old employees who had jumped ship look stagnant. They didn't expect Yi Shuhan's attitude towards herself to be so resolute, and when Uncle AI heard this, he sneered and added, "He's very competent? I heard he was just an intern doctor before. What could he be capable of?" Before Yi Shuhan could make a comment, Lin Lang had already taken a step forward and smiled blandly. "Hello Uncle AI, I'm Lin Lang. You've been questioning my ability to. This is making me a little upset. I wonder what kind of performance I need to have be considered competent in your eyes." Uncle AI looked Lin Lang up and down and sneered. Being able to take the initiative to come forward is quite a bit of commitment. But for competence, let me ask you, do you know medicine? Do you know pharmacology well? Not to mention your business skills, just in terms of knowledge base about drugs, you probably can't even pawn a tenth of what I can. Lin Lang was amused by this. After he opened the second chapter of the true chapter of life origin, he had long since gained a profound understanding of the world's medicines. Even some of the lost strange medicines, he was able to refine them. As a result, this veteran employee questioned whether he knew anything about medicine. "Ha, Uncle AI, when you say that, I'll have to contradict you twice. I'm a doctor, and you're just an old pharmaceutical factory employee. You ask me if I know anything about medicine? Are you taking your hobby and challenging me for my job?" Chapter 70. The prescription is in the heart. The crowd was first stunned. Then they sneered. A freshman intern talking about rice bowls in front of a veteran like Uncle AI? Everyone understands the truth of a long illness. Even an ordinary person, in the case of a long-term illness, is more or less aware of medications. And Uncle AI has been in the pharmaceutical company for 20 to 30 years. Not only control the quality of the pharmaceutical company's drugs, he himself graduated from the medical university in the year of high talent. Lin Lang's words were undoubtedly hitting a stone with an egg in the eyes of the crowd. At this moment, Uncle AI was also amused by Lin Lang's words. He snorted coldly and said bluntly, "I didn't see it. You kid is quite confident? However, things don't just happen by talking about them. If you're so confident, do you dare to compete with me on your knowledge of pharmacology, Chinese and Western medicine? Take your pick. Or, you get 3 patients now, as long as they are not those who are difficult or seriously ill. Believe it or not, I can come up with a more effective treatment plan in less time." At this point, those employees who were ready to leave also began to rise up. "Right, since Mr. Lin is so awesome, show us some real talent and open our eyes. If Mr. Lin can compare Uncle AI, then a few of us won't leave." Ha! Young people nowadays, they don't even learn to walk before they start running. How can you grow without falling a few times? Uncle AI, I'll trouble you to teach this kid a lesson, so that he'll know what it means to be outside of people and outside of the sky. Seeing that everyone's enthusiasm seemed quite high, Lin Lang laughed. "Uncle AI wants to compete with me in medicine? Not even competing in pharmacology?" Uncle AI looked confident. "Comparing pharmacology? That's me bullying you. Even if it's a contest of medical skills, I'm still bullying the big boys. However, you're too cocky for a kid, so I'll have to teach you a lesson. I was originally a doctor as well, and I've been working here for more than 20 years, although I've been making medicines. Since you say you're a doctor, I'll come and compete with you in medical skills. I'd like to see Who is taking their hobby and challenging someone else's job? Okay. Lin Lang nodded and turned to Yi Shuhan and smiled. Mr. Yi, please make a call to Yi Hospital and ask there to pick up 3 ordinary patients. Yi Shuhan hadn't expected things to come to this point. She had wanted to make a big deal out of it, but Lin Lang and Uncle AI had already barreled into each other, so she couldn't say anything more. A few moments later, 3 regular patients stepped off the special caravan. These 3 people originally just went to the hospital to see a disease, but they did not expect the head nurse to tell them that the head of the Yi family would personally receive them. The 3 were flattered and half-heartedly boarded the Yi family hospital's special nursing car. Just as soon as I got off the bus, I really saw the graceful Yi Shuhan. A few people were smiling and excited. After Yi Shuhan briefly explained the situation to them, Lin Lang and Uncle AI also arrived in front of the 3 patients. A middle-aged man sat down somewhat apprehensively in front of the 2. Uncle AI grunted and said to Lin Lang, "You first." Lin Lang nodded, and without any ink, he directly opened his chi eyes. A faint red chi appeared above the middle-aged man's head. He then moved his gaze down and saw the only point of meridian condensation on his body. This man's condition is clear. Mild sprain. The sprain is in the ankle. It was very simple to cure this patient. Just by him stabbing with a silver needle, the man's sickness would immediately disappear. However, Lin Lang didn't directly strike. He just smiled blandly and said, "Uncle AI, the only treatment plan we can give a patient is a prescription, right?" Uncle AI had never seen Lin Lang's godlike acupuncture skills before, so he sneered. "What? You have other treatments? If you can cure this patient with other treatments, then count me out." Lin Lang didn't want to bully this honest person, so he smiled and said, "Then write a prescription, a Chinese medicine prescription." Okay, the first patient will be prescribed Chinese medicine and the second patient will be prescribed Western medicine. For the third patient, it doesn't matter what the prescription is, as long as he can be cured quickly and effectively, any prescription will do. Good. Lin Lang nodded and swept a glance over the 2 remaining patients. One is a wind-heat cold. The other one has a slightly more complicated condition. After determining the illnesses of the 3 patients, the corner of Lin Lang's mouth also curved up. "I'm done reading. Uncle AI, it's your turn. Finished with this patient?" Then, before the words left his mouth, Lin Lang added, 3 patients. I've seen them all." Everyone, including Uncle AI, froze. Immediately, Uncle AI couldn't help but sneer. "You young man, you're really too pompous. Just as well, I'll let you lose. Are you sure you've read everything? Can you write the prescription now?" Lin Lang laughed. "Yes, I already know how to treat these 3 patients." Uncle AI grunted. "Then you'll go to Shu Han's place to write the prescription. It's my turn." Afterward, Uncle AI didn't even look at Lin Lang squarely and began to concentrate on the 3 patients in front of him. After a while, he identified the illnesses of the 3 patients, picked up the pen and paper he had prepared beforehand, and wrote down the prescription. At this moment, he picked up his prescription with satisfaction and looked up, only to realize that Lin Lang was standing with his hands folded and hadn't written down any prescriptions at all. "Where's your prescription?" Uncle AI snorted, his eyes filled with disdain. He thought that Lin Lang should have been unable to write the prescription, which was why he deliberately acted like this old man. This young man, both arrogant, and do not know the sky and the earth. This time, we'll teach him a good lesson in front of everyone. It would also allow Yi Shuhan to see her fiancé. What kind of person he really was. Lin Lang smiled and returned. "The prescription is in my heart. After competing with you, I will use other ways to quickly cure these 3 patients. So, it's fine not to have the prescription." Ha 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 ha. Uncle AI let out a loud laugh. Only his laughter was full of mockery. "You've really opened my eyes. Young man, do you still need face? You can speak such big words?" The others laughed coldly, thinking that Lin Lang was just a denizen, with nothing real at all. Besides, he did have a much better knack for talking big than he did. At this point, Yi Shuhan had already anticipated the ending, so he said with a straight face, "Uncle AI, you can start with your prescription." Uncle AI said in a cold voice, "Shu Han, are you sure you won't play favorites?" "No." "Okay, I'll give you this face. Kid, listen up. The first patient, a bruxism patient. His foot had been broken, creating redness and bruising. To cure it, my prescription is 30 grams of cloves, 90 grams each of angelica, chuanxion, and saffron, 15 grams of panax ginseng, 45 grams each of fengxian flower and sumac, 1 snake, and 700 milliliters of white wine. This formula is called Shaolin 8 Immortal's wine. Have you ever heard of it? Chapter 71. I haven't lost yet. Lin Lang smiled bashfully and nodded. Shaolin 8 Immortal's wine has the efficacy of activating the blood, opening the channels and analgesia. It is mainly used for treating bruises, blood pain, redness and swelling. The formula you have prescribed suits the patient's symptoms and is, in theory, perfect. Uncle AI grunted coldly. Perfect in theory? Come on, show me your formula? You can come up with something better, and I'll concede this one. Young man, all talk and no action is always a sham. Lin Lang smiled blandly. Uncle AI, you really haven't realized your mistake yet? Mistakes? What mistake can I have? I've been studying medicine for decades, and I've been making medicine for close to 30 years. It's true that I'm not sure I can cure difficult cases, but this simple bruise, I can write a prescription with my eyes closed, and I can cure the patient. If you can't come up with your own formula, just admit defeat. Don't whine like a pussy. Lin Lang maintained that faint smile and spoke bluntly. Uncle AI, how long does it take to make Shaolin 8 Immortals wine? Uncle AI was unimpressed. 2 months. What's wrong? You still want to test me on this most basic knowledge? When these words came out, Yi Shuhan and the others also reacted. Their expressions, all of them, became somewhat unnatural. Uncle AI frowned after noticing that they looked different. Am I wrong? The method of making Shaolin 8 Immortals wine is divided into 3 steps. In the first step, wash and dry the 8 herbs, including Ophiophagon, Panax ginseng, clove, Angelica sinensis, fenugreek, sumac, Rhizoma ligusticic and saffron, and then cut them into pieces. In the second step, put the pieces of the above herbs into the container for the infusion. Pour another 1.7 liters of pure grain white wine into the container and seal for steeping. Step 3, while steeping, shake the container frequently. Steep for at least 2 months. Strain and drink. The above process. Can I say half a word wrong? Why do you all show such expressions? Lin Lang laughed when he saw that he hadn't come to his senses. Uncle AI, your Shaolin 8 Immortals wine, both the recipe and the method of making it, are correct. Moreover, you're still talking about the home version, which can be refined by any ordinary person as long as they buy all the raw materials. But you're missing one of the most critical issues. That's time. According to your prescription, it will take 2 months before this patient can be made into Shaolin 8 Immortals wine. May I ask, if his bruises have healed on their own after 2 months, does he still need Shaolin 8 Immortals wine? Do you think a formula that completely disregards the time it takes to heal is too much child's play for the patient? After hearing this, Uncle AI was struck by lightning and froze on the spot, not coming back to his senses for a long time. He does have good medical skills. He had spent so many years in pharmaceutical factories and he did call himself an expert level in pharmacology. However, he never sat in the clinic during those 20 or 30 years, nor was a specific prescription ever given to the patient. At the moment, although the patient in front of him is only the simplest type of bruise type of illness, but he is completely out of touch with the actual prescribed. A patient simply cannot use the prescription. It was a devastating blow to him. After reacting, Uncle AI's face was red with anger and helplessness. Seeing this, Yi Shuhan hurriedly spoke out to round off the conversation. Lin Lang, even if Uncle AI's formula has a little problem, then what about yours? Lin Lang smiled bashfully. Mild sprains, don't need to take any Chinese medicine, just spray a little Yunnan Baiyao, or, just take a common Chinese herbal formula such as Tao Hong Si Wu Tang. For minor problems, just use the most effective adult formula. There is no need to show off as if you were healing with some ancient formula. After hearing this, Yi Shuhan gave Lin Lang a blank stare. This kid, really doesn't give Uncle AI any face. With no choice but to announce, first match, Lin Lang wins. Please both of you prescribe medicine for the second patient. Uncle AI lost a fight and his heart burned with anger. Desperate to get his face back, he said aloud. In the second patient, it's moderate cold symptoms. Western medicines are good at relieving the symptoms of colds and flu. I recommend that he just take Chinese medicines such as cold and fever punch, Ban Lanjin, and Lianhua Qingdian. When he finished, he once again regained his confidence. In one breath, he spoke of all the medicines available on the market to relieve colds, leaving Lin Lang with very few medicines that he could speak of. Moreover, even if Lin Lang can talk about other cold remedies, they are all more or less the same, and this second one is sure to win. Looking at the confident Uncle AI, Lin Lang also shook his head and said indifferently, Uncle AI, you're so familiar with pharmacology. Don't you know that those cold remedies you're talking about are all wind-heat type cold remedies? Hot and windy? The crowd froze. Uncle AI was even more full of surprise, suddenly thinking of something. Just now, for the sake of fairness, both sides did not ask the patient about his condition, so they themselves did not know whether this patient had a wind-heat type of cold or a wind-cold type of cold. He then prescribed proprietary Chinese medicines, which, even if prescribed wrongly, would not affect the patient too much. But this kid could tell that the second patient was suffering from a wind-cold type of cold instead of a wind-heat type of cold just by looking at him a few times? If this patient is really suffering from a wind-cold type of cold, the medicines he prescribed will not only fail to relieve the patient's cold symptoms, but will also aggravate them. One's own eyesight was no match for this young kid? At this time, Lin Lang looked at the patient and said leisurely, what he suffers from is indeed a wind cold type of cold, and he needs to use a wind cold type of cold medicine like thorn defense granules. Uncle AI, the second game, you lost. Uncle AI's mouth was open, and a huge wave rose in his heart. The others were also surprised and their jaws almost dropped to the floor. Lin Lang had won 2 consecutive matches over Uncle AI, which was completely beyond their knowledge. Among the people present, only Yi Shohan knew it was this ending. She sent Lin Lang another blank stare, complaining that he didn't give Uncle AI any face. At the same time, she knew that Uncle AI was too old to be stimulated all the time. Thus, she immediately announced, according to the system of 2 wins out of 3, Lin Lang has already won 2 of the 3 matches first, so, we don't have to compete for a third game. This medical competition, Lin Lang wins. The crowd was in an uproar, and Uncle AI suddenly came to his senses and droned. Shu Han, I haven't lost yet. There is still a third match. I'll only lose if this kid beats me in the third match. Yi Shohan had a bitter smile on her face. Uncle AI, you've all competed in 2 matches, and both of them were won by Lin Lang. Is there really any point in comparing? Uncle AI clenched his teeth and was extremely resolute. Yes, because the patient in the third session, the situation is more complicated. The first 2 patients, both with mild symptoms, were treated without any difficulty. If this kid is able to beat me in the third match, then I'll believe that his medical skills truly surpass mine. With no choice but to announce, Yi Shohan could only announce, alright then, the third match, begin. Please both of you come up with your own treatment plans. At this time, Uncle AI stared at Lin Lang tightly and said in a deep voice, this time, you speak first. Chapter 72 Fighting a Draw. Lin Lang smiled bashfully, fine, I'll go first if I go first, but you'll regret it when I'm done. Uncle AI grunted with the last of his stubbornness. Are you afraid that I won't have anything to say after you finish? Don't worry, this patient is a bit special, and I'm sure with your medical skills, you can't say enough. I'll add to your list. Lin Lang no longer cared about Uncle AI, but looked at the female patient. That direct gaze, coupled with the conversation between the two, made the female patient cringe a little inside. Doctor, I'm not going to get some kind of difficult disease, am I? Lin Lang smiled slightly. Don't worry, it's not a big problem, just a little complicated. Now, you listen up. Your apparent symptoms are mental fogginess and fatigue. You've taken some supplements, right? But none of them worked? The woman patient nodded her head repeatedly. Doctor, you're really good. You hit all the right notes. Lin Lang added. In fact, those tonics you took were not the right medicine, and your lack of energy and fatigue is not because you are overworked or you are doing too much housework. You have this symptom mainly because you have too much intercourse. At these words, a blush immediately appeared on the female patient's pretty face. She lowered her head in some shame, not daring to look Lin Lang squarely in the eyes, and Uncle AI and the others were also shaken, their hearts once again raising huge waves. Can't be. This kid just looked a few times and knew that people have too much room? A miracle doctor? Immediately afterward, Lin Lang withdrew his faint smile and said with a straight face, your pelvic organs, with symptoms of prolonged congestion, usually means that you have inflammation of your organs. For now, the best treatment is to reduce the inflammation first, and then, you need to regulate that aspect of your life and slowly condition yourself. If you are persistent and still maintain your old intercourse habits, then your inflammation will get worse. In the end, it can cause other lesions. I am not being alarmist. I hope you will take my words to heart. The female patient blushed in shame, but still nodded her head repeatedly and cast a grateful gaze at Lin Lang. I will follow medical advice. At this time, Uncle AI and the others also looked dumbfounded. Lin Lang dissected this female patient's symptoms so clearly without asking or touching. His medical skills are evident in this. Is that even a comparison? Uncle AI sighed in his heart and couldn't help but sigh. This is really the wave of the Yangtze River pushing forward. I'm ashamed of this kid's medical skills. He let out a breath of air and walked over to Lin Lang's side. Kid, well, Mr. Lin, I lost completely. Your medical skills are, indeed, very skillful, and I'm convinced of my loss. Lin Lang smiled slightly. Uncle AI, you're too modest. I'm sure that what I said just now is what you were going to say. It's just that I said it first so that you would have nothing to say. I was just taking advantage of the situation. In this one, we can really only count it as a tie. Also, the Shaolin 8 Immortals wine you opened in the first game is actually perfect for treating bruises. It works much better than the Yunnan Baiyao I prescribe, or those common formulas. It's just that time-wise, the patient may not be able to wait that long. But potency-wise, you beat me. If you ask me, the first one should be counted as a win for you, and the second one, I won. In the third, we tied again. So, our bout overall was just a tie. Uncle AI looked at Lin Lang in shock. his heart unable to calm down for a long time. This kid not only has excellent medical skills, but also has a really good character. Thinking back to what he had just done, Uncle AI felt even more ashamed. Yi Shuhan didn't want Uncle AI, an excellent old employee, to be hit, and also hurriedly spoke out. Yes, Uncle AI. In this competition, you and Lin Lang only fought a draw. No one won, no one lost. Uncle AI knew that Yi Shuhan was giving himself a leg up, and he had to lead the others to resign and leave before. As soon as he thought of this, he also slightly lowered his head. Mr. Yi, I know I'm wrong. This Mr. Lin you invited is indeed a high-level person. I'm very convinced of him and I think he can lead our company to another level. I'm not leaving the company. Not now and not ever again. Those few old employees who knew him well also made promises that they did not want to leave. Subsequently, under the astonished gazes of the crowd, Lin Lang utilized the 9 needles of the returning soul, quickly unblocking the meridian condensation points of the 3 patients, causing a large portion of their symptoms to dissipate. This scene also stunned the crowd once again. The 3 patients were thankful and whirled away very excited, and Uncle AI went back to his work with a few old employees he knew well. In the middle of the field, there were then only a few employees left who were leaving because of their treatment. At this time, Yi Shuhan's complexion changed and looked coldly at the few employees. Why aren't you guys leaving yet? The sharp-tongued employees sneered and spoke bluntly. Of course we're going. We're all waiting for your signature of approval. Mr. Yi. Without hesitation, Yi Shuhan took the resignation letter they submitted from her assistant and very decisively signed it. Well, the formalities are complete, so you can go to the finance checkout and leave. Remember, you signed a non-compete agreement. Don't do anything illegal. Otherwise, I will definitely hold you legally responsible. The man grunted, unimpressed, and took the lead as he headed out the door. A few others, however, looked at each other for a few moments and did not take a step. Yi Shuhan frowned lightly and couldn't help but ask, the words are signed, and you're still not leaving? Those few people lowered their heads at the same time, looking flustered. Mr. Yi, actually, we didn't want to leave. It was Peng Liang who encouraged us to leave. We have just seen Mr. Lin's miraculous medical skills and his personality. I don't think he's going to treat us badly. Therefore, we don't want to leave. Please also ask Mr. Yi to forgive us for our previous rashness and impulsiveness and leave us behind. After hearing these words, Peng Liang, who was walking at the very front, suddenly turned around and looked at these people angrily. What are you guys doing? Triple your salary and you can't even impress you guys? Is this a temporary reversal of your efforts to sell me out? One of the employees returned. We're staying here just fine, and we wouldn't even want to leave if you hadn't repeatedly encouraged us to do so. Uncle AI also filed his application to leave because he heard you say something about the newly appointed boss being just a nepotist who would lead us into the ditch. But now it seems that Mr. Lin is a very capable person. We're also used to being here and don't want to leave. Besides, when you say triple your salary, it's just lip service, and it's still unknown if you can deliver. Instead of taking the risk of leaving here, it's better to stay here honestly and follow Mr. Lin and Mr. Yi. The remaining few nodded their heads in agreement. Peng Liang blew a gasket. As soon as Yi Shuhan saw this, her heart was happy, so she said to the security guard beside her, you guys follow Peng Liang to check out his departure. Before you leave the company, make sure he's not carrying any confidential information on him. Everyone else, you can stay. Chapter 73 Lion's Share. Watching Peng Liang slink out of the company's door, Yi Shuhan stood in front of the window and her complexion suddenly changed. I still know Peng Liang better as a person. He came to the company for 7 or 8 years. Usually, is a timid and afraid of the Lord. Normally, he would never be the one to stand out and call my bluff like he did today. So, he must have taken favors from that Qin family representative to sow discord within the company and incite those old employees to leave with him. Lin Lang nodded and said with a straight face, so it seems that Qin family representative really doesn't want to let you go. It was a trick of the trade, and he almost pulled it off. If Uncle AI and other old employees really leave together, coupled with the suspension of cooperation by those partners, the pharmaceutical company will be struggling, and is likely to usher in a great deal of trouble. This guy is quite good at counting people. You'll have to be more careful. Yi Shuhan coldly looked at Peng Liang's back and couldn't help but hum. I've had someone secretly follow Peng Liang. Peng Liang didn't take those old employees and was bound to go and report to his upline. It would be worth his while to follow the trail and get some key information. By the way, I've just made a dinner date. You'll accompany me to it tonight. I invited collaborators who wanted to discontinue. Good. 7 o'clock in the evening, Yi Shuhan took Lin Lang and arrived at the Imperial Hotel, which was located in the center of the city. In a luxurious private room, Lin Lang met many of the pharmaceutical company's collaborators. These partners, some of which provide raw materials to the pharmaceutical companies, some of which are distributors, and some of which are intermediary companies or qualified individuals, are able to sell the drugs produced by the pharmaceutical companies to major hospitals. For the Yi family's pharmaceutical company, these partners are important. If they were to suspend their cooperation en masse, the various businesses of the pharmaceutical company would be immediately interrupted, and the pharmaceutical companies will exist in name only. At this point, this assortment of men and women of all shapes and sizes were casually sitting in their seats. In their eyes, there was a touch of lofty arrogance, as well as disdain. The day after Yi Shuhan succeeded as the head of the family, they collectively raised their voices, also seeing that this new head of the family was just a fledgling newcomer to the business world, and was simply not able to handle them as well as Mrs. Kong. Most people were just going along with the situation, wanting to get a bigger piece of the pie from Yi Shuhan in this way. Of course, there are others who are also driven by someone who has made a request to suspend cooperation. After the hosts and guests arrive, Yi Shuhan sat on the main seat, looked around, and said with a straight face, "Everyone, you've been working with the Yi family for many years, and you've long since made a fortune, and I have been dealing with all of you for quite some time, and we have worked very happily together before, but you made a request to discontinue cooperation the day after I succeeded as head of the family. Are you guys giving me a hard time?" Yi Shuhan's opening statement was very direct and caught many people a bit off guard, but soon, a greasy middle-aged man, touching his dying hair, laughed blandly. "Ms. Yi, we are all businessmen, not charities. We won't do anything that's not profitable. You did engage with us for a long time, but the Yi family has undergone a dramatic change, and we are a little bit unable to see hope for the future. If Ms. Yi can't come up with a new way of cooperation, then the cooperation between us will really come to an end." As soon as these words came out, those who wanted to threaten Yi Shuhan also spoke out in agreement. Some others, on the other hand, maintained a sneer, as if they wanted to see Yi Shuhan's joke. At this time, Yi Shuhan calmly asked, "What exactly is this new form of cooperation you call it?" The greasy man hemmed and hawed and spoke bluntly. "I'm the one who provides raw materials for your medicine factory. In the past, the herbs I gave you were the lowest price on the market, but now that prices have risen and workers' wages have gone up, I'm kinda struggling to make ends meet. So, it's simple for me to continue working with the Yi family. Increase the price of the raw materials by 50%, and I'll immediately sign a new supply contract with you, and never break my word." When Lin Lang heard this, he also laughed coldly in his heart. This dead fat man came as soon as the lion's mouth, even asked to increase the price of raw materials by 50%? If Yi Shuhan really agreed, not only would the pharmaceutical factory side fall into great losses, but also would break the rules of the trade and cause local drug prices to skyrocket. When that happens, the officials will also come to interrogate and all kinds of trouble will ensue. The fat man had a big appetite, but the others didn't show anything. Apparently they are also watching. They wanted to see how much weight Yi Shuhan, the recently appointed head of the Yi family, had. At this time, Yi Shuhan sneered coldly and said austere, "I can give you a 10% increase, that's my bottom line." The greasy man touched his hair again and said with a calm face, 10%? That means we don't have to talk? Yi Shuhan said with a straight face, "It's fine if you don't want to talk about it. Pay the liquidated damages. You talk to me about breach of contract? Ha ha ha." The greasy man let out a loud laugh. "That wasn't on the contract we signed before. Are you dogging it, Ms. Yi?" Yi Shuhan said without moving. "My Yi family's business. You can do it if you want to and not if you don't want to?" The greasy man wrapped his arms around his chest. "In the past, when old Mrs. Kong was around, your Yi family's business, naturally, was not for everyone. But today is different. With Mrs. Kong gone, your family's business, I'll do it if I want to, and if I don't, I won't. It's nobody's business." Yi Shuhan, "I'll give you one last chance. 35%. This is also my bottom line. If you agree, we'll continue to work together. If you don't agree, I'll just pat myself on the back." After saying that, the greasy man leapt up, not putting Yi Shuhan in his eyes in the slightest. At that moment, all eyes converged on her. The pushy behavior of greasy men is what they want to do. Once Yi Shuhan compromised, then these people would take advantage of the situation to gain the most benefits for themselves. At the same time, they no longer had the Yi family in their sights. After all, what great things can a milquetoast girl do? If she becomes the head of the family, then she herself will eat up the Yi family. Everyone thought Yi Shuhan would compromise because she couldn't let the pharmaceutical company close down when she first took office. With this mountain of pressure, no one thought she could turn the tide against the wind. However, Yi Shuhan just smiled faintly and said in a deep voice, "Come on in, all of you." In a flash, the door of the private room was pushed open, and 10 or so figures appeared at the door. These collaborators thought that Yi Shuhan was going to get rough, and they all stood up with a tightened expression. But take a closer look at the dozen or so people at the door, each in suits, wearing leather shoes and ties. Where do they look like any kind of thugs? These people, who the hell are they? Chapter 74. Are you threatening me? Afterward, these 10 or so unfamiliar faces walked into the private room one after another and stood behind Yi Shuhan. Even Lin Lang didn't know the identities of these 10 or so people. He looked at them with the same curiosity as the others. At this moment, Yi Shuhan let out a cold smile and swept her gaze coldly over everyone present. Do you guys think the pharmaceutical companies are going to go out of business after I leave you? You guys think I'm going to give in to you for the greater good? Do you think I am just a weak woman who will be at your mercy? You guys are underestimating me. Even more underestimated the Yi family. I'll put the word out here. For those who want to discontinue their cooperation, I won't force it. However, liquidated damages must be paid. Each one pays 5 times this amount in liquidated damages, depending on the amount of cooperation. If you're willing to pay, we'll get along just fine. If you don't want to, then you won't be able to stay in Tianhai. And these 10 or so collaborators are new partners that I've found. My family's pharmaceutical company will only be better off without you. A stone has stirred up 1,000 waves. Those collaborators looked at each other and began to calculate in their hearts. They were invited to come with the main purpose of enhancing their vested interests, but Yi Shuhan has already found his next home. Wouldn't they become dispensable then? And once they discontinued their cooperation with the Yi family, their earnings, too, would be greatly reduced. Now that Yi Shuhan had revealed her own killing move, it made every one of them feel an unprecedented pressure. Also, Yi Shuhan seems to be getting real. She wasn't kidding when she demanded astronomical liquidated damages from those who discontinued their cooperation. With the Yi family's heritage in Tianhai, it was as easy as a slap in the face to clean up a few of their collaborators. The situation, after all, was quietly reversed. Lin Lang silently looked at Yi Shuhan from the side, secretly saying that this niece really wasn't what she used to be. This move even eliminated and caught these collaborators off guard, leaving them with no power to fight back at all. At the same time, it would deter them from arbitrarily suspending their cooperation. This ninny has really turned the corner. At this point, the arrogance on that greasy man's face instantly disappeared after a heavenly battle. He squeezed out a complimentary smile and his tone weakened. Ms. Yi, there's something to discuss. In fact, I don't have to raise the price of, just the price of goods and labor now is too high. Yi Shuhan looked at him coldly and said, 8%. Agree and sign a new cooperation contract immediately. You should know what the consequences are if you don't agree. The greasy man nodded his head repeatedly. Miss Yi is already extraordinarily kind to give me a price increase. Fine. I'll sign a new contract with you now. At the same time, Ms. Yi does not have to pay the new price for raw materials until the old contract expires. Soon, the greasy man signed his big name on the new contract in front of everyone. Spinning around, he left the booth like he was running for his life. And with his example, some partners also rushed to ask for long-term cooperation with Yi Shuhan signed a new contract. At the same time, they have assured that they will continue with the old contract. As each collaborator left, the number of people in the private room was decreasing, and the new partner Yi Shuhan called and signed a cooperation contract with her. Of course, these new collaborators aren't meant to be replacements for those who are. She had planned to open a second pharmacy and expand the pharmaceutical company's operations. A new pharmaceutical company, naturally, needs new partners. Those old collaborators didn't know that Yi Shuhan still had this plan, and had just been confused by her plan of killing 3 birds with 1 stone. At the moment, there were 3 of the old collaborators left in the entire booth. The 3 did not leave or agree to sign the new contract. Yi Shuhan sneered and looked at a bald man. Chico, what do you mean by that? Neither a statement nor a signature. What are you waiting for? The bald man laughed and said bluntly, Miss Yi, since you're still willing to call me Brother Chi, it means that you don't want to make things too troublesome either. To tell you the truth, I can sign it or not, because someone put $5 million in my account. As the largest distributor of Yi Family Pharmaceuticals, I have been able to keep your pharmaceutical company's benefits at a high figure every year. I am extremely important to you. Because of that, the people who want to deal with you will come to me first. His sincerity is great. As soon as we met, he gave me $5 million. Also, I was given a contract for a long-term partnership. Just then, that fat man is right. We are businessmen. We should be in business. Me personally, I just want to make more money. So I decided that whichever side gives me the most benefits, I'll work with. Miss Yi, I'm only picking my words apart for the sake of Mrs. Kong, and you've known me for years, so you should know what I'm like. I would rather be a true villain than a hypocrite. I'm putting everything on the table to talk to you, so I hope you can show your sincerity as well. Yi Shuhan smiled lightly and returned. If Brother Chi can speak these words, then naturally he still wants to cooperate with the Yi family. You are very honest and I like to interact with people like that. This way, you can take 30% of the drugs produced by the pharmaceutical company each year. You could only take 20% before. I gave you a full 10 points. And, as you can see, I'm also going to build a pharmaceutical plant, and the drugs produced by the new plant will be provided to you in that same proportion. That's my good faith. If you agree, we'll sign a new contract. If you don't agree, I won't stop Chico from finding another job and making a lot of money. Key frowned and smirked. Ms. Yi, your sincerity is to provide me with 10% more in supply? Even though Yi Family Pharmaceuticals products are the better sellers, they are still a bit inadequate compared to the contract offered by that man. Yi Shuhan said with a calm expression. Then there's nothing I can do. This is as far as I can go. You should know that there are new distributors every year, salivating over this piece of fat meat. The reputation of Ye's medicine is very loud in the whole country. Chi's face suddenly changed. Ms. Yi, are you threatening me? Yi Shuhan laughed. I wouldn't dare. Brother Chi has been in this circle for so many years, and even my grandmother has been kind to you. What I just said was just stating the actual situation. Chico grunted and clapped his hands together. Yi Shuhan, even Mrs. Kong has to be courteous to me. Your attitude is that you don't want to talk to me? Yi Shuhan said unhurriedly. I've been negotiating with you politely, but by the way you're acting, it's you who doesn't want to talk about it? Well, since you said I was threatening you, I'm officially threatening you now. Do you dare to turn your back on the Yi family? I'm flipping out now. After saying that, Chico stretched out his hands and threw the dining table violently. In an instant, the table toppled over and the tableware clattered and broke, and Yi Shuhan is still sitting on the seat, airily crossing her legs. Chapter 75 You Will Repent. Yi Shuhan was wearing a black trench coat today, a pair of knee-high black boots with a 7 or 8 centimeter heel. After she crossed her legs, her whole body was like an underground queen in a TV drama who was negotiating with someone, and her aura was so strong that Chi, who had just overturned the table, froze. He had wanted to scare the little girl with such a violent action, but I didn't realize that the other guy wasn't impressed at all. This is the first time you've disrespected me. And, of course, the last. Brother Chi, are you going to leave Tian Hai by yourself? Or do you want to see my thunderbolt? There was an infinite killing opportunity lurking in Yi Shuhan's plain words. Qi frowned and returned in a cold voice. Are you sure you want to roll with me? Yi Shuhan smiled blandly. Wasn't it you who first overturned the table and wanted to turn the tables on me? Chico grunted and straightened. Since you're going to take a penalty for not honoring me, we'll see. When Mrs. Kong was alive, she had to rely on my channels and didn't dare to turn her back on me. You're a girl who just took the position of the family head. I don't believe that you can still turn over the sky. After saying that, Chico took a step and prepared to leave the booth. Suddenly, Yi Shuhan called out to him. Brother Chi, you're also someone who hangs out in this circle, so you should take care of your own health as well. Even though we're going to be on opposite sides of the fence, I'm still concerned about your health. As it happens, I have a miracle doctor on my side. He can take a look at your persistent ailments and help cure you in the process. Lin Lang and Chi were stunned at the same time. Chico was surprised that he had never told anyone about that persistent disease in his body. Even the closest relatives around him, he didn't say a word about. How did this ninny know? And to Lin Lang's surprise, he finally understood why Yi Shuhan had brought himself here. In addition to letting him get to know these collaborators, at this moment, it's time for him to play a role. This man called Chico must be suffering from some kind of difficult disease. Yi Shuhan precisely wanted to use her medical skills to hold this Tianhai's largest drug distributor. No wonder she stayed calm. Even when her opponent overturned the table, she didn't move a muscle. So it's here waiting for Chico to take the initiative to enter the trap. At this time, Lin Lang let out a bitter smile and opened his Chi eyes. With a sweeping glance, he could really see that a rich purple and black aura was emanating from the top of Chi's head. Purple gas is the main 5 viscera and 6 bowels, indicating that one of Chico's organs has been sick for a long time. And the appearance of the black gas means that Chico has come to the countdown. Lin Lang then moved his gaze down to see the meridian condensation points on Chi's body. There are 5 in all. Moreover, these 5 meridian condensation points just wrapped his left lung. How long has this guy's lungs been diseased? Looking at the state of this black gas, he has at most 2 days to live? Lin Lang frowned gently, while at this moment, she looked at Yi Shuhan with a wary face and asked in a deep voice, how did you know I had a persistent problem? Yi Shuhan smiled blandly. There is no impermeable wall under this sky. Chi's health is so bad, but still think about making more benefits for the family. This kind of dedication, or worthy of my learning. Of course, if Chi's body can be healed, I think, you should repent for what you did today. Chico grunted in disbelief. Even if you know that, it's not a handle for you to blackmail me, because there is no miracle doctor in this world. If there was a miracle healer, I'd have been cured long ago. Yi Shuhan looked at him calmly. You've seen many doctors, right? Just because they couldn't cure you doesn't mean Lin Lang can't cure you. If you don't believe me, you can try it now. Chico sneered. Come on, don't think I don't know what you're playing at. Find a quack who says he can cure me and then make me compromise and bow down to you? I've been prepared for this for a long time now since I'm going to turn the tables on you, Yi Shuhan said with a calm demeanor. Chico, I know how you feel. You are thinking that your days are numbered, so you want to accumulate a considerable fortune for your descendants by doing so. Because of this, you risk defending the Yi family by cooperating with that person. But what if you make it through this? Don't you have any semblance of longing? Your children, your family, don't you want to spend a few more years with them? Those words hit Chico's soft spot. Yi Shuhan was not wrong. He chose to break with the Yi family. That is, he wanted to make a heavenly fortune for his family in the remaining days. Of course, if one could live, everything would be different again. But this so-called miracle doctor, she looked Lin Lang up and down. Immediately, he revealed a cold smile and looked straight at Yi Shuhan. Yi Shuhan, you're playing psychological warfare quite skillfully now. You purposely poked me in my soft spot, stirred up my desire to live, and then allowed this young man to heal me in a decent manner. When my big day comes, you say this miracle doctor tried his best, but by then, the jig was up, and my descendants were even less able to go to war with you. I'm telling you, I'm not going to fall for your scheme so easily. Under the heavens, even if there really was a divine doctor, it couldn't be this young kid. Do you really think I'm 3 years old when you play this for me? After hearing this, Yi Shuhan laughed instead of being angry. Brother Chi, there's nothing strange under the sun. Why don't you just believe it? Why don't I let this divine Dr. Lin have a word with you? No need. Chico sneered and took another step. However, Lin Lang sighed quietly and couldn't help but say, you have at most 2 days to live. You won't survive tomorrow night. And will that Qin family representative, after you're gone, honor his promise? I think you should still consider it carefully. She stopped in his tracks and sneered back. 2 days? You really consider yourself a divine doctor? I can responsibly tell you that I will hold firm until that time when the dust settles. Lin Lang sighed again and continued. Let me ask you, are you having trouble sleeping every night now? Chico froze. Lin Lang ignored him and said to himself, during the day you can still fight the disease with strong willpower, but at night, you'll have a violent cough that will keep you up all night. And this has been going on for at least a week or so, right? Chi's eyes bulged as he looked at Lin Lang with extreme shock. Although he didn't answer positively, his reaction was already proof that what Lin Lang had said was true. Lin Lang let out a sigh of relief for the third time. Your willpower is indeed impressive, but the progression of the disease will not be determined by your personal will. If I make a move, although I can't make you heal, it's still no problem to let you live for a few more years. Chapter 76 Renewal. She looked at Lin Lang half-heartedly and frowned. How are you going to cure me? Lin Lang blandly returned. Acupuncture, a special method of acupuncture. After hearing this, the glimmer of hope that had just sprung up in Chi instantly collapsed. Ha ha ha. Lung cancer can be cured with acupuncture? That's the funniest joke I've ever heard in my life. How dare you? Lin Lang said without haste. My acupuncture technique is called the 9 needles of soul recovery. It can renew your life for a few years. It doesn't matter if you don't believe me. I can't cure a man who is bent on death. Chico grunted. Austere. You really think you're a miracle doctor? Okay, I'm too lazy to waste my time with you two little guys. Yi Shuhan, none of my family will set foot in this industry in the future. This is a promise I can make to you for the sake of Mrs. Kong. But don't you dare try to stop me from earning that money. As soon as the words left his mouth, Chi coughed violently, his face now showing an extremely painful expression. He covered his mouth, not wanting Yi Shuhan and the others to see his appearance, but his throat was sweet, and a flash of bright red was already oozing from his fingertips. Hey! Lin Lang sighed, and his body moved to his side. Immediately, he made a point technique so that Chi could no longer move. Chi looked at Lin Lang in horror, but he couldn't say anything. Lin Lang said as he lowered his body down. You just got overly excited and it affected you. Odds are, it's doubtful you'll even make it through the night. I'm a doctor. I can't watch a patient pass away in front of my eyes. So, I'm going to rule you. You don't have to think or do anything. In a few minutes, you'll be free to leave here. After saying that, Lin Lang ripped off his top and took out the Xian Xin needle. Immediately afterward, he utilized the half bottle of white wine that had been broken to decontaminate it. He then used his chi to harness the needles and let the 9 golden needles fall into Chi's body. At that moment, the 9 golden needles began to spin themselves up, causing Yi Shuhan, who was on the side, to look on in amazement. This was the second time she had seen Lin Lang utilize the 9 needles of soul return. When Lin Lang had treated Wang Dafu, although she had also seen this kind of needle technique, at that time, Lin Lang could only make the silver needle shake slightly. But this time, Lin Lang was able to make the golden needles rotate so much which was also beyond her knowledge. Soon, Lin Lang unblocked the meridian condensation points on Chi's body, greatly relieving his condition. However, at this point in time, he could not cure the incurable disease. If he could learn the blood exchange technique and the 1,000-needle technique mentioned in the true chapter of Life Source, then Lin Lang could try to eradicate Chi's incurable disease. Chi's condition also caused Lin Lang to once again surge with the idea of becoming stronger. A few moments later, Lin Lang put away the golden needles and lifted the pointing technique. Chico leapt up with a carp. He looked angrily at Lin Lang and drank in a deep voice. "What have you done to me? You?" Suddenly, he froze. "You're actually able to perform such difficult maneuvers as carp tucks?" Since his illness, his fitness has declined dramatically, and such a maneuver he has not accomplished for several years. And, now neither coughing nor wheezing. It shocked him beyond belief. Lin Lang wiped the beads of sweat on his forehead and calmly said, "I have only alleviated your condition. I have not cured you. If you stop smoking and drinking in the future, don't do strenuous exercise, and maintain a healthy routine and diet, you can live at least 3 more years." Chi's eyes bulged as he looked at Lin Lang in amazement and uncertainty. His body was trembling gently. 3 more years? It was the best news he had heard in recent years, bar none. Even those famous doctors in the capital had almost pronounced his death sentence, but this kid even said he could live for 3 more years. "You aren't kidding me?" Lin Lang calmly returned. "I'm a doctor. I never joke about my patients. What state is your body in right now? Don't you have any feeling?" Chico clenched his fists tightly. A few seconds later, with a fluttering sound, he knelt in front of Lin Lang. "Divine Dr. Lin, thank you for renewing my life for 3 years. From now on, you are my greatest benefactor. If you tell me to go east, I'll never go west. In addition, I know your relationship with Miss Yi. I will immediately suspend my cooperation with that person and continue to maintain my cooperation with the Yi family." After saying that, he kowtowed 3 times heavily towards Lin Lang. Lin Lang sighed and helped him up. "Remember what I just said, and in 3 years, you can come to me, too." "Thanks." She let out a breath of air and looked at Yi Shuhan. "Ms. Yi, you are right. I do regret it, but it's not too late to mend. I'm very grateful to you for bringing Divine Dr. Lin to my attention." Yi Shuhan smiled lightly and returned. "Brother Chi, I actually never wanted to make an enemy of you. It's just the situation, and you can't blame me." "No way." Chico nodded and whirled around with a bright smile. "Ms. Yi, I have to say, you're getting more and more like Mrs. Calm now. I also believe that the Yi family can become even stronger under your leadership." Yi Shuhan nodded lightly and looked at the other 2 collaborators. "What about you guys? Want to sign with me?" Those 2 collaborators glanced at each other and immediately nodded. "If Brother Chi is like this, the 2 of us will definitely follow him. Come on, Ms. Yip, let's sign the new contract. And we're also assured that we'll continue with the old contract until the new one kicks in." After completing the signing formalities, Chico took the 2 men and prepared to leave. Before he left, he gave Lin Lang a black gold card. "Divine Dr. Lin, although this thing is vulgar, but it does work well. Please accept it as a small token of my appreciation." Lin Lang didn't refuse. He was satisfied when he saw that he had accepted the black and gold card. At this time, Yi Shuhan also exhaled a breath of air and her expression became relaxed. "It's a real step up to deal with these old greaseballs. Lin Lang, thanks to you this time." Lin Lang skimmed his lips and responded, "You've thought of every step. I'm just helping out. There's no need to say thank you." Yi Shuhan hummed. In this way, the crisis of the Yi family pharmaceutical company is considered to be completely lifted. However, that Qin family will definitely make another move. Instead of sitting on the sidelines, we should be proactive. "Lin Lang, are you alright now? If you're fine, come with me on another trip." "It's so late? Where else to go?" Lin Lang looked puzzled. Yi Shuhan smiled mysteriously and replied back in a deep voice. "I've made an appointment with that Qin family representative, and he's agreed to see me tonight. Now, let's go meet him." "You're trying to shoot yourself in the foot?" Chapter 77 King of the Sky and Sea. Lin Lang was surprised and looked at Yi Shuhan. "I'm getting confused with you. You knew that Qin family member was your enemy, and you still took the initiative to ask to meet him? Aren't you afraid that he won't be martial and will secretly gash your loins?" Yi Shuhan guffawed, her gaze softening. "The fact that you can speak such words shows that your heart is completely open. I'm talking to you about business." Yi Shuhan laughed. "Well, it's actually not really me taking the initiative to ask him out. A few big names in the Tianhai felt that if the Yi and Qin families went to war, it would affect the entire pattern of the Tianhai and bring about incalculable consequences. So they set up a situation where they wanted me to sit down with that person and have a good chat. And the time? It's set for 10 o'clock tonight. With those big shots around, that Qin family member, no matter how crazy he is, wouldn't dare to do anything excessive to me." "Big shots?" Lin Lang raised his eyebrows. "Which big shots?" Yi Shuhan said with a straight face. The representatives of the 4 great mansions will all be present. In addition, there were some consortiums in Tianhai, as well as a highly respected old life. That old man, he used to be a great man known as the King of the Heavenly Sea. It was only because he didn't have an heir and broke the flame that the family he belonged to gradually declined. But he, himself, still has a pivotal position in Tianhai. The talks were organized by that same big man. King of the Heavenly Sea? That's a bluff name indeed. Don't you underestimate him. Elder Huang was the #1 person in Tianhai 20 years ago, black and white, and his popularity was unrivaled. But because he had offended many people in his early years, he had made many enemies. Those enemies made a desperate attempt to assassinate all of Elder Huang's children before they were destroyed by him. It's a lifelong pain for him. When you see him later, don't mention his heir. Well, besides these people, is there anyone else who will be attending this talk? Lin Lang asked curiously. Yi Shuhan thought for a moment and added, Wang Dafu will be here as well. And in addition, there are some second-tier families from Tianhai. By the way, among these second-tier families, there are 2 families that you should pay extra attention to. One is the Qian family and the other is the Zheng family. These 2 second-tier clans had always been ambitious to be promoted to first-tier clans. So, for them, all 4 of our giants are stumbling blocks in their way. They definitely want to take us over once the right opportunity arises. Understood. However, the time this big shot called for talks was chosen to be at 10 o'clock at night? He's got the odd one out, too. Yi Shuhan smiled helplessly. I heard that Elder Huang has been suffering from insomnia since more than 10 years ago. He's not like an ordinary old man. The more the night goes on, the more refreshed he is. 10 o'clock in the evening. Yi Shuhan brought Lin Lang and arrived in front of a private estate on the western outskirts of Tianhai. This manor is surrounded by mountains on 3 sides and water on the other, which is a perfect feng shui treasure. When he got out of the car, a butler in a suit had been waiting for a long time. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, he had a speedboat maneuvered and quickly sailed past the man-made lake that fronted the manor to the main gate. After entering the manor, Lin Lang curiously surveyed everything around him and realized that the place was filled with national-style type decorations and buildings. It was obvious that the owner of the manor was a person who valued the traditional culture of Xia. After 9 turns and 18 turns, the 2 of them, led by the butler, Lin Lang finally walked into a spacious compound. The setup in the compound is very simple. In addition to the surrounding flowers and trees, there will only be a few stone tables and a number of stone chairs. At this moment, Lin Lang looked around and realized that almost every stone table was already filled with people. The only place left for him and Yi Shuhan was a very small stone table near the entrance of the compound. And the moment they walked into the compound, countless gazes landed on them as well. Yi Shuhan held her head high and swept her gaze calmly over everyone, pulling Lin Lang to sit in front of the small stone table. At that moment, the butler also said with a straight face, Gentlemen, thank you for taking time out of your busy schedules to be here. I'm going to inform Elder Huang, so please be at ease. A few moments later, an old man in his 60s, leaning on his crutches and supported by a young man, slowly walked into the courtyard. Seeing this, the crowd rose and respectfully said, Elder Huang, with a kind smile on his face. Elder Huang returned to the crowd. Please sit down, all of you. I'm old and can't move easily, so I've kept you all waiting. The crowd then slowly sat down. Elder Huang then walked to the most spacious stone table in the courtyard, and found that 2 people were already occupying the 2 stone chairs here. He sat down without moving. I believe the 2 of you are the guests from the Qin family in the capital? A young man nodded his head and smiled. Hello, Elder Huang. My name is Qin Chang, and I was originally a member of the Tianhai Qin family as well. However, the old ancestors of the Qin family in the capital thought I was quite good, and in the past few years, they let me go to the capital to develop. I have just returned to Tianhai and have not come to pay you a visit at your door, so please atone for my sins. Elder Huang smiled blandly. You're too kind, Mr. Qin. I'm just an old man on the verge of dying, and now it's all you young people's world. You don't need to be so concerned about me. By the way, who is this? Elder Huang's gaze looked towards the middle-aged man beside Qin Chang. This person had a Chinese character face, straight features, no smile, and an aura of solemnity emanating from his body. Elder Huang had noticed this person from the moment he entered the compound. At that moment, Qin Chang smiled slightly and spoke bluntly. This is my bodyguard. Elder Huang can call him Master Xin. After hearing this, the young man beside Elder Huang was instantly displeased. A bodyguard, too, can sit in the main seat? Moreover, it's even sitting with you, the master? Young Qin, this bodyguard of yours is a little too big. Qin Chang smiled bashfully and returned. Although he is my bodyguard, he was handpicked by the old ancestors to come here to protect me. Master Xin himself is not a lowly person, so please don't underestimate him. The young man was very unconvinced. In any case, the bodyguard may not sit in the main seat. Moreover, this is Elder Huang's manor. You two are already breaking the rules by sitting here without permission. As soon as the words left his mouth, the man was already stretching out his hand and pressing on that Master Xian's shoulder. He wanted to use his brute force to force the man to stand up, but in an instant, his face suddenly changed. All he felt was that he had grabbed a steel plate. The sensation of raw pain in those 5 fingers instantly traveled to the brain. Immediately afterward, Master Sin shook his shoulders gently. In a flash, the young man actually flew backwards and fell heavily on the ground. This scene shook everyone present. My shoulder, not just anyone can touch it. This time, it'll teach you a small lesson. Chapter 78. Do you believe it? The room was silent. Everyone stared at that Master Xian with a mixture of shock and anger, daring to speak out in anger at his rudeness. First of all, this was Elder Huang's territory. They were just guests, not hosts. If Elder Huang didn't give the word, they naturally didn't dare to say anything more. Secondly, the strong force displayed by this Master Xian also made them very afraid. The young man beside Elder Huang was a martial artist of notable strength, but he only touched that Master Xian's shoulder and was bounced off. This shows how strong Master Sin is. At this point, Elder Huang still didn't change his color and smiled blandly. Young Qin, this bodyguard of yours has a bit too much fire. However, the surname Xian is not too common, and this Master Xian is from the capital. If I remember correctly, he came from the Xian family in the capital? That martial arts family? Qin Chang nodded and returned with a faint smile. That's right, he does come from that martial arts family. Master Xian, himself, is a member of the Martial Alliance, and is ranked as the Vice Alliance Master of the Capital Sub-Alliance. The Wushu Union? The crowd also sucked in a breath of cold air after hearing this. Good guy. This Qin family's great young man can make a Vice Alliance leader of a branch alliance to be his bodyguard. It seems that he has a high status in the eyes of the Qin family's old ancestor. Moreover, the Martial Alliance itself is another symbol of power. As we all know, Xia has a long history of thousands of years, and martial arts have been pioneered and passed on since ancient times. In modern times, with economic development as the main focus, the transmission of martial arts naturally met with great resistance. However, in order to keep martial arts from being lost in Xia, some folk, with the tacit approval of the officials, established the Martial Arts Alliance. Anyone who practiced martial arts had the opportunity to join the Martial Arts Alliance, but to sit in the high positions of the Martial Arts Alliance, they were all martial arts experts from various places. For this Master Xian to become the Vice Alliance leader of the Capital Sub-Alliance, his strength must be extremely terrifying. At this time, all the guests who had come here also saw the intentions of that Qin family's great young man. He deliberately sat Master Sim in the main seat and threatened that he was just his bodyguard. He was giving Huang Lao a hard time. Although it feels incredible, the crowd understands that even Elder Huang does not dare to raise objections to this Qin family's great young man. And Yi Shu Han, who was sitting slightly farther away, also snorted coldly and whispered to Lin Lang, I've heard of this Qin Chang. Earlier in his life, he had been summoned to the capital by the old ancestor of the Qin family to personally cultivate him because he had shown unrivaled talent. As I recall, he did have some talent as well. He can't forget, learns everything quickly, and has a great talent for martial arts. This time, Qin Xiu's father and son were not there, and he rushed back from the capital. On the surface, he's trying to avenge his cousin and uncle, but in reality, I think he's got bigger ambitions. What else does he want to do? Lin Lang looked at that Master Xian warily and asked casually. Yi Shuhan said with a straight face, since he doesn't even want to give Elder Huang face, he must have bigger plans. I think he wants to take Huang Lao's place and become the veritable number one in Tianhai. He's going after me. It's just a figure of speech. What he really wanted was the entire Heavenly Sea. That is to say, the representatives of the great clans that have come here now, as well as those people from Wang Dafu are all his pawns. He wants the entire Heavenly Sea? Is his appetite that big? He's all alone. Can he eat? Of course he can eat it, because behind him is the capital Qin family. The Qin family, one of the 3 top families in the Summer Kingdom. Perhaps what he was doing now had been recognized by his family's oldest ancestor. It seemed that with his arrival, the Heavenly Sea was indeed about to change. Lin Lang, we are facing an extremely powerful opponent. Honestly, I don't have much confidence that I can beat him right now. Lin Lang smiled bashfully and comforted. Don't be presumptuous. He's just a person too. He doesn't have 3 heads and 6 arms. Soldiers come, water comes, water goes. Let's see what he's going to perform next. At this point, Elder Huang's expression regained its calmness after a brief moment of shock. He looked at Qin Chung calmly and smiled blandly. Young Qin, I'm sure you know the purpose of my gathering everyone here today, don't you? Qin Chang nodded, his complexion suddenly changing. Well, Elder Huang doesn't want the calm heavenly sea to turn into a bloody and stormy heavenly sea. I can understand that, but there's something I have to do. Since you're back on topic, I'll open it up. The Tianhai Yi family, related to the disappearance of my cousin and uncle, Yi Shuhan's fiancé, the young doctor called Lin Lang, was probably the murderer. The reason I didn't report this to the sheriff's department to deal with it was because I didn't have substantial evidence. But, there are rules above ground and iron laws below ground. Yi family, I'm going to eat it. No one can protect it. Elder Huang frowned and returned in a cold voice. According to you, you don't want to talk about it? Qin Chang let out a cold smile and said austere. Elder Huang, the fact that I was invited by you to come here is already a great honor to you. It's just as well that all the dignitaries of Tianhai are here. So I'll take this opportunity to set the record straight. Those who obey me will prosper and those who go against me will perish. This is my philosophy. In an instant, everyone was ignited with anger in their hearts by these words. Elder Huang frowned even more and asked in a deep voice, Qin Chang, are you sure you want to disgrace me in my territory? Do you really think you can just cover the sky in Tianhai? Qin Chang let out a bad smile and confidently said back, what I did is what you did back then. Essentially, there is no difference. Didn't you step on the bones of countless people to become the king of the heavenly sea back then? But you're old and out of practice and have no heir. So, it's long past time for you to hand over your position and let someone more capable take it. And I, for one, am this more than capable. In an instant, Elder Huang's complexion suddenly changed. His eyes filled with anger. Looks like you came prepared tonight. I've gathered everyone here just to peacefully resolve the conflict between you and the Yi family. But it seems you don't appreciate it and threaten me? Haven't seen a young man as wild as you in years. Do you really think I don't dare to touch you? Even if behind you, there's the capital Qin family backing you up. Qin Chang grinned, and a touch of dense killing intent suddenly rose from his body. I don't need the Qin family to back me up. I can easily clean up all the people here. Do you believe me? Of course, I'm grateful to you, because you saved me a lot of work by helping me gather these people here. So I'll give you the benefit of the doubt, but don't get too high on yourself. When I am in a good mood, I can call you a yellow old man. And when I am in a bad mood, you are as far away as you can get. Hear that? Old Man Yellow. Chapter 79. No adulterer. Asshole. Elder Huang angrily slapped the stone table, and on top of it, a deep palm print appeared. From this, it could be seen that this former king of the heavenly sea was also a great master of martial arts. The others were even more furious, thinking that this young man from the Qin family was too arrogant and cocky. Qin Chang still maintained that sneer-flavored light smile and said, Old Man Huang, I'm in a good mood right now, so please get out of here right now. I'm going to get ready to do something. The young man who had been thrown off by Master Xin immediately rebuked angrily. What kind of thing are you? This is Elder Huang's manner. You. Before the words fell, an invisible and terrifying chi force instantly crossed the field and struck the man's body. With a bang, he was once again catapulted out and crashed heavily into a large tree. When he landed, the corners of his mouth were oozing with bright red, and he was obviously badly injured. He desperately wanted to stand up, but realized that all of his internal organs had been greatly impacted, and his legs no longer obeyed his own commands. At this moment, a voice with a strong middle voice also entered the ears of the crowd. Those who don't want to end up in the same place as him, sit quietly in their seats and don't make any random movements. Otherwise, shoot on sight. Elder Huang frowned, unable to bear it any longer, and while clenching his fist, he was already blasting towards this powerful Xin family martial artist with a strong wind. Master Xin was sitting upright, and after giving him a cold look, he grabbed Huang Lao's fist. King of the sky and sea, I've long wanted to learn how powerful you are, but I was disappointed when I saw it today. Immediately, he threw himself with such force that he actually flung the profoundly cultivated Huang Lao into midair. Elder Huang was incomparably shocked, and after forcibly stabilizing his form in the air, he landed firmly on top of the ground. In the blink of an eye, a black shadow swept in sharply, causing him to only stretch out his arms and barely fend it off. With a loud boom, Huang Lao flew backwards, like a discharged cannonball, crashing straight into another large tree. That big tree snapped with a sound, while Huang Lao was also panting violently, also suffering from extremely heavy internal injuries. At this time, Qin Chang slowly stood up and looked at the representatives of the major powers and sneered. Old Man Huang is out of his depth and has already been cleaned up by me. I'm sure you all don't think you're better than Old Man Huang, do you? Now, I give you a chance to submit to me. Whoever can hold Ji Shuhan and the kid beside her will be my collaborator. I'm generous to my own people, and to my enemies, I'm never merciful. Well, the opportunity has been given into your hands, and I'm very curious as to what you're going to choose. Ha ha ha. Qin Chang's unrestrained laughter resounded throughout the entire courtyard. At the same time, it also made the representatives of this group of powerful families in Tianhai, their hearts alarmed. Strong as Elder Huang, he was defeated so quickly, and their group had no chance of winning if they were to talk about force. At this time, Wang Dafu, who was used to seeing big waves, took the lead in breaking the silence in the arena. Qin Xiao, are you letting Master Xin out today, to coerce us by force? That wasn't your style before. Qin Chang laughed out loud and returned with an awe-inspiring smile. Yes, it's true that I wasn't like that before, but I found Yi Shuhan to be a very strong opponent. She defused all the trouble I set her up for in one day. It's an opponent to be respected and, at the same time, a woman who makes me feel a bit of a headache. As I thought about it, I thought it would be better to deal with her in a more direct way in order to be sure of everything. There are times when force can solve problems faster and more effectively that intellect cannot. Wang Dafu's eyes narrowed slightly as he added, I'm a businessman with no hands. When it comes to force with Qin Xiao, I'm totally inadequate. Therefore, I choose to stand on the side of Qin Xiao. But then, I can't beat the man beside Yi Shuhan, so I can only give the first credit for working with you to someone else. As soon as these words came out, the others also cursed in their hearts. This damn Wang Dafu. This speech of his was really honorable. Not only did he make his position clear, so that Qin Shang would not make things difficult for him first. Moreover, he didn't have to make a move against Yi Shuhan to sit back and enjoy the benefits. It's really a no-brainer. Qin Shang smiled and nodded. Mr. Wang is considered to be the first to state his position, and I approve of your attitude. Well, you just step aside and wait quietly for a few moments. When he finished, he looked at the others. What about you guys? Want to take that chance? At this moment, Yi Shuhan's gaze sank as she whispered to Lin Lang, are you sure you can handle that Master Sin? Lin Lang let out a bitter smile and said bluntly, not sure. Yi Shuhan calmly returned, since you're not sure, then be prepared to escape. What are your chances of success in escaping with me? To be honest, the success rate isn't high. It's estimated to be only 30%. Lin Lang was honest. Yi Shuhan frowned, somewhat dissatisfied. What's wrong with you? Scared silly by that Master Xin? This is not like you at all. Lin Lang smiled bashfully and slowly stood up. It's true that I'm not sure how to deal with that Master Xin. At the same time, if I have to take you to escape, I don't know if I can succeed. However, since everyone else has shown their swords, we can only see what we can do and move forward. As soon as he finished speaking, Lin Lang had already taken a step forward and stared coldly at that Master Xin. Yi Shuhan froze for a moment and then tensed. What are you doing? Lin Lang couldn't help but laugh. Of course it's to spar with this Master Xin. Otherwise, you have another way? But aren't you unsure about dealing with him? Even if you're not sure, you should have tried. Besides, I've never tried my full strength against an enemy. Lin Lang's words reached the ears of everyone present. Everyone looked at his figure in amazement, thinking he was mandling. Shin Xingfeng was even more in the way of his daughter's attitude. Friendly reminder. Lin Lang, if you escape now, you might still have a chance of survival. Lin Lang didn't look away and smiled blandly. Thank you for the reminder, Family Master Shin, but there is no word of retreat in my dictionary. The crowd shook again. Although this kid had made a self-destructive move, this courage of his still gave them a sense of admiration. Moreover, the fact that Lin Lang had taken the initiative to meet Master Xin had even solved their pressing problem. In that case, they wouldn't have to rush to turn the tables on the Yi family. At this moment, Qin Chang looked at Lin Lang with interest and couldn't help but laugh. I'm a little impressed that you don't know how to back down. However, the more you resist, the better I think the scene will be. For a salted fish that is desperately struggling, I especially like to see its desperation before it dies. At that moment, Master Xin sneered and took a step forward. In an instant, a strong wind was blowing in the courtyard, and a terrifying aura rose up to the sky. Chapter 80 Jealousy. Among the representatives of the forces present, the number of martial artists was not small. However, they stayed in Tianhai all the time and rarely went out to walk around. They didn't actually know much about what a true martial arts powerhouse was like. At this moment, when Master Xin displayed his full strength, as martial artists, a touch of fear arose from the depths of their hearts for no reason. They realized that in front of this person, they have no power to fight back. If they were to force a war with Master Xin, not only would they have zero chance of winning, but also, they would be killed in seconds. Just like the old man Huang, everyone was shocked by Master Xion's terrifying aura. A visible awe appeared on all their faces. Even Wang Dafu, who was an ordinary person, could feel the strong pressure brought by Master Xin. Yi Shuhan even surged with a touch of suffocation. In a moment of crisis, she made a resolution. She couldn't let Lin Lang die here for nothing. So, she stood up as well, wanting to rush to Lin Lang's body. But Lin Lang, sensing her intentions, twisted his head with a smile and pressed her back into her seat. Don't be too nervous, I know what you want to do, but if I don't even have the courage to try, then we won't get far even after this. Yi Shuhan looked at his unadulterated eyes in surprise, and a touch of confidence suddenly rose in her heart. She settled down and whirled around with a smile. Fine, go ahead and try. If you lose, I won't live alone. Lin Lang smiled bashfully and nodded. Afterward, he once again looked towards Master Xin who was slowly walking towards him. An infinite wariness surged in his heart as well. He immediately activated his aura, causing a powerful aura to erupt from himself as well. This aura, as soon as it appeared, shocked the crowd. Lin Lang's side was also characterized by strong winds and flying sand. Lin Lang's aura was equally terrifying, not in the least inferior to that Xin family's supreme expert. The breaths of the two men fiercely collided together in midair, inspiring an extremely strong shockwave that instantly blew the crowd to the ground. After the crowd stabilized their stance, they were surprised to find that Lin Lang was able to put up a fight with this Master Xin in terms of breath. At this moment, even Master Xin himself, his heart turned over in a huge wave. He looked at the young man in front of him in surprise, his previous confidence and pride gone. He reached this state only at the age of 40, and the young man in front of him was clearly only in his 20s. That is to say, this young man was more talented than him, and his future was even more immeasurable. In Master Xin's heart, a flash of intense jealousy arose. He was the recognized genius of the Xin family and the mainstay of the Xin family. However, today he had met a young martial artist who was even more talented than him. For a split second, intense jealousy caused him to lose his proper composure. In his mind, there was only one thought now. That would be to strangle this young genius. In the cradle, in the air, there was suddenly a sonic boom. Master Xin swept in front of Lin Lang in the blink of an eye with his powerful chi. At the same time, he blasted out a fist, pointing it straight at Lin Lang's face. The sudden outburst from his opponent did not cause Lin Lang to show any panic. He saw the right time to make a decisive move and grabbed Master Xin's wrist. But Master Xin's fist closed. His elbow flicked forward, and a powerful elbow strike instantly attacked Lin Lang's eyes. Lin Lang could only raise his hands and barely resist. However, the powerful force still forced him to retreat several steps away. As soon as Lin Lang stood still, Master Xin's airborne leg was already whistling. Lin Lang raised his arm and hastily parried, but the opponent's strength was too great, causing him to stagger a few more steps. At the same time, a tingling sensation came from the entire arm. He was shocked in his heart, secretly saying that this Xin family member really lived up to his name. This terrifying strength as well as his rich experience in sparring had already put himself at a disadvantage. However, Lin Lang knew where his strengths lay, so he remained unperturbed as he met the opponent's stormy attack. Each time, Master Xin used his full strength, causing Lin Lang to take a few steps back or become unsteady. But in reality, he hadn't caused any substantial damage to Lin Lang. After both sides exchanged a few quick rounds, Master Sin also realized this. Suddenly, he stopped his rush and stood still, sinking his body weight quite a bit. Seeing this, Qin Cheng, who was on the side, also sighed in his heart. Surprisingly, he was able to force Master Xin's best move out, and this guy called Lin Lang still underestimated him a little. But since Master Xin was ready to make a killing move, this good show, too, would end here. Thinking of this, the corners of Qin Chen's mouth, too, arched up. At this point, Master Xin's hands rose and fell rapidly, and a sound of a tiger's roar rose out of thin air. The crowd stared at his figure with wide eyes and uncertain horror, completely confused. What kind of profound martial arts is he practicing? How could he make such a sound similar to a tiger's whistle? The Xin family was truly worthy of being a famous martial arts family in the capital. It seemed that this guy was also going to use his best techniques to completely crush Lin Lang, and as the two fought until now, the crowd present still did not favor Lin Lang, although he had resisted Master Xin for several rounds. On the surface, he was just losing ground and had no power to fight back at all. Now, Master Xin was preparing to use some sort of mastery, which basically pronounced Lin Lang's death sentence. Yi Shuhan's heart, already hanging in her throat, she clenched her fists, her palms covered in sweat. Even though she had surged with confidence before, at this moment, that confidence had long since dissipated without a trace. While facing the opponent's imminent killing move, Lin Lang smiled blandly and put up a starting stance. His spiritual energy, too, was running wildly within his body, causing his aura to climb rapidly. Soon, he erupted with a superb aura that instantly drowned out the aura emanating from Master Xin. At this moment, as his hands gently swung, the crowd even heard an extremely special sound of birdsong. This voice, extremely shrill, but under close scrutiny, it carries supreme majesty, as if hearing that voice makes the heart want to kneel in reverence. The exaggerated sound also made Master Xin's eyes round. He had practiced martial arts for many years, so naturally he had heard of some lost martial arts inherited from the ancient times. The martial art utilized by this young man in front of him was extremely similar to the Phoenix Fist from his impression. Had he learned this horrible boxing technique that had been lost for an unknown number of years? But in any case, the arrow had to be fired. His own Tiger Whistle Fist had already finished accumulating strength, and at this moment, it was inevitable that this kid would be unable to escape death. His Phoenix Fist, seemingly non-like, most likely only flower show mostly, how can be their own hard to train for many years of Tiger's Fist rival? Electricity. Lin Lang's Phoenix Fist had clashed fiercely with Master Xian's Tiger Whistling Fist. Chapter 81 You won't get out of this door. In an instant, the collision between the two inspired a powerful shockwave that spread rapidly in all directions. The people present, once again, felt a terror like a landslide. They were shaken to the ground and could only barely stand still by using the stone tables and chairs in the courtyard. Just then, the sound of the phoenix's roar had completely overshadowed the sound of the tiger's roar. Master Sin is still fighting back. The clothes on his body, however, could not withstand Lin Lang's terrifying pressure and became torn apart. After a few breaths, Master Xian fought until his strength was exhausted, and his entire body was instantly sent flying as if he had been hit by a pile driver. He fell heavily to the ground after a wonderful parabola through the air. At the same time, he suffered multiple fractures on his body, and each of his 5 organs and 6 bowels were damaged to varying degrees. He lay on his back on the ground, looking at Lin Lang's figure in incomparable horror. His heart furious and anxious, he tried to get up and continue fighting, but being severely injured, he had lost the ability to fight against him. This scene left everyone watching in disbelief. Qin Chang was even more gloomy, not knowing what was going on in his mind. On his forehead, a few bean-sized beads of sweat also seeped out without him realizing it. As for Yi Shuhan, who had already prepared for the worst, after ascertaining that Lin Lang had already defeated Master Xian, her face was joyful, and she had a strong feeling that she had been robbed of her life. A few moments later, the courtyard returned to its former calm. Elder Huang, as the owner of this place, also let out a long breath of air. He was completely suppressed by Master Xian and had thought that the entire heavenly sea would fall into Qin Chang's hands. But that young man's sudden appearance made the entire situation reverse once again. At this time, he glanced at Qin Chang and sneered. It looks like young Qin's plan today is going to fall through again. Qin Chang grunted and did not reply. Elder Huang, however, grinned and said with awe, "You made such a big commotion in my territory, and now your biggest dependency is gone. Then it's time to settle old scores with you." Qin Chang was unimpressed. Old man Huang, don't think that you can still make any big waves. To be honest, I have never put you in my eyes. Huang Lao laughed instead of being angry. It doesn't matter if you look up to me or not. The important thing is, you won't get out of this door today. Qin Chang heard his words and could not help but sneer. What? You still dare to touch me? Elder Huang laughed. Right, I just want to move you. Why is it that you can count on us, but we can't count on you? After speaking, Elder Huang looked toward the stunned group. Gentlemen, you're all big names in the heavenly sea with big names. Today, this kid almost stepped on you guys. Shun me the man who is good against me. That's his slogan. Yo, just imagine, everyone, if we let this brat walk out of here today, then what kind of end we will meet in the future? I think everyone should know exactly, right? The representatives from the major powers furrowed their brows and began to ponder the deeper meaning in Elder Huang's words. Soon, the crowd reached a consensus and their eyes no longer hesitated. Which one of the people who can make a living in Tianhai, an international metropolis, is not a human being? If we really let this Qin family's great young man leave unharmed from here, what awaited them then would be the Qin family's insane retaliation. However, the problem now is that we must find an extremely reasonable reason, so that the Qin family can't find any excuse to be furious. At this time, Wang Dafu once again broke the silence in the arena. Ha! What Elder Huang said is very true. If we let this brat go, we can imagine our end. Well, he is definitely not getting out of here. But in that case, we have to face the Qin family's crazy revenge. What should we do? I have a proposition. The crowd looked at him with anticipation. Wang Dafu paused and grinned. This young Qin's cousin and uncle, are they missing? They're not found now? It dawned on the crowd. Yes, disappearance. That's a reason that must work. As long as they couldn't find the Qin family's great young man in front of them, then naturally, the Qin family couldn't openly lash out and vent their anger on them. Seeing that the crowd had acquiesced to the proposal, Wang Dafu once again laughed. This idea, too, was inspired by Dr. Lin. Everyone should thank Dr. Lin. At these words, the group of humanoids reacted once again. Before, everyone suspected that the disappearance of Qin Shou's father and son was closely related to Lin Lang. Now that Lin Lang had crushed Master Xian by himself and turned the entire situation around, he had become the backbone of the crowd. Moreover, The Qin family, a behemoth, is sure to retaliate. If they could let this young man, Lin Lang, become a shield for everyone, then they would be able to put the blame for Qin Cheng's disappearance away. This proposal from Wang Dafu was really great, and Yi Shu Han, who had seen through everyone's minds at a glance, naturally wouldn't let Lin Lang be the one to take the blame. She grunted coldly and swept her gaze coldly over each and every one of them. Lin Lang put his best foot forward and risked his life to save everyone from the fire. Instead of thinking of repaying him properly, you just want to push him out as a shield? If you want to be such white-eyed wolves, my Yi family will definitely not let you go. When the Qin family comes to the door to settle the score, I will definitely cooperate with the Qin family and make you pay a heavy price. Yi Shuhan's threat caused the crowd to be worried once again. This niece isn't qualified to be the head of the Yi family. Over family interests and personal feelings, she actually chose the latter? If Mrs. Kong were alive, the Yi family's attitude at this moment would be, immediately sacrifice Lin Lang to preserve the Yi family. At this time, when Wang Dafu saw that the crowd was worried again, he spoke out, "Ha! Don't misunderstand Mez. Yi, didn't anyone understand Mez Yip's plea? What she means is that if you want to make the Lin Divine Doctor turn into a protective umbrella for everyone, it is actually negotiable. As long as everyone can recognize Divine Dr. Lin's position, then, naturally, Miss Yi has no objections. Recognize his position? What does that mean? Wang Dafu, don't sell out anymore. If you have something to say it properly." Wang Dafu heatedly smiled and looked towards Elder Huang, who also revealed a puzzled expression. "Elder Huang, do you think that Divine Dr. Lin is qualified to sit in the position of King of the Heavenly Sea?" The crowd was in an uproar. "Wang Dafu, are you crazy? How dare you make this crazy suggestion? Wang Dafu, how did you become the richest man? How can you even think of such a childish proposal? Humph, even though we'll face the Qin family's insane retaliation, asking me to elect this kid as the King of the Heavenly Sea? Impossible." At this point, Elder Huang mulled over the situation and waved his hand, stopping everyone from talking. He let out a cold smile and looked towards the terrified Qin Cheng. "Qin Shao, you have to remember that the one who packs you up today is the new King of the Heavenly Sea, not me." Chapter 82. Please ask Ms. Yi to cut me off. The crowd was also shocked when these words came out. Elder Huang actually agreed to Wang Dafu's proposal? This former king of the sky and sea is willing to give up this throne, which symbolizes exalted status. A lot of people are unsure. They thought that this decision made by Elder Huang was madness. At this point, Elder Huang paused and smiled at the crowd. "Gentlemen, today's crisis is there for all to see, isn't it? If it wasn't for this Divine Dr. Lin stepping forward and rescuing us all from the fire, then at this moment, we would have long since become enslaved by Qin Cheng. Dr. Lin is a great benefactor to us. In addition, as Mr. Wang said, Qin Cheng is a time bomb that has to be removed. But after getting rid of him, who could bear the Qin family's wrath alone?" Divine Dr. Lin was bold, and not only was his medical skills superior, but even his force was equally outstanding. "I think if we can support Dr. Lin to become the new king of Tianhai, then he will definitely lead us all in fight against the Qin family, and only if we all screw together can we continue to retain our current position. Of course, this is just my suggestion, so you can think about it carefully." The crowd was silent. Elder Huang's words actually make a lot of sense. There's no way Qin Cheng is leaving here tonight, but in order to clean him up, he would have to face the Qin family's retaliation. Now, the ability that Lin Lang had displayed had completely exceeded everyone's imagination, and had also been recognized by Elder Huang. With Elder Huang's support, what was wrong with letting Lin Lang be this King of the Heavenly Sea? Anyway, the Yi family only wanted an attitude, and everyone could give that false name. With such an all-in-one proposal, it was no wonder that Elder Huang would immediately agree. After thinking about this point, Shen Xingfeng smiled blandly and said, "I also agree with Mr. Wang's proposal." Divine Dr. Lin was young and talented, and had both Elder Huang's approval and the absolute support of the Yi family. How could such a gifted person be afraid of the Qin family? Therefore, I am also in favor of having Divine Dr. Lin lead us all, and together we will fight against the Qin family and become the new king of the Heavenly Sea. Subsequently, many forces took a stand and did not raise any objections. Elder Huang looked at the crowd with satisfaction and nodded. Since everyone has no more objections, then, Divine Dr. Lin, the new king of the Heavenly Sea, it's you. Lin Lang opened his mouth and was about to speak when Yi Shu Han had already jumped ahead. "I won't poke holes in the calculations of you old foxes in public. You want Lin Lang to be your shield? You can, but you have to show your sincerity." Wang Dafu laughed and said, "I'm willing to take out 10% of my shares and give them to Divine Dr. Lin, but only if my daughter can compete fairly with Ms. Yi." Shen Xingfeng also hurriedly agreed. "Well, the Tianhai Times under my Shen family can be given to Dr. Lin. Of course, My daughter has been devoted to divine Dr. Lin for a long time, so it's up to Miss Yi if she's willing to part with her love. After hearing this, Yi Shuhan blushed slightly and was speechless. Her intention was to help Lin Lang fight for more benefits, but these old guys are like monkeys, never casting a net without seeing a rabbit. Hey, she sighed in her heart and said sternly, between Lin Lang and I, although there is the name of a marriage contract, there is no reality of husband and wife. If the two elders are willing to gamble with their own daughters, I am fine with that. Shen Qingfeng and Wang Dafu were delighted in their hearts, strengthening their determination to elect Lin Lang as the king of the heavenly sea. Seeing this, Elder Huang also laughed with satisfaction. Good, then we'll agree to work together to make Lin Lang the new king of the heavenly sea. Dr. Lin, don't reject our good intentions. Besides, we've got a problem we haven't dealt with yet, and we need a bandwagon to take care of it. After saying that, he looked towards the seemingly calm Qin Chang and smiled playfully. Qin Xiao, everyone has agreed to let you disappear. Why Don, you cooperate? Qin Chang grimaced and hummed. If you really dare to do this, I can guarantee that everyone will die without a burial place. At that moment, Elder Huang's face sank, a touch of ruthlessness appearing in his eyes. What will happen to us in the future? Young Qin won't be able to see it. Although I am not the opponent of that surnamed Xin, it is still more than enough to clean up you. As soon as the words fell, Elder Huang made a decisive move and instantly grabbed Qin Chang's throat. Qin Chang stared with horrified eyes, trying to make a final struggle. But in an instant, Elder Huang had already increased the force on his hand and snapped his neck. This scene also shocked everyone once again. This former king of the heavenly sea, even if he is willing to give up his position at this moment, his current behavior still proves that he is a big man who is not to be messed with. Young Qin drank too much and is now leaving here. As for when he disappeared, no one knows. After hearing this, Wang Dafu was the first to react. He looked around the room in an exaggerated, deliberate manner. Where's Mr. Qin? Was here just now. Ha, where did he go? Shen Qingfeng immediately played along. I don't know. Looking at him, it seemed like he had drunk too much and left the manor. He should be off looking for a woman. After Elder Huang disposed of the corpses of Qin Chang and Master Xin, the crowd also excused themselves and left this place of wrongdoing with palpitations in their hearts. Of course, they've unified their caliber. After the crowd left, Elder Huang left Lin Lang and Yi Shuhan behind. Divine Dr. Lin, I won't condescend to you. You haven't made any comments since just now. You acquiesced to the proposal that everyone elect you as the new king of Tenkai. I know, you didn't refuse because of MS. Yi, I won't treat you poorly. I have numerous industries under my banner, so you can pick one at random as my reward for thanking you. Lin Lang smiled bitterly and returned. You guys pushed me out here to fight against the Qin family. You are right. If it were not for Yi Shuhan, I would not have agreed to this proposal. I have already been driven onto the shelf by you, so naturally I will not back out. But there's one thing I haven't figured out. Since you all know how powerful the Qin family is, why did you kill Qin Chang and Master Xin here? Once the Qin family gets more serious, I think, neither I nor you will be able to withstand their skyward rage. Elder Huang smiled bashfully. The Qin family's appetite is too big. They sent a Qin Chang over, and the purpose is obvious. It is to unify the Tianhai. Now that Qin Chang was dead, they would definitely still send someone over. The Qin family wouldn't care if Qin Chang was dead or alive, but they would definitely strike again at the major forces in Tianhai. It's a dead end that can't be broken. But I made up my mind to deal with Qin Chang because I saw a way to crack this deadlock. Lin Lang, I've been watching you. Based on my observation, I think only you can lead the major forces in Tianhai out of this dead end. Chapter 83 Key People. Lin Lang looked at Elder Huang curiously and couldn't help but ask, why do you have so much faith in me? Huang Lao was dumbfounded and said, a divine doctor who can easily defeat Master Xin, who is excellent in medicine and martial arts, and who has the support of the Yi family and all the major forces in the Heavenly Sea. Just ask the entire Heavenly Sea. Besides you, who else can I expect? Also, Lin Lang sighed. Elder Huang laughed. The capital Qin family, suddenly salivating over Tianhai. The reason behind this, we have not found. So, before the next Qin family representative comes here, there is something I must tell you too. Lin Lang's expression was astringent. I'm all ears. Elder Huang said with a straight face, the Qin family will definitely retaliate. Therefore, please be prepared and don't harbor any illusions of luck. Besides, since I chose to make a move, it means I'm betting everything on you. So, I will do my best to make you sit as the king of the sky and sea. I will take care of those forces with bad intentions for you. There is and only one thing you need to do, and that is to concentrate on the Qin family. The Qin family is powerful and capable. Dr. Lin, you have a long way to go. Lin Lang let out a bitter smile and returned. Since we're already sitting in the same boat and you think so highly of me, Then naturally, I'll give my all to protect everyone's safety. Good. With your words, it proves that I have not misjudged anyone. The two of you must remain vigilant and never let up. A few days later, in the capital, the Qin family's old mansion, in the spacious council hall, a hale and hearty old man sat on the main seat, with several direct descendants of the Qin family standing beside him. Across from him sat a middle-aged man with a calm and steady air. Elder Qin, you've investigated everything about Tianhai, right? The old man said with a calm demeanor. Shingo is missing. The whereabouts of Cinda, who went with him, are also unknown. I have sent people to secretly investigate, but I have not gained much. All I can determine is that Shinger was lost after leaving Huangqi's manor. The middle-aged man snorted coldly and said with an angry face, this incident has nothing to do with Huangqi. The person disappeared at his place. I also heard that he was the one who took the initiative to invite Qin Chang over. I think Qin Chang and Cinda have died in that manner. How dare they try to use the ridiculous excuse of disappearance to cover up their crimes? The old man returned blandly. There's no use getting angry. They're tight-lipped. And, indeed, we haven't found the bodies of Shiro or Cinda. A body? We still need to find a body to do our job? Elder Qin, this doesn't fit your style at all. The middle-aged man was furious. The old man returned in a cold voice. The various forces in the Heavenly Sea have suddenly united together, which is out of my expectation. At this time, if we forcefully send someone to do something in Tianhai, we will only meet with greater resistance. Strong dragons do not suppress ground head snakes. This truth is clear to you and me. Also, Cinda was your best bonded brother, but even he has disappeared. The enemy is stronger than we can imagine. I don't care who the enemy is. I must avenge Cinda. Elder Qin, I've been waiting for days. I can't wait any longer. The old man smiled indifferently and beckoned, and a Qin family disciple came over and respectfully handed a token to the middle-aged man. I'm sure you know better than I do what this is, don't you? The middle-aged man just glanced at the token and his expression suddenly changed. The token was as black as ink, with a wavy edge, and two large characters engraved in small seal script in the center, Black Dragon. This is the Black Dragon Order? The old man nodded. Yes, it is the Black Dragon Order. You and I both know in our hearts what the appearance of this thing means. The reason why I called on you to try to unify the Heavenly Sea is because this thing was found in the Heavenly Sea. The middle-aged man sucked in a breath of cool air, and said with a straight face, the Black Dragon Order can only be held by members of the Black Dragon Army, and it's a status symbol that they always carry with them. And the Black Dragon Army found a key clue to that legend some years ago. You actually got a Black Dragon Order in the Heavenly Sea? That is, a certain member of the Black Dragon Army had appeared in Tianhai, and that legendary treasure was probably buried in Tianhai? Is this the root cause of your desire to unify the Heavenly Sea? The old man calmly returned. Yes, you're not wrong. I want to unify the Heavenly Sea because this thing has appeared in the Heavenly Sea. Some time ago, my clan discovered by chance that a mysterious man had appeared in the Sky Sea. Moreover, he was driven to desperation by another mysterious force, and in the end, he was nowhere to be found, completely lost. I suspect that he has been killed by that force, and this Black Dragon Jade is exactly what he has. The middle-aged man's eyes widened in surprise. Members of the Black Dragon Army appeared in Tianhai. This is indeed mind-boggling. Earlier in the year, it was because they found that key clue that they were targeted. Many foreign powers, including the Crown, coveted the lead and joined forces to round them up. The Black Dragon Army was capable of fighting and extremely strong, but it couldn't hold up against the other side's large numbers. Coupled with the fact that someone in the country had tipped off the hostile forces, the Black Dragon Army was completely wiped out in a battle a few years ago. Of course, that's the official word. Tens of thousands of people up and down the Black Dragon Army. Surely not all of them would be buried there. Someone must have taken that clue and managed to escape. Now that the Black Dragon Order has resurfaced on Earth in Tianhai, this is indeed an opportunity for us. Elder Qin waved his hand, and the few direct descendants around him immediately exited the hall. Elder Brother Xin, I've asked you to come over this time to discuss this with you in the long run. The waters of this Heavenly Sea are deeper than we thought. Think about it. Your brother Xin Di, who is the Vice Alliance leader of the Capital City Branch Alliance, has lost his trace in the Tianhai. Someone who can make him disappear without a sound. Do you think such an enemy isn't scary and powerful enough? A word to the wise. The middle-aged man came to a realization. Elder Qin, you're right. I was indeed too impulsive before. It seems that our enemies are not only those forces in the Heavenly Sea, but also a powerful force hidden in the shadows. Elder Qin nodded. Yes, that mysterious force that took out the members of the Black Dragon Army may have been involved as well. Where it comes from and how strong it is, we don't know. We don't really need to care about that rabble in Tenkai. It's that mysterious force we really have to watch out for. Also, in the investigation of where Shiro went, I found a key person. Who? a young doctor called Lin Lang. Lin Lang? Never heard of it. What's wrong with this young man? Is he good? Chapter 84 Fatty. Elder Chin said with a straight face, I don't really know if this person is powerful or not, but I know that he is now the son-in-law of the Yi family. At the same time, he is closely related to the disappearance of a father and son from the Qin family in Tianhai. Xinger mentioned this person when he accepted my instructions at the time, traveled to Tianhai, and gave me a report. I then investigated this person. His background was very clean, but a month or two ago, he suddenly rose to prominence. And not only did he display amazing medical skills, he also became the son-in-law of the Yi family. This kid's sudden rise to prominence is suspicious, but after I investigated, I didn't find out he had any secrets. But he can make that pair of Qin's father and son disappear. He still makes me care very much. I always felt that he had something to do with Shiro's disappearance. 2. The middle-aged man's expression tightened and he couldn't help but ask, are you saying that this kid is probably related to the Black Dragon Army? Or maybe, behind him, is that mysterious force? Elder Qin nodded, a touch of obvious doubt appearing in his deep gaze. Well, when I think about it, those are the only two very different explanations. Either that, or Lin Lang is tied to the Black Dragon Army. Either that, or Lin Lang was the spokesperson for that mysterious force. For a grassroots to become the son-in-law of the Yi family, this would have been abnormal. At that moment, the middle-aged man sucked in a breath of cool air and was surprised. That is to say, we have unknowingly offended the Black Dragon Army, or that mysterious force? Old Qin said with a solemn face. Yes, I've been pressing on for the past few days, and I'm trying to figure out who that kid is. Now, I'm sure you won't do anything rash. The middle-aged man clenched his fists and thought about Cinda's disappearance. I know, I should calm down, but Cinda is my best brother. I vow not to die if I can't get my revenge. Suddenly, Old Qin smiled mysteriously and said, Elder brother Xin, hold your horses. I've already thought of a way to deal with that brat. What method? The middle-aged man's eyes showed surprise. Elder Qin said with awe, the kid's a doctor and, according to the investigation, ostensibly upstanding. Well, this kind of personality is actually very good to grasp. Hasn't that prick, known as the Invincible Soldier King, been sick all this time? All we need to do is spread the news that Lin Lang can heal him. Then his family, they'll definitely take him to Tianhai. At that time, whether Lin Lang is a hidden dragon or not will be determined. The middle-aged man wondered. Invincible Soldier King? You mean the guy who retired a few years ago as Commander of the North? The one with the title of Underworld? He's our rival. With us, it's never been good. How can we mobilize him? Elder Qin smiled blandly. I just said that we only need to spread the news. Other than that, we don't need to do anything. His family is nervous about his condition and will naturally send him there. And with that prick's temper, he would definitely clash with Lin Lang. At that time, we'll be able to find out exactly who Lin Lang is by his reaction. Don't forget, the one thing that bothers him the most is doctors. The corners of the middle-aged man's mouth curved as he nodded. A truly wonderful plan. Another couple of days went by in a flash. During this period, Lin Lang began to fulfill his duties as the general manager of the Yi family pharmaceutical company. At the same time, the other powers of the Heavenly Sea, as agreed upon in the courtyard, sent him various industries. In an instant, not only had Lin Lang's value skyrocketed 10 million times, his status had also gradually climbed. With the support of the former king of the Heavenly Sea, Elder Huang, the other forces of the Heavenly Sea, at least on the surface, managed to support and respect Lin Lang. Gradually, the news that Lin Lang had become the king of the Heavenly Sea also spread in the upper layers. At dusk that day, Lin Lang was about to leave the company when Meng Xia, the receptionist, knocked on his office door. Come in. Meng Xia squirmed in. Hello, Mr. Lin. Lin Lang took a look at her and said expressionlessly, what's the matter? Meng Xia buried her head slightly, not daring to meet his gaze. When Mr. Lin first came, I had eyes to see and did not recognize MT. Tai, and I offended you with my words. Please atone for your sins. Lin Lang smiled bashfully. Oh, I've already forgotten about this matter. Meng Xiao's face was delighted. Thank you, Mr. Lin. Mr. Lin is a generous man, a role model for me to follow. Lin Lang didn't move and said, let's get down to business. Meng Xia summoned up her courage and said with a straight face, Mr. Lin, it's like this when I was chatting in my classmate group. I accidentally disclosed the news that I was in the same company as you. Lin Lang frowned and before he could say anything, Meng Xia waved her hand again and again. You must not misunderstand. I did not disclose your rank or identity. I only said that you and I are colleagues. And then what? Then, this is not everyone just graduated a year well. A few mixed good classmates. It is suggested to convene a reunion. They asked me to invite you to join them. I'm not going. As soon as Meng Xia heard this, she immediately raised her head and explained, Mr. Lin, they said that for this reunion, they will invite several teachers, as well as your best friend. Your good friends, I'm sure, haven't informed you yet, so, I'm just going to go ahead and give you a heads up. Of course, it's entirely up to you whether you go or not. I'm just informing you. Got it. Get out. Meng Xia left Lin Lang's office apprehensively. In all honesty, she was looking forward to attending the upcoming reunion, but if Lin Lang was going to go, she would be a bit embarrassed, because she really didn't know how to face this new boss at the reunion. At this time, Lin Lang's cell phone rang. He picked it up and gave a knowing smile. Fatty, you haven't contacted me in months. Where have you been dead? A gruff voice came from the other side of the phone. Busy doing something. Where else can I go? It's you. On the contrary, that makes me uneasy. I heard that you and Chen Xian broke up. Lin Lang let out a hum after hearing that loathsome name. Ha! I told you a long time ago. That woman is high-eyed and quite scheming. Not a good thing. If you don't believe me, I'll be damned. Lin Lang was speechless for a while. Fatty, I answered your call because we're good friends. If you keep rubbing salt in my wounds, I'll hang up. Don't. I haven't gotten to the point yet. Saturday. Reunion. Remember to come to that. Ha! Those rich kids rented a camping site and said they were going to hold a reunion there that we would never forget. They're the ones paying for it anyway, so I'll come pick you up and join you then. Camping? What do they think? The children of a rich family never go out of their way. Anyway, I've been so tired lately that I'm taking this opportunity to relax. By the way, they're going to invite a few more teachers over, as well as Ling Yuqing, the courtyard flower you were pining for before you made friends with Chen Xiano. Chapter 85. Tell him to wait. Ling Yuqing? After hearing this name, Lin Lang couldn't help but frown, remembering some past events. During her time at the school, the recognized houseflower was one of the school's top few beauties, with numerous suitors. Lin Lang originally didn't have much to do with her, but by chance, he had a very unpleasant experience with Ling Yuqing. It was on the way home when Ling Yuqing encountered robbers by the river. Moreover, those two thugs coveted Ling Yuqing's beauty and wanted to rob both money and sex. Lin Lang happened to see this scene when he passed by there. He immediately rushed over and attempted to rescue Ling Yuqing. When the thugs saw people coming, they stabbed at Lin Lang with their daggers. Lin Lang hurriedly pulled Ling Yuqing behind him, avoiding the deadly danger. However, his arm was still cut with a scarlet gash. Just as the thugs were about to get vicious, one of them recognized Lin Lang. The thug was his former hairdresser, who dropped out of junior high school and became an uneducated social gangster. Harry was righteous enough to let him pay $500 and let him and Ling Yuqing go. At that time, Lin Lang, penniless, was at a loss. Ling Yuqing took out $500, so that the two punks took the money and left. At this time, Ling Yuqing not only did not thank Lin Lang for stepping forward, but also mocked him for setting up this hero to save the beauty is too clumsy. She thought that the two thugs who stopped her at the river were arranged by Lin Lang. Lin Lang couldn't argue, and didn't bother to explain to her, turning around and leaving. But Ling Yuqing called out to him again, saying that she could consider being his girlfriend, because Lin Lang's heroic rescue just now had indeed touched her. Even if this play was arranged by Lin Lang was confused and felt that this woman had a brain problem. He ignored Ling Yuqing and left alone. Later, Ling Yuqing would declare to the public that Lin Lang was one of her suitors. She also said that Lin Lang's tactics in pursuing her were brilliant and moved her. She was going to give Lin Lang another period of testing time, and once she passed the test, she would officially date Lin Lang. This matter spread more and more, and in the end, the entire academy knew about it. For this reason, Lin Lang had even been approached by many strangers who told him to give up pursuing Ling Yuqing immediately. At the end of the day, Lin Lang never crossed paths with Ling Yuqing again, and another woman with quite a heart, Chen Xian. In order to prevent Lin Lang from being snatched away by Ling Yuqing, she made a slight maneuver and became Lin Lang's girlfriend. Of course, Chen Xian was looking at Lin Lang's excellent grades and could help her with her classes so that she could successfully graduate from medical school. Lin Lang ended the short memory. Fatty, to be honest, I don't want to go to any reunion. I just want to see you. Ha ha ha, miss me. Ha, also, only after you've been hurt by those snobbish women will you remember us good brothers. Get out. Fine, fine. I'll stop rubbing salt in your wounds. Anyway, it's fine. Let's go have some fun. Big deal. They play their game. We play ours. It's not a conflict at all. Besides, several teachers are going to be there. And Mr. Wang, who is the best to you, will be there. Don't you want to go and meet his old man? Mr. Wang. Well, since he and you are both going, I'll go. Come pick me up at the end of the week. Okay? Remember to dress up smart. After hanging up the phone, a bitter smile spread across the corners of Lin Lang's mouth. When he was in school, he was in a bad condition, and it was that teacher Wang who applied for a poor student allowance for him. Moreover, Mr. Wang had taught Lin Lang everything he needed to know and saw him as the successor of the mantle. Even many of Lin Lang's part-time job opportunities were provided by Mr. Wang. For Lin Lang, Mr. Wang was the first nobleman he met. Hey, I don't want to have anything to do with those people anymore, but I can't go without this trip. Early Saturday morning, Lin Lang had just changed into a clean set of gym clothes when Fatty's urging call came. He hurried down and got into the limousine that Fatty had just bought. Fatty, formerly known as Lu Li, was Lin Lang's best college friend, bar none. His family was doing fine, but when he was in college, his parents failed in their investments, sending his family from middle class to poverty overnight. Subsequently, Fatty stopped obsessing about studying well and began to delve into business. After graduating from college, he didn't become a doctor either, but chose to work as a medical device salesman. In his words, sales are the most effective way to change the fate of ordinary people. Well, this new car of mine is okay, right? Landed at $130,000, automatic, with AT. Lin Lang laughed helplessly. Well, that's good, enough for you to pick up girls. He. Lu Li gave a bad smile. You don't say. After having a car, it's really easier to ask a girl out, but then, you can't get a date with the celebrities who are bent on catching a golden son-in-law. In their eyes, BMWs and Mercedes are trash. Lin Lang looked at him. People with cars are different. They speak with confidence. Alright, drive. Don't show off. Just then, Lin Lang's phone rang again. Hello, MS. Yi, what can I do for you? Yi Shuhan's helpless voice came from the opposite side of the receiver. Lin Lang, can you come over here? Someone is looking for you by name. Come over where? Who's looking for me? You'd better come to the pharmaceutical company right away. It's a couple of guests from the capital who want to see you by name. Do I recognize it? Don't recognize. I won't be coming over then. I'm going to the reunion now. Ha, you're not coming over? But, these few people's status is very unusual. Only people ever wait for them. They don't wait for others. When Lin Lang heard this, a wave of arrogance arose. Oh, then let them wait. Basically, I'm going to stay out for the rest of the day, and when I get back, it's probably going to be evening. Lin Lang, let me be honest with you. These people are from the capital. They're here to see you. And the man who was ill was of incomparable honor. He was once the commander-in-chief of the North, respected by the outside world as the king of the underworld. The major families in the capital used to have to look at his face to do things. This man has a lot of energy. You mustn't offend him now. You come over here right now. That reunion, don't attend it. This is a meeting where your life and future are at stake. If you can cure this great man, what Qin family will you be afraid of in the future? And, I want to give you a piece of advice. The big man is a little eccentric in temperament, and what annoys him most is doctors. If you don't get here in time and make him angry and lash out, the consequences will be unimaginable. Lin Lang sneered and spoke bluntly. Hate doctors? Then why ask me to treat him? Aren't you afraid of death? Alright, MS. Yi, if you say this man is terminally ill and will not survive, I will rush over to save him right away. But a flaunting powerhouse like this, I don't care if he's the king of the underworld or the king of the ghosts, let him wait. Chapter 86 Goddess. After saying that, Lin Lang directly hung up the phone and turned it off. The anxious Yi Shuhan, who wanted to play a few more life snatcher call, can't do it at the moment. Lu Li, who was driving on the side, asked curiously, what's the situation? Looked like you were tugging just now. How dare you make that powerful man wait? Now you're converted? And, you can still treat the powerful? But I heard that you weren't dismissed from Tianhai Hospital. Lin Lang didn't want to hide this close friend, but there were some things that weren't convenient to disclose, so he found an excuse and put it off. Well, I did leave Skyhaven Hospital. I have my own clinic now, and after a few months of running it, it's kind of small. Yo, you've grown up, opening your own clinic, being the boss, worthy of my good brother. But I have to remind you all, seriously, we are just ordinary people, and the powerful can't afford to be offended. Why don't I take you to the clinic now, and you can see the man first? Lin Lang gazed ahead with a calm expression and said, no need, let's go and meet up with our classmates. Lu Li had a bitter smile on his face. You're really not going? No go. Well, I hope you don't get in trouble. A few moments later, Lu Li drove to a provincial highway on the outskirts of Tianhai. On the side of the road, there were already several valuable luxury cars parked. A red BMW convertible, a black Bentley, and a blue Maserati President stood out. Several young men stood by the limousine, talking and laughing, and once they saw Lin Lang and the two of them, they also greeted them. Ha! Fatty's here. And Lin Lang, you two are still as good as ever. I heard you used to wear the same pair of pants when you were in school. My relationship with Lin Lang will never change in this lifetime. A few old brothers, coming so early? The owner of the red BMW walked over. Of course we're coming early. It's not gentlemanly to keep a woman waiting. Lin Lang, haven't seen you in days. I heard that you haven't been doing too well lately. This man is called Peng Liang. His family is in the building materials business, and he has made a lot of money in the past few years, taking advantage of the momentum. After graduation, he didn't become a doctor either. He went back and inherited the family business, which was a great success. Moreover, he had been targeting Lin Lang a lot when he was in school. He felt that Lin Lang's womanizing was good, which prevented him from accomplishing the 100 kills achievement in college. Lin Lang gave him an expressionless look. I'm okay. Peng Liang sneered and said no more. At that moment, the owners of the black Bentley and Maserati approached. One of them was called Guan Biao, and the other was called He Bu Fan. Lu Li's eyebrows shot up when he saw them both. Son of a, didn't you two leave the country? How come you're back? Guan Biao grinned. What's so good about foreign countries? When I go there, the language is not the same. The customs are different. I stayed unaccustomed and came back. He Bu Fan also laughed. Yes, those girls abroad, too open. I can't stand it, so I came back to find the domestic euphemistic girls. By the way, Fatty, has your family's business taken off? Don't say I don't take care of you, huh? I've got a business here. Want to work together? Lu Li's eyes lit up. Ha! I can't thank you enough for remembering to lift me up. Stay and have a good drink. At that moment, Lin Lang saw a touch of cunning in the eyes of these two students. Guan Bui and He Bu Fan's families were both in the investment business, the same line of business that Lu Li's family used to be in. Before graduation, I heard that the decline of the Fat family was related to these two families. Now, these two took the initiative to approach Fatty to talk about cooperation. Lin Lang didn't move and pulled the fat man, saying in a deep voice, if you want to get rich, look for me, don't look for them. Lu Li was even more surprised. Really? You have a wide range of doors now? Lin Lang honestly said. Well, take you on a few business deals and make your life worry-free. Before Lu Li could reply, Guan Biao sneered. Lin Lang, how come you still haven't changed? As fond of talking big as before? You can make Lu Li rich? Let's see you earn your own rarefied money first. A person who was expelled from Tianhai Hospital and still dares to say that he brought his classmates to get rich? The other two sneered, their eyes filled with mockery. Lu Li was eager to argue for his good brother, but Lin Lang pulled him back. At that moment, a couple more regular sedans drove by. Lin Lang's classmates arrived here on time, and as soon as they got off the bus, they mingled with their familiar classmates. Of course, there were students who arrived by cab, such as Chen Xian. Then there's Meng Xia. The two women got out of the car almost at the same time, and after seeing the luxury cars driven by their classmates, their complexion changed slightly. Finally, with much anticipation, Ling Yuqing arrived in a Lexus SUV. The car door opened and Mr. Wang, as well as the other two teachers, walked down. The owner of the Lexus, on the other hand, opened the car door and gentlemanly led Ling Yuqing down. A few of the male students' faces were a bit cloudy when they saw the man beside Ling Yuqing. The man's name is Hu Wei, a standard rich kid. The family is in the mineral business, a real family mine. Ling Yuqing followed him here? So these two are already together? Just when the crowd thought that Ling Yuqing already had her name on the list, this goddess didn't move and shook off Hu Wei's hand and looked at the gathered students. In the middle of the crowd, she did some searching and her eyes landed on Lin Lang. However, her gaze was cold, and even, there was a touch of anger. At this time, Peng Liang saw that everyone had arrived, so he waved and smiled. Teachers, students, those who can come are here, and those who can't, we don't need to bother with anymore. Now, let's head over to that camping site. Try to get there before noon so we can be on time. Students who have cars, give a ride to those who don't. When you're ready, let's go. And Lin Lang had just gotten into Lu Li's car when he saw that the left and right doors of the car, at the same time, were opened. Ling Yuqing stood on the right side, looking curiously across the room. Meng Xia stood on the left and also looked at the other side with a surprised expression. The two of them looked at each other, did not say anything more, very tacitly got into the car, and then did the old monk in meditation. It wasn't a big deal for Meng Xia to get into Lu Li's car, but Ling Yuqing unexpectedly got in as well, which caused the other students to look shocked. Even Hu Wei, who had sent her over, was confused and unsure, but he had several other teachers in his car and he just had to swallow it and drive off in a huff. On the road, the atmosphere in Lu Li's car was very weird. Several people were silent, but there was an extraordinary amount of mental activity. Lu Li didn't want his classmates to meet again and be embarrassed like this, so he broke the silence. I say two female students, you both got on the car. Is it possible that you have a crush on me, Lu someone? Chapter 87 Be nice to me. The two women said back at the same time. Good thinking. Lu Li hemmed and hawed and added. We didn't get very close in school. How come both beauties want to ride in my car today? Meng Xia quietly glanced at Lin Lang and said in a cold voice, no need for you to care. Riding in your car is giving you face. Ling Yuqing also glanced at Lin Lang. Luli, drive well, and keep whatever you hear later in the day a secret. Alright, Luli saw that the effect of enlivening the atmosphere had been achieved, so he said no more. At this time, Ling Yuqing suddenly asked, Lin Lang, if you wanted to chase me in the first place, why did you stop halfway through? This is a question that has been bothering me for a year or two. Now that we're back together, I want you to answer me positively about this. When these words came out, Luli and Meng Xia were also shocked. Good lord, this goddess is a king's bomb right off the bat. With the purpose of being a qualified gossip listener, both of them held their breath and perked up their ears, listening carefully to Lin Lang's answer. However, Lin Lang completely ignored Ling Yuqing. He inclined his head to look out the window and didn't even hum. Ling Yuqing was anxious in her heart and repeated the question again, but Lin Lang still didn't make any moves. Finally, Ling Yuqing was furious and shook Lin Lang's seat fiercely. Talking to you, don't pretend you didn't hear me. As soon as Luli saw this, he hurriedly advised, big beautiful Ling, don't shake my seat. It's a new car, brand new leather seats. If you shake it, I don't dare ask you to pay for it. Ling Yuqing hummed, if it's broken, I'll pay for it. Lin Lang, don't pretend to be deaf. At that moment, Lin Lang spoke. Ling Yuqing, I haven't liked you or chased you. I don't know what's going on in your head, but I made it clear a long time ago, so why are you holding on to me? Luli was once again shaken. Wow, Lin Lang is so cool and cool. Everyone's favorite goddess, and he says he never liked her? This made it look like Ling Yuqing was now upside down. Is this a takedown? Luli felt that Lin Lang had long since stopped being the innocent teenager he was back then. He's so clever at getting girls. It's worth learning for yourself. Meng Xia, on the other hand, felt that what Lin Lang said was true. He's now the son-in-law of the Yi family. He's not interested in Ling Yuqing? Even if Ling Yuqing had some good looks and worked in a big hospital, her family's power could be compared to Yi Shohan's? In addition, Meng Xia already knew Ling Yuqing's mind through Lin Lang's reply. It seemed that this woman did like Lin Lang, but she's too made up. She had wanted to put up a good fight and make Lin Lang chase her desperately. Then, pretending to squirm, she would throw herself into Lin Lang's arms. In this way, she would be able to hold Lin Lang completely. This kind of behavior is the most popular CPU of the moment. Oh no, it's PUA, son of A. This woman is a little too bad, but God is fair. You see, this woman wasted 2 years for nothing and did not succeed. It's still not right. If this woman wanted to catch a good kaiju, she had a lot of choices besides Lin Lang. Why does she keep pining for Lin Lang? Could it be that Lin Lang's body still had secrets that he didn't know about? At this point, after a brief moment of shock, Ling Yuqing hummed again. Lin Lang, I know you're thin-skinned. There are other people here that you don't want to admit, but it's okay. I heard you broke up with Chen Xian and you're single now. I can give you one more chance to chase me, and the last chance. I hope you make the most of it and don't waste any more. Meng Xia and Luli were stunned at the same time. The exclamations of the two men, of course, were quite different. In Meng Xia's eyes, Ling Yuqing's current behavior was too degrading, but at the same time, she was also very curious about Ling Yuqing being so obsessed with Lin Lang. Luli, on the other hand, offered Lin Lang up in his heart. This is like the god of getting girls. We haven't seen each other for a year, and when we just bumped into each other, the goddess was desperate to fall back? What kind of magic did this kid cast? However, after hearing this, Lin Lang finally turned around and calmly looked at Ling Yuqing. Ling Yuqing, I think you're mistaken. To put your funny ideas to rest, I'll be honest with you. I'm engaged. I have a fiancé. A bolt from the blue landed on Ling Yuqing's head. She looked at Lin Lang in astonishment, finally confirming that the man had not lied. She then frowned and said nothing. Like a statue, the car once again fell into its previous silence. In fact, Lin Lang was also puzzled about Ling Yuqing's attitude. Is this woman overthinking things? Or does she really have a problem with her mind? After a year of talking, she's still holding on to herself? I don't know how much time has passed. Ling Yuqing opened her mouth again after some celestial battle. Lin Lang, I learned the truth about what happened back then by chance. At first, although that thugs knew you, their appearance was not arranged by you. When you knew I was in danger, you rushed up and got hurt trying to save me. I'm really impressed. A man who would give his life for me. I don't think I'll ever meet again in my life. So even though you later dated Chen Xian, and even though we've been separated for a year, I'm still willing to wait for you. I turned down everyone's advances just to wait for you. When these words came out, Luli also sucked in a breath of cold air. Boy, is this a true confession from a goddess? His own good brother had taken this goddess to death. It's awesome. Meng Xia, on the other hand, was also surprised and amazed as she looked at Ling Yuqing's good-looking side face. Ling Yuqing was wearing an imperial-style black suit today, a small suit on top and a wraparound skirt underneath. A pair of black hollowed-out stockings clung tightly to her slender legs, and the 7 or 8 centimeters of fine-tipped high heels were currently trembling gently with their owner's excitement. Such an outfit was enough to make most men feel that primal desire for her. Originally, she could have attracted the vast majority of men with her beauty, but in her eyes, she only had Lin Lang. At this time, Lin Lang let out a long sigh and said without turning his head, "Ling Yuqing, the two of us are neither destined to be, nor do we share. I don't know why you're so obsessed with me, but I'll say it again. Between the two of us, it's not possible." Lu Li and Meng Xia were once again shocked. Ling Yuqing, on the other hand, revealed a look of pain, and then turned completely mute. Finally, after seeing a spacious camping site, Lu Li said with a sense of relief, "Students, it's time to stop." He had just stopped the car when Ling Yuqing couldn't wait to open the door and walk out. She walked next to Lin Lang and said in a deep voice, "Lin Lang, if you want to keep your secret, be nice to me." Chapter 88 Strange Changes. Lu Li and Meng Xia looked at each other and both saw the shock in each other's eyes. Nice guy, this goddess doesn't make a sound, but when she does, she's a bombshell. Listening to her tone, Lin Lang seems to have some handle in her hands. Is this a case of love gone bad? Love gone bad? Love gone bad? Love gone bad? The two men perked up their ears once more, ready for the shocking gossip. However, Lin Lang only replied back indifferently, "What secrets can I have? Ling Yuqing, you're very strange. What makes you think I have secrets? Are you still trying to make something up out of thin air?" Ling Yuqing grunted and said no more, stepping on her high heels and walking toward the other students. At this time, Lu Li saw her walking away and immediately asked, "Lin Lang, you've amazed me on this journey. Not only did you make this goddess fall head over heels for you, but you rejected her in front of us. You're a real role model for my generation." But Ling Yuqing said, "You have a secret? Quickly tell me what secret you have. We're so close. You wouldn't hide anything from me, would you?" Lin Lang sent him a blank stare. "What secrets can I have? Alright, get off." At this time, Meng Xia gave Lin Lang a thoughtful look, and also became very interested in his secret. This kid was clean as a whistle when he was in school. After graduation, although he went to a good unit like Tianhai Hospital, but his good times didn't last long. Not only did he break up with his girlfriend, but he even lost his job. Yet, he was able to rise again in a short period of time, transforming himself into the general manager of the Yi family pharmaceutical company, as well as, also became the Yi family's son-in-law. There must be some shocking secret in his body. If one could know his secret, wouldn't one's future development in the company be smooth sailing? Thinking of this, the corner of Meng Xia's mouth also curved up. This reunion was so worth it. Soon, the students parked their cars and walked into this camping site, surrounded by mountains on 3 sides. It is indeed a relaxing spot with birdsong and flowers. In the grounds stood a number of tents already erected, and a variety of recreational facilities. At that moment, Pang Liang clapped his hands and attracted everyone's attention. "Dear students, honorable teachers, this is the party venue I've picked out for all of you. So today, let's have a blast." The crowd then came to a large long table and sat down. The long table was filled with wine and delicatessen food. In addition, there are picnic tools and ingredients not far away. Several students rushed over and started cooking fresh ingredients. The atmosphere was extremely cordial as the students ate and drank to their heart's content while enjoying the pleasant scenery at midday. After 3 rounds of drinks, the students will be with familiar people in groups of 3, enthusiastically discussing the novelty of the year's insights. While Lin Lang was about to catch up with Lu Li, a few more people suddenly appeared around him. Ling Yuqing, Meng Xia, and including his ex-girlfriend Chen Xian, all coincidentally sat near him. Seeing this, Lu Li couldn't help but whisper, "My good brother, quickly teach me, what kind of magic did you use to get so many girls around you?" Before the words fell, Pang Liang, Guan Bastion, He Bu Fan, and Hu Wei also came over. The other students saw this and ran over as well. Even Mr. Wang and the other 2 teachers pulled out a chair and sat beside Lin Lang. "Lin Lang, I heard that you resigned from Tianhai Hospital. What happened? I have acquaintances there. Should I go and smooth things over so you can go back again?" Mr. Wang looked at this good student with great concern and his words were full of care. Lin Lang sincerely replied back, "Ms. Wang, there's no need. I have my own career now." Before the words fell, Hu Wei, whose family has a mine, coldly grunted, "Your own business? It's just a small clinic. I've heard it said that your little clinic was poorly run. It wasn't open for a couple of months and has recently closed." Lin Lang, "We're all classmates, and we've only been off campus for a year, so don't show off in front of the teacher with that social stuff." The remaining few sneered. Only a few female classmates, with a calm face, did not seem to take this to heart. Mr. Wang was taken aback and asked again, "So you're not working as a doctor now?" "It's still there." Lin Lang didn't want this kind teacher to worry, so he smiled. "I'm in the same company as Manga, and I'm being treated very well there." "Right, Manhwa?" Meng Xia was suddenly named, and subconsciously wanted to answer yes, Mr. Lin, but after reacting, she also laughed awkwardly. "Well, Lin Lang is in the same company as me, Yi family's pharmaceutical company. The welfare salary is indeed very good. Yi family's company, ah, that's not bad. Okay, you get down to business, and if you have any difficulties, remember to tell me." "Thank you, Mr. Wang." At that moment, Pang Liang, unwilling to have Lin Lang become the backbone of the place, blurted out, "By the way, Mr. Wang, Guan Bui and Hebu Fan and I are going to set up a pharmaceutical company, and at the same time, we are also going to run a pharmaceutical factory. When the time comes, I'll ask a few of you teachers to be advisors, haha. Of course, any of the students present who would like to come over and work with me are always welcome." The students instantly exploded at this statement. People have expressed their willingness to try out Pang Liang's new company. As soon as Hu Wei saw that the limelight had been stolen by those three, he also coughed dryly and walked over to Ling Yuqing under the puzzled gazes of the crowd. With a smile on his face, he eyed Ling Yuqing and fished out a red pocket box from his pocket. "Rainy, in the presence of several teachers and classmates, I officially propose to you." After saying that, he knelt on one knee in front of Ling Yuqing and opened that box. A sparkling diamond ring appeared inside. At once, the male students bristled and scoffed at his behavior. "It's a reunion and he's here to propose? You really know how to pick an occasion and make a splash." The female students, on the other hand, cast envious glances, dying to be the heroine of the moment. However, to everyone's surprise, Ling Yuzhang did not hesitate and directly refused. "I'm not going to marry you. Besides, I've never gone out with you, so why would you pick this time of year to do something so comical?" The crowd was shaken. Hu Wei's expression was stagnant, and the feeling of disgrace instantly surged through his body. He blushed, still maintaining his position on one knee, and forced a smile. "Yuqing, everyone knows that I'm pursuing you, and you've never rejected me. It was meant to be for the two of us to come together. Now you have teachers and classmates as witnesses, so don't joke around." Before the words fell, there was a fluttering sound, and someone in the crowd fell from his chair. Chapter 89: The Burying Ground. Everyone's eyes were on the man who had fallen. In an instant, the group all wore horrified expressions. That person who fell was none other than Mr. Wang. What is more frightening is that Mr. Wang fell down and lay on the ground, not moving at all. The other two teachers immediately rushed over and flipped his body over. "Mr. Wang? Mr. Wang, what's wrong with you?" At this point, everyone saw Mr. Wang's current situation. His eyes were bulging and bloodshot. The corner of his mouth, too, oozed out a smear of bright red blood. A teacher plucked up courage and put his finger in front of Mr. Wang's nostrils. At that moment, his face suddenly changed. "There's only outgoing air, not incoming air anymore." "What?" The crowd was beyond horrified, staring blankly at the motionless Mr. Wang. How could Mr. Wang die suddenly and violently? He was chatting just now. How come he died here in the blink of an eye? At this time, Lin Lang rushed over with an arrow step and put his hand on Mr. Wang's pulse. Indeed, there is no pulse. Immediately after that, he opened his chi eyes again and saw that Mr. Wang's body was emitting a thick black aura. Amidst the black gas, a faint touch of green could be faintly seen. In addition, the black gas was as black as ink and was rapidly dissipating. The great celestial beings with their 5 failures. This caused Lin Lang to see another glimmer of hope in the midst of his urgency. According to the records of the true chapter of the Source of Life, the real dead people, even if they open the eyes of chi, they can only see the dead chi, but cannot see other kinds of chi. Now, Mr. Wang has lost his vital signs, but you can still see the black aura he emits. He's still saved. In an instant, Lin Lang issued instructions. "Everyone, don't move. Mr. Wang, I can save." As soon as he finished speaking, Lin Lang immediately took out the Xian Xin needle and sterilized it. Immediately after that, he ripped off Ms. Wang's blouse. A full 13 meridian condensation points appeared on Mr. Wang's body. He was poisoned earlier. After a very short period of fermentation, that poison had traveled all over his body and formed these 13 meridian condensation points. The 13 condensation points must be unblocked in the shortest possible time. A few moments later, no god can save us. With that thought, under the astonished gazes of the crowd, Lin Lang made the 9 needles of soul return, but with 9 stitches down. There were still 4 points of meridian condensation that had not been unblocked. At this critical moment, Lin Lang urged his spiritual energy and gave his all, using the 13 stitches of soul recovery that he could not bear right now. Soul returning needle is an ancient needle technique. The number of needles applied varies greatly depending on the severity of the disease. Previously, the most serious of the patients that Lin Lang had treated, no more than 9 stitches, would be enough to cope. But this time, Mr. Wang was already showing the appearance of the great celestial 5 failures, and the 9 needles were obviously unable to pull him back from the ghost gate. Therefore, Lin Lang had to make use of the 13 needles of soul return. However, the Soul Recall 13 had extremely harsh requirements for the spirit power of the caster. Lin Lang was only at half-step foundation establishment cultivation now, and the minimum requirement for the 13 needles of soul recovery was foundation establishment cultivation. If he were to forcefully execute it, Lin Lang would be in great danger of losing his life. In order to save Mr. Wang's life, he gave up his life. In an instant, a terrifying aura erupted from within him. His face was red, and the spiritual energy in his body was running around. He was already on the verge of going off the deep end. Even though he was on the verge of losing control, Lin Lang still relied on his strong willpower to perform the last 4 stitches. After unblocking the remaining 4 meridian condensation points, Mr. Wang coughed dryly and spat out a mouthful of black blood before suddenly waking up. Lin Lang was relieved and slowly closed his eyes. I don't know how much time has passed. When Lin Lang opened his eyes again, the first thing he saw was Lu Li's nervous round face. Crap! You're awake! You're okay! Other students and teachers heard the noise and came over. Lin Lang adjusted his breathing and propped himself up from the ground. However, he realized that everyone remained in this camping site and did not leave. According to common sense, Mr. Wang was suddenly poisoned and almost died, and he was unconscious even after saving his life. The group of students should at least call the emergency number or notify the security bureau? No more. They can drive themselves and Mr. Wang to the hospital? But why is everyone still here? At this time, Mr. Wang came to Lin Lang's side with the support of 2 students. Lin Lang, thank you. If it wasn't for you, I might have reported to Hades. Mr. Wang revealed a bitter smile, his eyes filled with sincere gratitude. Lin Lang nodded lightly and asked in a deep voice, how come everyone didn't leave? And how long have I been unconscious? This question caused the surrounding students to show a look of concentration. Lu Li sighed and his tone became extraordinarily serious. Lin Lang, you have no idea. You've been unconscious for 3 hours. After you passed out, we tried to take you and Mr. Wang to the hospital. However, just as we walked to the car, we found that all the tires of all the cars that had been driven here were all punctured. Also, we tried to make a phone call, but there's no signal here, and the nearest town is dozens of kilometers away, so we don't know how long it would take us to get there if we were to walk. So, everyone decided to wait until you woke up. Lin Lang was taken aback. Tire punctured? No cell phone reception yet? The nearest town is dozens of kilometers away? In other words, this place has become a very dangerous and desperate place without realizing it. Coupled with the fact that Mr. Wang was poisoned for no apparent reason, this incident was already fishy. In an instant, a terrifying thought appeared in Lin Lang's mind. He pondered for a moment and squared his shoulders. Fatty, are all the students and teachers here? Lu Li looked around and nodded. Well, they're all here. Although this place has a beautiful view, now that there's no transportation and no cell phone signal, everyone doesn't dare to walk around freely. Lin Lang stood up and said in a deep voice, fellow students, 3 teachers, I think we've fallen into someone's trap. From now on, this is no longer the venue we use for reunions. Rather, it's a place someone set up for us to bury our bones. The crowd sucked in a breath of cold air. Everyone just felt a chill down their backs. A horrible atmosphere, spreading rapidly through the crowd. Pang Liang molded over and said in a stern voice, Lin Lang, don't you talk nonsense. What place to bury your bones? This is a camping site. Are you taking this personally? Because, I found this venue myself. A few of the more timid students, upon hearing this, subconsciously moved away from Pang Liang, but others have also raised questions. Lin Lang interrupted the crowd and said in a deep voice, Mr. Wang almost died violently just now because he was hit by a mixed type of poison. This poison, it can't be a natural poison. Chapter 90 cleared of suspicion. Lu Li was the first to react. You mean, someone poisoned Mr. Wang? Lin Lang nodded. Yes, the poison that Mr. Wang was poisoned with has a very complex composition and is by no means a single poison. That is to say, the poison that he was poisoned with was artificially formulated and was never some kind of naturally occurring poison. The crowd shook again. Lin Lang explained, I've done research on poisons before, so when I was treating Mr. Wang, I detected the abnormalities in his body, and an artificially formulated poison that appeared here. Do you still think that Mr. Wang accidentally ingested some natural poison? Everyone held their breath, too nervous to utter a single breath. Lin Lang's words created a feeling of suffocation in the crowd. At this time, Mr. Wang frowned and couldn't help but say, Lin Lang, I agree with you. We are both medical students, and the symptoms that just appeared in my body can indeed only be explained by poisoning. Also, my body has developed several stress reactions that really can't be caused by one poison. With Mr. Wang's affirmation, the crowd was also surprised and anxious. A couple of female classmates asked in even more alarm, "So what do we do now? The car can't be driven, the phone is not working, and the nearest town can't make it. What the hell are we going to do? Who the hell is it? How dare you try to murder us? Oh yeah, Pang Liang, this is the place you've been looking for, so hurry up and be honest. Do you want to kill us all? We have nothing against you. Why are you doing this to us?" Pang Liang's heart tightened and he hurriedly waved his hand. "Don't you guys talk nonsense. Like you said, I have nothing to do with you. How could I possibly want to harm you? I did find this place, but I didn't think it would turn out like this." When the crowd still wanted to verbally attack Pang Liang, Lin Lang stopped the panicked students. "Everyone calm down a bit first. This matter is unlikely to be done by Pang Liang." The crowd settled down and cast curious glances at him. Lin Lang didn't move and swept over every single face before saying, "First of all, this place was staffed before they left because we chartered it, so it would be impossible to place that kind of artificially created poison beforehand. Secondly, the people who come over for the reunion are actually random in nature. Like me, I didn't intend to come at first, but because of Fatty's desperate invitation, I followed. That is, I come or I don't come. It's all in the mind. Also, it is a random event that some students promised to come to the event but didn't show up today. As you should have already discovered, there are several other students or teachers who did not attend this reunion. So, here's the question. Even if the perpetrator had been more prescient, could he have known for sure which students or teachers would arrive here? Unless, of course, he wants to commit indiscriminate murder, but it's a very small possibility. In summary, the assailant's poisoning of Mr. Wang may be the beginning and the end. Perhaps Mr. Wang is the only person he wants to kill. Then again, the perpetrator also wanted to kill someone, or several people, other than Mr. Wang. The crowd was silent again. At the same time, they silently distanced themselves from those around them. Lin Lang's words made perfect sense. Moreover, it was his words that made the crowd realize that the killer was at the scene. The murderer's target, most likely, is not only Mr. Wang. At this time, Lin Lang pondered a bit and came to Mr. Wang's body. "Mr. Wang, when did you start feeling a little off physically? You were completely unconscious when you collapsed, but before that, you should have sensed something?" Mr. Wang thought back carefully and said with a straight face, "As I recall, I was feeling dizzy after eating a piece of apple." Lin Lang's eyes lit up as he hurriedly walked over to that long table and scanned through the things on it. He then picked up a dinner plate, pointed to the apple on it, and asked in a hushed voice, "Did you take the apple from this dinner plate?" Mr. Wang nodded and frowned. "I know what you're trying to say, but a lot of your classmates ate the apples on this dinner plate." Lin Lang was silent for a moment and couldn't help but ask, "Who ate the last apple from this dinner plate before Mr. Wang ate it?" The crowd shook their heads in bewilderment. "No one's going to remember. Everyone's too busy chatting," Lu Li reminded. Lin Lang looked thoughtfully at the dinner plate, and the crowd was also thinking furiously in their heads about who the murderer might be. A few moments later, Lin Lang said in a deep voice, "From now on, everyone don't touch anything on the table. We have two options, either that, or walk together to the nearest town. But it's getting a little late, so I guess we'll have to walk until dawn tomorrow. Either that, or we'll rest here for the night and leave first thing in the morning." In the end, after some deliberation, the crowd decided to rest here for the night. A lot of people are afraid to walk at night, plus the perpetrator could be among them, walking, making it easy to strike. Stay here. At least, people can monitor each other. The crowd then fetched lighting devices and made sure they had one on hand. But just then, the crowd was once again guilty, because people don't know whether to sleep in those ready-made tents or not. If you sleep in the open air, although you can ensure your own safety to a certain extent, this place is adjacent to the mountain, and the night moisture is extremely heavy, so it is easy to catch a cold or flu. Also, I'll be walking back tomorrow as well and will need plenty of energy. You also can't maintain your athletic ability for long periods of time if you haven't slept well. But if we go back to our tents and sleep, won't that give the perpetrators another chance? The crowd was uncertain with their lighting equipment. Lin Lang thought for a moment and proposed, "Tell you what, Fatty and I will stand guard outside those tents. The two of us will take turns resting and will always be on the lookout for suspicious movements to keep everyone safe. Of course, if you're not comfortable with the two of us, you can volunteer to join the team standing guard. Students or teachers who are less fit can sleep in their tents." The crowd agreed to the proposal, and there were several more people willing to join the stand-up line. The three women, Ling Yuqing, Meng Xia, and Chen Xian, were all willing to stand guard with the two Lin Lang, Hu Wei, Who wants to find out why? Because Ling Yuqing rejected his marriage proposal, joins the standby team, and Pang Liang, who had been targeted by the crowd earlier and wanted to prove his innocence, joined in. Standing guard team so large, but also let the remaining students and teachers, slightly more at ease. Soon, as night fell, the students, no longer in the mood for idle chatter, entered their tents early. At this moment, Lin Lang looked at the few people around him and said in a deep voice, "First of all, to tell you a good news, several of you can clear the suspicion." Chapter 91. Once unfaithful, always unfaithful. A few people froze. In an instant, they all cast puzzled glances. Although lifting suspicion was a delightful thing, what was the reason for Lin Lang to be so certain? Knowing what they were thinking, Lin Lang explained, "First, I have another piece of bad news for you. This perpetrator, besides Mr. Wang, has other targets." The crowd was amazed. Luli even asked in a deep voice, "Why do you say that? What did you find out?" Lin Lang added, "Think about it. If it was only because of a personal grudge against Mr. Wang, was it necessary for that perpetrator to do it in front of everyone? If he did this, even if he could kill Mr. Wang, there was a great possibility that he himself would be exposed. As it is, we all know that this perpetrator is hiding among us. In such a case, just leave the place and have the sheriff's department investigate a bit. I'm sure the perpetrator will reveal himself. He won't be able to run away when the time comes." Ling Yuqing pondered over it and couldn't help but ask, "You mean, the perpetrator dared to strike in plain sight because he was not at all afraid of being exposed himself? And the situation was that we only had those two options you mentioned. But whether he left here on foot or stayed the night, he still had plenty of time to spare. That is, he risked so much and killed in public because he had other goals? He wants to tackle all the targets in one night?" Lin Lang nodded and said with a straight face, "Yes, and that's the only explanation for why he risked poisoning himself. If he only wanted to get rid of Mr. Wang, there was absolutely no need to do it on this occasion. Whether he made a house call or set up other traps, he was able to murder Mr. Wang without a word. He could have taken the heavenly risk of being recognized by the crowd." Upon hearing this, the standby squad also sucked in a breath of cool air. They never thought that the target of this assailant was not only Mr. Wang. The few female classmates who were gripped by fear also appeared to be in a state of panic. Meng Xia looked at Lin Lang in shock and asked anxiously, "Why do you say a few of us have been cleared? Just because we're willing to stand guard with you?" Lin Lang nodded. "Yes, haven't you guys thought about it? Standing guard with me would be a great hindrance to the perpetrators. He'll be watched all the time by Fatty and I. There's no chance he'll get another shot. That's why I think a few of you have been cleared for the time being." The crowd breathed out a sigh of relief. At least, it's safe to be in this standby line. At this time, Pang Liang looked at those tents not far away and said in a deep voice, "That is to say, the perpetrators are now among those tents. So is there any way we can out him?" Lin Lang shook his head. "There is no way for now. Mr. Wang has been doing medical research for so many years and is an excellent physician in his own right. And the fact that the perpetrator was able to hide it from him and poison the apple he ate shows that the perpetrator was prepared for anything. This man's mind is so subtle that he won't voluntarily reveal his flaws. However, he will certainly act again. On his next move, that's when he'll show his fox's tail. That's why I suggested standing guard." It dawned on the crowd. It was also true that as long as the standing party stood guard, the perpetrators of the murder in the tent would, of necessity, not dare to act rashly. Afterwards, Lin Lang pacified the crowd for a few moments and made arrangements for the order of rotating rest. Of course, the person he trusted the most was Lu Li. When it was arranged, he and Lu Li would only rotate once throughout the night. He wanted to make sure that when he stood guard, at least one of the two men could keep an eye on the movements in the tent. Time is ticking away. In the first half of the night, nothing happened. At 3 o'clock in the morning, Lin Lang slowly got up, and it was his turn to change the post with Lu Li. Lu Li said hello and went to a farther place for convenience. The partners that Lin Lang had arranged for himself were originally Meng Xia and Pang Liang. However, Ling Yuqing and Chen Xian had been standing guard for the first half of the night and hadn't slept at all, and after Lin Lang got up, the two girls even insisted on standing guard with him. Pang Liang thought it didn't matter, so he agreed to change his post and fell back to sleep. Hu Wei is the goddess of the flower guardian, although stood for the first half of the night, but at the moment also insisted on standing guard, and then exchanged with Meng Xia. Thus, Lin Lang's side became Hu Wei, Ling Yuqing, and Chen Xian. As Lin Lang's ex-girlfriend, Chen Xian insisted on standing guard with Lin Lang, which surprised everyone as well. A strange emotion also pervades Lin Lang's squad. After the students in the rotation had all gone to sleep, Chen Xian suddenly broke the silence and said in a low voice, "Lin Lang, tell me honestly, do you still like me?" Ling Yuqing and Hu Wei stared at the two of them with wide-eyed astonishment and uncertainty. Lin Lang sneered, staring closely at those tents while he returned, From the moment you chose to betray me, I will never like you again. Chen Xian frowned and clenched her teeth. I'll be honest with you. After Qin Xiaotian's disappearance, the Qin family in the capital sent a representative who said he wanted to deal with you. He approached me and asked me to spy on you, but I didn't say yes. But then, this Qin family representative was not heard from either. So, I concluded that behind you, there must be a powerful force. That force that's trying so hard to protect you. Lin Lang, before I attended the reunion, I kind of figured it out. I admit that I was knocked over by Qin Xiaotian's sugar-coated bombs and made a wrong choice. But I know my mistake. I've thought it over. I'm still in love with you. I do love you. Please forgive me for my previous transgressions. Let's be together again. After saying that, Chen Xian reddened her face and looked at Lin Lang with anticipation. She thought that she would be able to re-impress this innocent man with her confession. However, reality let her down. Lin Lang snorted coldly and spoke back in a deep voice. Once unfaithful, always unfaithful. This truth, don't you understand? Since you're being so frank, let me set the record straight. Chen Xian, you have to know that I didn't retaliate against you. It was already for the sake of past love. It's impossible for the two of us to go back. From now on, you don't come back to me either. Let's go down both sides of the avenue. You. Chen Xian stomped her foot fiercely and wanted to say something, but Ling Yuqing had already laughed coldly. You betrayed Lin Lang and begged for his forgiveness? Do you think Lin Lang is easy to fool? This time, because you don't have Qin Xiaotian as your backer. What about next time? Will there be another Wang Xiaotian, or Li Xiaotian? When these words came out, Chen Xian was so ashamed that she just wanted to find a hole in the ground. Ling Yuqing gave her a disdainful look and said to Hu Wei again, you go to bed. Just let me and Lin Lang keep watch here. Hu Wei opened his mouth and before he could speak, Ling Yuqing interrupted, and I'll make it clear to you, that in this life, I can't marry you. The things you gave me in the past, when I go back, I'll return all of them to you. Chapter 92 Bodyguard. Yuqing. Hu Wei looked at Ling Yuqing with extreme heartache, wanting this goddess to change her mind, but Ling Yuqing's determined eyes made him realize that it was impossible for him to have any more interactions with this goddess. Hey, stuff don't need to give me back. That's the love I used to have for you. Throw it away if you want, burn it or not. What I give away, I can't possibly get back. With that said, Huvi had the good sense to walk over to his resting companion and fall back to sleep. Whether he slept or not, of course, was another matter. Chen Xian took a look at the two men and walked aside lifelessly, sleeping on a makeshift cushion. At this point, seeing that the two of them were quite sensible, Ling Yuqing smiled at Lin Lang. Well, now no one is disturbing the two of us. There's something in my heart, and I'm going to make it clear to you. Lin Lang sighed helplessly. Speak. Suddenly, Ling Yuqing looked left and right and lowered her voice line. Lin Lang, I'm so obsessed with liking you. Do you have any other thoughts besides thinking I'm out of my mind? Lin Lang froze. What was wrong with Ling Yuqing? Not only did her style of speaking change precipitously, she's even laughing at herself now? That's not her style at all. Ling Yuqing looked at the dumbfounded Lin Lang and revealed a faint smile that contained quite a deep meaning. Come on, let's go aside and talk. There's someone else listening in here. It turned out that she had long ago realized that Meng Xia and the others were not asleep. Everyone's ears were perked up, eavesdropping on the two. Unable to do anything else, Lin Lang could only follow Ling Yuqing, away from the resting point of the crowd standing guard. Say it, what are you trying to say? From the moment I met you, I thought you were weird. No, it was in school that I thought you were out of your mind. Ling Yuqing dumbly laughed. I have a problem, don't I? That's right, I do have a problem, and this is all seen by you. And I have big problems. Lin Lang, have you really never thought about it? I'm known as the goddess of the medical school, and the boys chasing after me can line up from the center of the school to the street outside the main entrance. But I've been choosing to be single for the past few years. Even after graduating for a year, I'm still single. Do you know why? Lin Lang bristled. Don't tell me that you've been waiting for me? Truth be told, I don't think you're an obsessed woman. At school, I thought you were an elusive woman. I'm relieved that you think that way. To tell you the truth, I am not infatuated with you, but heartfelt. Heartfelt? Lin Lang's eyes widened in uncertainty. At that moment, Ling Yuqing smiled blandly and swept the crowd again before saying in a voice that only he could hear. Lin Lang, from the time you went to college, it's not by chance that you and I became classmates, but by necessity. My main purpose for entering Tianhai University's medical school is to keep an eye on you. Staring at me? Lin Lang was bewildered and his heart was full of doubts. What do you mean? Why are you staring at me? Don't you sell me short, just say it. Ling Yuqing couldn't help but laugh. Lin Lang, I'm not trying to harm you by staring at you. Instead, I'm trying to protect you. Protect me? Lin Lang was incomparably shocked. He looked at Ling Yuqing carefully, wanting to make sure that she wasn't so sick and feverish that the fever had caused serious problems with her brain. However, After opening her chi eyes, Lin Lang did not see any unusual chi emerging from her body. What's wrong with this woman? At that moment, Ling Yuqing's smile was restrained and her expression became extraordinarily solemn. Lin Lang, listen carefully to what I say next, because these words concern your well-being. First of all, I am not just your classmate. My real identity is your bodyguard. Secondly, if it weren't for that perpetrator's sudden attack today, I wouldn't have chosen to take the initiative to reveal my identity and be honest with you. Hearing this, Lin Lang couldn't help but sneer. Are you suffering from some kind of hypochondria? You're my bodyguard? Are you playing an international joke on me? Where were you when I was in trouble before? Even when my life was in danger? Lin Lang remembered the experiences of the past few months. From the time Qin Xiaotian brought Chen Xian to the door to mention the breakup of the White Dragon Club gangsters, the Qin family hired killers, and when Qin Chang and Master Xian threatened the crowd. Where was this woman? However, Ling Yuqing, told him in a serious manner. I was in the attic across from you when Chen Xian brought Qin Xiaotian to your door. The White Dragon Society was approached by you of your own accord, and although I was surprised at the time, I followed you there. I was in that abandoned factory building when Silver Fox was hired by the Qin family to deal with you. I was going to go straight out and restrain Silver Fox, but I realized you're not bad. As for Qin Chang and Master Xin, that was the one time I wanted to make a move and should make a move the most. But you still stunned me. I didn't expect you to defeat the one surnamed Xin with your own strength. Lin Lang's jaw dropped and he was completely confused. How did this woman know about all the crises she was having? Had she really been following her around like she said? Is this woman really her bodyguard? Or maybe she's just been hiding in the shadows, spying on herself since her college days? Suddenly, Lin Lang remembered someone. A man who only exists in movies. The man's name, Truman. Truman stayed in an artificially set-up world with fake relatives, friends, and wives for over 20 years. At this moment, Lin Lang only felt that he would be Chumen. Ling Yuqing could see his doubts. You should not be surprised. In fact, I only learned about you when you moved up to college. I was then sent to protect you. When you have a real crisis, I'll secretly take care of everything for you. Of course, you haven't been in any real danger in the last few years, except for the ones I just mentioned, and it's only in recent months that you've encountered these dangers so frequently. At this time, Lin Lang's mind turned sharply and he couldn't help but ask, what's been going on with me these past few months, and you know all about it? Ling Yuqing smiled. Of course, what amazes me the most is that you have a lot more women around you. Shun Ruoshi, Yi Shuhan, Wang Yakan, Zhou Shao, and Meng Xia. Oh yeah, and there's a female assassin from the Chou family, Chou Yun. Shall I continue? In an instant, Lin Lang was certain that Ling Yuqing was telling the truth. What goes on between him and these women is simply unknown to anyone but those involved. Take Xiao Yuan for example. Because of her special identity, Lin Lang basically didn't let the people around her know her true identity. But Ling Yuqing knew. Lin Lang determined that this woman was really like a roundworm in his stomach, knowing everything about him. But why would she be spying on her? Chapter 93. Is this a weak woman? Lin Lang's face was perplexed. His brain was like mush, completely spinning. Ling Yuqing, on the other hand, smiled easily. Stop wondering who I am, and don't question my words. My real identity is your bodyguard. I've been protecting you in the shadows for years because that's all I could do. The exact reason. It's not the right time to tell you. When the time is right, you'll know everything. And I am forced to give you these words because I have no choice. If it had not been for this perpetrator, I would have been as silent as ever, and would not have made you aware of my presence. You're my bodyguard. Lin Lang rubbed his temples, feeling a headache. A popular goddess from her student days suddenly says she's her bodyguard? This kind of thing, Lin Lang felt that it only happened in dreams. However, he had been practicing that nameless gongfu for some time now, and in terms of his heart, it was also very different from before. After a short period of shock, he accepted this statement from Ling Yuqing for the time being. You were afraid that the perpetrator would turn on me, so you took it upon yourself to expose it? Ling Yuqing nodded and said with a straight face, yes, because you just made a glaring error in your extrapolation. What mistake or omission? Lin Lang was puzzled. Ling Yuqing explained, you said that the perpetrator had multiple targets, which I recognize, but I don't agree with you when you say that you can clear your name by joining the ranks of the standards. Have you thought about it? If you were one of the perpetrator's targets, wouldn't you be in danger right now? A word to the wise. Lin Lang came to his senses. You mean, if I'm also one of the targets, the perpetrator will have a chance to assassinate me if he joins the standing guard team? Or, even if I'm not his target, but there's another target of his in the standing guard team, he'll face the same danger as me. Ling Yuqing smiled bashfully. Bingo! It was because of this hidden danger that I chose to take the initiative to expose my identity. From now on, you stay with me. I don't have time to worry about the well-being of the others, but I make sure you're safe, because that perpetrator is indeed very powerful. He can make Mr. Wang poisoned in full view of the public. Based on that alone, my sixth sense tells me that you will be in great danger as well. At this time, Lin Lang pondered over it, and the corner of his mouth suddenly curved up. Without moving, he pulled away from Ling Yuqing. This small action made Ling Yuqing realize something. Ha, you think I'm the perpetrator? You're staying away from me to keep a safe distance? Lin Lang was seen through her mind, but did not panic. He laughed coldly and said bluntly, because the story you made up is too metaphysical, but a forced lie is often interspersed with countless truths. So, I think a lot of what you're talking about is true. You're the only one who said you'd protect me, and there's a great deal of doubt about that. Besides, what makes you a weak woman who can protect me? A weak woman? Ling Yuqing snorted coldly and looked around. Then she picked up a palm-sized stone from the ground. At the same time, she turned her body and turned her back to the standing line. Is this what you call a weak woman? In an instant, Ling Yuqing's eyes changed abruptly. An aura of terror that made people's hearts palpitate also erupted from her body. She clenched her fists. The stone in her hand turned into powder in a matter of moments. This scene also caused Lin Lang to be incomparably shocked. It was obvious that Ling Yuqing was a martial arts expert. Moreover, the realm was definitely very high. Ling Yuqing made a silent gesture and smiled blandly. Whether I'm a weak woman or not, you just know yourself. There are still outsiders here. Lin Lang exhaled a breath of air and said with a straight face, you purposely show this hand to tell me that if you wanted to harm me, I would have just hung up? That's right, so don't you ever doubt me again. Although this matter is hard for you to accept, but it's the truth, and you have to accept it whether you want to or not. Lin Lang froze for a moment and suddenly asked, if you're my bodyguard, why didn't you step in and help me when I was having such a bad time these past few years? Ling Yuqing laughed. I can answer that question, because I'm only responsible for your safety. I don't care about anything else. Besides, you're a man, and you can't accomplish anything if you don't experience the hardships of the world. Those are the words of the man who sent me. If you have a problem with my behavior over the last few years, tell him yourself when you see him later. Lin Lang gradually lifted the fog. He knew that Ling Yuqing's peculiar behavior could never be her personal will. Combined with the information she had just revealed, Lin Lang thought of the middle-aged man who had suddenly disappeared from the hospital. The man who, like his father, had a black dragon tattoo. Could that man be related to Ling Yuqing? Lin Lang thinks, there must be. You're behind a huge power? At this moment, Ling Yuqing stared straight at Lin Lang and couldn't help but laugh. The question, superlative. I told you, when the time is right, you'll know everything. For now, let's just focus on the perpetrator. Don't forget, he's got a lot of people to kill. If we can't pull him out before dawn, I reckon a lot of people will die here. Lin Lang pinched the bridge of his nose and nodded. You're right. We'll have a nice chat when things are over here. But how do we uncover the perpetrator? Ling Yuqing said with a straight face. He could be in the line of standers or in a tent. There's not much we can do. Keep an eye on everyone. Other than that, there's nothing else to do. Now, I'm looking over at the tent and you keep an eye out for the line standing guard. If we divide the work more clearly, we will not miss anything. And I feel sure that the perpetrator will strike again before dawn. Why? The chances of him striking after dawn will be close to zero. So the two men stared intently at the tent and the students around them, not daring to slack off. However, until the sky appeared a smudge of fish-belly white, neither on the side of the tent nor in the standing ranks around it had any unusual movement appeared. Lin Lang and Ling Yuqing looked at each other. In addition to exhaustion, there was a deep look of doubt in both men's eyes. The assailant, he didn't strike again? At this point, people kept coming out of the tent. The perpetrator was in the middle of the group, and it would have been impossible for anyone to get a good night's rest. Dawn broke, and the crowd, dragging their tired bodies, rushed out and tried to get back to the group. After all, staying in a crowded place will be safe enough. Soon, several teachers and students all arrived in front of Lin Lang's eyes, but He Bufan and Guan Biao were slow to drill out of the tent. In an instant, Lin Lang and Ling Yuqing both surged with a touch of bad premonition. Chapter 94 Key Evidence. The two men looked at each other and rushed rather silently to the tent where the two men were. The others reacted at the sight. It can't be. Really can't be? Luli frowned and followed the two closely. As soon as he moved, the rest of the students and faculty ran in unison to the area where the tents were located with apprehension. Soon, Lin Lang and the two of them were the first to arrive at He Bufan's tent. Lin Lang was about to open the tent, but Ling Yuqing pulled him back. Let me. This action also dispelled most of Lin Lang's doubts. After all, if this woman was going to harm him, she certainly wouldn't have behaved in such a warm and fuzzy manner. At this time, Ling Yuqing took a deep breath of air and ripped the tent door open. At that moment, she saw He Bufan lying four-footed on that soft cushion. Not moving at all? He's not mortal? Why not? She gently called out a few times, but He Bu-fan did not respond. She then moved into the tent in a half-crouch and fixed her eyes on. At this moment, He Bu-fan, bleeding from his 7 orifices, had turned into a cold corpse. Although Ling Yuqing was mentally prepared, she was still shaken. She grabbed a flashlight and shined it around He Bu-fan and didn't find any suspicious items. After drilling out of the tent, the crowd also looked at her with extreme anticipation. Ling Yuqing said with a solemn face, "He's not immortal. Dead." The crowd was wide-eyed, their eyes filled with horror. Lin Lang maintained his composure and couldn't help but ask, "How did he die?" Ling Yuqing truthfully replied, "He should have died from poison. His corpse had the symptom of bleeding from all 7 orifices." Lin Lang pondered briefly and immediately looked at the tent where Guan Biao was. "Not good. Let's go see how Sekabase is doing first." The two took an arrow step and rushed to that tent a few meters away. Ling Yuqing still took the lead and was the first to pull open the tent door. And inside, Guan Bastion was lying quietly on the cushion, not moving a muscle. Ling Yuqing checked and confirmed that he was also dead. The fact that 2 of his classmates all died in their tents in one night left everyone in the room in a state of shock and uncertainty. The students began to talk feverishly, looking extremely panicked. In the middle of nowhere, first Mr. Wang was poisoned and almost died. Now, 2 more students have died here. The vast majority of the people, their hearts have been completely taken over by fear. At this point, Mr. Wang dragged his slightly tired body out of the crowd. "It's sad, but let me take a look at the bodies of both of them. As you all know, I used to do forensics." "Okay, thanks to Mr. Wang." Lin Lang pondered for a while. There was no other way but to let Teacher Wang examine the 2 corpses. At the very least, if he could confirm when the 2 were killed, he and Ling Yuqing might be able to find something suspicious. A few of the more daring male students, together with Lin Lang, carried the 2 bodies out of the tent. Mr. Wang, on the other hand, took out the toolbox he had with him and began the work of autopsy. Within a few moments of work, Mr. Wang let out a long sigh and said with a straight face, "The time of death of He Bu-fan and Guan Biao is not far from each other. It's almost always between 2 and 4 in the morning. The cause of death for both men was, indeed, poisoning. Moreover, the poison they have been poisoned with should be a mixed type of poison if I am not mistaken." When the crowd heard this, their hearts were once again shaken. As expected, this murderer has more targets than just Mr. Wang. Previously, the poison that Mr. Wang had suffered from was also a mixed type of poison. With the confirmation of the time and cause of death of the 2 deceased, everyone was also terrified and their mental pressure multiplied a lot. It is important to realize that the perpetrator of the murder is likely to be hiding in his own neighborhood. The crowd once again pulled away from those around them, keeping an extremely vigilant eye on everything around them. And after some deep thought, Lin Lang looked at Ling Yuqing. From 2 to 3 in the morning, it was Fatty who led the watch. Between 3 and 4, it's me and you on guard duty. After 3 o'clock, you and I have been keeping an eye on the tent and have found nothing suspicious. That means the murderer would have moved before 3 o'clock? Ling Yuqing nodded. Well, with my professionalism, I'll be the first to notice if there's any movement around after 3 o'clock. So it seems that the murderer could only have moved before 3 o'clock. Before 3 o'clock, Lin Lang suddenly thought of something and called Luli to his side. "Fatty, did you see anything between 2 and 3? Luli looked puzzled. "I didn't see anything." I, along with a few other students, looked around very nervously. We should have been able to spot any movement in the tent. Chen Xian and Hu Wei, who were standing guard with him, also nodded their heads and said, "We did not find any suspicious movements." This is strange. The men who stood guard during the first and second halves of the night didn't find anything remotely suspicious. But the killer was able to poison 2 male classmates without a word? How the hell did he do that? Just then, Mr. Wang looked at He Bu-fan's corpse and suddenly let out an eek. The crowd was attracted by his voice and turned their heads to look over. Immediately after that, Mr. Wang took a button the size of a fingernail out of his hand. "It looks like a button from a dress? I missed it when I checked earlier." Lin Lang's eyes lit up. This is most likely something that He Bu-fan tried to fight back when he was killed and ripped off the murderer's body. It's a piece of evidence that can't be erased. "Now, please stand where you are and don't move or make any movements. I'll go through everyone's clothes one by one." The crowd looked stunned. Even if people don't know anything about criminal investigation, they understand at this moment that this button will be the decisive evidence. Whoever is missing this button on their shirt is the murderer. And naturally, those who don't submit to inspection are the most suspicious. Thus, everyone all stood in place, ready to be inspected by Lin Lang. Of course, before that, Lin Lang first displayed his clothes in front of the crowd. After the crowd confirmed that his clothing was intact, they willingly accepted his inspection. Soon, Lin Lang finished his lineup, and confusion was written all over his face. 4. He did not identify the owner of the button. Everyone is fine. Everyone has clothing that is either intact or of the unbuttoned variety. Wait, there's one last person left to check. So, with a touch of heaviness, he walked up to the last one. This person is Luli, his best friend. Because it was out of absolute trust, Lin Lang almost ignored him, and at that moment, Luli, too, looked at him with a faint smile on his face. Come on, I'll have no problem with it. I'm pretty sure. Lin Lang nodded and began to check Luli's clothes. Luli was wearing a white shirt, an article of clothing with many buttons. In an instant, he realized that there was a small hole in the lower part of Luli's top. There was empty, no buttons. Chapter 95. In my next life, I will still be your brother. Ling Yuqing stood on the sidelines and noticed this as well. Her eyes widened angrily as she said in a deep voice, on Luli's clothes, there's a button missing. When the crowd heard this, they were first shocked and then immediately turned away from Luli. Several teachers also frowned, looking at Luli with both surprise and confusion. Luli himself, on the other hand, was extremely surprised as his eyes bulged. Is there a button missing from my shirt? After saying that, he immediately buried his head and took a look, only to realize that on his shirt, there was indeed a button missing. No way. I'm not a murderer. There must be some kind of misunderstanding. Luli held his head and cried out in disbelief, and Ling Yuqing had already concluded that he was the murderer, and with a single movement of her body, she had already pressed him to the ground, the moment he was restrained. Everyone threw angry glances. Why did you poison He Bufan and Guan Boi? What deep hatred do you have with them? Luli, the evidence is overwhelming, so don't argue. I never thought that you, a fat man, would be the murderer? You are too ruthless. Even if you have some sort of beef with them, you can't solve it by killing people. Luli, knowing people's faces and hearts, I didn't expect you to be such a cold and heartless person. For a moment, the students made an angry denunciation of Luli. Even the teachers, who couldn't hold back, yelled at him. At that moment, Lin Lang waved his hand, stopping the crowd's vocalizations. He let out a long breath and eyed his best friend. Fatty, why did you kill them both? What is it that you can't get past? You should have told me. I could have helped you. Luli had a helpless look on his face as he shouted back. I'm not a murderer. I didn't kill them both. Lin Lang sighed again, his gaze filled with intolerance. Fatty, don't be sophomoric. The time of death for those two was between 2 a.m. and 4 a.m. Around 3 o'clock, there were people all around in the line of standing guard. But at 3 o'clock, when I switched shifts with you, you ran off to facilitate where I couldn't see you, didn't you? Luli clenched his teeth and still refused to admit that he was the murderer. I did go for convenience, but I'll be back soon. No more than 5 minutes at the most. You saw it. Lin Lang sighed quietly. 5 minutes is enough for you to poison those two classmates. Fatty, I'm going to ask you one last time. Do you admit to your crime? You can't deny it now that the evidence is overwhelming. Luli firmly tilted his head and bellowed. I'm not a murderer. At that moment, a voice came from the crowd. Luli is definitely the murderer. The crowd turned to the student. This person is none other than Pang Liang. Teacher Wang gave him a rather meaningful look and said in a deep voice, Pang Liang, things can be eaten indiscriminately, but words cannot be spoken indiscriminately. If you can't give a convincing reason, then, I feel that you are also highly suspicious, because, your behavior is clearly planted. Pang Liang coldly grunted and spoke bluntly, Mr. Wang, I'm not talking nonsense. There was indeed a deep fault between Luli and those two murdered classmates. 2 years ago, He Bufan and Guan Biao took the right to participate in a project by virtue of their family connections, but that project was bigger and required an advance. The two of them didn't have much money on hand, so they contacted Luli and me. So, Luli and I both invested in their program, but a few months later, that project suddenly stopped working. The project leader even absconded with the money and disappeared without a trace. Because of this, several of us have lost our investments, all of which have gone down the drain, and our losses are relatively large. Me, He Bufan and Guan Biao, our family is better off, so we can still bear the result of this investment failure. But Luke's family is different. As far as I know, he got his parents' permission to take all the liquidity of the family. This investment failed, losing all their liquidity, and their family's financial chain was broken. Then later, many students should have heard that Lufthansa filed for bankruptcy. Luli's situation, too, was in tatters. I think Luli must hate He Bufan and Guan Biao. That's why he carefully designed and poisoned them both. The crowd was also in an uproar when these words came out. So, there was such a past between these people? Luli's family has fallen from grace because of this failed investment? Originally, Luli had a deep family background and could live comfortably for the rest of his life. But because of this failed investment, his family went bankrupt. He has nothing left. In a sense, Lu's family went bankrupt because of those two classmates. No wonder he poisoned He Bufan and Guan Biao. After the crowd thought clearly about Lu Li's motive for killing, their expressions became complicated. For a moment there was a silence, and no further comment was made on the matter. At that moment, Mr. Wang sighed softly and said aloud, "In any case, killing is committing a crime. Lu Li, while I can understand you, I in no way approve of your criminal behavior. Since the evidence is overwhelming and you have enough motive to kill, then I suggest that we first control Lu Li and then notify the sheriff's department immediately after walking to the nearest town." There was no objection from the crowd. After all, Lu Li was a murderer and he deserved to be punished. However, Lu Li, who was pinned to the ground, was still yelling, "I didn't kill anyone. I'm not a murderer. You're accusing me wrongly." "Yes, it is. My family went bankrupt, indeed, because of that failed investment. But I never blamed those two students. Investing is all about vision and guts. I didn't have enough vision and my investment failed. And my parents and I accepted the result. I have been working hard this year. My sales have been steadily increasing and my future is once again bright. Why would I kill both of them and put myself in harm's way? Someone must be planting evidence against me. The buttons on me. Someone must have stolen them quietly when I wasn't looking." At this point, all of Lu Li's words were just sophistry in the eyes of the crowd. With the motive and evidence confirmed, the consensus was that he was the murderer. And the person who was most upset was naturally Lin Lang. This once good friend and brother has turned into a loathsome murderer? Lin Lang couldn't accept this result at all. He was painfully aware of this, and suddenly squatted down and looked at Lu Li with extreme solemnity. "Fatty, I'm going to ask you one last time. Are you a murderer?" Lu Li firmly shook his head and said forcefully, "I am not." Lin Lang nodded lightly and said in a deep voice that only he could hear, "I believe you, but if I can't find evidence to clear you before we reach the nearest town, then you will have to pay with your life." Lu Li looked at Lin Lang with hope. "Thank you, brother. You're still willing to believe in me under these circumstances. Lin Lang, even if I am unjustly killed, in my next life, I will still be your brother." Chapter 96. Another suspicious person. Lin Lang slowly stood up. Since the beginning, he didn't believe that Lu Li was the murderer. Although his family had gone bankrupt because of that failed investment, Lu Li was a cheerful and righteous person by nature, and it was unlikely that he would remain trapped in that whirlpool, unable to extricate himself. And, like he said, after he graduated, he worked his ass off and now he has bought a car through his own efforts. He was still drunk at noon yesterday when he said he was going to put together a down payment on a house in 3 years. How could a person who was full of hope for the future and who has fought with all his might destroy his own future and commit this irreparable and heinous crime? Evidence. The most crucial thing now is to find the evidence to clear the suspicion of Lu Li. At this point, Lin Lang regained his composure. His brain, too, began to race. The buttons on Lu Li's body became deadly evidence. However, yesterday at lunch everyone was drinking a little too much. It shouldn't be hard for someone to sneak away this button of his. Also, there's also something a little off about the pre-mortem state of the two victims. When the killer committed his first murder, the target was Mr. Wang. However, the symptoms on Mr. Wang's body when he himself administered the 13 needles of soul recovery to him were very different from the two deceased. Both victims appeared to be in a state of septic shock. But Mr. Wang didn't. This indicated that the poison that the three had been hit by was not the same mixture of poisons. That the perpetrator would carry two different poisons? This is clearly unlikely. This suspicion is the next thing to pay special attention to. Finally, there is the time when that button was found. Previously, Mr. Wang, who had been a forensic pathologist, volunteered to examine the two bodies, but he didn't find the button. It took several minutes before he found this most crucial piece of evidence. Was it Mr. Wang's negligence? After careful consideration, Lin Lang thought it was unlikely that Mr. Wang would make such a mistake. There's no such thing as a sloppy person who can be a forensic scientist. Coupled with the fact that Mr. Wang had always been known for his rigorous discipline, the fact that he had made such an oversight was itself a point of suspicion. However, the first person that the perpetrator poisoned was Mr. Wang. This in itself is the strongest proof that Mr. Wang is cleared of any suspicion. Moreover, Mr. Wang is highly respected and has always had a good reputation, and he doesn't seem like someone who would break the law. The more Lin Lang thought about it, the more confused he became. At this time, Ling Yuqing told the other students to watch Lu Li and pulled Lin Lang to the side. "You choose to believe Lu Li?" Lin Lang replied back in a deep voice. "Right. He can't be the murderer. This must be the murderer's scheme to frame him." Ling Yuqing suddenly laughed. "Just as I thought." Lin Lang was taken aback. "You know Lu Li isn't a murderer?" Ling Yuqing nodded. "Yes, the probability of him being the murderer is very low, because, when he went to facilitate, I kept my eyes on the direction he went. At that point, I made sure he didn't go around the back of the tent to commit the murder. At other times, I have kept an eye on him and have not found anything suspicious. Lin Lang was even more shocked. If you could testify for him, why did you restrain him in the first place? Acting. Ling Yuqing smiled bashfully. I guessed the murderer's plan as soon as I saw that a button was missing from Lu Li's shirt. This murderer is very cunning. After killing, but also want to frame Lu Li. Such a powerful person. Using unusual methods would definitely not be able to deal with him. So, I decided to make a trick out of it by first labeling Lu Li as the murderer. In this way, this murderer has succeeded in his treacherous plan, and in the next few moments, he will surely let his guard down and reveal himself. Lin Lang was surprised to see this woman, so well thought out. Turns out she had thought of a countermeasure at that point. Who do you think is the most suspicious? Lin Lang couldn't help but ask. Ling Yuqing pursed her lips and smiled. My first suspicion was Pang Liang, because he found this camping site. That murderer must have set up in advance since he wanted to take out multiple targets. And based on that, my suspicion of Pang Liang has never diminished. But just now, I realized that a certain person is much more suspicious than Pang Liang. So, I'll focus on him next. Lin Lang's eyes lit up. Who do you find still suspicious? Ling Yuqing's expression was astringent, and she said with a straight face, Teacher Wang. Lin Lang, who had just raised his hopes, felt that he had been poured a pot of cold water again. How could it be Mr. Wang? Have you forgotten? He was the first to be poisoned yesterday afternoon. Ling Yuqing said without haste. Of course I haven't forgotten, when it was precisely for that reason that I suspected him. First of all, what kind of person do you think could be ruled out as a suspect in the first place? Lin Lang suddenly realized, if the murderer makes a gesture of being a victim before he strikes, then, naturally, he would not be suspected for the rest of the day. The reasoning is right, but it's just your one-sided, unsubstantiated argument. Ling Yuqing laughed again. No, I have proof. The evidence is also obvious. It's just that everyone is so caught up in the panic that they ignore it. But then again, you're well versed in the healing arts, so you should have thought of that already. A word to the wise. Are you saying that the symptoms of Mr. Wang when he was poisoned were completely different from those of the two victims? Bingo! Looks like I was right. You've grown quite a bit lately. It's like you're a different person. Okay, back on topic. Both of the deceased had the symptom of bleeding from the 7 orifices. But when Mr. Wang was poisoned, he had no external symptoms other than unconsciousness. And, while you were resuscitating Mr. Wang, he was dying. But I noticed something. His right hand, which he kept tightly clenched. After you woke him up, he made a gesture of surmounting his hand. At first, I didn't care about this action, but in retrospect, the action was too suspicious. I don't need to tell you more about what that means, do I? Lin Lang pondered for a moment and frowned. You mean, Mr. Wang let himself be poisoned first? Then he was ready to detoxify again. The antidote, which was in his palm, except he didn't think I could save him, and that totally messed up his plans. And that antidote he had prepared beforehand was useless? Ling Yuqing nodded. In terms of behavioral logic, yes. Lin Lang recalled a bit and denied Ling Yuqing's deduction again. No, Mr. Wang can't be the murderer. That's for sure. Ling Yuqing knitted her eyebrows. How are you? Sure, Lin Lang said with a straight face. I learned an ancient medical method before, and was able to determine if a patient's condition was serious through observation. Mr. Wang was poisoned at that time, and he was already in the phase of the 5 failures of heaven and man. If I didn't make a move, he would have died. Even if he had prepared an antidote, he wouldn't have been able to take it in that state. Chapter 97 Framing. Ling Yuqing was surprised as she looked at Lin Lang. In the past few months, she had been protecting Lin Lang in the shadows, and she also knew that he had suddenly skyrocketed in his medical and martial arts skills, just like a different person. She never understood what it was about. Now, Lin Lang took the initiative to say why he became this powerful after learning an ancient medical method? Well, that's the only explanation that can account for his performance these past few months. At that moment, Ling Yuqing cast aside her distractions and calmly said, I will not comment on your conclusions at this time. In short, Mr. Wang is suspicious in my eyes. Where's the motive? What about Mr. Wang's motive for poisoning He Bufan and Guanbiao? If there is no motive, then your suspicions are extremely wrong. Ling Yuqing shrugged indifferently. You're a little agitated right now, but that's normal. One is your best friend and the other is a teacher who treats you well. Now that both of them are under suspicion, you naturally can't be absolutely calm. I don't care to explain it to you. Anyway, I've come up with a foolproof plan that will bring the real culprit to the surface. Lin Lang's face was delighted. What method? Not telling you. Ling Yuqing hemmed and hawed and turned back to the crowd. Lin Lang froze in place and thought for a long time. Soon, at the suggestion of a few teachers, a few physically strong students tied up Lu Li and took charge of watching over him. By this time, it was very light. It's time to go. Thus, Lin Lang and his party, led by him, headed toward that nearest town, on foot. Along the way, the students were in groups of 3 or 2, carefully discussing Luli, the murderer. Lin Lang, on the other hand, did not say a word, walking at the front and keeping an eye on Ling Yuqing's every move from time to time. This girl says she has a way to find the killer, but it's been an hour and she's still walking beside herself like nothing's wrong, with no semblance of unusual behavior? Just as Lin Lang was about to ask out loud, Ling Yuqing suddenly stopped and turned around. Students, teachers, don't rush off just yet. The crowd was stunned, but obediently stopped in their tracks. They looked at Ling Yuqing in surprise, waiting for her next words, but the ninny just grimaced and hurried towards the back of the group. The crowd was even more puzzled. She suddenly told everyone to stop without saying why. What the hell does she want? Soon, Ling Yuqing walked to Peng Liang, who was located at the back of the group, and stopped. She sneered, looked at Peng Liang, and said in a deep voice, Peng Liang, you don't need to pretend anymore. I know, you're the real murderer. Peng Liang was taken aback. Ling Yuqing, don't you spit blood. Who are you to say I'm a murderer? Luli's evidence is overwhelming. He's the murderer. Ling Yuqing maintained that cold smile, and without moving, she glanced at the person beside Peng Liang, and then laughed. I've looked into it. He Bufan and Guan Biao were just participants in that project, not organizers. The real organizer. It's you. In other words, you're the real culprit who caused the Lucas to go bankrupt. Even if Luli wanted to take revenge, he should have poisoned you first, not He Bufan and Guan Boi. When these words came out, the whole room was shocked. The crowd immediately gathered around, looking at the two people in the arena with uncertainty and amazement. As for Peng Liang, his face was even whiter, and beads of sweat as big as grains of beans appeared on his forehead. However, he still said with a straight face, what are you babbling about? How could I have been the organizer of that project? I'm a victim too, okay? When Guan Biao and He Bufan had the door to that project, they found Luli and me. This is something that Luli can also testify to. Then the organizers of that project ran away and are now on the most wanted list. How could I be the organizer of that project? Ling Yuqing coldly snorted and spoke bluntly. Don't you be sophomoric. After you walked out of that camp, you deliberately fell to the back of the group, and I thought of something and kept an eye on you. I have noticed that you have been looking nervous since you set out. I thought, if you had nothing to do with the murderer, what are you stressing about? Finally, just now, I saw one of your bizarre behaviors. Say, what did you just leave on the side of the road? The crowd shook again, facing the puzzled gazes of the crowd. Peng Liang's face also turned a pale white. I didn't lose anything. You're accusing me wrongly. Ling Yuqing let out a cold laugh and stopped talking nonsense with him. Instead, she took an arrow step and swept to the side of the road. Then, after searching the place carefully, she pulled out a small black box from a pile of weeds on the side of the road. Peng Liang's body shook when he saw this, and he couldn't stop the sweat from running down his cheeks and sliding to the ground. The others looked at the little box in confusion, guessing what the thing was actually for. At this time, Ling Yuqing returned to Peng Liang's side with the small box. The evidence is overwhelming, and you still want to deny it? Say, what the hell is this thing? Peng Liang clenched his lips and didn't say a word. Ling Yuqing sneered. It doesn't matter if you don't say anything, because I've already guessed what this thing is for. Is this thing a signal blocker? A blocker that can make everyone's cell phones lose their signal? The crowd was wide-eyed and shocked beyond words. Meanwhile, they reacted. Earlier, everyone's cell phone signals suddenly went out, and this should be what caused it. And what kind of person carries this signal blocker all the time? There's no one else but the killer. In an instant, everyone surrounded Peng Liang, and an expression of extreme anger appeared on their faces. Peng Liang, I didn't realize you were the worst one. Not only did you kill someone, but you want to pin the crime on Fatty? You're too much of a jerk. You'll be struck down by heaven. Facing the anger of the crowd, Peng Liang broke out in a cold sweat and his entire back was wet. No, that's not it. You guys let me explain. What's the point of explaining this? Ling Yuqing sneered, already clenching her fists. Several male students also stepped out of the crowd, ready to restrain Peng Liang on the spot. Peng Liang looked flustered and shouted, this thing isn't mine. It really isn't mine. You've got the wrong idea. Ling Yuqing laughed coldly. If it's not yours, why did it appear in your hands? And, you're going to go behind our backs and quietly leave it on the side of the road? Peng Liang, in the face of the truth, your lies do not break. Peng Liang waved his hand, tears coming out of his eyes in a hurry. This thing really isn't mine. It's just that after I set off, I suddenly realized that there was this extra thing in my satchel, and that's why I became panicked. Chapter 98 The Real Murderer. Peng Liang looked at the crowd, extremely aggravated. I know exactly what I'm carrying. I'm naturally alert when there's suddenly such an extra thing. And, I've seen this thing and know it's a signal blocker. In an instant, a possibility occurred to me. Besides trying to frame Luli, the murderer also wanted to frame me. He wants to create an illusion. He wants everyone to think that I am Luli's accomplice. I was also confused when I thought of this horrible outcome. I have been distracted since we left, just thinking about what to do with the blocker. I would have taken it out, but the consequence of doing so would be to increase my own suspicion. Also, I found the camping site and now the signal blocker is on me. I feel that you must not believe me. So, I dismissed the idea. As I thought about it, I still felt that getting rid of the thing would be the best way to deal with it. So, I just dropped it on the side of the road when you guys weren't looking. But I didn't expect Ling Yuqing to keep staring at me. This is the truth. But I'm really not a murderer. Ling Yuqing sneered and spoke bluntly. The very act of you sneaking around and throwing things away is suspicious. Alright, you don't have to argue. Whether you're innocent or not, we'll naturally find out when we get to the security bureau. After saying that, Ling Yuqing threw the blocker on the ground, picked up a stone from the ground, and smashed it to smithereens. Everyone checked their cell phones to see if the signal has returned. Her reminder delighted the crowd. Along the way, everyone kept an eye out to see if cell phone reception was restored. But after an hour of walking, the cell phone still had no signal. So, that's what's messing with this thing. Now that the blocker has been destroyed, people are also happy to see their cell phones regaining their signal. You can call the sheriff's department. And, we don't have to walk hard anymore. The students were unusually excited, but Pang Liang was angry and anxious. He knew he'd been tricked, but even if he digs in, he can't clear himself. At this time, Ling Yuqing suddenly came to his side and whispered, "Don't be nervous. You don't have to do anything now. Just play along with me in a scene. In a moment, the real murderer will show himself." After speaking, Ling Yuqing's expression changed and she said with extreme disgust, "Put Pang Liang under control first. Also, Luli's side can't let his guard down." Two tall male students came over and tied Pang Liang up with a thick rope. Everyone then stayed put and waited for the impending vigilante. Time passed by. The people were anxious, but they were also very excited at the thought that they would soon be back in a safe environment. Just as the crowd looked at the far side of the road with eager anticipation, a silhouette took advantage of the crowd's unawareness and quietly arrived at Pang Liang's side. "Two students. You've worked hard. Go over and drink some water. I'll watch him." The male student in charge of watching Pang Liang, upon seeing this person, nodded defenselessly and moved away from Pang Liang. At this point, a flash of anger and hostility appeared in this person's eyes. "Pang Liang, I won't let the vigilante take you away, because I'm going to end you, the beast, with my own hands." When Pang Liang heard this, he was first stunned and then reacted. He looked at this person with incomparable horror and was about to cry out for help, but he didn't realize that this person had already covered his mouth. Immediately after, the man took out a red pill and was about to feed it into Pang Liang's mouth. In the nick of time, a huge force blasted the man's wrist. He was jolted out of the room. After falling to the ground, he stared with scarlet eyes and, regardless, rushed towards Pang Liang once again, and Ling Yuqing scurried out from the side and pinned him down. At this time, according to the plan waiting for the rabbit, Lin Lang also saw the true face of this person. Surprisingly, it's Mr. Wang. How could it be you, Mr. Wang? Lin Lang's face was filled with incredulity, and his mood became extremely complicated. The real culprit has appeared, but this real culprit, surprisingly, is the teacher Wang, who has always been very good to him. The others were startled by the commotion here and rushed to gather around. They were also surprised when they saw Ling Yuqing pressing Mr. Wang to the ground. "What the hell happened? Why are you treating Mr. Wang like this? Quickly let go." A teacher walked over while yelling a loud scolding. However, Ling Yuqing drank in a deep voice. "Nobody move. The real culprit has been caught. It's the Mr. Wang you see now." The crowd was amazed. Even Luli and Pang Liang, their eyes were wide with disbelief. And still, Ms. Wang didn't care. Struggling desperately, her eyes kept staring angrily at Pang Liang. This scene also made the shocked crowd realize what. Forced to do so, Ling Yuqing could only raise one hand, make a hand knife shape, and strike the back of Mr. Wang's neck. After Mr. Wang fell unconscious, she brought another thick rope and tied up all his hands and feet. She then fetched a bottle of mineral water and showered it on Mr. Wang's head. And when Mr. Wang woke up, he was still looking at Pang Liang with unblinking eyes. In his eyes, aside from anger, there was also a palpable hint of killing intent. At this point, the crowd finally reacted. The murderer they were so intent on finding was this Mr. Wang. The crowd frowned, and no one said anything. A silence fell over the field. A moment later, Lin Lang walked to Mr. Wang's side and said softly, "Mr. Wang, why did you poison them? And to frame Luli?" Mr. Wang closed his eyes and his forehead was bruised. It seemed that he was deliberately suppressing his anger. After a few breaths, he suddenly opened his eyes and drank in a deep voice. Pang Liang, Hebu Fan, Guan Bastion, and Luli, all deserve to die. The crowd was shaken. With a puzzled look on his face, Lin Lang couldn't help but ask, what exactly did they do? Can they cause you to develop such hatred? Mr. Wan looked at the kind student and let out a long sigh. Just as well, when I die, the sheriff's department will inevitably reopen the investigation of that business fraud case from back in the day. In this way, Pang Liang and Luli would definitely get their due punishment. My wife will rest in peace if she knows in her grave. Your wife? What the hell is going on here? Lin Lang took the place of the crowd and asked the biggest doubt in his heart. Can you see that it was because of her wife that Mr. Wang wanted to kill the 3 Pang Liangs? Teacher Wang looked at Lin Lang, and the hostility and hatred in his eyes was rapidly dissipating. He let out a bitter smile and sighed. Lin Lang, you're the child I've valued the most since I became a teacher. What happened to the teacher is a lesson for you. At all times, don't be carried away by desire. Otherwise, a place of no return awaits you. You remember that. After saying that, Mr. Wang bit down hard and seemed to have bitten something. A flash of bright red blood also seeped from the corner of his mouth. Chapter 99. He's going to beat me to death. Mr. Wang. With a cry of surprise, Lin Lang rushed to Mr. Wang's heels and picked him up. He had thought that Mr. Wang was biting his tongue to kill himself, but suddenly, he realized that Mr. Wang's vitality was in the midst of rapidly dissipating. Biting the tongue can only cause a person to bleed out, not necessarily kill themselves. Mr. Wang being in such a state meant that what he had just bitten was not his own tongue, but some kind of poison. Right. He wanted to poison the 3 Pang Liangs and had prepared several mixed poisons. After figuring this out, Lin Lang immediately opened his chi eyes and took out the Xian Xin needle, preparing to rescue this benefactor. However, in his eyes, what emerged from Mr. Wang's body was no longer black, but gray. Gray chi is dead chi according to the true chapter of Life Source. A person who emitted a deathly aura could not be saved with Lin Lang's medical skills at this point in time. I've mastered the immortal law. I'm going to save my benefactor. Lin Lang's heart was burning with anxiety as he laid Mr. Wang down flat and prepared to forcefully perform the 13 needles of soul recovery. But Mr. Wang pressed down on his wrist. Mr. Wang squeezed out a genuine smile and said with the last of his strength, "No, don't save me. Lin Lang, you're a good boy. It's an honor to be your teacher, but I have made a great mistake, and the only way to atone for this sin is to die. Hurry away from me. I make a poison that is volatile." After saying that, Mr. Wang slowly closed his eyes with a faint smile. "Ah," Lin Lang bellowed, still not caring, trying to bring Mr. Wang back from the dead. But Ling Yuqing suddenly swept over and pulled him away. "Are you crazy? Didn't you hear Mr. Wang's last words? He formulated a poison that is volatile." After saying that, Ling Yuqing immediately turned around and drank to everyone. "All disperse. Stay away from Mr. Wang's corpse, immediately. Upon hearing this, everyone scattered as well. Some of the timid female students even let out a scream, making the scene extremely chaotic. After a while, the crowd ran a few hundred meters before it slowly stopped. Lin Lang stopped walking and looked back at the distance, his mood difficult to calm down. Mr. Wang couldn't have killed someone for no reason. Pang Liang and the others must have done something hurtful to make him determined to poison these 3. With that thought, he rushed to Pang Liang with an arrow step and blasted his fist on his face. "Say, what the hell did you guys do to make Mr. Wang like this?" Pang Liang covered his red, swollen cheeks and returned with a stiff face. "We didn't do anything. Mr. Wang must be crazy to want to kill us. Besides, I'm the victim. Why would you take a shot at me on behalf of a murderer who's already dead? Is it hard to believe that you're the real accomplice?" Enraged, Lin Lang raised his fist again. Pang Liang was scared of being punched and hurriedly hid behind a male classmate. "Quickly come to the people. That accomplice surnamed Wang is Lin Lang. He's going to beat me to death." When the students saw this, they rushed to persuade them. "Lin Lang, don't be impulsive yet. There's no doubt that Mr. Wang is the murderer. If you're going to continue beating Pang Liang, we'll really think that you're his accomplice. Hebu Fan and Guan Biao are already dead, and Mr. Wang also chose to kill himself. Lin Lang, don't make any more trouble. Lin Lang, we all know that Mr. Wang is good to you, but no matter what, killing is committing a crime. You can't harbor a murderer." Lin Lang was overcome with rage, so he wanted to go around his classmate and beat that scumbag Pang Liang violently, but his shoulders were held down. "Take it easy. The truth of the matter should be clear to me." Lin Lang turned his head and saw Ling Yuqing shaking her cell phone. Unsure, he couldn't help but ask, "You know the motive for Mr. Wang's murder?" Ling Yuqing nodded and handed over her cell phone. "Let's see." After the signal was restored, I searched for previous news. 2 years ago, Pang Liang invested in a project that was indeed very problematic. Because of that failed investment, not only did Lu's family go bankrupt, but Mr. Wang's wife was also implicated. His wife, a businesswoman. That project, his wife was involved. However, as the organizers of that project absconded with the money, Mr. Wang's wife, ashamed of herself and believing that she had lost all her family's money and had no face to face the whole family, chose to take an overdose of sleeping pills and left this world. It's just that Mr. Wang was so low-key that he didn't make this public, so all of us were kept in the dark. However, the news that his wife took drugs and killed herself at the time is still out there, just without mentioning the names of the specific people involved. Combined with Mr. Wang's hatred for Pang Liang and the others, I think Mr. Wang's wife killed herself because of this. Lin Lang looked carefully at the previous news and did see that there was a university professor's wife who had taken drugs and killed herself after that financial case. The timing, it fits. Combined with some of Mr. Wang's performance before graduation, Lin Lang also cleared his thoughts. But even if Mr. Wang's motives are clear, why did he wait for 2 years before making his move? Lin Lang couldn't help but ask. At that moment, Ling Yuqing pulled him aside and said in a deep voice, "The next thing you hear is not something you can find out by searching the news." As soon as the cell phone signal came back up, I contacted my people and had them do a detailed investigation of everyone here. Just now, my people told me, the masterminds behind that financial fraud are the 3 Pang Liangs. The man who absconded with the money was just a scapegoat arranged by the 3 of them. Lin Lang stared in astonishment. "Are you sure?" Ling Yuqing said with a straight face. "Pretty sure. Officials have been looking for that scapegoat, but the man's been in hiding for a long time. The 3 Pang Liangs gave him a huge sum of money to abscond abroad and continue to live freely under a different identity. Coincidentally, the man had lost a lot of money in 2 years because he was a good gambler. So, he did his illegal deed somewhere abroad, which happened to be recorded by the authorities. As long as it's documented, then finding out about him will be a piece of cake. Are your people that good?" Ling Yuqing smiled bashfully. "Well, we're pretty good, as you can see." Lin Lang didn't have the heart to gag with her and then asked, "You mean the people behind that financial fraud case are the Pang Liang trio? Were they the ones who brought in that so-called organizer and constructed that moot project? Then they got everyone around them involved in the name of investment? And Mr. Wang's wife, without knowing it, was cheated out of her family's fortune by these 3, just like Lu Li?" Chapter 100. You are Lin Lang? Ling Yuqing nodded and returned. "The truth is this. Mr. Wang should have learned this truth by some coincidence, in this recent period. Therefore, he was going to vent his full anger on those 3 people. He was going to kill those 3 men to avenge his lady. At the same time, because Lu Li was close to those 3 at that time, it made Mr. Wang mistakenly think that Lu Li was also involved. He framed Lu Li to take the blame and take the blame for him, also for revenge. It's only because I'm here that Mr. Wang's plan didn't work. However, he had already killed He Bufan and Guan Biao, and Pang Liang would surely be duly punished for the reopening of the case. Overall, Mr. Wang is considered to have gotten his revenge. The only thing he didn't think of was that Lu Li was just an innocent person and not an accomplice of those 3. Lin Lang froze in place, his heart unable to calm down for a long time. Mr. Wang's motive for killing, as well as everything he had done before, had left an indelible mark in Lin Lang's mind. He couldn't judge Mr. Wang's behavior, much less accept Mr. Wang's end. He clenched his fists in anger. At this time, Ling Yuqing walked to Pang Liang's side and said in a cold voice, "It is because of the greed of the 3 of you that this tragedy has occurred. You, doomed to a lifetime of penance in the brig." Pang Liang's face changed. "Still talking tough. What do you mean? What did I do wrong? Don't you talk nonsense and confuse people. I know, you like Lin Lang. You're speaking for him? Tell you what, when the vigilantes come, I'll tell them the truth and have them investigate Lin Lang properly." Ling Yuqing sneered and shouted, "The magistrate will indeed investigate properly. Only the object of the investigation is you, not Lin Lang." Fellow students, teachers, the masterminds behind that financial fraud case back then were the 3 Pang Liangs. Mr. Wang's wife, who was also a victim in that case. Afterwards, Mr. Wang's wife took a large amount of sleeping pills and left this world. Mr. Wang should have learned of this news recently and made this murder plan. Lu Li and Lin Lang, on the other hand, were both uninformed. They're all innocent. The real bad guys are these 3 led by Pan Liang. A stone has stirred up 1,000 waves. Everyone cast their skeptical eyes over. Pang Liang was anxious in his heart and immediately said back, "Don't be bloody-minded." Ling Yuqing calmly aimed her cell phone at Pang Liang. On her cell phone screen was the very picture of the absconder. Pang Liang looked at the photo and his face instantly changed. At that moment, a dozen or so special sheriff's department vehicles, as well as 2 ambulances, drove up to the area in a hurry. The sheriff's deputies got out of the car and moved in train, and the EMTs made special treatment of Mr. Wang's body and took it away. On the way back to Tianhai, the security captain in charge of this case, after receiving a phone call, immediately had Peng Liang handcuffed. As soon as the students saw this, they realized that what Ling Yuqing said was true. This guy Peng Liang must have done something bad to be treated like this. Next, he will surely be punished by the law. It was dusk when we returned to Tianhai. After taking statements at the security bureau, the students said goodbye to each other and tried to rush back to their homes without stopping. The encounters of the past 2 days had left them a little frightened and saddened. They felt sorry for what happened to Mr. Wang and what happened to him. A highly respected teacher ended up with his enemy to avenge his wife's death. Something like that is enough to leave an indelible impression on their minds. And Lin Lang's mood had long since hit rock bottom. Accompanied by Ling Yuqing, he slowly walked out of the door of the security bureau. Don't think about it anymore. When Mr. Wang chose to do this, he didn't think he would live. Ling Yuqing sighed. Lin Lang looked at her with a surprised expression. Ling Yuqing explained. Mr. Wang has prepared 3 kinds of poisons this time. When he was poisoned for the first time, he held the antidote. In his hand it was supposed to be a poison that could make people fake death. He had planned to fake his death in front of the crowd before finding an opportunity to strike at the Peng Liang trio. But he didn't realize that your medical skills now are not what they used to be. It's amazing that you can detoxify him. So you ruined his original plan. He then waited for an opportunity and quietly poisoned He Bufan and Guan Biao last night. As for Peng Liang, he didn't intend to let this guy live. Mr. Wang had planned to poison him on the way, and he knew that killing was a crime. But unable to suppress his anger, he wanted to execute the 3 enemies himself in this extreme way. Once the execution is complete, he bites into a third poison hidden in his mouth beforehand to die with his enemies. He was prepared for certain death. Lin Lang, this is Mr. Wang's own choice. It has nothing to do with you. As sympathetic as what happened to him is, it's done, and no amount of thinking on your part will change what's already happened. Lin Lang didn't strike up a conversation. He just glanced back at the sheriff's office, and promptly walked forward with a cold face. Ling Yuqing skimmed her lips and followed. The two of them walked in silence for a while before Lin Lang suddenly stopped in his tracks. Will Peng Liang wear out his jail cell? Ling Yuqing froze for a moment and then smiled. Definitely. My people have already found that scapegoat. With him as a witness, Peng Liang won't end up well. Lin Lang nodded and said seriously, thank you. Ling Yuqing smiled back. There's no need to be polite with me. To be honest, I'm also a student of Mr. Wang's, so making Peng Liang ambush the law is what I should do. At that moment, Lin Lang remembered Ling Yuqing's mysterious identity. He was about to open his mouth to ask when his own cell phone rang at an inopportune time. After the connection. Hello? Lin Lang, you're finally on. Where are you? On the opposite side of the receiver, came Yi Shuhan's anxious voice. I'm near the sheriff's office. Why? Yi Shuhan let out a long breath of air. I finally got in touch with you. You know what? I've been under a mountain of pressure these past 2 days. You won't forget what I said before, will you? I said there's a big shot who came all the way from the capital to see you by name. Now, because you've been out of touch for the past 2 days, the big man is pissed. Lin Lang was in a bad mood, and his tone was naturally not very good. What's it to me if he's angry? I'm not the only doctor in the world. He wants to see a doctor and can't wait for me, so he goes to someone else. After saying that, he directly hung up the phone. Right at this moment, a few black sedans came whistling, braking sharply and stopping in front of Lin Lang. Afterward, more than a dozen black-clothed men stepped down from the car, staring at Lin Lang with an unkind gaze. You're Lin Lang? Chapter 101. Though you have a lot of personality. Ling Yuqing didn't move and walked to Lin Lang's body, saying with a stern voice, what do you guys want with Lin Lang? A suited, unsmiling man in black returned in a deep voice. We're only looking for Lin Lang. Unrelated people, please leave. Ling Yuqing sneered. Lin Lang is my boyfriend. I'm not some irrelevant person. 3 streets away is the sheriff's department. If you guys try anything, I'll make the call right now. Ling Yuqing took her cell phone and had already pressed a few numbers. The black-clothed man's eyes narrowed slightly, a hint of sullenness in his eyes. At that moment, a young man in a white suit walked out with a harmless light smile on his face. Old Wang, why are you being so mean to Dr. Lin and his friends? Didn't the old man explain to politely invite Dr. Lin over? The man said as he arrived in front of Lin Lang. Hello, Dr. Lin, my name is Yang Xin, from the Yang family in the capital. Lin Lang frowned. Don't recognize it. Yang Xin still maintained that light smile, his tone unchanged. My old man came all the way to Tianhai 2 days ago because he heard that Dr. Lin had excellent medical skills and was able to cure the stubborn disease he was suffering from. It's just that Dr. Lin went to a reunion in the past 2 days, and the old man, who is a little short on temper and patience, got a little angry. His intention was for us to tie Dr. Lin over. Speaking of this, Ling Yuqing's eyes were already showing a touch of coldness. Yang Xin looked at her with some surprise and continued to laugh. Of course, we won't be rude to Dr. Lin, but the old man did wait 2 full days. I think Dr. Lin had better come with us. Otherwise, if he really launches his temper, none of us will be able to stop him. At this time, Lin Lang finally remembered the king of the underworld that Yi Shuhan had mentioned. I heard it was an invincible soldier king, now retired and idle, but suffering from a persistent illness? As the saying goes, reach out to. This young man as courtesy has done enough, plus the fact that the other person did wait for 2 days for them. So let's go and have a look. Ling Yuqing, I'll go with them. Ling Yuqing was first stunned. Then she bristled. Then I'm going too. Lin Lang didn't refuse and got into the car with her. Along the way, Yang Xian very enthusiastically climbed into conversation with Lin Lang. However, Lin Lang was in a bad mood because of Mr. Wang's incident, and the whole time, Ling Yuqing had to deal with the situation for him. Soon, the convoy drove into the underground parking lot of the Imperial Hotel. As soon as he got off the bus, an anxious Yi Shohan walked over quickly. You're putting people in a hurry. If we offend the underworld king, neither you nor I will have a good time. Suddenly, she also froze when she saw the pretty-faced, hot-bodied Ling Yuqing drilling out of the car. Who is she? Ling Yuqing guffawed. My name is Ling Yuqing, and I'm here specifically to steal your man. Yi Shohan was shaken. Ha! Just kidding, MS. Ye don't take it seriously. I'm Lin Lang's college classmate and have always admired him. After seeing him at the reunion, the passion in my heart was even more completely ignited. So I thought I would come and see what his fiancée was really like. When I saw it today, it really lived up to its name. Yi Shuhan gave Lin Lang a confused look. Lin Lang didn't explain and said in a deep voice, let's go. Since that underworld king has been waiting for me for 2 days, I can't afford to refuse anymore. Yi Shuhan nodded lightly and gave Ling Yuqing a curious look. The group then took the elevator and arrived in front of the hotel's presidential suite. At this time, Yang Xian waved his hand and stopped Yi Shuhan and Ling Yuqing. Excuse me, 2 beautiful women. The old man said that he could only let Lin Lang in alone. Even I had to stay outside the door. Yi Shuhan nodded without objection. Ling Yuqing hummed and said to Lin Lang, be careful. Upon entering the suite, the door to the room was immediately closed. When Lin Lang looked up, he saw a topless man sitting in a casual position on that expensive carpet. Beside him, he had 7 or 8 bottles of wine and several plates of aromatic chicken. He was feasting on a bottle of wine in one hand and a huge chicken leg in the other. The man had white hair and an extraordinarily stocky build. His face was rigid, and his naked upper body was showing countless hideous scars. This is Hades? At this time, the man took a sharp gulp of wine before he raised his head, a pair of tiger eyes, staring tightly at Lin Lang. You've got quite a rack on you. In all of Xia, you're the first person who can make me wait 2 days dry. After saying that, a terrifying aura also erupted from this person's body. That aura, as if from the abyss, sent shivers down one's spine. As for Lin Lang, he was in a bad mood, and while frowning, he also urged his aura and burst out another powerful aura. The 2 auras separated in mid-air, neither of them taking advantage of the situation. The man's eyes changed abruptly. Yo, still a martial artist? Moreover, the strength is pretty good. Kind of interesting. No wonder the shelf is so big. However, I have always acted in my own way in my life. You made me wait 2 days, and there's a price to pay. As soon as the words left his mouth, the man threw the bottle with a forceful toss. In an instant, the bottle was like a cannonball, carrying a destructive and terrifying chi, and in the blink of an eye, it attacked Lin Lang's eyes. However, the bottle suddenly exploded when it was 1 meter away from Lin Lang. Shards of wine bottles flew in all directions. With a wave of Lin Lang's big hand, the fragments that flew towards him all fell to the ground and did not touch his body. The air was, at once, full of the smell of alcohol. A golden needle then lay calmly on the ground, extraordinarily piercing. The man froze at first, then burst out laughing. Not bad, not bad. You're actually an innate martial artist? This was unexpected. For a young doctor to be practicing at this level, you've surpassed a lot of people. Interesting, you've managed to tickle my fancy. Come here, drink with me. Lin Lang's mood was already low, and when he heard this request, without saying a word, he walked straight to him and sat down on his butt. He then picked up a bottle of red wine and tilted his head back. Within moments, a bottle of red wine was drained by him. A flash of appreciation also erupted from the man's eyes. Magnificent. Not bad, not bad. I'll take that as an apology for using this bottle of wine. Lin Lang ignored him and instead picked up another bottle of wine and started drinking again. Soon, 3 bottles of red wine were drunk by him with great speed. It also stunned the man. Hey, kid, granted, you've got a lot of personality with this one, But what you're drinking is the king of wine. 3 bottles of king of wine worth over $1 million. And you don't even taste it. You just give me the whole thing dry? Chapter 102. There is nothing to be done. Lin Lang still ignored the man. He picked up a 4th bottle of wine, ready to drink it as he had done. But the man, with an obvious look of fleshly pain, snatched the bottle from his hand. 3 bottles now. You've already drunk 3 bottles of wine from me. This 4th bottle, definitely not for you. If you still want to drink it, buy it yourself. This is my favorite wine. Lin Lang's alcohol was getting to his head, and he sneered and spoke bluntly. You are the underworld king? With your petty behavior, do you deserve this title? Still an invincible soldier king? I see that you are a stingy Grundy. The man was stunned. He stared at Lin Lang in astonishment and uncertainty, and for a moment, he was speechless. A moment later, he grinned and handed over the bottle. Ha ha ha. I haven't heard anything like that in years. Boy, I'm liking you more and more. Well, I forgive you for your earlier mistake. From now on, we'll have one good drink, one old and one young. You're too much to my liking. Ah, you're too much to my liking. Come on, cheers. After saying that, he also opened a bottle of red wine and touched the bottle with Lin Lang. Lin Lang let out a bitter smile and said no more as he raised the bottle and began to fill it with wine. It didn't take long for the two to drink 2 more bottles of red wine against each other. At this time, Lin Lang was obviously intoxicated and only felt the sky spinning, and the man didn't give a. Looking at Lin Lang with interest. Still drinking? Lin Lang said in a daze. Drink! He had just picked up the rest of the bottle of red wine when he was surprised when the man grabbed it again. You can't drink anymore. If you do you'll be lying down. Okay, time to get down to business. You're a doctor and you have to see me. Who's going to see me if I'm drunk out of my mind? Lin Lang raised her hazel eyes and glanced at him. I can't see a doctor in my current state, either. Let me get drunk for a while. When I wake up tomorrow, I'll show you the door. The man laughed. Young man, it seems you have something on your mind today? But then, while wine is a good thing, too much of it is not good. Getting drunk for one night can only delay the hurt in your heart. You still need to be brave in order to completely heal your heart. Tell me about it, and I'll make an exception today and enlighten you, young man. Lin Lang was worried about not being able to spill his guts, so he immediately told what happened to Mr. Wang. The man had been listening silently, acting as a perfect listener. When Lin Lang finished, he then let out a sigh. Hey, human nature. This thing is the most untested. If one is unable to control one's desires, in the end, all of them will be in a place of no return. Lin Lang stared with wide eyes. How do you say the same thing as my teacher? The man laughed again. I'm at an age where I can be your father, so naturally I'm your elder. What I say will definitely make you suffer as well. Come on, you love your teacher. I can understand that, but your teacher did kill someone and made a terrible mistake. In this world, no one can control the life and death of another person, unless it is God. So it's time for you to let go after drinking so many bottles of king of wine from my old man. Get up and show me. I just got a little happy with my drink and forgot that I can't actually drink that much. With that said, the man's face actually began to contort. His face, too, turned from red to a greenish-purple color. Lin Lang was also startled at the sight. You can't drink? The man forced a smile and said, well, a long time ago, those doctors told me not to drink alcohol, not to eat meat, and not to do strenuous exercise. But if I do follow medical advice, what's the point of this life? So yeah, I used to hate doctors. The sky is falling for you on this, but after I met you, I have a new perception of the doctor's profession. I have to say, you're a great example for doctors. Ha ha ha. Laughing, the man's eyes rolled over and he actually fainted. Lin Lang's drunkenness also woke up a large portion at this moment. What's going on here? Lord Hades, who had been boozing it up just a moment ago, had fainted at this moment due to overdrinking? Lin Lang leapt up and froze for a few seconds before immediately opening his chi eyes. A very distinct blue aura flared from the man's body in the line of sight. Blue chi. This is the first time Lin Lang has seen this color of chi. What's the blue gas master's name again? Lin Lang only felt a splitting headache, excessive alcohol consumption, but he could not recall for a moment what symptoms of illness the blue gas represented. He shook his head hard and hurriedly fetched a glass of ice water and gulped it down. For a split second, he felt his mind clear. Oh, blue gas means the person suffers from a meridian condition. The disease on the meridians was very special, and if it was handled properly, the person would be able to obtain a gifted body. But if it is not resolved, the person will remain trapped by the disease and even experience life-threatening conditions. This peculiar disease also caused Lin Lang to become extremely interested. Immediately afterward, his gaze turned and he saw the meridian condensation points on the man's body. Nice guy. 33 places in all. What had this Lord Hades done to cause so many meridian condensation points to appear in his body? Moreover, Lin Lang was able to see the meridian structure of the human body after opening the second chapter of the true chapter of Destiny Origin. After he took a closer look, he realized that the man's meridians were twisted in multiple places. In a flash, his expression also became grave. In order to unclog the meridians in this man's body, the problem of his twisted meridians had to be solved first. However, with Lin Lang's current medical skills, this was clearly a problem that was harder than ever. What should I do to heal this guy? If he used the 9 needles of soul return, he would be able to unclog the meridian condensation points on his body and make him look a little healthier. But that's the cure. When some time passed, he would still form multiple meridian condensation points again due to the twisting of his meridians. Christening his veins? It seems to be the only way. However, it needed to be paired with an elixir, and it also needed to be in its prime to pour a large amount of spiritual energy into his body. 4 pills? He had some formulas that he could refine, but this Lord Hades' strength was clearly above his own. After his own spiritual energy entered his body, he would inevitably produce a repulsion phenomenon, making it difficult for his spiritual energy to move an inch. In this way, it would be impossible to cleanse his veins. For the first time since obtaining the true chapter of Destiny Source, Lin Lang felt helpless. It's just a matter of waking him up first. Afterward, Lin Lang took out the golden needles and used the 9 needles of soul recovery on the man, unblocking his meridians. A few moments later, the man slowly opened his eyes and looked at Lin Lang in astonishment. What have you done to me? Chapter 103 I don't drink with oddballs. Lin Lang packed up the golden needles and said with a calm face, gave you acupuncture to wake you up. However, I don't have a way to cure the stubborn disease on you for the time being. The man jumped up instantly with a carp. Crap, you made me wake up? His eyes were filled with surprise. Lin Lang looked at him curiously. Getting you to wake up was easy. What's the problem? The man wrapped his arm around Lin Lang's shoulders and said in surprise, there's a problem. There's something very wrong. I can't believe you were able to sober up a drunken me. That's something no doctor can do. In the past, whenever I got drunk, I couldn't wake up at all without being drunk for a day or a night. Even the famous doctors in the capital are at their wits' end. Looks like you really live up to your name. You know what? I got drunk on purpose just now. I wanted to embarrass you. I want to get you in trouble. Once I'm drunk, all those disciples and grandchildren of mine, as well as my descendants, will come after you. Lin Lang was speechless for a while. Did you just say, I'm very much to your liking? Why are you trying to get me in trouble again? The man laughed out loud. I've traveled across the sands for so many years, and I've seen a lot of things like deceit and deception. Though I think you're nice, I'm still upset by your previous attitude. I was never comfortable until I got out of it, but you did give me a great surprise. Dr. Lin, I'm just now officially endorsing you. Lin Lang grunted and turned around. Alright, I can't cure your illness. You hire another person. The man took an arrow step and swept in front of him. Don't be so petty. It's purely to joke with you. Formally recognize. My name is Yang Tianyue, and I am nicknamed Pluto. He was once the commander of the northern border of the Xia Kingdom, but now he is retired and at home, drinking and eating meat every day, wasting his time. Lin Lang sighed and spoke bluntly. General Yang, I know that you are known as the king of the underworld and are a big shot in the capital, but I really can't cure your illness. It doesn't matter if it can't be cured. The key thing is that I want to make your very unusual doctor friend. Lin Lang was amused by him. I heard Yi Shuhan say, don't you hate doctors? Why do you want to befriend me again? Because you're not like other doctors. Lin Lang looked at Yang Tianyue seriously and said helplessly, I really can't cure you. Yang Tianyue waved his big hand and put it on Lin Lang's shoulder. Ha! Don't think too much. I've been putting off this disease for so many years. I've long since lost hope. Come on, let's keep drinking. You can hold your liquor, and I'm very pleased with you. Lin Lang took his hand off with a disgusted look on his face. Other people get drunk and go crazy. You get drunk and pass out. I don't drink with oddballs. That's all. The corner of Yang Tianyue's mouth tugged. You underestimate me, don't you? I let you just now. Come on. Let's drink 3 more bottles. Let's see who will fall down. Just then, Yang Tianyue's eyes glazed over as a flash of shock appeared in his eyes. You're practicing? Sort of. What's wrong? Why are you looking at me like that? Lin Lang was puzzled. Yang Tianyue sucked in a breath of cool air inside. You should only be in your 20s, right? You're actually at the harmonization realm? Harmonization power? What does that mean? Don't get it. You don't know about Huanjin? Then what kind of martial arts do you practice? Casual practice. And the sets I practice may not be the same as the ones you practice. No matter how awesome a routine is, it can't escape the 5 levels of Qi, namely Ming Jin, Dark Jin, Huan Jin, Dao Jin and Harmony Jin. I can't believe you didn't know? Lin Lang shook his head and wanted to say, I am an immortal cultivator. Why do I need to know the classification of martial arts chi? But he still didn't move and said, I don't know. Well, even if I've practiced to Huanjin, are you so surprised? Yang Tianyue stared at Lin Lang as tightly as if he was looking at a monster. I remember that I only practiced to the Huanjing realm when I was 40 years old. You're in your 20s and you've practiced to this level. You're a genius among geniuses. Cursed next door. It's all because I didn't study culture properly in the past. I can only use crouch to describe your bull. Lin Lang listened in awe. Has this former northern commander really commanded thousands of troops along the border? At this time, Yang Tianyue changed his previous laziness and said in a serious manner, Come on, we're going to have a little chat. I'm a martial arts nerd, and when I come across a genius like you, we must talk by candlelight. We don't drink either, we just talk dry. If you're bored, I'll have a couple plates of peanuts sent over. Well, it's better not to have peanuts delivered. Otherwise, I want to drink again. When I get drunk, I want to beat those sons of ES up. Puffing, Lin Lang burst out laughing. You really do have a bit of cold humor. Alright, I'll talk to you some more, seeing as you were just quiet enough to be my audience. Holler, the children are teachable. Thus, the two sat down on their knees and began to discuss the contents of the martial arts right away. After some discussion, Lin Lang then learned some common sense in martial arts. The ranks of martial artists were roughly martial artist, martial master, grand master, martial saint, and martial god. These 5 grades corresponded to the 5 grades of chi energy. For example, a martial artist can only condense bright energy, while a martial artist can use dark energy, and so on. As the invincible god of war, Yang Tianyue had long been in the peak Grand Master realm and was able to flexibly use harmonization power. In addition, he was in a hurry back then and did not cultivate in a gradual manner, which led to the distortion of his own meridians. This caused his realm of strength to be fixed at the Grand Master realm. In the end, through understanding, Lin Lang realized that the aura he possessed was nearly equal to that of a Huanjin in terms of quality, but in terms of strength, it was only equal to that of a martial artist who had begun to enter a Grand Master. Compared to Yang Tianyue, Lin Lang's strength was several small realms less than that. Of course, Lin Lang also realized that the nameless technique left behind in the true chapter of life origin was indeed very powerful. With only half a step to foundation establishment, he had reached this level. If he broke through to the foundation establishment realm, I'm afraid that he would be able to equal Yang Tianyue. Time flies, like a tireless teacher. Yang Tianyue told Lin Lang everything he knew about martial arts, and Lin Lang studied with an open mind, and even followed him to learn several sets of killing moves used against the enemy. At 4 a.m., both men, feeling tipsy, casually collapsed on the carpet and huffed and puffed. Early the next morning, Yi Shuhan and Yang Tianyu's people were worried that something had happened to the two of them, so they had the door to the room opened. As a result, 2 people were seen falling on the floor, and the smell of alcohol, which filled the room, also hit his nose. Yi Shuhan slapped her head and screamed that it was not good. At this moment, an extremely well-built young woman frowned and rushed toward Lin Lang with great strides. Chapter 104 First-Time Alchemist. The woman's face was filled with anger and she raised her fist, wanting to punch Lin Lang. However, Ling Yuqing had long since sensed her thoughts and with a flash, blocked the fist for Lin Lang. I forbid you to hit my man. The young woman snorted coldly, and without saying a word, she vented her full of anger on Ling Yuqing's body. The two fought back and forth, but what was surprising was that these 2 women had put up a good fight, with neither one injuring the other. At this time, Yang Tianyue and Lin Lang woke up at the same time, looking at the 2 women who were fighting fiercely, and at the same time uttered, "Stop!" Ling Yuqing grunted and ran to Lin Lang, pulling him up. "What's the matter with you? It's been all night and you didn't give me a message?" That young woman then swept over to Yang Tianyue and helped him up. "Uncle too, what's wrong with you? Not only did you spend the night with a stranger, but you also drank? You really don't want to die." Yang Tianyue laughed and returned, "Dr. Lin and I fell in love at first sight and lost track of time as we chatted. I've made you all worry. In addition, I want to announce something. From now on, Dr. Lin is my brother. You all need to be polite to him." "Brothers?" The young family members present all froze. Has our own war god gone crazy again? He had come to Tianhai to see a doctor, but the doctor was so arrogant that he made them wait for 2 days, and now he's even become a brother to someone else? When Yang Tianyue saw that his own family didn't answer, he droned out in a deep voice, "You all don't listen to my words?" The young woman grunted and was the first to respond. "Got it." The others respectfully returned, "Got it." At this time, Yang Tianyue walked over to Lin Lang's body and patted his shoulder. "Kid, I'm feeling much better, and I'm ready to go back to the capital here." Lin Lang frowned, but Yang Tianyue interrupted him. "There is no need to say much. Life and death have destiny. How long I can live is determined by God. You've done well enough. Remember, if you're free, come to the capital and have a drink with me. Of course, I can't wait too long for you, ha ha ha. In a flash, Lin Lang's thoughts moved and he said in a deep voice, Old Yang, don't go yet, I can try to cure you. The Yang family was shocked and delighted, and Yang Tianyue thought that Lin Lang didn't want him to be disappointed, so he laughed. Ha, that's not what you said last night, no need to force yourself, Castle Peak, we'll meet again, Old Yang, you let them all out, I can really cure you. When Yang Tianyue saw that he looked very serious, he thought about it and then let the others leave the room. What's going on? Didn't you say last night that it couldn't be cured? Did you take that from me? Lin Lang let out a bitter smile and then whirled around to tell the story of his treatment. Yang Tianyue was dumbfounded after hearing this. Only after a long time did he come back to his senses. Kid, are you not teasing me, yo? Cleansing the marrow and destroying the veins? You're playing the immortal cultivation game with me? Your routine is obviously much more advanced than mine, but I'm an atheist. I think you're making fun of me. Lin Lang shook his head and said with a straight face, Old Yang, I'm not joking with you. The most crucial problem now is that you are stronger than me. Your body will resist my chi. Yang Tianyue saw Lin Lang's extraordinarily grave expression and withdrew his teasing mood. Are you playing with me for real? Lao Yang, I'm serious. Okay, then I'll go along with it. Say, what should I do? Should I dissipate my powers? Or do you want me to pass on my kung fu to you? Ha, passing on the credit was a good idea. In this way, not only will your strength increase tremendously, but also, you won't be wasting my power. Through last night's candlelight conversation, Lin Lang already knew that people who practiced martial arts could pass on their skills. However, the cultivation level of the one who transmitted the power should be at least above the peak grandmaster realm, and Yang Tianyue fits the bill. However, receiving someone else's kung fu for no reason, Lin Lang also felt strange. Your method is indeed good, but I've never received a power transmission from someone before, and I don't know if such a thing would be risky. What's the risk? You're also lucky, because I just happened to reach the threshold of the transmission. Anyone else would not have been able to use this method. And, you don't have to worry, it's not like I'm passing on all my kung fu to you, I'm only passing on part of it. In that case, my reserves are still there, and if you can really cure me, in a few years, I'll be back to my peak again. Well, it's settled, time is running out. Do you have any ready-made pills there? If there is, I'll pass on the power to you right here, so that your cultivation will surpass mine. Lin Lang froze for a moment. Well, I haven't refined pills. Never. Yang Tianyue looked at him dumbfounded and couldn't help but laugh and curse. Crap, you're still teasing me. Lin Lang smiled bashfully. Don't you worry, if you want to refine pills, I've already felt the doorway. I only need to prepare some medical equipment and find some rare materials, and I will be able to refine the marrow cleansing pill. Of course, you'll have to be commissioned as the first test subject. I just don't know if you dare to try? Yang Tianyue sent Lin Lang a blank stare. So you want me to be a guinea pig? It's just that I won't live long anyway, so I'll let you test it once. Yes. Afterward, Lin Lang prescribed a formula that recorded 7 or 8 rare materials required for the marrow cleansing pill. Yang Tianyue took a look and sucked in a breath of cool air. Kid, I'm afraid you're not trying to cure me. You're trying to poison me? Lin Lang laughed. Don't worry, after the elixir is refined, I'll take it first. Yang Tianyue was half convinced, but still let the people go and prepare the materials. At the same time, he had some advanced medical equipment prepared and moved it into the presidential suite. That night, Lin Lang then began to refine pills under Yang Tianyue's eyes. Speaking of alchemy, he is indeed a big girl on the sedan chair. For the first time, so, somewhat nervous, he made Yang Tianyue cry and laugh. However, after he methodically carried out the steps of alchemy according to the true chapter of life origin, his entire being also entered a state of oblivion. Gradually, Yang Tianyue also stopped talking and just watched in awe as he refined the pills. Lin Lang's main tools for alchemy were a controlled heating device, some supporting facilities, and a large flask. After a few hours of busy work, when a few red pills appeared in the large flask, Yang Tianyue was about to fall asleep. However, as soon as he saw that those ingredients in the flask had actually turned into a single elixir, his eyes went wide. Boy, are you sure you didn't perform a magic trick in front of me? Where are the rare materials? Why are they all gone? Also, where did these elixirs come from? Did you secretly buy the candies from outside while I was dozing off? Chapter 105. Congratulations. Lin Lang looked at the elixir in the flask and said with a straight face, it's not even a candy. This is the first elixir I've ever concocted. How effective it is. I'll try it out first. After saying that, he let the device cool down and opened the flask, removing a red elixir from it. I have to say, this elixir looks just like candy. Immediately afterward, Lin Lang fed this elixir into his mouth with an apprehensive heart. Yang Tianyue, on the other hand, looked jaw-dropped. You really ate it? Why do I get the feeling you're going to hang? Lin Lang, You're giving me a strong feeling of a jungle warrior right now. And it's the same kind of juggler who solicits. Lin Lang didn't have the heart to say, you don't have to worry. I'll decide whether to give it to you or not after I try it out. Immediately, he closed his eyes and began to feel the effects brought about by this marrow cleansing pill. Suddenly, he only felt a wave of warmth rush straight to his dantian and caused his entire body's aura to run wildly. He immediately sat down on his knees and tried to manipulate his aura. However, under the effect of the marrow cleansing pill, he had to exert a lot of effort before he could barely control it. For a moment, he was sweating like a pig, and his whole body was even bubbling with hot, white air. Crap! Yang Tianyue took a step back in fear, but Lin Lang's state, apart from his face being particularly red, didn't seem to show anything else. Are you okay? Lin Lang ignored him and concentrated on manipulating the aura within his body. The marrow cleansing method recorded in the true chapter of the life source. He memorized it. If one could not manipulate the aura to function well, then one would be in a condition of going off the deep end. And as the aura ran for a large circumference, Yang Tianyue on the side screamed again. Crap! Lin Lang, you're actually incontinent. Besides, why are you bleeding black water? Are you really okay? I told you, the words of a charlatan should never be trusted. In Yang Tianyue's line of sight, a pool of black water appeared under Lin Lang's body. He thought Lin Lang had been poisoned. That's why it's in such a bad state. But he didn't even think that these black waters were the filth in Lin Lang's body. After the effect of the marrow cleansing pill, it had already been expelled from Lin Lang's body. A few moments later, Lin Lang exhaled a breath of air and slowly opened his eyes. At this moment, he was refreshed, his ears were clear, and he had a strong feeling of being out of this world. In addition, he felt that his own meridians, moreover, had been expanded several times. He clenched his fists and just felt his whole body filled with power. The cleansing was successful. He stood up and moved his muscles, also seeing the black water beneath him. At the same time, he also saw the shocked, as if petrified, Yang Tianyue, who was staring at himself with an unbelievable look. Are you really okay? Yang Tianyue's cautious and caring demeanor made Lin Lang unable to help himself. I'm fine. That said, what's the point of you yelling from the side while I'm cleansing my veins? Do you really want me to go off the deep end and hang in front of you? Yang Tianyue smiled embarrassedly. I'm not concerned about you. By the way, are you really okay? Lin Lang puffed out his chest and said with a proud expression, do I look like something is wrong to you? My marrow cleansing pill. It worked. Yang Tianyue came back to his senses and carefully felt Lin Lang's aura, and was once again shocked. No way. After eating such a candy, your chi has grown greatly? You're in the Grand Master Middle Realm now? Well, it should be. Lin Lang responded while thinking. He is a half step of the Foundation Establishment realm, and after taking the marrow cleansing pill and successfully cleansing the marrow and veins, he has only raised his aura a little bit? It seemed like there was a long way to go to break through the Foundation Establishment realm. Moreover, although there was only half a point of growth in aura, in the martial arts realm, it was raised by a small realm. This showed that the quality of aura was more than 1 star higher than that of chi energy. After a short silence, Lin Lang gave Yang Tianyue a knowing smile. Come on, pass the power to me. Just let your cultivation level drop to the Grandmaster back realm. Yang Tianyue couldn't help but ask, you really want me to take this candy? Oh no, this elixir? The effect is so good, why don't you take it? Lin Lang didn't have the good sense to say. Yang Tianyue looked embarrassed. To tell you the truth, I always feel like I'm going to hang after eating it. Hang on my ass. A peerless god of war would be intimidated by a small elixir? Hurry up, don't delay. In the end, under Lin Lang's soft persuasion, Yang Tianyue passed on part of his power to him. At this moment, Lin Lang also possessed the strength of the Grandmaster post-realm, while Yang Tianyue's realm had dropped to a level a little weaker than his. Afterwards, Lin Lang half-forced and half-persuaded Yang Tianyue to take the marrow cleansing pill. At the same time, he also urged his aura and began to artificially cleanse Yang Tianyue's marrow and veins. During the entire process, Yang Tianyue let out a pig-killing squeal that never stopped. This made the Yangs waiting outside the door incredibly nervous. However, Yang Tianyue had given orders not to let them come in on their own accord, so they could only stand outside the door. Anxious, most of an hour later, Lin Lang stopped the infusion of aura and touched the sweat on his forehead. Alright, stop screaming. You're the invincible god of war, eh? How can you make such a sound? When Yang Tianyue heard that it was done, he also hurriedly stood up. Lin Lang, you kid lied to me. It's obviously so hard, and you're telling me it's okay? Lin Lang snickered and secretly opened his chi eyes. Under a closer look, he suddenly realized that Yang Tianyue's body was no longer emitting blue chi. Moreover, his meridians were unobstructed, and there was no more distortion. What was even more gratifying was that his Renwu and Duda chakras had been completely opened. That is to say, Even if young Tianyu was only a junior martial artist right now, he would be able to improve by leaps and bounds in a single day. The method of cleansing the marrow and veins had an unprecedented effect. After achieving a surprising healing effect, Lin Lang was so relieved that he sat down on the sofa. Old Young, is the real reason you retired from the military because you realized you had a major problem with your meridians? Your strength won't grow anymore. Moreover, your meridian problem has already affected your health. Yang Tianyu thought of some past events, and his complexion gradually returned to calm. Well, I won't go into the specifics of why. Anyway, I've been like this since a couple years ago. Lin Lang smiled bashfully. Then I have to congratulate you. Congratulate me on what? Yang Tianyu was puzzled. Congratulations, are about to break through the Grand Master and become the legendary martial saint. After hearing the words, Yang Tianyu was struck by lightning and froze on the spot. His heart set off huge waves. I can break through? No, it's my meridian problem. It's really all solved? Don't you know if you try it yourself? Before tonight, you even had problems transporting your energy. Now you can try how strong you are. Chapter 106 Li Xiangjuan. Yang Tianyu looked at Lin Lang half-heartedly. I can break through? You're not kidding? Well, you can tell the effect by running your internal energy. Yang Tianyu took a deep breath. Immediately, he mobilized his internal energy and blasted a punch through the air. In an instant, an incomparably rigid fist dipper broke through the air, causing a large fist mark to appear on the wall opposite him. Yang Tianyu was dumbfounded as he stared at the fist mark. I haven't felt like this in a long time. The meridians were unobstructed, not to mention that my capillary and dorsal veins had been opened. Even though I am now over 50 years old, when it comes to cultivation, probably those young people can't even compare to me. Do some careful math. Within about a year, I will not only be able to return to the top, but also break through the Grand Master and become a martial saint. Lin Lang couldn't help but laugh. I naturally won't lie to you. At this time, Yang Tianyu actually wept with joy. He turned around and bowed deeply towards Lin Lang. I thought I was a windbag, but I didn't think I could go any further. Lin Lang, your medical skills are indeed outstanding. And, you're not a bad person either. This is a great favor you have done me. This favor, I'll keep it. In the future, if you need anything, contact me directly. Go through fire and water. Lin Lang smiled bashfully. That's a big word, huh? Don't you see me as a little brother? Helping you is my part. There's no need to be like this. Yang Tianyu laughed openly. I'm tempted to send you a plaque. It would say, Healer's Heart. Of course, I know you won't take it, and I can't give a gift like that. Anyway, in the future, you can come to the capital to look for me if you have any problems. If there's trouble, you must also notify me first. Got it? Lin Lang nodded and suddenly remembered something. By the way, Lao Yang, ask you about something. You've lived in the capital for a long time. Have you ever heard of a very powerful woman named Li? Very powerful. The woman surnamed Li? Yang Tianyu stroked his chin and thought for a moment, then shook his head. There are a lot of women in this world with the name of Li. To say that they are powerful, anyway, I've never heard of them. What's wrong? After hearing this reply, Lin Lang also froze. Yang Tianyu has never heard of it? At first, the mysterious man he met in the hospital specifically instructed himself to go to the capital to find this woman surnamed Li when he was in trouble. But where would one find a woman that even Yang Tianyu had never heard of? Could the man be deceiving himself? For a moment, Lin Lang also felt a bit confused. At this moment, Yang Tianyu revealed a look of dawning realization and suddenly said, to the extent that there is such a woman surnamed Li, she is very powerful and mysterious. Lin Lang's eyes lit up. Who is it? Yang Tianyu smiled blandly. This woman is called Li Xiangjuan. She is a woman of the month, and operates a very high-class entertainment club. However, this woman sells intelligence, and there is nothing under the sun that she doesn't know. I also heard she is single. Many dignitaries covet her beauty, but she has never had an explicit man. As far as backstabbing goes, rumors abound. This is the most powerful, I think, woman in the capital. Surnamed Li, because, some years ago I have bought some intelligence from her. Why are you asking about her all of a sudden? Is it possible that you covet her beauty too? Honestly, little old me, with your strength and medical skills today, I think you can find a better woman. You'd better not hit on a woman like this who spends years in the windy places. Watch out for her eating you down to the dregs. This kind of woman. Awesome. After hearing this, Lin Lang was also surprised that the man with the black dragon tattoo would let him go to such a woman when he was in trouble. Lin Lang felt his head hurt a little bit again. At this time, Yang Tianyu put his clothes back on and said in a refreshed manner, Little old brother, there's no such thing as an unending feast under the sky. You've cured me. It's time for me to go. Remember, you can contact me for anything. Of course, if I do manage to break through to the martial saint realm, I will return to the battlefield. A man who has spent his whole life on the battlefield is really balls deep in idleness. It's still more comfortable to get bloodied on the battlefield and slaughter the enemy. Lin Lang came back to his senses and said without a trace of anger, those who practice martial arts should restrain their hostility a bit. You wait first, I'll give you a nourishing prescription, and in the last 6 months, do less. Yang Tianhui laughed out loud. Not doing anything? That's impossible to drop. But well, your word is medical advice and I'm going to listen to it. Subsequently, Lin Lang wrote a nourishing prescription according to the records of the true chapter of Life Source and handed it to Yang Tianhui. After receiving the prescription, Yang Tianhui opened the door to the room, allowing all the Yang family members waiting anxiously outside to enter the room. My disciples, my nieces and nephews, the old man as well. The crowd was shaken. Don't be so surprised. This time, it's thanks to you guys forcing old me to the heavenly sea. Otherwise, I wouldn't have met little old me. From now on, Lin Lang's words are my words. If he seeks out the young family, whoever receives him, treat him as if he were me. Anything he asks for, do it at the first opportunity. Do you hear me? The whole room was shocked. At this moment, Yang Tianhui exuded a domineering aura that was not angry, causing all of these people to respectfully reply. Understood. Yang Tianhui turned around and laughed. Little old brother, I'm leaving. After sending off Yang Tianhui and his party, Yi Shuhan once again returned to the suite and said as if she was relieved. Finally sent this guy away. But then again, you're really good. I heard those young family members say that in the past few years, they have invited an unknown number of famous doctors. No matter whether they are domestic or foreign, all of them are unable to do anything about the old general's condition. But you cured his stubborn disease in one day. You're too good. Lin Lang blandly returned. His condition is indeed complicated. Well, with the matter closed, you can also breathe a sigh of relief. Well, look at you. You're tired, aren't you? I've renewed the suite for 2 days, so you can rest here for the next 2 days. After Yi Shuhan left, Ling Yuqing, who had been silent all this time, suddenly closed the door behind her and walked over to Lin Lang's side. Her look, extraordinarily serious? What's going on? You're staying here too? Ling Yuqing said in a serious manner. You cleansed Yang Tianyua's marrow and veins, didn't you? Lin Lang was shaken. How do you know? Ling Yuqing coldly replied back. Remember, this is the first time you cleansed someone else's marrow and veins, and it will also be the last time. I'm not kidding you. I'm responsible for your safety. What do you mean? I didn't understand? Lin Lang was puzzled. Ling Yuqing said with a straight face. Do you know that marrow cleansing is a means for cultivators? Chapter 107 Vice President. I know. Lin Lang frowned and added. Old Yang's meridians have multiple distortions, severely affecting his health. If left alone and with his vices, he may not have many years to live. If I don't cleanse his veins, he'll just have to wait for death. Ling Yuqing was unmoved and still had that cold look. I know the reasons, but I need your commitment. Promise me not to wash the marrow of others in the future. Although I don't know how you learned this secret art, you must keep the secret. Also, I can tell you've been alchemizing by looking at the instruments you've prepared, right? You practiced the marrow cleansing pills? Lin Lang stared with wide eyes, very shocked. How do you know everything? Ling Yuqing said in a cold voice. To cleanse Yang Tianyua's marrow and veins, you only need to use one marrow cleansing elixir. You should have refined a lot of pills in that bout before, right? What about the rest of it? Take it all out. Lin Lang subconsciously then took out a few marrow cleansing pills. Unexpectedly, as soon as Ling Yuqing got her hands on these pills, she clenched her fists and made them turn into powder. This is my heart and soul. Lin Lang was anxious and angry, not figuring out why this woman was doing this. Ling Yuqing snorted coldly and said in a grave tone, I'm warning you, in the future, you'd better let me know before you do any of this. Luckily, I'm here, and I checked the backgrounds of every single one of them to make sure they're not your enemies. Otherwise, the moment you refine the marrow cleansing pill, you'll have no choice but to die. Also, you immediately give Yang Tianyua a call and tell him to keep the matter of the marrow cleansing pill a secret. Lin Lang opened his mouth slightly, only to realize that Ling Yuqing was like his nanny at the moment. Hurry up and fight. What are you waiting for? Would I hurt you? Oh ha! Lin Lang answered and called Yang Tianyue as Ling Yuqing instructed. A few moments later, Lin Lang stared daggers at Ling Yuqing and smiled blandly. Almost had you by the nose. Let's talk. Just as well there's no one here. Ling Yuqing knew what he wanted to ask and spoke bluntly. Like I said, there are a lot of things I can't tell you right now. Lin Lang had long guessed her attitude and did not move. Do you know Li Xiangjuan? As soon as the words fell, Ling Yuqing actually changed her expression and said with extreme surprise, You've seen her? They really do know each other. Lin Lang still maintained his calm demeanor, wanting to swindle this ninny. Well, I've seen it. Moreover, I learned my technique of cleansing the marrow and veins from her. She also taught me a lot of the essentials of cultivation, which helped me quite a lot. Haven't you been wondering about my rapid progress in the past few months? In fact, it's all because of her. Without her tireless teaching, I wouldn't be able to have the medical skills and strength I have now. So, you won't have to hide it from me. I know you're in cahoots. You can tell me all those things you're hiding. After hearing these words, Ling Yuqing also had a stagnant expression and was silent. Lin Lang's heart rejoiced. It seemed that he had been right. Not long after, Ling Yuqing let out a long sigh and her expression softened a lot. Hey, maybe she's right. By exposing you to this level earlier, you'll have more time to cultivate and improve. Just as well, I'll tell you the truth. In fact, your father and I. Speaking here, Ling Yuqing suddenly paused. Lin Lang, who was crossing his fingers, couldn't help but ask, "What's wrong with you again? Keep talking." At that moment, Ling Yuqing revealed a cold smile. "Humph, I almost fell into your trap. You kid, you don't learn the good ones, you learn the bad ones. They've learned to swindle my words." Lin Lang pretended to be oblivious. "I swindled you? What did I cheat you of?" Ling Yuqing hummed. "Even if it's Li Xiangjuan, it's impossible for her to go against our purpose. If she really taught you the cultivation method, then she betrayed the organization. It's the kind of thing she wouldn't do and wouldn't dare to do. Alright, from now on, I won't tell you anything else. You are at ease as your doctor and you don't have to care about anything. Of course, since my identity has been exposed, I will stay by your side from now on in the name of your girlfriend to protect your safety. Although your strength is quite good, I'm more experienced than you when it comes to fighting enemies." Lin Lang was speechless for a while. Ling Yuqing thought that he was worried about the attitude of the other women. So she sneered, "Don't worry, if you're really dominated by your lower body, you can also find any woman you want. I won't care, but there is a saying that I want to remind you, that the prettier the woman, the better she is at cheating." "Ha, aren't you asking about Li Xiangjuan? Then I'll give you a word of advice. When you meet this woman later, you will be overwhelmed by her beauty and more likely to fall for her. But I guarantee that everything she told you was a lie." 2 days later, although Lin Lang was full of doubts, just like what Ling Yuqing said, all he could do was to be a good doctor, as well as fulfill his duties as the general manager of the Yi family pharmaceutical company. Early that morning, he had just walked into his office when he saw a white-haired old man who had been waiting for a long time. As soon as Lu Ming saw Lin Lang arrive, he hurriedly got up and bowed respectfully. "Good morning, teacher." Lin Lang looked helpless. "Elder Lu, there's no need to call me that. By the way, you ran over here early in the morning. Is there something urgent?" Lu Ming couldn't help but laugh. "Teacher, it's not a big deal. It's just that the triennial summer physician exchange meeting is going to be held in Linen. I purposely came over to inform you and see if you are willing to participate. If you would like to attend, I can apply for a special invitation slot for you. In the meantime, I have completed the membership process for you with the Physicians General Association. Also, the president read my report and is willing to give you the title of vice president. In a few days, you will be the vice president of the Physicians Association." Lin Lang's eyes glared. "If it's the physician exchange, I can participate. But you even helped me get into the Physicians Guild? And made me vice president?" Lu Ming laughed. "Teacher, if you don't join the association, then the Physicians General Association will be in vain. Moreover, the president also thinks highly of Sensei and insists on giving you the position of vice president. Of course, this position is a vanity position. Nothing to do that will interfere with your daily life or work." Lin Lang laughed bitterly. "This position is what you let me have, right, Lu Lao?" Lu Ming, who was seen through, laughed. "Teacher, nothing can be hidden from you. By the way, there is one more thing. I don't know if you have the time to teach me the 9 needles of soul return before we leave." Lin Lang would smile. "Come on, I'll teach you the basics first." 2 hours later, Lu Ming left cheerfully, and Lin Lang's butt didn't even sit hot. But Yi Shuhan ran in with a panicked look. "Lin Lang, something's wrong." Chapter 108. How much did they pay you? Lin Lang frowned. "Take it easy. What happened?" Yi Shuhan took 2 breaths before saying, "I just got word that our pharmacy has been reported. The reason is that we produce drugs that are shoddy goods. Also, some people have experienced vomiting and diarrhea after taking the medicine we produce. I was about to take care of it when I was surprised to see several vans come to the front of the company and surround the gate. At the same time, someone lifted several patients out of the van and claimed to be looking for a statement from us. Besides, I haven't even come up with a response yet, and the press is already here." Lin Lang was surprised. "The reporters are here?" "Yeah, I'm going out now to deal with the reporters, and you're coming with me. This time, someone is bound to be targeting us." Yi Shuhan was anxious. Lin Lang hurriedly got up. "Let's go. I'll accompany you to take a look." A few moments later, the two arrived at the main entrance to find the company's security guards confronting those who had come to cause trouble. "Call your boss out. It's almost time to eat. Why doesn't your boss come out? Comrade reporters, you guys hurry up and film everything here." those security guards are getting ready to make a move. The chaotic scene took Lin Lang and the two of them by surprise, but at the same time, the two of them also saw that this is indeed someone's intention to make trouble. Let's not talk about whether the drugs produced by the pharmaceutical company are problematic or not. This scene in front of us is a good way to solve the problem. At this time, a female reporter saw Yi Shuhan and took 3 steps to her. The microphone in her hand was close to disliking Yi Shuhan's face. Mr. Yi, you finally showed up. Now the public is reporting you that the drugs produced by your pharmaceutical company are shoddy. And they're already eating out. May I ask what you think of this? What's the opinion? I want to see your grandpa. Yi Shuhan exploded in her mind, but her face was still calm as water. The BIA and DEA haven't notified me yet, and I don't know what's going on at the moment. A flash of cunning flashed in the eyes of that female reporter. Mr. Yi, this answer of yours, I can understand that. You are avoiding the truth? These patients, moaning here, are you going to pretend you can't see them? Yi Shuhan furrowed her eyebrows and was about to get mad when Lin Lang had already walked in front of her. He flashed a smile and looked at the female reporter calmly. A patient? There's a patient here? The female reporter first froze, then sneered. Who are you? Lin Lang smiled bashfully. I'm the general manager of a pharmaceutical company, and I'm also in charge of a pharmaceutical factory. Ha! So it's the general manager of the Yi Family Medicine Company. However, since you are in a high position, are you also selectively blind? All these patients and you're telling me you didn't see them? Lin Lang had an idea in his mind and added, there's a patient? You're looking at the wrong one. If you don't believe me, come with me. The female reporter was worried that there was no place to make a big deal out of it, and this dumbass GM says something like that? It just gave her the handle to exaggerate the truth. Good. I'd like to see how you turn black and white upside down. After saying that, she took an arrow step and followed Lin Lang into the crowd. At this time, as soon as the several security guards saw Lin Lang, they all wisely retreated to the side, and those who led the mobbing looked at the young man with disdain. Who are you? What are you doing here? Tell your boss to come out. Your family's medicine. It's spoiling their stomachs. We want a statement. Lin Lang was not anxious or angry, and said in a cloudy manner, well, I'm the general manager of the pharmaceutical company, so I've come to give you a statement. Didn't you say they were all patients? I've come to see what they've got. The leader sneered and didn't think much of it. Good. Just let you all see clearly how homemade medicine can harm people. The troublemakers also moved out of the way. Lin Lang smiled bashfully, walked over to a patient who was moaning, and squatted down. At the same time as the Chi eyes opened, he had already seen that this so-called patient actually had no problems at all. On his body, not only did he not have any colorful Chi bubbling up, but his meridians were unobstructed and healthier than an ordinary person, just as expected. Afterward, Lin Lang smiled and looked at another patient without moving. The patient is still not sick. Immediately afterward, he swept away with one glance that none of these 7 or 8 patients lying at the gate were even sick. With his heart in the right place, he squeezed out a rather deep smile and smiled at the first patient. How much did they pay you? The man's moans came to an abrupt end. What do you mean? Are you saying I'm faking? Lin Lang nodded. With such a healthy body, if you go into a factory to work on screws, you can earn 5 or 6,000 a month at least. If you lie on the ground for a long time and get cold, you can really get sick. The man grunted. I'm just sick. Are you a doctor? What makes you say I'm not sick? At this point, the others followed suit. Good wow. The Yi family is denying it. In broad daylight, they're calling a stag a horse. That's it. Obviously sick people. And they say they're not sick. They're just arguing. Make them pay compensation. Huge compensation. The female reporter, at the sight, hurriedly followed suit. This GM, is this how you handle problems? Describing a patient as not sick, that's your attitude? In the face of this group of troublemakers, Lin Lang only smiled faintly and then looked at the first patient. It seems that you are determined to pretend to be sick, but you forget that by this time. You should have gone on moaning instead of looking at me angrily. The man snapped out of it and froze for a few seconds before making a moan again. At this point, the onlookers and the employees of the pharmaceutical company instantly realized the truth. However, this group of troublemakers were determined to make a big deal out of it today. Although Lin Lang broke down their Western-style mirror, but they rely on a large number of people, as well as reporters, naturally not afraid. You are terrorizing our patients. The behavior is extremely bad. Comrade reporter, did you get it all on tape? The female reporter was about to respond, but unexpectedly Lin Lang silently shot out an aura that hit her abdomen. In an instant, she only felt an unbearable pain in her stomach, not to mention a gurgling sound. I can't. I want to go to the bathroom. I have to go now. The female reporter reddened and, in one swift step, she scurried out of the crowd. But before she could run far, an intense feeling of a flash flood instantly took over her brain. A foul odor came from the room. causing everyone present to cover their noses. The female reporter was even more blushing, wanting to find a hole in the ground, but at the moment, she couldn't think about it, and continued to run wildly until she disappeared from sight.